who support the Newcastle, Hunter and Port Stephens regions.
Thanks to Burton Automotive for being our youth development partner.
Thanks to Burton Automotive, helping keep kids active in the Merriweather Surfboard Club.
Surfest is a big part of Newcastle and Burton Automotive is a big part of Surfest.
Giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
Surfest 2022 is a go. We're here for the City of Newcastle Pro, presented by Burton Automotive and the AAP Consulting Pro for the women. Can't wait to get these events underway. This is the last regional qualifying event for the Aussies, for those in the Australasia region, and they're all chasing a place on the Challenger Series. And it's going to be fun because this is their last chance to solidify those positions, lock in a spot and chase that dream. The World Championship Tour is what all these surfers are after, and we're going to pick through this draw and find the form surfers to have a crack at those big events which will unfold throughout the Challenger Series season, starting here on the Gold Coast of Australia later on in the year. Ronnie Blakey with Stace Galbraith, who's been on the campaign trail, and Stace, it's been interesting to watch it unfold, but these last two events, what we just saw unfold up at the Tweed Coast Pro, and this one here, the City of Newcastle Pro, they're going to really decide those top 10 finishes, and will give us an idea of who's going to have a chance to make the grade, the big leagues.
The big leagues, Ron. It's fantastic to be here, mate. I can't believe a year has passed since we were here last, and pretty classic conditions on offer today for our competitors. And like you said, it'll be the top 9 men plus 1 wild card, top 7 women plus another regional wild card. And like you said, May 7th, Snapper Rocks is what they're fighting for. 4 people out at Snapper, you'd take that. Oh
man, I think it's huge. Obviously, this event here at Newcastle, it's had many faces. It's been around since 1985, the Surfest Festival of surfing, and it's been a qualifying event, it's been a championship tour event in the past and as early as last year. But this year, it still maintains its place as a very crucial stop. And for those on the Challenger Series, domestically, and I mentioned we've got some surfers from New Zealand as well, it is going to be one of the most important contests that they've ever taken part in. And conditions-wise, I think we're going to see it all this week.
100%. You're going to have to win this event from 1 foot to potentially 10 feet by the look of it, depending on where we end up later in the week. But I liken this little leg, Ron, to a bit like going into Hawaii, Tweed into Newey, 2 massive events. You could have started your campaign at Tweed. A big result there and a big result here in Newcastle to round out this regional qualifying leg. You could see yourself up in that top part of the draw, no drama at all. So many points on offer. It's these young kids, they know how much is on the line, so it's going to be exciting to see how they all start to handle the pressure, and it'll be a great precursor to what they're going to have to deal with later in the year.
So many major changes at the WSL in the way that we crown our world champions now. Big schedule changes, even at the very top level, and it's kind of trickled down. The changes have gone right through the sport, and I'm a huge fan, especially of the new road to qualification. These regional QS events, it means that it's not going to take a whole lot of backing financially to give yourself a chance at getting into those Challenger Series events. You can win some prize money on your road through this regional QS program, and then that will help fund a big run at a Challenger Series.
It's
campaign.
Really clear cut, isn't it? You know, you don't have to be looking at a map and going, where is Imbatuba or where is Hossegor? You know, if you're not a world traveller by 16, it's not the end of the world. You jump into your backyard, do a few pro juniors, get on the regional series, and then the road to the tour is just so much more a clear cut than it's ever been. So for these young men and women and a few older veterans in the draw, it's simple, like you said. And the other thing too is with support, you don't have to be forking out $10,000-$15,000 to take your mum or dad or your filmer or your coach somewhere. It's in our backyard. So you will see a lot of athletes this week. They'll be well supported. They'll be primed and ready to roll, Ron.
Yeah, a lot of young surfers having their first run at some qualifying series events, so that's huge for them. That's the start of their qualification story. But there is some campaigners in these regional QS events that have some big competitive results. They're trying to get back up towards that top end, and we're even going to be graced by the presence of some Championship Tour surfers in this draw, and that's going to be a lot of fun to see, and most of them from this Newcastle area, so fantastic for the hometown crowd to get eyes on those big stars. But this is going to be our first heat of the morning, and it is a great way to kick things off out there in the red. Zaina Sink will have Eddie Hamadi in the blue jersey, and Sandon Whitaker will be surfing in the white. We've had some pretty fun conditions for the surfers during the warm-ups. Yesterday was kind of pumping out here, to be honest, and I saw some unbelievable surfing from young upstarts and veterans like Nathan Hedge out there in the lineup. But as you can see, it's going to be kind of tricky out there this morning.
Definitely. There's a lot of scoring opportunities, so I think we will see these competitors ride a handful of waves, but there seems to be, from what I noticed, a pretty clear difference in the waves that allow you to get a combination of major manoeuvres rattled off. So we'll see how these young men dissect the lineup. Always very, very tricky to surf the first heat of the day. I'd be quite frightened to try and learn about this bank right here, as there's a big hole off to our right, and if you go any further south, you could end up with not too much opportunity, but there's a good bit of sand to the north. So the judges have allowed the surfers to go up here. We're not on the rocks. We're a little further to the north, and there's a good bit of sand here, and I'd say we should be on this bank all day, Ron.
We could see some strategy change-ups from people, though. There is a couple down there on that inside section, the rocks. But we'll see what unfolds here. All these competitors, with that priority, they like to get into that little chess match. And if you distance yourself too far from your rivals, you're not limiting their opportunities. You're not making the most of that priority, and you're basically electing or gambling on the best waves coming to you at the other end of the beach. So at the moment, these guys are all kind of sticking pretty close to each other. But Stace, I wanted to just get in early. Mate, you've been on the campaign trail before in the old format of the qualifying series, chasing the events around the world, seeing the big international field. More recently, you've been tracking these regional QS events. How does the Australian standard, there's of course 7 WSL regions where events like this are unfolding. How does our standard measure up to that of the international?
It's really strong, Ronnie. And as a pretty stubborn Aussie fan of Aussie surfing, I feel like I could be justified in saying that. A lot of young talent coming through. Really liking the looks of Joel Vaughan up there at Cabarita. Oscar Berry was another standout for me. I think there's a certain style of surfing that the judges on the World Tour are obviously appreciating, and I think that those two young men are showing great signs at the moment. And then obviously on the women's side, fantastic to see Shimmy Disco, Dimity Stoyle back up the top of the ratings again, and then young Zali Kelly, who elected not to do the Challenger Series last year and finished school. She's going to look to have another crack at it this year and is currently sitting in 4th. So plenty of good young talent up there on the Tweed Coast, Ronnie, that I think we'll see flare up again in this event.
I guess what, this is really a regional event, so the focus is on the level of the Australian surfers and those visiting from New Zealand as well. But I guess the best example of how this system works and how it has worked so far for the Australians is a good look at the rookies on the Championship Tour at the moment. Callum Robson, I remember going to that final event with you up there on the Tweed Coast at the end of last season and watching him make the jump from well outside that qualification mark for the Challenger Series events, and with a victory, getting himself in there. And look at his road now. I mean, he stepped it up. He did so well at Pipe. His surfing didn't look out of place at Sunset. He's in a fantastic position to really crack that top 22 and have a good run through the back end of the season with a strong performance on the Australian League. So, the roadmap is there. These surfers, it's tangible for them now. They can see how they can get it done, as we see Zane up at the moment, and doesn't get much out of that section.
No, you're right. It's really clear cut, and the opportunity that Callum had last year to come from outside the cut line, it represented a really similar opportunity to what you will find when you do jump on the Challenger Series and you're hoping to make the cut going onto the World Tour. You could say it's a smaller scale, but it's exactly the same type of pressure that you will face. Yeah, sure, the lights might be a bit brighter. Trying to close out a year in Hawaii, it's argued that it could be harder than closing it out at Tweed, but it's still the same thing. You've got to perform, you've got to be prepared, and there's no second chances. So Callum got like the perfect run, and there was absolutely no luck in it. He was well prepared. He trained hard. He was surfing amazing, and then he went and did the same thing in Hawaii. And like you said, now on the World Tour, within the space of 12 months, he's gone from no one having any idea outside of Evans Head who he was to just a guy who just fits right in. Like you said, his performance is a pipeline. I mean, I don't think that he ended up making some of his best rides, but some of the waves he was happy to swing and go on were absolutely ludicrous. And it's just amazing to see what the World Tour can unearth.
Most definitely, yeah. Jackson Baker, you'd put him in that same kind of group. I mean, we've always been a fan of his surfing, that impeccable timing, but he probably rode some of the waves of his life in his first event as a rookie on the Championship Tour, and that was really cool to
You've seen
see.
a fair bit of it, Ron. Is that some of the most perfect pipeline you've ever seen?
That was unbelievable. Just, I think it might be the most amazing event I've ever watched.
Were they cranking the contrast on the broadcast or something? Because that was blue, blue, blue.
It was rich. It was
rich.
They've got it turned down here at the moment, that's for sure. Here we go. It's a little grey out here today as we see Eddie up at the moment in the blue. Love that style.
He's got a nice style, doesn't he?
That's another thing I love. A lot of the sort of minor qualifying events that happened internationally, they didn't really draw your attention until the later rounds. Obviously, with these events kind of standing alone really on the schedule and the qualifying run crammed into this first part of the year, we really get to shine the spotlight on new talent. And I saw plenty of it down here yesterday during the warm-ups, and we were touching on it before, the level of surfing coming out of Australia at the moment. It's looking really solid, really strong performers, and I got to mention New Zealand as well, because they've got some surfers right up the pointy end once again on the regional rankings, and they're going to have a fantastic shot to get a surfer back on the Championship Tour, I think, by the end of this year.
Yeah, you'd like to think so. They certainly deserve it. A great surfing nation, a proud surfing nation, and like you said, heaps of good talent coming out of New Zealand there. Kihu Butler and Billy Stairman obviously leading the charge for the men at the moment. But one thing that, as we see Eddie Hamady up here, Ronnie.
Yeah, driving into this first section, he's found a nice bit of wall to tag there. As you can see, quite a few bumps on the face that the surfers are going to have to really try and iron out today. Eddie did his best with that one as it faded away through to the shore break section, but most likely that'll be one of the better rides so far. Not a lot on the board for these competitors. Still finding their place in this lineup at the moment.
One thing that has a very important role within our sport is the role of the judges. Obviously, it goes without saying it can be a thankless job at times, but I would like to thank them for their efforts on the Tweed Coast. They kept the scale at such a low level of high level of surfing to get a high score. I mean, as we see Sandon up and riding here.
Yeah, just tags that first section. Stocky little number Sandon, and has plenty of power to unload when he finds a steep wall. Unfortunately for him, that wave, it was just pure garbage as it faded away on the inside section. So he'll head back out, but there's still plenty of time, 16 and a half minutes remaining here. In the first heat of the morning, the City of Newcastle Pro. Great to be back here at Newcastle. This place just, it delivers. The crowd gets engaged here. No matter what the sporting event, they're always right behind it. And you know that there'll be big turnouts for those Championship Tour competitors, and the return of a retired Championship Tour surfer in Julian Wilson.
Yeah,
and,
exciting times.
I'm really excited because we know there's only 2 QS 5000s. We just watched one unfold up at the Tweed Coast Pro. It means that a victory could see you into the top 10, and Julian's certainly capable of that. And
definitely.
He might just accidentally reboot his competitive career with a win here. So that'll be really interesting to see.
Definitely.
Like how sharp has he been away from competition, and we're going to find out.
We are. So we've got a couple of sets here approaching, but as we see a couple of scores trickling in. I don't think you're going to see the judges go too crazy on any of these numbers so far. It's a 2-7 for Sandon Whitaker and a slightly smaller score there for Eddie, a 2-5-3. Now, just getting back to it up on the Tweed Coast, the judges were particularly critical of the service performance, and I think they will be here again this week, which I think is for the greater good, Ronnie, as we see Eddie here looking to launch down the line.
Yeah, keeping it smooth for a moment there. And it might not have been the smartest tactic. If you get a section that stands up today, I think you've got to throw everything at it. As you mentioned, that sort of combination of medium-sized turns, you already get the feeling it's going to be somewhere in the twos if you're not putting any risk into it. And I think Sandon Whitaker on his very first ride, he kind of was really aware of that. So tried to launch, unsuccessful, but I wouldn't give up on that approach unless you find a wave that's got, extended wall and a bit of steepness to that face so you can unload some big rail turns.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the surfers that we will see coming through this event later on in the draw, Jacko Baker, Leonardo Fioravanti, Fred Marias, Julian Wilson and Ryan Callanan.
Oh my goodness.
The judges, they're not going to be giving away their scores. Now there was a few sort of upside down smiles up on the Gold Coast, Cabarita after a few days. But look, it's for the greater good, because once you qualify out of the regional events, it doesn't get any easier on the Challenger Series. So I think the judges have done well here to prime our surfers for what's to come down the track. And it most certainly does not get any easier on the World Tour, Ronnie. So, I think it's all about just remembering, surfing the heat you're in and trying to keep your comparisons yourself, as we see Zane here having a look.
Yeah, Zane with a nice bit of wall to tag there on that first section. Can't hang on to the combination, though, and that'll hurt him on the scoreboard. But, yeah, the judges, they're not fostering mediocrity here.
No.
They want to encourage these surfers to actually go big and lift that level. And they really are sort of the architects of where the sport can go.
Absolutely.
Because if they hold back on that scale, the surfers are forced to do surfing like that. Get vertical in that critical section of the wave. Sandon desperate to hang on to the finish on this ride, knowing that the combination's going to serve him well. And I think we'll see the best score of the heat so far with that ride.
Yeah, you're right. And it's up to these surfers potentially mid-heat to have a think about, what am I doing on the wave? How is that being perceived? Do I have another level to go to? And if you have that feeling, I think it's time to go there.
Well, the judges, they're going to have a look at that checklist too. Forget the criteria for a moment. Everyone has an emotional response to the surfing that they're seeing.
Definitely.
They're thinking, was I excited?
Yep.
No. Was I impressed? Not really. Where's the score going to fall?
Yep.
Somewhere at the lower end of the scale.
Definitely.
So, you want to put them on the edge of their seat.
Definitely.
And also they're going to have that, anticipation of big numbers being dropped by championship tour level surfers later on in the event. So the scale, I wouldn't be surprised if we see it sit pretty low until someone really unloads. But a 4.17 for Sandon Whitaker on that last ride. The first score of reasonable substance puts him out in front. And priority now with the surfer in blue. Let's have another look at it.
Yeah, like you said, Ronnie, beautiful first turn. Keeps his speed down the line, and he'll be pretty happy to get a finish there. If the Tweed Coast Pro was anything to go off, a 4.17 is a very, very good score.
When you think about the manoeuvres that you've seen so far in this heat, that one that is the only one that sort of had like almost an audible crack to it. One that you could kind of go bang to, as
Sandon
opposed
has
to
plenty of those moments, doesn't he?
as opposed to really just sort of watching people go through the motions and kind of nurse their manoeuvres to try and find a finish.
I guess the opposite of bang is,
yeah, missed it.
Yep.
But yeah, that'll feel good for Sandon, 4.17, and he'll know that, he didn't really get to sink his teeth into that second turn because the wave kind of backed off on him, so he can find a big combination. Solid score should follow. Just over 11 minutes remaining in this first heat of the morning. And we are starting to look forward to what is going to be an extremely jam-packed calendar when it comes to professional surfing in the upcoming months.
Definitely. It's one of those things where it can be a pretty condensed year for you. If you don't find yourself in that qualification line for the Challenger Series, you are going to have the rest of the year off, which I don't think is a bad thing. It just depends on how you look at it. Obviously, all these surfers entering these events to make the top 9 for the men and the top 7 for the women. However, if that's not the case, you now have roughly 7 or so months to plan out the rest of your year, try and pick apart your weaknesses, and maybe plan a few trips to a few locations around the world as we have the world opening back up again, to try and work on some skills that, if you see yourself on the CT one day, why not go and learn how to get barreled now? It's awfully fun.
Yeah, we're really going to be explaining this new format and how it benefits the surfers. I mean, this has been a nice little run of events to kick off the year. 5 events so far. This is the last one, and there's been the QS 1000s to kick things off. So that gave the competitors the opportunity to really warm to the challenge of getting into the top 10. But the big ones, as you mentioned, it kind of is comparable to what we had on the old qualifying series with 2 of the biggest events of the year unfolding over in Hawaii as part of the Triple Crown. And for us, those 2 big major events, the Tweed Coast Pro and this one, the City of Newcastle Pro. But you can make that late charge, and we saw it last year. Surfers coming from way back on the ratings and getting themselves into a great position to have a run at the Challenger Series.
I love what you mentioned earlier, Ron, about having some of the bigger names in the draw. It's not just about the surfing, it's about the strategy they possess and how they manage priority. Ethan Ewing put on a couple of absolute masterclasses with positioning and execution of priority up there at Cabarita, and I'd be expecting the same thing today out of the surfers like Ryan Callanan and Julian Wilson. They're not going to be mucking around on anything, like you said, that's mediocre. They're going to be taking opportunities of their competitors and executing on the best waves, so it's going to be fun to see how that plays out.
Yeah, it's really cool. Seeing Ethan surf in that event was massive. And, I want to thank those Championship Tour competitors for taking part in these regional events because they don't have to do it. They want to stay sharp. They want to get some heats before this Australian leg actually gets underway. But, it's not surfers.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. You could as you can see the 50-50. Half of them you can tell they're just stoked to be in a heat with someone like Ethan, and the other half, is they're sort of looking at it like an opportunity. Like, hang on a minute here, if I get this guy, I'm going to school after this. I'm going to be absolute king of the lunch break. So Dane Henry was a good example of that. Really stood up to the occasion. Had a fantastic campaign up there, and it was one of those things. He probably goes home and watch Ethan Ewing's videos every night on TV, and then all of a sudden he's looking over at him, and Ethan's a pretty imposing figure. He's a big strong man now, and he doesn't like talking in his heats, and he's always focused on the ocean. But Dane didn't let it face it. That's right.
Here we go. Zayna Sink up here at the moment. There's a nice combination. Love the way he's able to whip that board up into that final section. There's kind of there's certain turns you need in these kind of conditions, and that's one of them. That big windscreen wiper, hoik up into the lip. As we see Eddie now, just flowing his way through to the inside. Love that.
Sick.
Love the placement of the arms. I mean, it's really about the size of the turn, but that body placement, that technique, just added to the beauty of that manoeuvre.
Absolutely, like you said, I think the criteria comes second to just look at probably bit of personal preference and what you just enjoy looking at, and I don't think there's any shame in saying that. Surfing is an individualised sport, and you're allowed to like certain things over another. And I think as 2 tall natural footers in the booth here, Ronnie, we're gonna dig what Eddie Hamidy's doing.
Yeah, and he needs a number here at the moment, chasing a 3.05. I think we've got maybe a couple of scores to drop here at the moment. 6 minutes remaining, and some promising signs as these end sections look like they're starting to come together a little bit more rather than sort of fade into that deeper water. Here's the replay.
Nice quick 2-turn combo there, and then young Ed behind. I'm not sure if he had a turn before that. I mean, even the technique on that frontside wrap, if he can find himself a real section, he's going to be lethal, as we see here. Bang, beautiful finish. I didn't know Eddie before I saw him up at Cabarita, but interestingly enough, I think he spent the first part of his life out in the western suburbs, Ron. Picked up surfing a bit later, moved up to the coast, and it's just bizarre to think how surfing can attract people like that. And he just looks like he belongs on a surfboard, and I don't say that lightly.
Yeah, you ask most sort of young competitors around this event, when did you start surfing? They'd be like, oh, my dad pushed me into my first wave when I was 6 months old.
Yeah.
And I
in the womb.
I started catching my own waves at 1.5. These days they're starting the kids early, but Eddie grew up in Liverpool. It wasn't until his early teens that he picked up surfing, and man, he's just come on so strong. I think the true litmus test for great style is how good you link sections together through dead water.
Yes.
Do you look like you're having some kind of fit, and you basically your body mechanics just go all out of whack as you're just desperately trying to pump your way through to the inside.
Yeah.
Or are you able to just maintain that flow and composure? And we saw that from Eddie before, who's still in third place at the moment. Oh, that wave just backed off a little through that first turn, but he's making up for it now. Nice connection through to the inside. Couple of solid hits, decent combo. Only needs a 2.85 to jump up in a second. And we'll see if he gets that number. 4.5 minutes to go. What do you reckon?
A good bit of local insight there. I think Surfer in red, I believe, let him go. But I would say, they're the style of waves that are going to offer you a few opportunities today. Not necessarily the bigger waves, but those smaller waves that hug the sandbar. And as you saw there, that wave just kept on coming back at Eddie. He didn't have to chase it. And it's certainly an easier wave to surf, as we see a 3.27 there. So Eddie's had a 2-minute heat so far. He's had his two best rides the last two times he stood up. So Sandon needs a score here on. And like you said, looks like he might be sort of struggling to find a bit of speed on that wave there. He only needs a 3.13, but Eddie only got a 3.27 on his last one, so the judges have got a clear comparison there.
Yeah, Zane's been the most patient. Sandon the most patient out there, but that wave he didn't convert on, and he has been pushed back into third position now. So Zane up in first from the sunny coast, coached by Dean Morrison. And great coach to have.
Oh, for sure. And he had some great things to say about Dingo in a couple of his interviews as he has a look here, Ron.
Well, yeah, here he goes again. Just trying to really consolidate here. Very clean, nice combo. Yeah, I mean, I think if you can lean into the experience of someone like Dean Morrison, it's going to really help you out, because Dean's kind of been at everywhere on the ratings. He's lived a full surfing life. Here's a nice looking wave for Eddie, and that might be the big combo he needed to get himself into first place, chasing a 4.15. And they just have a certain feel to them, those bigger scoring rides, don't they? Those big two-turn combos, the panel goes nuts for them.
You absolutely nailed it, Ron. It's when the surfers can harness the speed they've manufactured rather than looking to generate it. I think on a day like today, that's going to be the difference. Good small wave surfing is I think, an underrated art. But I think the best thing about small wave surfing, and the ones that do it the best, are the ones who manage to get speed from their positioning at the takeoff, not what they're doing with their board after that, as we see Sandon here up and riding.
Oh, just
nice
whips that reverse.
Finner, but can't ride out. And as you see the long frame of Ed Hamity paddle past your screen there, he will retain priority over Sandon, which is going to be potentially fatal to his campaign at this point, because he will, I believe, look to exercise that priority at any point a good wave comes Sandon's way, although doesn't seem to be joining up with him just yet. Maybe Eddie's one of the rare breed that don't like to do that, Ron.
No, he's giving them some space out there at the moment.
But maybe it was Blue in the next heat paddling out. Maybe, he does have second priority on the board there over Sandon.
So a number came through for Zane on his last ride, 4.13. That ups his heat total just a little, and he's now back in second spot because the biggest number of the heat's just been dropped. No surprises there. And Ed Hamity, 5.1, well out in front now. Zane's after a 4.47. Sandon Whittaker back in third spot with 1 minute remaining. And keep in mind that, if you're going to make a push towards the top end of the ratings, this is your last chance to do it. Sandon's aware of that as he desperately tries to get himself into that ride. Sitting at the bottom of the order of priority, it's going to be tough to wrestle a wave away from these two. Zane gets himself into a nice-looking left. Great body torque through that first turn, but it fades away.
That's not the call there. Sandon was not looking at that ride. Zane didn't need to be on that wave. As we see, Sandon's got an opportunity here. He does need a fairly decent score, though, a 4.64. I don't see it happening on that occasion.
You just have to make that comparison to his earlier ride, which went into the fours, and it had that big how on the first section.
It was a beautiful turn, that first turn.
But that wave, it didn't have much on it at all. No big turn on offer, and it's not going to get him out of third position as this heat comes to a close. Ed Hamady, what a composed performance. He was the busiest surfer in the lineup, and it paid off for him. He found a couple of gems in the end. He's going to take the victory and power on through along with Zayna Sink there in the first heat of the morning. Congratulations, fellas.
An outdoor gallery everywhere you turn. We're just scratching the Surfest.
When you deal with the Burton family,
You're dealing with local people.
Who support the Newcastle, Hunter and Port Stephens regions.
Thanks to Burton Automotive for being our youth development partner.
Thanks to Burton Automotive, helping keep kids active in Merriweather Surfboard Club.
Surfest is a big part of Newcastle, and Burton Automotive is a big part of Surfest.
giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
Welcome back to the show. The first heat is in the bag, and Eddie Hamady, a strong performance, a couple of decent rides from him, ploughing on through to the next round with a victory. Zayna Sink finished in second place. Sandon Whittaker, we said goodbye to him, sadly, so his run on the qualifying series is now over. But I'll tell you what's on is Matt Hoy's in the booth.
Yeah, Ronnie.
Hoyo, thank you so much for having me back in Newcastle, mate.
That's a pleasure, mate. It's always a pleasure, you know that.
Absolute champion. Well, Heat 2 is looking like an absolute beauty out there in the green. Already with a low-scoring wave under his belt is Oliver Reisenbeek. Noah Stocker is in the red, Ty Coulis in the blue, and Kyan Falvey in the white. And this has been fantastic for me, Hoy, to come back to this qualifying series level of competition and really get eyes on this next generation with big dreams of cracking the championship tour, or their first step is really getting into those Challenger Series events. But the talent level, I saw it in the warm-ups yesterday, really high.
Oh, the waves were really fun yesterday afternoon as well. So, yeah, the talent was high out there. Everyone was ripping, and it's a pity the waves have gone a bit weird this morning, but there's still a bit of swell, and it looks like there's heaps on the way, eh? I mean,
Oh, my goodness.
Scary.
Yeah. Big quiver check going on, probably.
Yeah.
It'd be like one of those events over at Margaret River where you just all of a sudden you've got a 20-foot swell and people are driving up to Jake Patterson's place and pulling out his old sunset boards, glass in fins, those old water skis that he used to ride.
That's what I was going to say, 18 and a quarter.
The elf slippers. 22 and a half minutes remaining here. And this is Kian, I should say, a nice little whip off the top. Nice flow, just catching a little bit of rail there. These guys are going to have to be adjusting on what they were surfing out here yesterday. Really clean conditions, nice and glassy. Today, bit of bump on the face. They're going to have to find their way through. But we were talking about, just mastering the small wave surfing craft. And, it's really interesting, but some of the best big wave riders over the years had incredible small wave game. I remember being blown away by how well Andy Irons could ride a 1 foot wave.
Well, yeah, all the Hawaiians, right?
Yeah, Sonny Garcia. They had big results, hey, in really tricky small waves.
Yeah, they just, I don't know how. The waves they ride, and they just maybe got a bit more psyched. I don't know.
Who were some of those other people for you, Hoy, back in the day that had those big wave reputations, but when you drew them in a heat and small surf, it didn't get any easier?
All of them. Every single one. It didn't matter who it was. In small ways, I was hopeless too, so it was...
always scary.
Yeah, always scary. No matter who they were, big or small.
Here goes Ty Coulis, just trying to get his campaign underway. I have a feeling, that these first couple of heats of the day, surfers will be adjusting and also just trying to settle their nerves because...
High tide too at the moment too.
Yeah, and it's a big event.
Yeah, last event,
a lot on the line. Last event of this qualifying series run. And I just think it's so interesting now. It used to be you'd go a full year And towards the end of the year, you knew there was those couple of big qualifying events that you still had a chance maybe if you did well. But if you'd left your run that late, you were going to struggle to really make the tour. So in the back of your mind, you maybe had resigned yourself to the fact that, you were going to have to go at next year. Whereas now it's the surfers are going through this cut process a couple of times before they ever make the grade, and then they'll face it again.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, eh? The CT cuts,
brutal.
I reckon. Oh, it's brutal, I think. But whatever, that's the way it is. So
you've been there. So as a competitor, you really have empathy for surfers who are facing that cut after they've made their dream a reality and made the grade. For me, as a spectator, and someone who's following that narrative, I love just seeing how much is on the line for each of those competitors. It's great.
The ruthlessness of it. You love that.
Yeah, it's bludgeoning the tour,
Exactly.
just chopping it down to 22 after Margaret River.
Yeah,
it's going to be brutal. But this is brutal. This is the last shot for these young competitors to get themselves to the top end of the ratings and perhaps get into those Challenger Series events. And, whether you can...
Do we have ratings who we're seeing who's actually getting through qualifying at the moment? We should get them.
Oh, yeah, we'll definitely
event,
be bringing...
It doesn't really count for now, but...
We'll be bringing them up for sure, because we're going to get to a point in this competition where everyone in the draw is going to have a chance at making that top 10. But right now, let's hear from our first heat winner of the day, all the way from Liverpool. Eddie Hamady, how are you, mate?
Hey, I'm good. What's going on, boys?
Congratulations on the win, mate. A tricky start for you. That high tide looked like it was sort of difficult to figure out, but you found a couple of solid combos toward the end. How was it?
Yeah, it was very interesting. My legs were shaking when I was paddling out. I usually try to iron out the nerves, but I got here late last night from doing the Kira Teams contest up north, and shout out to Centrepoint Board Riders who just got fourth in that. And I caught 2 waves pretty much in the dark last night, and then paddled out this morning for a free surf and caught absolutely nothing. And then I was like, oh my God, it's going to be one of those heats. And I was just good to, it was just good to try and nail the sections that I had. But yeah, I'm just happy to make it through.
Most definitely, mate. Tell us a little bit about your sort of journey to get to this point, because it's so rare these days that you come across someone who started surfing at a later age. When did you actually, first paddle into your own rides?
So, at the later stages of when I was 12, just before I turned 13, my dad, I was swimming pretty heavily at the time, and my dad was like, dude, you got to try something different. And my mum was living in the eastern suburbs, so every second weekend I'd jump on a bodyboard and just muck around in the shore, and he was like, Ma, you got to try it. Some of your mates are surfing, and he ended up getting me this 6'3" wrinkled up melted board off of one of his mates, and went surfing out Maroubra, and just like everybody else, just got hooked. And then, slowly started surfing more and more. It was only on weekends for 2.5 years, and then eventually we met a guy by the name of Jake Spooner, which I'm sure you guys know. And then he sort of took me under his wing, surfing heats and stuff like that. And here we are, trying to scrape through some heats. So yeah.
Oh, mate.
Good story, mate.
Yeah, we love it. Great to see you surfing. Loving your style, and really looking forward to watching your next heat, Eddie. Congratulations, mate.
Cheers, boys. Appreciate it. Didn't know I'd be doing an interview with Ronnie Blakey behind the camera, so no, I really appreciate it.
Good on you, brother.
Cheers.
What a champion. And big shout out to one of your old sparring partners, Jake Spooner, who recognised Eddie's talent.
Yeah,
that's
classic.
Awesome. And
I took him under his wing. That's a bit dangerous.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That is scary. But, mate, Jake Spooner, he was one of the most unbelievable, unbeatable up-and-comers back in the day. Man, he was such a good surfer.
Tour, he was hard to beat, mate. He was ruthless.
Yeah, and you know what?
Consistent, a machine.
I've been catching lately. I love just the fact that we've got Instagram now, and some of the old clips of guys like Jake are resurfacing.
Yeah.
His surfing looks so relevant even now. I just go, power, release, just the way he could string combos together. But yeah, he had some big finishes, and man, good guy to have, kind of steering you through.
In some ways.
Steering you through not just a lineup, but maybe a couple of clubs. So you an absolute champion. Big shout out to Jake Spooner. But here we go. Just under 16 minutes to go. Noah Stocker's taken the early lead. We had a couple of big exchanges, didn't we, during that interview? Noah absolutely blitzed one.
Yeah, that was a sick right. 2 big turns. The waves looks actually pretty fun when you get them. It's like we surfed yesterday, and it backs right off. It peaks up out the back and then backs off and then hits the bank. So there's a couple of nice wedging rights. So really high tide at the moment too. So it should get better.
Bring it on. It'd be great to see a replay of Noah 7.17 because, those kind of rides, those steeper sections, they're going to be at a premium today. Not everyone's going to find them, Hoy. Some people are going to be scrapping through on mediocre waves and having to really manufacture their numbers. But that one just allowed him to really dig in on the bottom turn, attack that lip.
Yeah. And it had a smooth face too. I think the rights are a bit better today because they're sort of coming at you a bit. The lefts are a bit fat and wobbly. But, yeah, the right-handers are the go, I think, today for sure.
And it's, always impressive to me in competition, especially with such high stakes, that when you're presented with a rare section that's got scoring opportunity and you deliver.
Oh, yeah, you have
that's
to,
huge.
Right?
Oh, just, even in board riders, senior men's down there at NASA, I get my guts start turning if I get a half-decent section.
Yeah, you have to hit it, yeah. But that's what it's all about.
How's your...
Making the most of what you've got.
How's your competitive game these days? Have you got any?
No, never had it.
Have you been surfing any heats at all? When's the last time you put a jersey on?
No, I refuse. I surfed the Burleigh Board Rider Single Fin event, and then the Merriweather Board Riders 20 comp. That's it.
Perfect.
I'm done.
Yeah.
I can't do it anymore. I'm still hopeless at that.
And those events they're 20% surfing, aren't they?
Exactly.
80% fun.
Yeah, exactly. I'm hopeless. I was never that good anyway. So.
Oh, come on, mate.
No, I just was good when the waves were good. When it was consistent, I was good, so I didn't have to pick waves.
One of my favourite championship tour wins ever, the Bells victory, and I know you'll be watching that event unfold as we see.
Just as I said, the rights are better. Two big turns.
You found it. There's been signs, but the lefts are kind of fading into that deeper water a little more. But Ty got what he needed out of that ride. Couple of steep sections on that outer bank, and he really made the most of them.
Second turn was sick.
Here we go. This is Noah Stocker. This guy is a surf coach, high-performance surf coach. And, if you're ever up in that sunny coast region, I'd definitely be giving him a buzz.
I thought it might have been in relation to the Marcus and the Sasha Stalkers, but completely different spelling to the name. From
Different
the Sunshine
spelling,
Coast too.
Yep, that's right.
That's where they're from.
Here we go. Oliver not getting much out of that ride. He's been the busiest out there. Ollie will know this lineup, but, just a 3.73. That's the best he's managed so far. It's still kind of got him in the heat, though. He only needs a 3.21 to get up into a second position as we see the replay now. Ty.
Bit of a soft surf. This second turn, that was sick. Through the tail. Nice section. Good flow.
As much as you want to sort of go high impact on every section that comes your way, sometimes the wave just doesn't do it for you. And that first section, I kind of like the patience.
Yeah.
It's like, well, this isn't the one to lay down that one big turn or that big opening manoeuvre. This is a setup section.
And stuck at the top, but it was.
And then he just pushed all his chips in on that last manoeuvre and really threw the fins out nicely. So waiting on a decent number there. He's trying to get out of third position, back into that top two, which is where you want to be when these heats come to an end.
How many? This is a stupid question probably for you, Ronnie, because you'll know it. How many?
There's no such thing as a stupid question, mate.
There is from me. How many events count towards this qualifying series?
I believe it's your top four.
Yep.
And there's 6 events.
Okay.
And the big
so
thing
it's
to
the
keep
same as the Challenger series too, right? 6 events, top 4, so same sort of thing.
But
were they all in
big
Oz?
thing to keep in mind too is that the first 3 of them were QS 1000s.
Yep.
And while they'll help you out when you start looking at what results you're collecting, the final 3 events
were the ones
3,000 and then 2 5,000s to finish.
Okay.
So Stacey and I were talking about it before. It's if you're sort of comparing it back to the old qualifying series format, basically we're at sunset. And this is their final chance to get themselves. But of course, they're not graduating to the Championship Tour. They're
going
graduating to the Challenger Series.
Yeah.
And I wanted
so
to touch
all just
on
the
it.
Aussies, though, right? And then the Brazilians have got their little tour.
This is Australasia, so it's there is some Kiwis in the draw as well. But yeah, this is.
Yeah, okay. So
this is huge.
It's regional more than anything.
And for some of these surfers, their chances of maybe making the grade, the Championship Tour after a good run on the Challenger Series might be low, but the experience of getting into the Challenger Series, it sets you up for 8 more events, international events.
Yep.
So for some of these young kids, it's going to be that experience. Like we used to talk about when you'd go from pro juniors here, the domestic tour was always really strong.
Yep.
The next jump was really getting on the qualifying series, and that was a big grind for a newcomer to the ranks.
Oh, for sure.
So to have this little run of QSs, get that experience, and even get some heats against CT surfers, which is going to happen here at Newcastle, is massive. But I think for anyone to make the grade and get into the Challenger Series events, this is really kind of the next step from looking at events at a domestic level to thinking internationally and getting into places like the US Open, which obviously has massive prestige, and Haleiwa and Snapper Rocks is on the schedule for the Challenger Series now. You might have to book into your old place
at the Karul.
At the Karul, the bottom level there.
No, that's done and dusted.
24 hours. That place was open.
It was.
But mate,
anyone can enter.
9 minutes remaining here, Hoy. Fantastic to have. You know what? While this isn't a Championship Tour event, it was great to have that here last year.
Yeah, it was crazy.
It's great to have an event that carries so much weight in the road for these surfers.
Yeah, it's been a staple for the Australian Tour for so many years, Surfest. So it should be. I think it's got a lot of prestige, and see the past winners and everyone. Newcastle's a surf city, so surf town, whatever you want to call it.
Oh, here we go. Good. Nice exchange unfolding at the moment. And Kian taking this one through to the inside. A couple of little kachars on the foam on the inside there. Just over 8 minutes to go. And
see how ugly it is out there. Not ugly, but just the day. It's raining and overcast and choppy, and nor'easters coming up. But
I think ugly's out.
Ugly.
That'll work. Yeah, that'll work.
I know we've had. I mean, it's been awful weather on the whole east coast of Australia for so long. We've had a couple of nice days here and there, but what's it called? El Nino, is it?
Yeah, it's certainly brought some weather to us, and thinking of everyone up north who's getting hammered again.
I know. Can you believe it?
Up around the northern rivers, but that was shocking, and it's going to be nice when we do get some reprieve. Surely it's around the corner, but Noah Stocker in this heat is just so far out in front. 7.17, highest score of the day so far. I have a feeling we're going to see a few more numbers go to that high end of the scale though, and beyond, as we plough through these earlier rounds, because the draw is exceptional for this contest. It's really going to come on when we enter that first seeding round.
Yep.
But yeah, there's some big names in the mix. Some CT surfers looking to sharpen their blades before they hit that.
I was surprised that another couple that actually didn't do the event. So just to get some competitive flair before bell starts,
It's so interesting though to me. It's such a great opportunity for these young qualifying series surfers to take on CT surfers.
Yeah.
The CT surfers come into this going, well, I'm just looking to get some experience. You lose out to a couple of groms.
Oh, yeah.
Your confidence just takes a beating.
True.
Before you go and, the hard task of trying to win heats on the Championship Tour, you've lost out to a couple of kids up at Newcastle. You don't want that. But
I think that was Ollie
fantastic
then,
they're here.
Local boy.
It was Ollie, yeah, and he was in need of a wave, back in 4th place.
What
needed
did
a
he need?
4.75.
Oh, he did a couple of turns then too. Second turn was really good, the end turn. That'd be interesting. He'd be frothing to get through young Ollie, young Merriweather boy.
Well, with these kind of junky conditions, Hoy, you'd expect when the waves start to steepen up, we'll see these surfers going to the air. But maybe your best chance at getting a big score at the moment is to lean into one of your favourite turns, the hack.
Probably. It would be hard to do out there. My one, for me anyway, not for them.
How's the shaping going, mate?
Yeah, I haven't been doing that much.
No?
Nah. Too busy on the beer delivering, mate.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Working away.
Yeah. But it's been doing... I've shaped one board the other day, but it still hasn't been glass. But I've just been cutting a few for steel and... hasn't been shaping very often.
I do. I just love some of your just your company policies. Can only pick your board up, your custom up on a Friday arvo with a case of beer.
Yeah. Get what you're given.
Get what you're given. I love that. What are you getting from Hoy? Oh, custom. What did you ask for? I don't know. Get what you're given.
It didn't matter what you asked for.
Yeah.
You get what you're given.
Yeah.
It hasn't changed anyway, so that's good.
I remember someone asking you about their board, and the only thing you said is, how much do you weigh? And that was just to make sure you put the appropriate amount of foam in the board.
Exactly, not literally, just foam.
Yeah, just foam. Well, you get a heap of foam if you're over 100 kgs.
Yeah, exactly. Paddle well.
Just under 5 minutes remaining here, and all the action kind of happened in a flurry at the start of this heat. I mean, Oliver's fighting hard to get himself out of that fourth position, 2.93 in his last wave. So he's still after that 4.75. And Kian is in third position at the moment.
Thought that might have been a little better than that, but I've seen things maybe.
Yes.
Here comes a bit of a set to finish the heat.
Yeah, it looks like it's lining up pretty well, but it's going to be Noah Stocker on the first wave. And as we mentioned, we're going to see a bit of that as we move through this day because limited opportunities, air's favourable.
Especially
the wind's favourable for the airs too.
Yeah, and the tide drops too. It's going to make it a lot steeper when the tide drops out. That bank's actually all right. It's just like a bit of sand. It's not like a real bank. You know what I mean? There's a little rip bank up to the north of it, as you can see on the left there. But it's sort of just a chunk of sand. It's no real bank. So the swell's just hitting it the right direction. So hopefully those rights get a little bit steeper and will suck you at low tide.
Well, definitely. Just on 3.5 minutes to go. And Ty's holding on to that second spot, but you can tell he's trying to work hard to get something better than that 3.57 that he's currently hanging on to in order to really make life difficult for Kian and Oliver out there. And it looks like he might just up the requirement a little bit with that last ride. So that was a real measured approach on that last wave, knowing that he's got that second position. He just wants to keep improving on that heat score total, 4.07 for the last. And now the order's just a little taller for Oliver back in fourth spot, needs a 5.24. And Kian after something pretty similar, 4.71. So we'll see if they can hold their nerve here in this high-pressure situation. Big opportunity here in this QS 5000, the City of Newcastle Pro. We've also got the AAP Consulting Pro for the women that's going to unfold. And some great stories playing out. The top positions on the QS rankings at the moment are just looking so solid. I think no matter what happens, we're going to have an incredible cast of Australian and Kiwi talent really pushing hard on that Challenger Series, just as we did last year, and we had a great result, the Australians. It was a big bounce back for the Aussies.
That's what I was just about to say. It's a huge bounce back, isn't it? Heaps of young Aussies, just especially qualifying for the CT, and then like on the QS as well. It's unreal to see. Not the Brazilian storm, the Aussie storm. It's good.
And also, just with Pipe being the first event, actually the first half, those first 5 events, making up that first half of the championship tour before the cut. For a rookie, there's a couple of absolute curveballs in there to go out and try and get a big result at Pipe. The Aussie rookies did so well.
Yeah.
Jacko Baker rode some of the waves of his life
for sure.
at Pipe. Callum Robson threw it over the ledge like an absolute mad dog. And,
what about some of the Brazilian kids too that blew my doors too as well? Not just the Aussie kids, Aussie rookies, a couple of the rookies.
Zhao Chianca.
Oh my God.
Sammy Pupo.
Yeah.
I mean, Zhao Chianca is an incredible big wave surfer.
Yeah, right.
And it's in the blood.
Okay.
But Sammy Pupo, he was like Jackson Baker. He was riding the best waves of his life in his first event at Pipe.
I saw a bit of him doing the Quicksilver Young Guns series, and he was a freak then. He was charging a couple of big waves in Indo, so I sort of knew he charged, but what he did at Pipe was crazy.
Yep. Really
what they
solid
all
stuff.
did at Pike was crazy. That was one of the best comps to watch ever.
I think it might have been the best event I've ever seen, and the result was, remarkable too. It was a huge one for Kelly Slater, who's way up the top end of the ratings.
It was crazy, wasn't it?
Yeah.
To see the goat do that.
Yep, the old goat. He was at the Oscars yesterday.
Was he?
Witnessing all the mayhem.
The slapping.
Oh, yeah. Good times. Here we go. 30 seconds remaining. As we see Oliver just showing everything in that final section. It was a last-ditch effort, looking for that 5.24. And he might have got there if he rode out of that final turn, but we'll never know now. He's going to fall short, but Noah Stocker got the job done, and he got it done early. Second wave, 7.17. Backed it up nicely on the ride following that, and he's just been in cruise control out there. As we see Kian there with a last run at it, but he was after a 4.71, and that wave really was garbage. The surfing was okay, but
the wave was terrible. You're right.
Never going to be able to juice much out of it. Well, another heat in the bag here at the City of Newcastle Pro. So much more coming your way. Don't go anywhere.
Surfest is a big part of Newcastle, and Burton Automotive is a big part of Surfest. Burton Automotive, always ready to help our community.
Hatted Chef Restaurant. We're just scratching the Surfest.
Welcome back to the City of Newcastle Pro. My name's Stace Galbraith. I am stoked to be joined by Matt Hoyt in the booth. You too, mate. Thanks for having us down here. Couple Steel Cities this week. We'll cut to the chase. No, we've got an exciting heat in the water. Jordan Watson in the red, Max Carney in the blue, Zachy McMahon in the white, and Sam Littlechild in the green. Hoyo, heard you talk with Ronnie earlier. We're pretty lucky to have this little bank here, eh? It looks pretty fun.
It's just like a clump of sand. It's not like a real bank, but at least it's there because there's nowhere else. Merriweather looks pretty awful out the front, so lucky it's down there in front of MR's there.
Yeah, no, we're stoked as we see Geordie Watson up and riding. Stace Galbraith, Matt Hoy. It's an absolute pleasure. It's not the weather we were hoping for, mate, but the waves are there, and that's all that really matters. Like you said, there's a good bit of sand here just to the north of the Judges Tower, so they're more than happy for them to creep up this way. I think in previous years you see people getting right up to Dixon Park before the officials really start blowing up, so I think they're pretty fortunate to have that little bit of sand there. And
definitely, and like I said that too, that when the tide drops, it's going to get better. It gets a bit smoother too. Then the high tide has got that little bit of wobble and a bit more bumpy, but hopefully the wind kicks in a bit harder and we get a couple of those good wedging rights.
I got in late last night, so I didn't get to check the sand at the rocks. How's it looking there as well?
Yeah, it looks awful.
Yeah.
There's so much sand on the beach, and there's a big gap between the outside bank. But if we get a south swell out the back, it's pretty good.
Okay, perfect. I saw Jacko Baker out there having a run this morning. I don't know if he was just trying to sell the dummy to a few of the crew that maybe aren't from here.
Yeah, no, it's been awful for months.
Yeah.
Since we've had all those swells, it's been a torturous summer.
Yeah, right. It's been that way in a fair few spots around the country. I can't say the same about the Gold Coast, mate, so I'll keep it quiet.
Absolutely firing.
I don't think it's been below head high for a little while there, but probably should give a quick mention to anyone up there, and particularly Northern Rivers area at the moment. Look like they're copping rain again, which is just
Did you see it? That's
unbelievable.
Isn't it?
So I hope everyone's doing all right up there and keeping their eye on the updates. I think... Look, I'm no weatherman. I wouldn't be brave enough to throw out a forecast, but I think it should hopefully ease throughout the week now. Hopefully we've seen the worst of it as we see Jordan Watson up and riding here with
nice snaps.
nice two-turn combo. But, it was Geordie and his mate Timmy Mack and Mikey Wright.
Oh, I
They're
saw.
doing fantastic work up there. So hopefully
everyone, right? Everyone looked like they were chipping in. It was unreal.
Yeah, it was unreal. It was full chicken skin moment. It was I think it was the only thing keeping people together at some point. So it was good to see. So fingers crossed. It's nothing like last time, but. Action in the water here. Geordie Smith.
We wish.
Quick bit of Freudian slip there. Geordie's got a big frontside hack on him like Geordie Smith. I'm thinking I'm back at the World Tour.
Yeah, it's good. I like it.
Watto, good first score there. 4-3-3. Yeah, owe me a beer for that one, Watto. Good way to start your heat there. We saw up on the Cabarita, the Tweed Coast Pro there, Matt. There was a lot of scores in that 4 range. The judges were keeping the kids honest.
Yeah.
They weren't throwing away high numbers, which it can be frustrating at times as an athlete, I'm sure, hearing that. But I think as fans, it made for exciting viewing, because no one was running away with their heats. Every heat was super close, tight for
Well,
them.
it makes everyone step up too. You know what I mean? Like if you're getting that, you've got to go, all right, what have I got to do to get a 6 or a 7?
Definitely.
Or a 9. Twice as good, obviously.
Yeah, as we see Zachy McMahon here up on a fun-looking board. I love the idea of just riding a board that you think you're going to have the most fun on, because that certainly looks like it, Matt? It's certainly not a traditional-looking shortboard.
Local boy too, well, sort of local.
Yeah,
Surfs in the ball club.
You've taken him? Yeah, he's a good lad, lovely lad,
great.
Zach.
He's a great lad.
Another good lad, Noah Stocker. Noah, on the line there, mate.
G'day, guys.
How's your morning been, mate? Congratulations on the big heat win.
Thank you. No, my morning's been good. It's a bit cold and wet this morning, but kind of got up and at it. And stoked I can go get warm now.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. No weather like this on the sunny coast, eh? It's sunshine, lollipops and rainbows up there.
Oh, I wish. No, we get our fair share of rain, don't you worry.
Mate, it's been a quick run of events back-to-back for you. Are you liking this new format of just packing that regional series into the start of the year?
Yeah, for sure. I think it works good for a lot of us, especially now while we're kind of trying to hold down full-time jobs, and it kind of works a bit better. We don't have to take the whole year off. We can just take this month and compete.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's one of those things. Oh, as we see a bit of live action there, we'll get back to that in a minute. But does it sort of make that fire burn a bit stronger, mate? Obviously, the more heats you make here, the less time you spend on that full-time job program.
Yeah, for sure. It'd be nice to make some heats here and put the tool bag away for the rest of the year.
You've got a big event coming up May 7th at Snapper. Do you have any idea of what kind of points total you will need to haul here to make the cut?
I'd probably have to win the event. I haven't done very well.
You reckon you can do it, mate?
Of course.
There you go. That a boy. I've seen you travelling with a big, strong Sunny Coast contingent. What's the program? You guys got a big Airbnb down here, or are you doing the van tour like Quinn Bruce?
Nah, we're lucky. We're staying with a good friend of ours, Nick, and he always looks after us really well, so he might be the secret ingredient that we're looking for.
Oh, I certainly hope so, mate. Well done this morning. Good luck for the rest of the event, and hopefully we'll be having another chat with you.
Sounds good. Cheers, guys.
Cheers, mate. Good on you, Noah. Yeah,
I like to see he's got the wax right to the nose of his board.
Yeah, leaving nothing to chance. But I'm sure we're going to hear a lot of chats like that, Hoyo, where crew are putting their head down, either getting an apprenticeship.
Oh, how good's that?
Like it's amazing, you know, because as you know, mate, your surfing career, as amazing as it can be, you're not doing it unless you're Kelly. You're not doing it, for your whole life. Yeah. And so it's amazing to see, and I think it also too it's probably going to bring back a bit of that mongrel in a lot of these guys. It's not like it used to be 10 years ago. Exactly. So you see Jordan Watson here having a look. We
were talking about it with Ronnie that's brought back the Aussie mongrel.
Definitely.
I think they've seen what went on with the whole Brazilian contingent, the Brazilian Storm, and then they've gone, righto, why don't we just stick together a bit and let's go, boys, and girls.
Yeah.
Let's have a go here, which is unreal.
Definitely. I think we got Green here, young Sam Littlechild. He's having a look in for a situation. We did see a good set wave come in with Geordie Watson had the inside, but I believe Sammy Littlechild had priority. And look, Geordie got out of Sam's way, so I don't believe we'll see any interference or anything there. But Sam, unfortunately, paddled for the wave and couldn't get the wave. So it looks like he's slipped down the priority order because of that. So he might just be double-checking his position there, which is always important to do. We've got the beach announcer here, but we've also got the priority board. And, as a surfer, Matt, you have that gut feeling, but it always pays just to turn around and have a double check.
Well, have a look when you're sitting out the back.
Yep.
You got to, just to make sure. Keep checking that, I reckon.
Yep.
You got to just think, you don't know what's going on with the rest of the heat.
Exactly.
You got to keep checking that priority board for sure.
It's so true. You can't.
Because you see it happen a lot, right?
Oh, I mean, even the best in the world do it. It's it's one of those things. You want to trust your instincts as a surfer, and being in the lineup, it's a hard sport to perfect. But at the same time, too, like you said, you don't see everything.
No.
You only see what's kind of happening right in your line of sight, not necessarily what little paddles are happening down the line or not happening. A set wave might come, but it might be a closeout. And if you're just assuming that the person had a look at it, it's not always the case. We had a couple of opportunities like that at Caparita, particularly with the long right-handers, but multiple positions to sit out the back. It's not always a given that someone's going to go. They might want to wait for the next wave. Zach McMahon's not going to wait, though. Up and riding on this fast-looking little JR. If he gets a little ramp, I think you're going to see a bit of fireworks there out of Zachy. But like you said, Hoy, Zach moving into this town a couple of years ago. He's on the lifeguard program, and he's loving it down here from every time I chat to him.
Yeah, perfect. Why wouldn't you? It's the best town in the world.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he's got a
City
missus
of
and a
Newcastle,
dog.
mate.
And, he's just living the dream.
Yeah. Yes, he is. It's good.
Yeah,
and the waves, he's been getting some really good waves last winter, and surfing the board club, and having
awesome.
a good time.
He's not scared to have a swing. I saw him on a big wave out here out the back. Every bit of 8 feet falling out of the sky, and I'm sure he picked himself up and went round again. He's a classic young character.
Like what Noah said there, he said in that post-heat interview, he said about going to work. Like you don't have to go full on and have a go at your surfing career. You can actually get a job and say if you got a good boss,
definitely
can have this month off to see how we go, and that's unreal, I reckon. And good on all the bosses letting the boys have and the girls have a good crack at it.
As if they're not around, whatever work site they may be on, whether it's an office or a job site or whatever, and they've got the phone up in the corner having a smoker, like they get right behind it,
Sure,
the good ones do for sure. So it's awesome. I know someone will be tuning in now watching his boss will be Timmy McDonald. You obviously know Timmy.
Yeah.
Timmy's actually working for Geordie.
Oh, really?
Geordie threw him on, and
right.
and a kind of bit of role reversal.
Okay,
Timmy obviously coaching a handful of the best surfers in the world over the past few seasons, but he's found a new love in digging holes and throwing in some pipes. But now Geordie's having
not a new love, mate. That's a necessity love.
Geordie had a big result at Tweed Heads last year, which gave him a good seed into this year. And obviously, Geordie's a world-class talent. He finished second in the world at an ISA event back in his age group days. And, that fire's still burning there with young George. So he's given it a crack. And he had a bit of a run up at Tweed, but he'd need a big result here. But I'm sure Timmy's still got the coaching playbook out and is sending him a few messages. That's for sure. As we see here.
Oh, here it goes again.
He's done it again. Oh,
what's happening?
The boys of Geordie, I believe, if the screen is correct, Geordie had
two in a row.
Third priority, and Sam had second. So potentially a bit of an error there for Geordie.
Oh, that's not good. He's in the lead too.
It's we'll have to wait.
Well, that's twice though for Sam.
Yeah, look, that's
because he could have had that other good right before, and he didn't know whether he had priority or not as well. So
it's a very interesting heat. But if it does go against Geordie, Geordie will still actually be in second. Looking at the one-wave score there.
Wow.
But I wouldn't imagine for too much longer. Max Carney, obviously a quality surfer, and Sam Littlechild has that opening ride there of a 2.4, so he'll need bugger all to overtake Geordie. But a very, very interesting...
Yeah, like twice.
Heat. Yeah.
Look, he doesn't know what's happening. What's
happening?
You
just got to keep surfing your heat at this point.
Well, exactly.
Sam spent more time looking up at the weather than he has out the ocean.
Waves.
So there's 12 minutes left. And he's got to get to work now. You want to get rid of that 2.4 regardless of what happens here.
Put Zach in a good spot too. He's going to get a wave here by look at it too.
Yeah. Zach does have first priority. We can
that.
that.
Well, perfect. Don't look up. Just go.
Yep. Zachy up and riding here. First wave of the set's a bit lumpy and bumpy, as you said, Hoy. That high tide sort of wreaking a little bit of havoc, but it will go out all day. We had the high tide around about 7 o'clock this morning, so we should expect this bank to improve. Unfortunately, that ride there for Zach not playing out like he would have hoped.
But I think the second, like you said, the second wave in the set's a bit better. If there's a second wave in the set, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Some of the sets have got 4-wave sets, 4 waves in the set, and then others have just got that one bumpy one. So hard to pick today.
Max Carney, Tugan, Ripbowl, Hunter finds a left. No surprises there. I heard you talking with Ron earlier, though. The left seemed to sort of taper out. As we see Geordie here having a turn on the left as well.
They go a bit out to sea, the lefts, you know what I mean? It's a bit hard to surf because they're going the wrong direction.
They're a bit hard to surf because they're a left. Right?
Yeah, true. The goofy footers, you know what they're like.
Yeah, they are.
They'll always hunt a left.
Yeah, Max is well known for that around home up in the Gold Coast.
Yeah.
He finds little left corners to himself.
Oh, mate, that's just a goofy foot thing.
Yeah, as we see. All right, this will be Sam's first chance at a good ride here with no one in his way. A nice first turn there. He'll be looking to combo it up as he gets the finish. And it'll be an interesting situation now for Geordie because Sam only chasing a 1.94 as we see Zach McMahon behind. His board looks amazing, but he's just been picking some pretty god-awful waves. So the moment he gets a wave that lets him do a couple of turns, I feel like he should be able to get a pretty big score, no drama. We have had an interference here for Geordie Smith. I've done it twice. Geordie Watson. It's going to be pretty crucial to his campaign here. Obviously, when you get interference like that, a priority interference, you only can count your single highest scoring ride, which doesn't count him out completely. Geordie's obviously capable of getting very high scores, but you've obviously got to look at the conditions and what is possible out there today.
Well, I wonder what happened with the first one.
I think the first one was fair game. Like Geordie got out of his way, and Sam just didn't catch the wave.
Yeah, but that's sort of holding him off. Oh,
there we go.
Sick,
the South Coast plumber. That was sick. He's been hanging out with your boy Mikey, right? Too much.
Yeah, perfect.
Big airs. Look, I feel like the judges probably had the right call there with that earlier one. The Sam surfer in green, he was too worried about the surfer. He should have just gone.
Yeah.
And then obviously he did on the second occasion, and Geordie, just for whatever reason, wasn't paying attention. Which, I hope isn't fatal to his heat. But look, like I said, the quality of surfers in this heat, it's one of those things where, you got to really look at the competitors and what's possible out there today. If Geordie can put maybe a 7 on the board with one single manoeuvre,
well, that was
big
pretty
air or
sick,
something,
that air just
it was pretty cool.
That's the best manoeuvre of the heat so far anyway.
We'll see how the judges interpret that. I'm not seeing massive scores coming yet. Don't worry, I was wrong 10,000 times up at Tweed the other week.
I'm wrong every time.
Didn't stop me though. I kept pushing.
You got to.
Yeah. I tell you what though, we've got a couple of meerkats out the back here. These gentlemen, Max and Sam, both looking in, as well as Zach. They all are looking for a situation.
Oh, yeah, right. It's a bit hard because
must
it's
be
down
hard
the
to
beach.
hear.
Yeah, exactly. And hard to see if it's a bit of rain there too.
Yeah.
So if you're looking back at a weird angle.
Yeah. So the gents there, they are looking for a situation.
Yeah, they're all looking for it.
It's not good news if you're Geordie though. He's got one of the better scoring rides of the heat. He actually has the single best score of the heat, a 4.33. But he will only be counting one wave if he's to get it done today.
First to fourth without interference.
It's an absolute...
He'd be still in the lead.
Oh, he'd be fuming.
Wouldn't he?
He probably hasn't heard the news yet, as we got Max Carney here up and riding. He's got a fantastic backhand, Max. Spends a lot of time out at Snapper Rocks. As he gets this one through to the inside. Nothing too vertical on that wave for Max.
It's flat, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's looking at better at 2.4.
I reckon he did that.
Well, there you go, Hoy. There's a good score there for Geordie Watson on his.
Oh, he did. That was that
ride.
air.
There you go, 4.6.
That's still not helping him.
No, he's going to need at least. I'm claiming at least by the time this heat's over, he's going to need at least 7.5 points at a minimum.
And it's going. How hard is it to get a 7 out there?
He'd probably need to do that air times 2.
Yeah.
Couple on the same wave or one really big one. He's got it in him though. So we'll. I'll have to see how this one wait.
He'd be killing it if he didn't get that interference.
Oh, he'd be on fire. And I know
bloke.
he's been surfing every morning before work up at home. He's been putting in the time. It's just
and hopefully it wasn't anything to do with like what it went up at the tower. Or
like we said, they are surfing to the north.
Yeah.
So as you mentioned there, it is a bit of an angle looking back in. And you know, as you mentioned, Hoy, you can't see everything in the heat. So he might have just had an instinct or a feeling that he was higher up the priority order.
Yep.
And I mean, from our position, it did look like Green hadn't had another ride until the wave that he'd paddled for earlier, and he'd waited his turn to go back up the order, unless there was something we didn't see off camera.
I reckon Sam waited that whole time with priority by the look of it.
He certainly he probably would have been pretty timid too after that first exchange. Like, okay, well, don't mess this next one up, you know, because I've just missed the rotation again for nothing. But it is a dangerous mind, Hoy, to try and jump inside the mind of a surfer. So I'll steer clear of that.
Good luck.
As we have just under 6 minutes on the clock now. I heard you talking with Ronnie about equipment, mate. Fill me in. Any secrets on a day like today? What would you be busting out?
I don't know what I'd bust out today. I'd be just running the same old equipment. 6-channel swallowtail, just dealing with it.
Amazing. Yeah, yes.
But these days, you've got so much more to pick from with the epoxies, and everyone would probably ride an epoxy today, I'd say, wouldn't they?
Yeah,
with
I think...
maybe not with the chop, though. That's what, like,
yep.
My epoxies with the chop, I just couldn't dig a rail or get them to go properly. They feel a bit bouncy.
I'm with you. They sort of sit a bit too much on top of the water for my liking in these types of conditions, as we see Max here.
Oh, there's a couple of good snaps,
nice turns. I think I can see a lot of PUs in the water at the moment.
Yeah, right. That's good.
Which is, I think, like you said, just to deal with that chop and the lump. And Newcastle, on a day like today, or Merryweather, I should say, offers so many different faces. You know, it can be a steep start, a lot of dead water through the middle, and then potentially a big bowly close out shorey if you know, later on today potentially. So I think you know, your most reliable all-rounder is probably still going to do the trick today.
Yeah.
Like you said,
real light PU.
Yeah, exactly. Something you've just had in the cryogenic freeze chamber for a couple of months.
You got to have them light. That's
definitely.
all I know.
This board looks pretty white. Oh, beautiful turn there from Geordie. So quite clearly got the skills to get big scores.
He'd be leading.
He'd be absolutely smashing it. Young Maxi Carney here, he'd be thanking his lucky stars that interference has gone down, because he wouldn't be in second otherwise. Max is a good quality surfer, but I know he'd be wanting to up his performance at this point in the heat. And same goes with Zach McMahon. I think Zach has looked the most alive in the heat, but he just hasn't managed to find the right waves.
I reckon Max just better to score on that last one, though, those two backhand turns.
Yeah, what have we got there? You're right, he did. He got a 3.3, unless we're waiting for another one to come in.
I think we're waiting for another one to come in, maybe.
The judges have probably got it all going on up there. Hands.
I know, it would be hard work. It'd be hard work in conditions like this when so many waves are getting ridden.
It's
and the same sort of scoring too. It's hard to, like, at least when the waves are a bit more consistent and bigger and better, it's the range is easier.
Yeah, exactly. It's sort of 6 to 9
Yeah.
rather than 4 to 6.
Yeah, exactly.
As you see, a few of the gents having a look here, but no dice. But mate, how was the buzz after the tour came to town last year? All the Groms must have been stoked.
Oh, they're still buzzing.
Yeah,
just a lot of the places around town are going, oh, it's going to be the same. I said, it's not going to be the same as that ever again.
Yeah.
But yeah, everyone was buzzing. It was just such a good event, and to see the world's best surfers surfing your home break is nothing better.
Oh, you
for
guys
everyone
deserve
here.
it, mate.
Yeah.
Like, you support this event for so many years. Like, I know, obviously, not as many locals had their chance, but the locals that were in it, Jacko, Morgan, Filsey, Ryan, apologies if I'm forgetting anyone else, but they absolutely tore. You know, in particular, that quarterfinal with Ryan and Morgan, like you said, the town's probably still talking about it 12 months down the track. That was awesome.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah,
such a good event for the whole city and whole town. We call it town. Big town, little city.
It's a big town. Yeah.
But no, it's awesome. Yeah, and like I said, it's the best thing you can have. The world's best surfers surfing your home break, and then all the kids go, "Oh, maybe I can do that."
Yeah, or like I am ripping it at my local club round, but
that's
so and so
next level.
Caroline Marks is only 19, 20. Okay, maybe I do need to think a little bit more broadly about my surfing or whatever it may be. So it is awesome. I've been fortunate enough up on the Gold Coast to have since I was a young fella, Snapper Rocks
Yeah.
You know, it's just, you know, I kind of probably took it for granted at some point there because it was just a shoe-in every year, you know, where the world's best, they're going to be at snapper. And it was just mind-blowing how every single year the level, it didn't just shift a little bit. You know, the equipment would change, the levels would change. You know, there was the Dane Reynolds, Geordie Smith era, then there was the Brazilian era, and then it was like everything. It was always up a massive level from the year before, and it's so awesome to see. And I think the biggest benefit of it is for the youngsters. They get so much out of it. So
that's for sure.
Yeah, it was
like you said. They look and go, "Oh, I've got to be a little bit better than that when I'm 19."
Exactly. Yeah. Or I might be calling Geordie Watson for an apprenticeship. Here we go, up and riding. Sammy Littlechild, he needs a 3.73. That was a good first turn. A better turn there.
He's got to finish this.
The young fella from North End. I know the gents have been up early training this morning up there, so they'll be cheering on their boy.
Oh, he's got it here.
If it was a Sunday morning, they'd still probably be in bed, but not the case today on this beautiful Monday morning. He needs a 3.73 and fair bit of water flying off the rails on that second turn.
It's going to be really close.
It's going to be close. He's got a pair of 2.4s. So he's no doubt going to better his situation, but with only 40 seconds on the clock, I don't believe he'll get back out the back. I mean, in other
trouble
news,
for Max.
Geordie Watson only needs a 6.13. He's definitely bartering a deal here with Zach McMahon. Mate, you're in the lead. You're fine. Let me have the next one.
Yeah, that's a good one. I like that. Never works, though.
No, never.
Depends who you're doing it with, I suppose.
Yeah. No, it looks like Zach did take the wave there as he finds some...
he barred him, see? It didn't work.
No chance, but still 14 seconds on the clock. This is a fun little wave, sort of similar to Ed Hamity's ride in the first heat of the day.
Oh, there was Zach's last wave, a 3.27. Didn't give it to him. So close. 0.2
there
of a point.
There we go. A 3.27 there for Sam Littlechild. Not enough. We're going to take a quick break here at the City of Newcastle Pro, and we'll be back with Heat 4 of the round of 96.
Family.
You're dealing with local people
who support the Newcastle, Hunter and Port Stephens regions.
Thanks to Burton Automotive for being our youth development partner.
Thanks to Burton Automotive, helping keep kids active in Merriweather Surfboard Club.
Surfest is a big part of Newcastle, and Burton Automotive is a big part of Surfest.
Giving back to the community through events, sports and charities. Welcome back to the City of Newcastle Pro. This is Heat 4 of the round of 96. Another stacked one. Saxon Reba in the red, Taj Stokes in the blue, Levi Stewart, the Kiwi, in the white, and Dom Thomas in the green. My name's Stace Galbraith, and I'm absolutely chuffed to be joined by my good mate, longtime friend, Mitch the Boss Ross. Rossi, welcome back, mate. You remember how to use all this shit?
I'll get there. You got to help me. But
no, I don't know what I'm doing either, mate.
I'll figure it out. But yeah, thanks for having me,
mate.
Stace.
It's awesome to be here. Thanks for having me in the town. We're stoked to be here. I was just wrapping it up with Hoy, talking about how cool it was to have the World Tour in town last year. You obviously spend a lot of time yourself on the World Tour, but it must have been cool to have it in your own backyard.
Absolutely. It was pretty special last year when we had the CT here. And unfortunately, we didn't pull it again this year. But, yeah, still good to be back here in any sort of ways. We see Saxon Reba up here. But, yeah, it's always cool. It's funny. Every time we come back here, there's a big Southerly.
Yep.
And it's just around the corner. But right now, got to,
couple big days, maybe.
Yeah, a couple of big days.
Yep.
But it's interesting. Today we're seeing like a nor'easter,
Yep.
which is, here we go, surfer and white.
Levi Stewart.
He's got a little chip here. Yeah, it completely different over the next few days. It's so cool. He's flying through this thing. That's down the middle, right in front of Mark Richards' house. We call that Poggos, kind of down there, a little bit to the left sort of side of the. And I think this man in the green, he's actually surfing the rock shelf. I'm pretty sure he is. I just had a quick look before I jumped in here, but that's actually where we saw a lot of the action last year. A couple of those tubes, the Carissa Moore Air, to the right of out the back there is where we saw Gabrielle do that huge air twisty thing.
I was packing my car.
You missed it.
And I missed it.
That was probably the best thing I've ever seen here.
I had the headpiece in, and I was throwing boards and that in the back of my car, and I heard everyone going psycho because I had the live feed in my ear, and I went, oh, of course I have. Come and check the replay, and went, oh my God, is that the biggest air ever done out there? Oh my God.
But it's good to be back here, hey? You enjoy coming down?
Absolutely love Newcastle. When I got the call from Warren, I couldn't say yes quick enough. And obviously the team that Warren's managed to pull together, like you said, talking with Ronnie. Ronnie's always had a lot of love for the town. He's always wanted to be a part of this event, but the way that the World Tour has been and Ron having such big years on the road, he hasn't been available. But to have, people like yourself, Ronnie Blakey and Matt Hoy to call this event, if you're a kid in this event, they have to be tuning back in to listen to what those guys are saying about their heats, because I think that there's just so much knowledge from you guys. I'm absolutely stoked and looking forward to having a good fun week down here.
So we just saw a quick way there for Dom Thomas, and as I was mentioning before, that's actually called the Rocks. We call that the Rocks here. Right now, it's not that rocky, if that makes sense. There's a lot of sand there. Yep. We haven't actually seen the real type of Merriweather for as long as I've ever been around. Usually you have a bit of a hiatus for a few months here and there because of sand, but this time it's been there for about 2 years. So the local sort of inside knowledge deal, it's nearly washed away at the moment because there's so much sand. And look, over the next few days, usually you could say it's going to be third reef. It's going to be breaking the whole way through on from Thursday to Sunday or whatever. But you got no idea right now. The sand could suck, or it could be really good. It could be like a really cool sort of sandbank behind the rocks. So,
isn't it funny that all these little waves around the world, they're not particularly the rocks on a smaller day, isn't a whole lot to look at. Certainly doesn't. It's not something you would probably stop if you were driving past in a car. But when you chuck a World Tour heat out there, it's amazing how much Ryan Callanan, Morgan Sibilic, Jacko Baker didn't have the best run, but you could see what he was trying to pull off out there in the World Tour event. It's night and day between who knew how to read this lineup and who didn't. And it's just, isn't that one of the coolest things about surfing? Like, people that pay attention to their own backyard, it can pay off for you. Who knows? You might have a World Tour event in your backyard one day. And I think, you saw that here last year.
The bummer with that, though, it'd be really good if those guys could be invisible.
Yes.
Because then they could sit in their spot and no one would follow them.
Yep.
But these, the other competitors are that smart now. They just go, okay, we'll sit with Mr. Local. We'll sit with so
we saw Ethan Ewing up in the Cabarita event, and we've been talking a lot about him already on the webcast. But it was an amazing story, him up there competing at that event. And I think, although Ethan not a local to Cabarita, an expert reader of the ocean, his positioning up there I thought was just exactly what you said. He couldn't be invisible, but the way he was positioning himself to have people off the bank so that when waves came, he then could ride the wave was just like, you've got to be that good at surfing on the World Tour, but you've got to be next level smart as well. And it's just the way that these guys position themselves around the lineup.
The beginning of one heat against that Chris Saffis.
Oh my God.
How did he get that wave?
That was like Mick Fanning reborn.
Yeah, it was brilliant.
It was brilliant, wasn't it? As we hear Sax up and riding. Nice first turn there. He's a good young Grom Saxon from Rossi. You'd know a bit more than me, from the Manly area, I believe.
Yeah. Look, I actually lived down there for nearly a decade. Well, I just moved back 2 years ago. But I went down there, and he lives at Manly, little North Stain Grom, from the school of Dimmy and the crew.
Yeah, cool.
Really good. He was always a decent surfer. But then over the last sort of year or two, get a couple of stickers on your board, and all of a sudden he's got a lot more confidence, and now we're starting to see him progress a lot. Yeah, he's just that typical sort of goofy footer that knows how to do air reverses, got the stylish backhand. Good little surfer, and it looks like he's getting a few results on the board over the last few months too.
For sure. What's your role at the moment, mate? I know you've been doing some coaching, obviously, on the World Tour. Anything domestically on the home front?
Yeah, I still I work with Hurley as a whatever you want to call it. I work with the team and
Yep.
help with marketing sort of.
Yeah, so you recently
initiatives.
picked him up. I noticed he's got some, like you said, a bit of sticker confidence there.
Yeah, so Timmy and the guys at Aloha, the surf shop down there in Manly, they love him. And here we go, Man in Blue. And Mitchy Robbo, actually. Mitch Roberts is a sales representative for Hurley. He loves Saxon too, so sort of all came together nice and organically.
Yeah, awesome. Someone who's looking pretty organic out there, plenty of waves under your belt, young bull, Zach McMahon. How are you, mate?
Good, Stacey. How are you, bro?
Yeah, good, thanks, brother. You got that microphone nice and close to your gob there. We want to hear what you've got to say, young fella.
I'm almost swallowing the thing.
Settle down, son. It's only Monday. First things first, talk to me about that equipment out there, mate. You're flying.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking coming into that heat. I was riding a little PU model by JR, and it just kind of wasn't getting the speed that I wanted, so I got on this little Voodoo Redux epoxy. Boys have been working on it for the last 2 years, and it just flies. So I was like, yeah, if you kind of want speed and energy out there, and this board's going to give it to me.
You sound like you should be designing your own model.
Yeah. We are in a little bit of progress at the moment. I'm doing that. A couple little models coming up from JR.
That a boy. Now, Rossi was just talking about a bit of local knowledge out there and not really playing into account today. I know you've only lived here for a couple of years, but you must feel somewhat comfortable competing here at Newcastle.
Yeah, a little bit. It always changes. It's the trickiest wave to surf on days like today. Yeah, the banks are always changing like every week, so it's hard to actually get a grip on it.
Mate, I just got down here after seeing you this morning, and I know you said you were considering surfing rocks, but I said, don't. What did you end up doing?
Yeah, I kind of took your advice. I thought Rossi probably knows a thing or two.
Oh, well, not hardly at all, but just this morning it was a little bit slow out there. So you did surfing down the beach on the sort of the lefts and rights, the peaks?
Yeah, it's definitely more scoring potential out there, even though rocks has kind of got that steepness to it and a funness, a couple little ramps out there.
And what have you been doing in the lead up to this event? You've been surfing down Redhead or locally? I know you work on the beaches down there at Redhead a lot.
Yeah, I work with the boys in the Lake Macquarie City Council. Yeah, just working 5 days a week and trying to fit a surf in on my lunchy and on the weekend, trying to stay away from the prints.
Hard to avoid this week, mate. But, mate, awesome stuff. You're ripping out there.
Thanks, Rossi. Cheers, Stacey.
Well done, Zachy. We'll hopefully have another chat with you later in the week, mate. Well done.
Peace, boys. Bye.
Half the battle in this town, isn't it, Rossi? Plenty of good extracurricular activities to sink your teeth into. But yeah, Zach's a lovely young man. Used to spend a lot of time up on the Gold Coast when he lived at Evans Head, and yeah, he seems to have settled right in down here. Good group of mates that he's got, and a good job too. You know, being a casual or part-time lifeguard is probably one of the better jobs you could do for your surfing career. We'll get back to that in a minute. Saxon Reba, he's got a bit of swing power, this young man. He's a big, tall kid, isn't he, Mitch?
Yeah, swivel hips.
It's all swivel hips, eh? Bit of Mike Losness in there.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. He's, you know, he's obviously quite young, but yeah, he's getting quite tall at the same time. That was a good score then, I think. He's already had a 4.83, so right now he's holding down first spot. That was a 3.17, so it doesn't actually go on his backup. But yeah, the Zach deal, great kid. He moved here, and after about 2 weeks, he basically knew everyone in the community.
Yep.
And they all love him.
Yep, he's a little go-getter. He's like I said, being part-time, awesome gig. A similar deal up on the Gold Coast. You know, it's like half of the QS does the rosters up there, and
Mikey Clayton Brown too. He does it as well.
Yeah. So talk to me a bit about him. He's come into the club from obviously the Port Stephens area, but he's found himself in the ABB for you guys a few times. Like that's a pretty big nod to be surfing for Merriweather.
And he gets us out of so much trouble so many times. Yeah. Like he is so consistent. I had no idea who he was before he sort of started hanging around the club.
Yep.
Oh, he's so consistent. Such a great little kid. He still lives up at the bay, and he he works on the beaches up there at Fingal Bay and stuff. But yeah, he's an ice man. You know, I see him get results here and there, and doesn't surprise me at the least. It wouldn't surprise me if he gets to a final or a semi at one of these things.
Yeah, that would be so cool, particularly on somewhat home turf here for him in Merriweather. But getting back to this heat, there is 11 and a half remaining on the clock. It's the young swivel hips out in front. Saxon Reba ahead of the Kiwi, Levi Stewart. Speaking about these younger kids, Rossi, that are doing these events like Saxon, and the pro junior availability to them now, obviously the age being lifted to 20 and under. I'd love to get your thoughts on that, just in general.
Yeah, well, we lost a year or so with COVID, so I think it was pretty cool for the powers that be to actually give some of these, because not all these guys are, not every one of the competitors are those lucky Leonardo Fioravantes or, Mikey Wrights, and they've got everything at their footsteps. Some of these kids have to grind, and, the junior sort of pathways, it's a massive pathway for them, for some of them. So I think it's pretty cool that they got an extra year. You got Mikey Madonna and stuff. They can still do these things.
For sure.
Obviously someone like Mikey might not do them because he's having such a win on the QS, but I think for guys like Saxon and such, it's brilliant. As we see a little goofy footer, little two-turn combo there, that was huge.
Oh, that was sick. I think it's been awesome, because like even a surfer like, Ethan coming back to do the Cabarita event, it's similar for these guys that they might feel like they're competing down to go and get on the juniors, but at the end of the day, it's time in Arashi. It's heats. It's learning how to travel without mum or dad. It's learning how to travel without a coach or with a coach. Do I even like doing this? Or am I a solo roller? Just learning about yourself and getting that extra time in the water. I know when, I first met you and you were looking after the Hurley team on the juniors, like, man, those guys were making 6 figures a year. Like, they were learning about everything, how to handle money, how to handle, multiple events back to back. And it did set them up for a much more sort of easier transition onto that world qualifying stage. Whereas I feel like the last few years, these kids, they come straight out of school and, off to Brazil you go. Good luck. You know, and I feel like that could be pretty hard as we have a replay here from the young fella Saxon. Yeah, that was big, that second turn. The thing about it, though, and it's funny, you listen to people's opinions and whatnot. Every one of us is different, and what works for one kid might not work for the other. I know Kalohe Andino really well, and he's up at Angari right now. He would love to do this event. He would love to do it. Yep. He's that type. I was actually surprised to see him not here. Yeah, there you go. So my point is, he's probably watching this right now. Oh, he is. He texted me last night. Are we on tomorrow? Are we on? I'm just like, oh my God. But the point is, He is that guy. He wants to do every event that he can get his hands on. But then there's a John Florence or a John or a Gabrielle that they want to do 8 events. It's funny what works for you. I love your take on the more time you get in a rash shirt, the better. See, sitting here, you would think that makes a whole lot of sense. But yeah, maybe for some people it doesn't. Definitely, and I think that now what this year offers is you can potentially do both if you weren't so successful with this campaign. You've now got 7 months where you can do the opposite of that, of which say a John would do, which he's purely looking to improve his surfing at every point he can. And instead of grinding out the QS all year now, these kids can, they can book a trip to Bali, they can go to Mexico, they can learn how to, surf the waves in America or whatever it may be, rather than just ping-ponging somewhat aimlessly around the world, picking up a few minor placings and then going, well, where did all my money go? Exactly. Big scoring for Saxon, 5.3. That's massive today. I don't know if you got too much of a look at the Tweed Coast event, but the judges were keeping things pretty tight up there, which, I saw a couple of sad faces in the lineup every morning up there. But I think in the grand scheme of things, as you know, Mitch, the World Tour doesn't get any easier. So I think it's good to the judges here keeping these guys honest. And, a 5.3, that's a massive score given the scales at the moment and competitors in the heat. After watching 4 heats this morning, does it feel like the scales been nudged up at all? I think it has. I think there's a little bit more room there in that sort of 3 to 5 range, which, look, it makes your job easier as a judge if you can do this. You're not splitting 3 2s and 3 3s with a 3 7 that was a pretty good ride up to a 4 2 or whatever. It just gives you a bit more room to breathe. However, I still don't think we'll see the judges going too crazy up in that 6 and above range until we really get to see something either really dynamic above the lip, potentially later in the day, or a really obvious something with a bit of CT power or a bit of CT speed, which we might hopefully get the opportunity to see that later in the day. One point of difference I saw at Cabarita, I thought the minute you do an air, you're going to get rewarded. Yep, I did notice that. That was big. Big carve there from the man in white, Levi Stewart. This is a great wave. He's got some power. Wow, he does, yeah. Yeah, low centre of gravity. What a small, tricky little wave, and he just destroyed it. Oh, he was flying. I don't know what happened before that. Taj Stokes there. Good quality youngster from the Sunshine Coast. As we have, this is young Dom Thomas. He looks, oh yeah, he's moved over and he means business. He nearly took off Taj's head there. That was mental. Unfortunately, not at this level, youngster. That won't be completed in the judges' eyes. But yeah, up at Cabarita, someone who was throwing their fins around all over the place was young Oscar Berry. Thought he looked really, really strong, and a kid who's, loves putting free surf little moments together on his Instagram. And it was kind of, you see these kids and then you wonder, oh, what's going to happen to this kid in Arashi? I think Dakota Walters is kind of the same. Like, are they still going to surf the same? And I think both of those men, they do, which is awesome to see. They weren't neutralised by the Arashi at all. That was mental.
I was tripping, and how consistent Oscar's got. He used to fall off all the time.
Yep.
It's a back-end compliment because
Yes.
On the flip side, now he's super consistent.
Yep.
He used to fall off so much. I wonder if it was when he he doesn't skate quite as much anymore.
Yeah, okay.
I wonder if it's just because he's narrowed focus on the surfing.
Jeez, I don't know. I gave up skating at about 12. It just gets too painful, doesn't it? I think it's like... It's hopefully one of those things where he can keep his body fresh, because I feel like the life of a skater versus the life of a surfer, the lifespans are significantly different.
So we've got 5 minutes on the clock out there. Fourth heat of the day. Day one. How good?
Oh, so stoked. I think we might have a couple of big days here, Mitchell. What are you looking at that forecast? Are we going to be bunkering down here, or are you thinking we'll be shipping up around the corner?
Well, it's funny, and I read the same reports as you, but over the last 2 years or so, gosh, it's hard to have confidence in those reports. Like, it's saying, 10 foot. Let's just say 10 foot southerly. Usually, you could draw up a weekly plan if you see that forecast, but they've got it so wrong so many times.
It's more or less usually halves at the first sight, right?
I think so.
Yeah, but then after that could be anything. What does half of this size still looks solid?
Well, half of Thursday then. Thursday, because I've heard bits and pieces that they might even have a really small day on Thursday and get ready for the harbour or whatever on Friday and Saturday. But hey, if you put that theory forward, that means Thursday should be pretty good.
Could be pumping maybe out the bag, like you said, if the sand's good. No, I know, I get where you're going, and I would love to see these youngsters out the back here. It will really, really showcase who's ready. As we have young Taj Stokes here up and riding. Gee, plenty of speed from the takeoff there. That board flying down the line. That was an amazing two-turn combo.
That was my favourite, the heat.
I think so. It's
There's actually a bank out the back too of where these guys are surfing right now. I know you saw it yesterday, but when it's been sort of big and south, there's been these rolling rights. It's actually all right. It's pretty good. The only problem is you got to ask Warren for some skis.
Yes.
Because
Reese is good on a ski, eh?
He's real good. Yeah. So you need skis if you want to sort of put the kids out here on later in the week.
Yeah. And what would you be doing? You're sort of bringing them back to the southern end for them to just paddle back out, or would it just you think it would be purely helping them get back out full stop because it's pretty consistent out there? Actually, we'll take a look at this replay, Mitchell.
Yeah, that was good. First check turn was actually more than a check turn. It was sort of powerful, and he dug his back foot into it, then finished strong. We said maybe the best wave of the heat.
I'll go with you. It was good to see those two turns together. No downtime at all.
See, that was the difference between his and Saxon's.
Yep.
It was too quick blast. Right now, he's actually looking for a score, so he needs a 6.13. Do I think it's a 6.3? Maybe not.
It could be the best wave of the heat, but there's a bit of daylight there between a 5.3, which we think it might go just north of that, and a 6.13. But no doubt it's put him right in the heat. He had an amazing couple of heats up at the Tweed Coast Pro, but certainly fell out of the draw a bit earlier than what I was thinking he was capable of doing. So I know he would love to put another big score on the board here, or at least go a bit deeper in this event. The young Kiwis found himself out in the lead, which I know the Cuzzies on the beach, they'd be stoked with that. He's been young Levi's been travelling with Billy Stamond and Kihu Butler and Safi Vetti. And they were stoked to see Billy get a big result down there at Avoca, the captain of the team.
I saw that. They were calling him the godfather, the dad, yeah.
All the names that go with it. Kind of like Adriano, right? He ends up with 50 nicknames. But, Billy doing a great job there.
That scores in 5.9, so
right, Rossi.
close.
It was... now Sax has got to put his big boy pants on here and really look to shut this one out cleverly with priority. Saxon in first priority. Our surfer in blue chasing a score actually has third priority, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see White join the party as well, because there is bugger all between first and second at the moment. You could easily see a surfer like Taj Stokes go from third to first. So it's still right up for grabs with a minute to go here.
It's a little bit cliche saying, you know, a 4.23, it's actually not that easy to get.
Oh, for
but
sure.
It isn't.
It isn't. No, it really isn't.
Yeah, like if it was normal, we're seeing 7s and 8s.
Yeah.
You'd say, a 4's quite obtainable. But this wave right here, it looks small. He needs, this ain't going to do it. But obviously that was a tactical move to sort of separate himself from his mate in the red, Saxon Reba.
It's probably a bit of both, right? A bit of hope paddling into that one. Can this wave do anything? 30 seconds left on the clock. That's a lot of room for a day like today, Rossi, don't you think?
Mm-hmm. What a great effort from the man in blue to come out swinging in the last few minutes to get a 5.9. 12 seconds. Is he going to find one?
He pretty much has to roll the dice on this one and just see what happens. He's from the sunny coast, so he's got a good backhand. They all do, but this wave does not eventuate. He'd be very disappointed. The young fella Dom Thomas having a look out the back there, but not to be. Saxon could go to the lead on this wave here if he finishes strong. He only needed a 4.84, but he held out the heat. We're going to take a quick break here at the City of Newcastle Pro. We'll be back with Heat 5 with a round of 96 for the men.
An outdoor gallery everywhere you turn. We're just scratching the surfest.
When you deal with the Burton family,
You're dealing with local people.
Who support the Newcastle, Hunter and Port Stephens regions.
Thanks to Burton Automotive for being our youth development partner.
Thanks to Burton Automotive, helping keep kids active in Merriweather Surfboard Club.
Surfest is a big part of Newcastle, and Burton Automotive is a big part of Surfest.
giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
Welcome back to the show. This is Surfest 2022, the City of Newcastle Pro, underway at the moment, proudly presented by Burton Automotive. And we have heat number 5, the round of 96 getting underway here. Ronnie Blakey joined by Mitchell Ross, a local boy, a coach to the Stars. And Mitch, this is going to be a lot of fun watching this final QS 5000 unfold. Each of these surfers trying to elevate their position on the rankings, get into a position to have a run at that Challenger Series. Out there at the moment, we've got Samson Coulter in the red, Alex McGuffin in the blue, Jasper Welsh in the white, and Duke Rencher out there in the green. Another big lineup.
Yep, good surfing. It's been pretty impressive, first 4 heats of the day. 25-minute heats down here, and a quick wave there for Duke Rencher, and another quick wave from Alex McGuffin. A couple of familiar faces in this one. Of course, Samson Coulter. Haven't just seen him in surf events. We've also seen him in Hollywood movies.
Yeah, I loved him in. It was Simon Baker's, I think, directional debut, Breath, and he was one of the Groms in it. Great surfer, and I remember watching some interviews with him and Simon Baker kind of had to encourage him to carry his board like he was a beginner, because he obviously is a fantastic surfer, and he was meant to look like a kid who was getting into surfing for the first time. And as we know, there's just a certain way that a surfer puts their board under their arm, and you can kind of tell if they don't do it properly that they're new to the sport. So he had to go backwards. But a great movie, and now he's out here chasing a different dream, and full power to him. Of course, in this opening round, the round of 96, we're going to be seeing those surfers who are honestly a long shot to make the grade and get themselves into those Challenger Series events. But there is still a chance for some of these competitors, and that's what they're trying to do here at Newcastle this week.
Well, even looking at it was really fascinating when you saw a guy like Julian Wilson, end of the event, because your mind starts wondering and you start looking at points and, well, can he actually qualify off one event? And you nearly can. If the point system was to stop right now, you'd have a shot. So a guy like Sampson, who's not right up there on the ratings at all, with a win, he would catapult himself up into the top 9, as we see the men in green get a nice long ride there. That was Duke Rencher, couple of big snaps on that one. Yeah, but it's really exciting to see, like you could get a bolter like Samson Coulter. He's a competitor. It's funny, like he got a lot of opportunities thrown at him after that movie he did, but the mail is that he just wants to be a pro surfer. That's all I keep on hearing. He wants to be a pro surfer. Here's his chance.
Yeah, he's from Queenscliff, that Manly area on Sydney's northern beaches. A lot of great surfers from that zone. But yeah, just to fill people in, of course, the most you can get with a victory here, 5,000 points. At the moment, Billy Stemman sitting in 9th position on those regional QS ranks, and he's got 4,000 points already. Being that this is, the only other QS 5,000 that we're going to have on the schedule, that there's a good chance that someone like Billy's going to be adding to that points total just by progressing through a couple of heats. So, it is going to be difficult.
It's easier said than done, though.
Yes. Exactly. Especially when you think about the conditions we might have this week. We're going to see it all. We're going to have days like this where it's, super challenging, onshore, really hard to find those diamonds out there. And then, we're obviously going to have days where surfers might even be struggling to get out the back. So it is going to be a long road.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, if Warren Smith, the event director, can get the jet ski assistance. That'd be huge. Or if we were to go to Newcastle Harbour, that'll be actually the easiest paddle you ever get in your life, because it's a very big channel. But it is going to be interesting as we see that swell come to town on Wednesday afternoon. But right now we're seeing like a small sort of east swell, northeast wind, 1 to 2 foot swell. Tomorrow, really similar, but a different direction of wind and swell. It'll go south. And down here at Merriweather, that's exactly what you want for a swell increase.
You mentioned it before, some pretty familiar names in the lineup here. We've got the WA State Champ, Alex McGuffin, out there at the moment. Really sharp, goofy footer. Had a really tough run at it on the qualifying series so far. Just a couple of heat wins, or just one heat win so far this season. So, you expect a lot more from him. He's a really good competitor. Samson Coulter, he's also sort of been struggling to put his heats together on the qualifying series so far this year, but has the potential. Jasper Welsh out there, big kid from Mona Vale, super fit, has big turns. Will he find the power that he needs out there? We're not sure, but he's chasing a big result. And Byron Bay's Duke Rencher, who's a Grom that is really starting to rack up some big event wins at the junior level, now here on the qualifying series trying to make his mark.
Yeah, it's a perfect stepping stone event, these QS events. I've seen a whole lot of them over the last few weeks around the Port Stephens area, up at Cabba last week, and sort of unearthing a lot of talent. There's so many sort of drop-down bars of reasons to actually go on these events. Some are trying to qualify, some are getting experience. Some are just, I've seen Brett Bircher and stuff, a couple of throwbacks that are just, chinks in their arms, seeing if this is what they should be doing. As you see, the man from Mona Vale there, that was Jasper Welsh. As you mentioned before, very big, might be around 6 foot, 6'2". A lot of power. And there's Byron Bay's Duke Rencher.
Yeah, well, a bit of a break here in the action. Let's check in with the winner of the last heat. Congratulations, Levi Stewart.
Yeah, cheers.
Mate, got an awesome little crew that you're travelling with. How are you enjoying your time here chasing these big QS results?
Yeah, I'm loving it. It's been an epic series, kind of travelling with the crew. It's good to have Billy. It's kind of like our dad, I guess, kind of keeping us together. And getting our accommodation and keeping us together and all that. And then the other two, just a bit of a laugh, We don't take ourselves too seriously.
Awesome, mate. Levi, where are you from in New Zealand, mate?
I'm from Waihi Beach, but I live in another town called Mount Maunganui, same town as Kihu, Butler. So we're just down the road from each other.
Awesome. And how's the support been coming over the ditch, mate? Are you feeling it?
Yeah, bro, feeling it heaps. It's been epic. Everyone from home just always sending messages and keeping us kind of up and ready to go and yeah, getting us through it.
Mate, we've got a rider up at the moment. We'll have a look and see what Samson Coulter can get done here. Doesn't complete that turn. Mate, just talk to us about this new format, these regional QS events. Are you finding that it's, a much more attainable goal to just travel over to Australia and perform in these few events and try and get yourself to the top end of the rankings?
100%. Especially for us, it's only one flight over. And it's pretty cheap one-wayer. And then, yeah, financially, it's like it makes it that much easier. And you either make it or you don't. So it's you're not having to chase events around the world and spend that much more money on those. I'm being overseas and that all year. So yeah, definitely, yeah. I'm enjoying it. Feels like home here as well. It makes it a lot easier.
Especially when it's raining.
Yeah. Oh, it's actually sunny at home, I don't know what's going on this East Coast weather over here.
Mate, compared to your competitors in that last heat, you found a lot of speed. What sort of board you got under your feet there in volume and shaper? Give us a bit of an idea.
I ride for Rusty, so I'm riding Rusty surfboards. I've been riding pretty much the same board throughout this whole series, the Yes Thanks model. I'm sitting at around 26.5 litres, but I'll probably bump it up a bit. I don't know, when I get home, I'm going to order some more boards and maybe go up another half a litre or a litre. But they're feeling really good. Kind of got a bit more foam up the front so I can really get going.
Awesome, mate. Well, surfing really well, Levi. Great performance, mate, and best of luck in the rest of the event.
Awesome. Cheers, guys.
Yeah, absolute champion. And I love that little pack. We saw it last year when the Aussies hit the Challenger Series. They really got behind one another. Mm-hmm. And, I think as a collective, your chances of sort of going on to big results are improved tenfold when you kind of have people from home in your corner cheering you on and willing one another on the big results. So Levi getting it done there in his first heat here at the City of Newcastle Pro.
He was really impressive. He was super fast today for a big boy. Yeah, a lot of speed. So good stuff. As we see a nice combination there. That was your buddy from Byron Bay.
Yeah, Duke's looking really sharp. Looked like he might have had a bit of strapping too on that back knee. So, maybe just nursing an injury at the moment. But it's not holding him back too much. He looks like he's moving with plenty of speed as we see Jasper Welsh there just trying to ditch the fins. And been seeing plenty of Jasper surfing as he's made his way through the ranks. His father, Glenn Welsh, actually has worked as a chiro and osteo on the championship tour before. Has a practice down there at Mona Vale.
Yeah, he's tuned us up many a time over the years. He was always floating around Margaret River area events and Bells, Snapper. As we we do look forward to events like Snapper and Manly coming up, Championship, the Challenger Series, sorry.
Yeah, it's going to be so cool to kick off the Challenger Series at Snapper Rocks and really hoping that bank's in good form because there is so much talent that's inevitably going to crack that event draw. As we see now, Samson Coulter working this one over through to the inside, really putting a lot into each of those turns. And that's key. That body language is important in conditions that are marginal like this too. You want to let the judges know that you're enthused and in it. You can kind of lose a little motivation when you come down to compete in a major contest and it's not firing, especially considering the warm-up yesterday was cooking.
I know. We were hoping, that swell sort of hung in there a little bit longer. But look, these guys have to work hard. They have to pull up their socks and get the job done in any conditions thrown at them. As we see the Western Australia goofy footer, he's got a nice little style. He was actually one of the first surfers out this morning. I was down here early and he was training nice and early, so he's ready to go.
All geared up, and we've got Jasper Welsh up again here. So no real big scores locked in just yet. Duke Renshaw with a 4.1, 3.67. He's got the 2 highest scoring rides so far. Jasper just trying to get himself out of 3rd spot into one of those qualifying positions. Just over 12 minutes to go.
And you got to town yesterday, Ron. Anything you want to get up to in Newcastle over the next week or so?
Oh, I love it up here. I mean, I hadn't been up to Newey for a while until the Championship Tour event last season, but you know, there was great surf on offer last year, and I had a good time just sort of exploring some of the quieter zones, the beaches to the south. Definitely plenty of opportunities to find a good little wave for yourself, but food's an important part of my program, Mitch, and there's plenty of great restaurants around here, so I've been enjoying checking that out as well.
Well, it's lovely to have you, as we have got the man in red. Big turn there for Samson Coulter. Another big snap. That's what he's looking for. 3 solid turns there, and I think he was quite chuffed with his performance on that one.
Yeah, he should be. In 2nd spot, only needed a 5.44 to climb up into the lead. And it's always, you know, magic when you can connect with a wave that actually allows you to throw some variety, rather than just sort of having that wall that's kind of coming to an end quickly and you just squeezing the turns in. He had the opportunity to go to that rail, draw those moves out, get himself up into the pocket a couple of times, even put the fins through the lip on that final manoeuvre. So we're expecting Red's going to drop a reasonable score here.
Of course, Samson surfing, he surfs, you know, North Stay and Queenscliff most days. Very similar to what we're seeing here. So very comfortable in these conditions. Right now he's looking for a 5.44 for that. Well, to move into the lead. That last score is going to be pretty solid as we now see Duke go down for a big snap on that opening manoeuvre and unfortunately fell off.
Just seeing now Alex McGuffin having a look at this one, willing to take a chance. Even closeouts are now the question for a lot of these competitors, especially those hanging on to those big individual turns. And we've seen Alex go to the airing competition before as Jasper loads up, goes looking for a section. Well, almost completes that move, but really forcing it, just projecting out onto the flats. Probably didn't get the release that he was after, but just under 10 minutes remaining here.
Mate, you touched on just a one manoeuvre wave, and I actually watched a lot of the event last week at Cabarita, and it was very hard to get scores, but one way you could get scores pretty easy if you didn't air. The judges, as soon as they saw a big air, they actually went into the 5s and the 6s a lot easier. So, such tricky conditions, it wouldn't be a bad tactic to go out there with a plan of maybe landing a couple of airs.
I reckon too, as this tide drops out and those sections get a little steeper, we'll see more of it throughout the day. It's probably still kind of peaking that high tide at the moment, and as a result, just a little bit too much slope on those faces. We're seeing a couple of sections stand up on the outside, but these guys want a real punchy pocket to really launch off.
And we've got a couple of air guys coming up in the next heat with Huey Vaughan and Jay Okalupo. So, yeah, you might be right there, Ron. Could be an exciting heat, that next one.
Jasper Welsh up at the moment, just relying on that power at this stage. Digging in.
He's got some grunt, hasn't he?
Oh, he's super fired up on this ride, you can tell. Almost the point where he's sort of twitching through those turns a little. Samson, you can see he's just kind of flowing through those moves a little smoother. It's sort of allowing him to sort of accentuate those turns. He had a 4.57 on his previous ride. Only looking to throw away a 2.33. Should do that with that last ride. As we see, Alex now digging in.
Yeah, the boys are catching a few left-handers here. And Alex looking for a closeout section. Can't find it. Just buries a little bit of rail. A lot of lumps and bumps out there today. It will be in the best interest for these surfers to maybe ride a little bit of a chunky board so you can keep speed throughout the dead sections out here. Try to really just navigate some open green face. And with chunkier boards, you can, contain a little bit more speed.
Yeah, big opportunity for someone to add their name to an incredible list of past champs here in Newcastle. We were touching on it earlier on. You know, this event, it's gone through plenty of different phases. There was the Championship Tour stop last year, but Surfest always is a really sought after event title, just based on who's been victorious here in the past. You're looking to put your name up against surfers like Mick Fanning, who had multiple victories here, Kelly Slater, obviously. A lot of world champs have been victorious here. Damien Hardman, Barton Lynch. You know, the list goes on the women's side as well. It's super impressive. So, you know, it's going to be really interesting to see who can, you know, overcome this field and stand on top of the podium at the end of it all.
And one sort of little hack there, it says the winners' names, right? It doesn't say any sort of, there's not much sort of a backstory at which event was was a rating. You know, like I know there was, you know, Dayan won it, and when it was maybe a 1,000 or a 2-star back then, and then you've got Italo Ferreira winning it. So once it's all said and done, you can tell your kids, yeah, I won the same event that, you know, Italo, Carissa Moore, you know.
It's good.
You know what I mean?
Good one to hang your hat on. But, yeah, it is, I think, that just the way this town gets behind this event, the city of Newcastle, it is one of the foundation supporters of the comp. They've been there since the beginning and taking over as the naming rights sponsor of the men's event this year, which is fantastic. Also backed by the presenting sponsor,
Yeah, there's a
Burton
lot of
Automotive.
support. Yeah, a lot of support in this event. There always has been. Warren Smith has always wrangled up the best sponsors in the town because everyone wants to back this incredible event. As we see Duke up and riding, nice check turn. Looks like he's surfing a little bit of nerves right now, and I don't know. As soon as you start second guessing manoeuvres and you don't surf sort of your first instinct, things can go wrong, and look like that happened then.
I'm going to say that there's nerves kind of on show from each of the competitors, maybe bar Samson Coulter, who he's just managed to look a little bit more composed on his feet. I think Alex has looked a little eager to get his manoeuvres done. Of course, you want to squeak him in before the wave fades out on that outside section. But, you know, I think we see it occasionally when you're rushing. Typically, you miss some attention to detail when you're driving your board through some of those bumpier sections. And we've seen some rails caught by him and Jasper Welsh, which is super uncharacteristic. And Duke, he's just looked really eager to take a chance on anything out there. He's been super busy. He's already had 10 rides, you know, almost doubled the wave count of his rivals out there, and really hasn't put up anything super substantial just yet. He is hanging on the second spot, but I think, you know, some patience from him might work in his favour out there at the moment.
As we see a little paddle there from the man in blue, 4 minutes remaining, a couple of lumps and bumps rolling on through. As Ronnie mentioned, Sampson out in front at the moment. He's got a couple of mid-range 4s, which is getting the job done at the moment.
We were just talking about just how many phases this event's been through. Championship Tour spot, major qualifying event, and back to a QS 5000 this year, and a really crucial event for this region. The last chance for these guys to crack that Challenger Series. But for you as a kid, did you ever really pay that much attention, or was Surfest just always an incredible week and a great opportunity to come down and watch the event, and in your case, even surfing it?
Yeah, it was the same event each and every year for us. It was always the same, and we didn't even look into what a rating sort of system was back then, because we just saw these incredible surfers and, you know, want to be a part of it. As we see, nice two-turn combo there. Back when I was at Newcastle Beach, it was just this massive festival. It was incredible, and you just come down with a big lump of a notebook and get signatures all day long. And yeah, we didn't know if it was a 1-star, a 6-star, or a championship event.
Well, have a look at this. We were talking about Duke just, you know, picking his moments a little more carefully and not rushing, and as a result, he's found the jam. And yeah, it had its flat spots, but he made the most of the opportunities on this one, Mitch.
For me, he actually looks the best in this heat. He might have fallen off about 8 times, but I think he looks a little bit more sparky than everyone, throwing a lot of spray. Right now, he's in second spot. But yeah, for me, he's just he's kind of turned up a little bit more excitement than the other guys. I know he has fallen off, as I said, but yeah, kind of impressive. And I think that wave might sort of push him into the lead. Looking for just about a 5-pointer.
Yeah, another really talented surfer from that Byron Bay region. Been some great surfers from that zone over the years. Probably the most famous of them all, Danny Wills, who's still absolutely ripping. Doesn't probably surf as much as he used to. He got into running Ironman events there for a while, which was huge, marathons and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, I saw his Instagram. He looked fitter than when he was getting second at Bells and battling for world title. So fit.
Yeah, he's travelling the world chasing Ironman events there for a while. Or triathlons, I should say.
Yeah, so he did the swimming, the running.
The cycling, yeah.
He did all of it.
Yep.
Impressive.
Well, a minute and a half remaining here, and those numbers starting to roll through for the man in green. 3.7. It helps him just firm up that second spot a little more. And time's getting tough here for Alex McGuffin and Jasper Welsh. Jasper with priority out there chasing at 5.2. Has those big moves to turn this heat, but he's got his fingers crossed out there for an opportunity at the moment. Alex McGuffin, the WA boy, he's sitting in third spot. Needs a 4.8 to jump ahead of Duke Renshaw. 1 minute remaining. Sampson hanging on to that number one position at the moment with the two highest scores of this heat so far in a decent position.
And the Ocean has taken a little bit of a break. I know surfers in blue and white hoping for something to roll into the bay here at Merriweather. You can see Jasper on screen a moment ago, and now we're looking at the men holding down first spot.
I was listening to a podcast with Stephanie Gilmore, Jamie Brizick, chatting to her about being a competitive surfer and the challenge of, being up against competitors, but also the ocean. And it's going to be a big challenge for the surfers competing here in this first round today, is not only doing your best surfing, but just finding opportunities out there. They're few and far between. You've got three other guys trying to wrestle those opportunities away from you with priority and whatnot, and it can really get away from you if you're not on your game. And unfortunately for Jasper Welsh, Alex McGuffin, even though they had their opportunities, it was Duke Renshaw finding a couple of decent rides and getting himself into second spot, and Samson Coulter taking this one out. So big congrats for them moving on through. Mitch, you're going to step out of the booth and we'll bring in Matt Hoy for the call. That's coming up next.
Cultural icons in the heart of the city. We're just scratching the Surfest. For all these aspiring young surfers. And we've got a great lineup in this one. Looking forward to watching this unfold. A couple of big names in the history of the sport. Next generation surfers. Jagger Bartholomew, the son of the 1978 world champion Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. And Jagger's been doing some great surfing, getting some big results lately. Tane Dobbin of Palm Beach will be out there in the blue. And we've got Jay Occhilupo, the son of the Raging Bull Mark Occhilupo, who was victorious here. And Jay just coming off the back of a big runner-up finish at the Tweed Coast Pro Junior. And Huey Vaughan, who is probably one of my favourite young surfers. He's a local Grom,
local in relation to this part of the coast. He's from North Shelley, just down there on the central coast. His brother Joel's been on an absolute tear on this qualifying series and looking really good to crack that Challenger Series this year. But I'm sure you'll enjoy watching Huey Vaughan surf. We saw on screen there Samson Coulter making his way in after a victory. But, Hoy, this is going to be fun to watch.
Well, how bizarre is it? Well, not bizarre. It's so good to have a Bartholomew and an Okalupo in the same heat. How many years later at Newcastle? Oh, it's crazy. They'd be both watching it. Hello, boys. It's happening.
Yeah, no doubt they're tuned in. Big shout out to Bugs. Yeah, looking forward to...
Got a classic.
To talking during the Australian leg with the great man, Rabbit. Incredible storyteller. He'll be on the commentary team.
Oh, perfect. He was good.
Oh, he's the man.
Yeah, he's the man.
But yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun to watch this heat unfold. I think Jagger's a great chance at getting himself to the top end of the ratings, as we see Jay up at the moment. So interesting too. Regular footer, definitely has a bit of that Occy physique. Big, powerful legs and can really throw down some big turns. But, you know, I'm sure Ock would say that he wasn't a big aerial surfer, but Jay's got a great skateboarding background, really technical surfer, and hopefully he throws some airs at us.
Definitely. It'd be just good to watch him surf. I've never really seen either of them surf. Is that Huey there?
Yeah, that was young Huey.
How old is he?
15 years old,
yeah,
and just amazing.
He looks like a grom.
He is a total grom. He's got his the knot in the jersey just to make sure it doesn't slow him up.
I think that's a good thing, the knot in the jersey. They're too loose otherwise.
Oh, they hug the frame pretty good for me.
Normally for me too, but...
Well, just under 21 minutes remaining here and loving the opportunity to watch these guys. And Hoy, you mentioned, no doubt, Rabbit and Occy are watching this heat unfold. You know, you get to watch one of your sons compete professionally, but not in surfing.
No, not in surfing, I know. Rugby league, man, it's the most nervous I ever get. Everyone goes, it's worse than a heat. I said, it's way worse than a heat, mate. Anything I've ever done, it's way worse, but it's so good. He's been on fire, so it's been good.
Yeah, how's Tex going?
He's good, real good. He had a couple of good games in a row and played real good on the weekend, so he's powering. He's getting a bit of confidence and having a crack, so it's good. But it's so nerve-wracking. I can imagine Ock and Rab sitting there going, like, I mean, it's a lot different because he's getting bashed.
Oh, my God.
But it's still nerve-wracking. You're watching your blood do what they do, so it's good.
That's huge. Yeah, well, mate, you know, typically, you know, big results for surfers in Newcastle coincide with big years for the Newcastle Knights, the rugby league team.
Yeah, 97.
Oh, that was a great year.
Yeah, wasn't it? Me and Luke won a comp, and then, they won the comp at the end of the year.
So, yeah, maybe a good sign of things to come for, you know, the likes of Jackson Baker, Ryan Callanan.
Well, let's hope so.
Yeah, Morgan Sibilic.
Well, Morgan's not even in the comp.
No, that's a shame.
Oh, it is a shame. I'm a bit pissed off at that, actually.
But, man, what a magic run it was watching Morgs power his way to a top 5 finish and getting himself in title contention at the end of last year. It was awesome.
Crazy.
Must have been big for Newcastle too.
Yeah, and I think it's for all the boys up the coast too, from Yamba, so where he's originally from. But it was huge. What he did was mayhem. Like, no one's really done it.
No.
For how many years? Probably Ock was the last person who did it.
Yeah, it was a really big run, and expecting more of the same from the Australian contingent on the championship tour this year. But just under 19 minutes remaining here. Let's check in with the winner of the last heat, Sam Coulter. How are you, mate?
Hey, yeah, good, thank you, boys. How are you?
Congratulations, mate. Tricky conditions, but a couple of mid-range fours got the job done for you.
Yeah, it was pretty scrappy out there, to tell you the truth. I sort of got a really slow start and sort of panicked and started trying to find little inside runners, but it's kind of hard. There's sort of no real spot to sit, but if you can get through, you're stoked. So, yeah.
Mate, good to see you put a couple together, and we got to go there, mate. We know that you've got a really interesting story, big opportunities to feature in major films, but really setting your sights on competitive surfing and having a good run at this QS.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm certainly more of a surfer than I am an actor. I'm sort of just winging it in that department. I'm much more comfortable out there, and especially Newcastle. I love it up here, and this is always a good contest. There's a good crew here. All my mates are up here, and I just want to try and get through so that we get some swell. And there's been talk of the harbour, so with a bit of luck, we'll be pulling into some tubes.
How good would that be? And what do you prefer, mate? Do you sort of like that small to medium range surf, or are you a big fan of getting into the heavier, thicker stuff as well?
Yeah, oddly enough, I like it when there's a bit of power. Growing up at Manly, you wouldn't pick it, but yeah, I'd much rather surf a sort of ugly slab than half a foot. Merryweather.
I feel you. Mate, tell us about just the standard at the moment, obviously being one of the competitors that's battling it out in these regional QS events. You know, how are you finding the standard? Is it as difficult as it looks?
Yeah, big time. It's we've all kind of been joking about how 3 points is the new 7. The last couple of contests, it seems like anything over a 5, you're just sort of looking for a backup. And I think that's sort of a testament to the ability of everyone at the moment, because the judges are sort of really forcing us to do our best surfing on the best waves to get excellent scores. And every heat's a close heat, even in these early rounds. There's certainly no one paddling out thinking that they've got to walk through. So it's just about putting it together and not falling and yeah, not blowing it. Really.
Mate, I think you bring up a really interesting point. Obviously, as a pro junior competitor back in the day, you know, you would have really felt just the difference in judging and the scale when you made that jump into some of those major qualifying series events. But it feels like they're kind of prepping you for what the Challenger Series might ask of you as competitors. So it's not a huge difference between what you'd be scoring here and what you might be scoring in a Challenger event. Do you feel that?
It certainly feels that way. I'd hate it for it to be any harder. My boys are battling to get 5s as it is. So yeah, it's almost like the judges have sat down and said, this is what we're looking for. We're going to make them work for it, and it's cool because it's pushing everyone, and there's no unsafety surfing, and that's sort of exciting. Yeah, everyone's ripping in.
Awesome, mate. Well, fantastic to have a chat, and looking forward to watching your run through this contest. All the best.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Sam Coulter there.
What acting is he doing?
Mate, he was in a big film, Simon Baker's movie Breath. He was one of the Groms in that.
Yeah,
and he just did such an amazing job. They just plucked him out of complete obscurity and stuck him in this role. I'm sure it was a super stressful experience, but at the same time, maybe just that confidence and naivety sort of helped him through it. But he absolutely nailed it. He did a fantastic job, and you know, he has a big future no matter what he chooses to do. But yeah, go check it out if you haven't seen it. It's an awesome movie too. Good Aussie flick, and yeah, he has big dreams of chasing down, you know,
both
the championship tour, but he could do anything. I'm not sure if he's still sort of turning up to castings here and there, but yeah, I think he's a great actor as well. But impressive performance here in the first round.
Have to put a bit of acting on in ways like this too.
Oh yeah, we put on it was a
bit of
a fantastic audition that he did in the first round. But mate, 14 minutes to go in this heat, and Jagger Bartholomew already asserting himself. He is a lump of a lad. He's a big kid. I doubt Bugs is getting the wooden spoon out anymore. Just too scary. The threat of some kind of physical reaction is just too intense. But,
taking it off him.
He's been training the house down, Jagger, and you know, he's collecting some big event results. He's the current Snapper Rocks club champion, and that's like winning a CT when you look at who performs in those events.
That's huge, I reckon. It's good confidence boosting too, that sort of stuff with your local club, because the local clubs in Australia are so big and so strong, and the competitiveness in the clubs, it's huge.
Well, you know, it's something that always gets touched on when you're watching these regional events for Australians. You always go back to how do they perform in the board riders battle. Huge pressure when you're in that situation. And Jagger's one of those guys that always performs really well. You know, I think
He's very capable of doing his best serving with a jersey on. Unlike myself, I feel like I'm in a straitjacket if I surf in a heat, and that's board riders. So I can't imagine what these guys are going through. But Jagger turns up. He's a natural competitor.
Yeah, it definitely helps with your confidence, all that board rider stuff. Especially those board riders battles and the Akira teams and all the ones you're depending on your team and they're depending on you. It's a huge pressure.
And
more
beach
pressure
start.
Everything about it. It's heavy. And you got 7 minutes to do it. Like, it's gnarly pressure.
Yeah, the guys that compete in those events, they'll surf a few heats and, they might be cramping up when they're running out of the surf. If I have a beach start, I'm lucky to make the shore before the carvy starts stepping up.
A few of the local boys do good impressions of tripping over.
Yeah.
Travis Lynch, naming one. A couple of times.
Definitely. Well.
Yeah, but
so
I think the board riders, it's so good. And it's good the Australian, whoever keeps them together, keeps all the board riders doing that sort of stuff. Surfing Australia does that stuff to keep the board riders thing strong in Australia because it's a good stepping stone for every competitor. Like you said, every competitor in Australia's been through a board club.
Yeah, it's amazing. We're really lucky to have the events that we do here in Australia, Surfing New South Wales, Surfing Australia, collaborating in that WSL sanctioned event to pull it together. It's such a fantastic week. But I am absolutely loving this new format and this, I just think, very clear pathway to get yourself not only into Challenger Series events, but, ultimately onto the CT. And that's the goal for this guy, Jagger Bartholomew. Wow, look at that first section. He made something of it, and there was really not much to work with. But just have a look at the body torque, the way he's able to rotate that body, keep that board moving. He did get pushed back into second spot by the Grom, and we mentioned at the start of this heat, you're going to have a lot of fun watching this kid surf. Hugh Vaughan, you put a couple of tent poles in that jersey, you could live in it. It's so big on him.
Oh, good surfing there. A couple of good snaps. He's just like the who was in the last? Did we have the interview with?
Yeah, Samson Coulter in that last heat. Yeah, Sammy had that same sort of upper body torque, didn't he? He really rotated hard through those turns to manufacture speed in dead sections.
It's the hardest thing to do. And just saying about the judging, about the scores, they've just got to step it up. Look, we haven't seen it over a 5 today, I don't think.
It'll come.
It'll come. But it's a weird one for me. But I mean, the waves aren't that good either, So it's hard to get a 5 no matter what. But if Sam said that they've kept it down for the whole QS series, right?
Yeah.
No, it's hard to get. No one's been getting 7s.
Yeah,
like a 10.
I honestly feel like they are preparing these competitors for the Challenger Series because that international field's going to step in, and while
it's our region, next level, right?
There's 7 regions. While our region is very strong, there is a big push coming from America at the moment too. They've got an incredible cast of up and comers.
Have they got the same sort of series as here?
Yep, there's 7 series. It varies. As we see Huey Vaughan here, doesn't complete the rotation there. He's been pushed back in the second spot. Jagger Bartholomew has the lead now, 3.63 for that last wave. But yeah, 7 regions, and just purely on the talent level, the depth of the pool here in Australia and the States, Brazil, South America, there is more people. That they're taking from those regional rankings to bring into the Challenger Series. Some of the other regions don't have as many people, but there will be wild cards. So WSL will identify talent, say in Brazil, if there is someone who just missed out, who they go, well, the caliber is incredible. This person has to compete.
Yeah,
they'll make those calls. Throughout the year, or maybe even throw someone an opportunity early on, and if they performed and do well,
go for the rest.
They might get a couple more call-ups.
As they should, I reckon. Just if you go well in the first few events, you should be able to get the chance to do the rest.
Yeah. But back to the judging, I think that's what it's about. They don't want to lure these competitors into a false sense of what they need to do.
Like we can get a 7 on a crappy wave.
Exactly.
Or with not that good at surfing. And then they go to there and then they go, well, I'm getting a 3. Yeah, fair enough.
Here we go, surfer in blue.
Oh, he's got a
smashing
couple of
this
big
one.
verts. Through some spray too. He's in 4th place too. I think 4.32. I reckon he's got it there. Well, maybe he hasn't.
Yeah. Definitely got some work done.
Yeah. 2 big verts on a small wave through heaps of spray too.
It's amazing how much variety has come into to play. You know, if you are going to be repetitious on a wave, that turn needs to be
really
hit out of the park each time you execute it. If you do go into that same turn, so
that was a bit repetitious. You're saying
a little repetitious. Still amazing small wave surfing. We'll see where it comes in.
Here it is. These second few. It's a what? That was pretty vert. Yeah, I see what you're saying. But through some spray, that was 2 pretty sick turns for a 1 foot wave.
It'll definitely be up there as one of his better rides. But in 4th place after a 4.32, 6.5 minutes to go, Jagger Bartholomew. Just getting that control back and trying to hold off the Super Grom. Huey Vaughan. Yeah, he's just, he's one of those just rare talents, Huey Vaughan. He's kind of reminds me of like a young Jack Robbo or one of those like super talents. You can tell even though he's still kind of got that grommet frame and he's yet to have that big growth spurt, it's all there.
Yeah.
And the bigger he gets, the more mind-blowing he's going to become. So, I think he's got a big future ahead of him, Huey.
Is that the one that charges the waves to everywhere? Or is that his brother?
Oh, mate, they both charge.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, they get some pretty...
No, yeah, I know.
There's some pretty underground slabbing reef breaks around the Central Coast, and when they come on, Huey and his brother are out there for sure.
Yeah. Just seen some footage. I think it's from him. There it is, 4.43.
Well, you're spot on, Hoy. You liked it. There was a lot of water being displaced on that ride. And Tane Dobbin is now sitting in 1st position. So he did well. So the judges not too...
just that second turn, he got pretty vert and threw a lot of spray. But
yeah, not too phased. I think the wave didn't really allow him to do much else. He stuck close to that pocket.
Yep.
Got it done in the most critical part of the wave. Now in front, Jagger Bartholomew pushed back to 2nd, and Huey's in 3rd, needing a 3.49 to climb back into the top 2. And Jay Okalupo, he's been a little quiet, but he's in striking distance.
It keeps the heats really tight, doesn't it? the judging, really, really tight. There's no one going out in the limb and like way ahead of anyone else or way behind. They're all in it till the end. That's for sure. The waves are like that too, though. I suppose doesn't help.
Hoy, you're a man that loves his rugby league, don't you reckon? It's time that
the Knights won a premiership. Yeah,
hey, they got a couple. But yeah, don't you think it's time we introduced our own immortals?
Oh, in surfing, 100%. I think
rugby league does it well, honouring the true greats.
I think it's a great idea.
I'm sort of, obviously Kelly Slater's like a shoe-in.
Yeah, number 1.
To be a surfing immortal, but Mark Okalupo, he'd have to be in the mix.
Yeah,
you
100%.
You saw amazing talent when you surfed on tour. You had to come up against Kelly a bunch of times. But, who are some of the names that you consider for surfing immortality?
Well, there's two names on the screen right there, Rabs and Ock. MR, of course. Potts. VL, there's Dulmar, there's Tom Carroll, Tom Curran.
World champ list.
Yeah, you'd have to do the world champ list first, right?
Yeah, and the women's, I mean, you're locking your 3 multiple world champions straight away.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
So yeah,
you'd have to just do the world champ list first.
Yeah, maybe.
Or maybe bar a couple. How bad would that be? You couldn't bar a couple.
No, the world.
Or maybe a couple.
It's not necessarily just on results. It's,
True, the Immortals isn't like that. So I reckon it'd be a great idea. They don't really do it.
No, it'd be really cool.
Well, you get the
Australian Hall of Fame.
Yeah, the Hall of Fame in Australia. And then
there's two.
Yeah,
you're right. The Walk of Fame at Huntington Beach.
Yeah, which is huge too. Which is not all world champs, and it's people who give back to the sport.
Didn't you try and do an imprint of your face on the concrete on the Walk of Fame at Huntington Beach?
Not my face. Not even my finger.
2.5 minutes remaining here, and there is a couple of next generation super talents out there trying to progress through this heat, but they got their hands full. There's a lot of people trying to make their name known in this realm as well, and Palm Beach surfer Tane Dobbin, he's got the lead at the moment.
Palmy up the Goldie.
Yeah, mate.
Oh, wow. That's out of the blue, isn't it?
Yeah, I think I know he spent the last of his years surfing up at Palm Beach in Sydney, but Midget Farrelly, I don't know too many other surfing talents from that zone.
Nah, I was going to say.
But yeah.
It's a bit of a change.
Big change up.
Palmy Gold Coast to Palmy Sydney.
Man, that whole Gold Coast stretch, there's not a beach that isn't, getting behind some grom at the moment with, the potential to crack it. There's so much competitive talent up there, surfing talent, as we see Jagger. Well, just trying to put it out of reach for Huey Vaughan and Jay Okalupo. You can tell this guy is on at the moment. He just, when he gets to his feet,
he looks lively.
He's just gunning down the line. His equipment looking really sharp, but he hasn't shut the door on Huey Vaughan and Jay Okalupo just yet. And here goes the Grom. And just loading up. Big section standing up. Nice hit there. And he doesn't need a whole lot. 3.49. This wave's still overhead for him as he makes his way through to the shorey.
And he surfed it pretty well.
Yeah, 45 seconds remaining. Will it be enough? Jagger potentially
3.49 he needed.
Potentially could improve his situation, but maybe unlikely with that last wave. It kind of faded away on him, but 30 seconds to go. This will be a stressful finish for him.
Won't it? Yeah, he's not going to better his score. Jagger isn't, so we'll see. This could be very stressful for him.
Competitors helping each other limber up before hitting the lineup here in the first round of the City of Newcastle Pro. As we see the current heat leader just trying to finish off that rotation. Can't quite do it. This one coming to a close.
Do we get the score?
There's still someone up. Jay Okalupo on the outside. This wave a little junky, just lacking a bit of push. Just trying to milk it the best he can. And we are still waiting on those numbers to come through for the surfer in green. Is he going to get the score that he needs? Only needs a 3.49 because Jagger Bartholomew's last ride didn't factor in.
No.
So a 3.49 is what Huey Vaughan is after. And the judges maybe having a look at some replays there. Just making some comparisons. We'll bring the results to you in just a moment, and it looks like it has dropped a 4.17, and the 15-year-old Huey Vaughan makes the jump from third into first, pushing Tane Dobbin back into second spot, and pushing Jagger Bartholomew and Jay Okalupo, the two big names, out of the mix here. We'll take a quick break, and when we return, we'll bring Stace in for the call.
Family.
You're dealing with local people
who support the Newcastle, Hunter and Port Stephens regions.
Thanks to Burton Automotive for being our youth development partner.
Thanks to Burton Automotive, helping keep kids active in Merryweather Surfboard Club.
Surfest is a big part of Newcastle, and Burton Automotive is a big part of Surfest.
Giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
Welcome back to the City of Newcastle Pro, presented by Burton Automotive. And I don't know about you, Hoyo, but it looks like it's getting a bit better out there.
Yeah, well, I was just out there and it wasn't too good. No, definitely. It's just the rain squalls just keep coming and going, but it's without the rain, it looks all right.
Yeah.
But the tide's dropping, which is going to help it stand up a little bit better and make it look a bit easier to surf.
Yep.
Definitely those little wedging right to the go, though, I think.
For sure. We just saw the young fella, Huey Vaughan, get I'm going to say that's a big upset win there. As talented as he is, that was a very stacked heat.
Yep.
And I'd also like to say, just from hanging around Snapper Rocks once or twice in my life, the rest of the surfers in that heat, Tane, Jagger and Jay, that little pack there, there's a little mini upset in there as well. The fact that Tane got the jump over those two boys, I'm sure he'd be very happy about that. And a surfer who I'm pretty sure you'd be pretty happy to see up and riding here. This is Kai Warner.
Oh, no, looking good.
He's just looking gnarly. But, man, he's one of those surfers. He just looks so good on his board. But, I mean, straight away, do you reckon he had enough speed to do another turn in that wave?
Well, I reckon he did.
I reckon he did too.
He flicked out.
He's a bit too much of a surfer at his heart, I think, you know, and he just
takes after his father.
I think so. I'm a huge fan of Kai's surfing.
I thought that too. He flicked out. He had heaps of speed to do another turn, maybe.
And it's just, I feel like it's one of those things where it's surfers like this who you've really just got to encourage their creativity. You can't be like, you know, saying to someone like Kai, oh, you should have done an extra turn. It's like, all right, well, maybe we could get back to the start of the wave. And if you've got that much speed to kick out with, was there a turn earlier in the wave that you could have done bigger, potentially, or something like that? Because he just has so much board speed. People would kill for that amount of board speed out there.
He got a 4.5 for 2 turns.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that was a good thing he flicked out. Might have made it look worse if he did another turn.
That is true, yeah. And no doubt he got priority over the rest of his competitors.
Well, that was a good start.
It was a great start, 4.5. He had
huge scoring wave today.
It's massive. Yeah, we saw the buzzer beater there. I mean, no one in the last heat got above a 9.14 heat total, and that took it out. So we got Kai Tandler there getting ready for his next heat. Another Snapper Rock surf rider. He's a big lad, but he's very nimble. He's not afraid to get his grovel on up at home. Fantastic when the waves are good as well, so I know he'll be stoked to hopefully progress through a few heats at this event and get through to when the swell picks up a little bit.
Where do you get your grovel on the Goldie?
You know what? Darren Hanley actually said one of the most genius things to me once. He's like, Kira, when it's small, down the end, looks like Huntington.
Oh.
And I just went, you're smart, Darren. Don't listen to what people say. You are smart.
Just not on a ski.
Yeah. So I just thought, you know, there are spots.
Yeah, right.
You just got to look at them a bit differently. You know, and for me, that's one of them. You know, I've sent Dimity Stall out there for you. Palmy, you know, but like what you said, like it's not really groveling. It's still fun. It's still super fun, and a lot of kids up on the Goldie, they'd have no idea what real groveling looks like.
No
you know,
chance.
The waves on the Goldie, they do get fun. Obviously, they breed a lot of good surfers for that reason, and but you've definitely got to get creative, and it is all about, you know, being strong in every single condition, because, you know, we've got, you know, with this event here, you know, 5-6 day window, and it's like, you know, it's on. You're going to have to get through a couple heats when it's small, and then, you know, crew are going to be busting out their step-ups for sure, as we see White here up and riding. This is Tian Cronje. He's a good lad. Always see him around the events, cheering on his mates and having a laugh. But I'm sure he'd like to be on the receiving end of a few cheers today, as he has a score on the board already, a 3.17, and a score to come there. So we'll see how that factors into the equation. But what about round this way, Hoyo? Without giving away too many small wave secrets, where are you going to get your small wave craft on?
You're looking at it right here,
straight out front.
Straight out the front. Yeah, you don't have to go anywhere. It's pretty grovelly, but then we get some really good waves too. But it's like, you know, days like today, you're definitely getting your grovel on. But it's still got a bit of power. That's one good thing about Merriweather and Newcastle beaches in general. They've still got a bit of push when it is small, so it's not as bad as some spots. That's for sure.
Someone who's got plenty of push, even though they are a bit small, is young Huey Vaughan. Huey, congratulations, mate. You must be over the moon.
Yeah, I'm so stoked.
Have you got ice in those veins? Needing a score, couple of big names in that heat. You didn't seem phased at all.
Yeah, I just knew that I just had to get a wave where I can hit the lip, and I knew I'd get an all right score.
You must have been stoked to get a little bonus on the end of that wave after that major manoeuvre.
Yeah, I was pretty happy. Like, I got that good second turn, and then just did a couple little finishing turns, which was pretty good.
Huey, do you feel any nerves surfing in heats like that?
Not too much nerves. There's not too much pressure because there'd be heaps of pressure like on the top seeds, like to make their heats. But yeah, not too much pressure.
Good attitude, mate. Good attitude. Good on you, mate. Your shirt fits you like a t-shirt. It's perfect.
Yeah, I know.
Are you standing on a box down there, mate?
Yeah.
I love
so good, mate. I love it.
You must be proud of your brother at the moment, Joel. He's been on an absolute tear. Talk to us about what it's been like to be around his energy. Obviously, like you said, those higher seeds, they do have more on their plate. Joel, being one of those surfers, what's it like to watch your brother transform from just someone who you're knocking about with at your local beach to someone who's about to embark on a world sort of tour journey?
Yeah, it's so sick. Like, he's put in so much work, and it's not just like surfing. It's like going to the gym and he's surfing so good. And I'd like to see how he goes in the Challenger Series. Hopefully, make the CT.
Yeah, I think he's obviously looking like he'll get a start at Snapper, and we would love to see him go on from there. But you know what usually happens to the younger brother, don't you?
Yeah, just go along with him.
Nah, mate, they get better and start running the show.
Yeah.
Nah, mate. All right, well, we're grateful for your time. Hoyo and Ronnie absolutely loved your performance there in that last heat. And, hopefully we can have a few more chats and you can bust that box out a few more times, mate. Well done.
Yeah,
Keep riding
sweet.
on, mate. Keep the confidence up.
Thank you.
On your Grommy. Oh, classic.
That's epic.
That's so cool.
His brother's in this event too, eh?
He is,
That'd
yeah.
be sick if he makes it through and it could come up against each other.
True. We had the
so
Ewing
good.
boys actually up at the Cabarita event, but unfortunately they didn't get to link up. But it'd be cool to see. Obviously, you got like Griffin and Crosby Colapinto. They seem to be sparring pretty heavily against one another at the moment, and it's no joke. Like, Ethan's the younger brother of three.
Yeah.
I think Huey's the younger brother of maybe 3 or 4. Big
right.
surfing family. They all rip, all the older brothers. So
Sick, that's
it's
so
like
good.
the younger one just gets to download all the good stuff.
Yeah, all the good
leave all the
energy,
rubbish.
yeah.
And
They do all the rubbish at the time.
Exactly.
Go,
yeah.
I don't do what the big brother did.
I like that. I don't like that. This is what I'm going to do.
Perfect.
Yeah, no, so it's sick. And what a classic little Grom.
Yeah, so it's classic, eh? Epic.
Yeah.
Love it. Love the stoke.
Benny Spence here, Hoyo. What do you make of this?
Big good snap there. Just goes a bit flat in the middle here, and it looks so hard. That one just sort of went out to sea for him, but he fit some turns in. I think he's sitting further up to the north.
Yep.
There's actually a little rip bowl up there on the right.
Yeah.
On the right tide. So yeah.
Yeah, getting that end turn, I guess, is definitely going to be a point of difference today with a lot of these waves sort of tapering down, like, I guess, Kai Warner's first wave. If you can get something that hopefully stands up at the end and doesn't go too dead through that middle bit, you should hopefully be able to extract a couple of points there as we see Ben Spence into the lead with a 3.57 and on his previous ride, a 3.53. So we are yet to see Dylan open up his account yet. We don't have a priority marker next to his name, so I'm thinking...
He might be out there.
He's either paddled and missed for a wave, or he might not be out there. So I hope he's all right if that's the case that he's not out there. But at the moment, just looks like a bit of a 3-man heat. So we've got Kai Warner in first priority with 15 minutes to go, chasing only a 1.5, Tian Cronje and Ben Spence out in first and second at the moment. But just with a handful of threes, I think they would probably both like to replace all those scores with the clock counting down there, mate.
Makes it a bit easy with just a 3-man heat out there too. There's not that many good rideable waves, so good advantage for the boys. Just got to beat one person.
Knowing Kai like I do, I'd love to see him ride another wave pretty soon because I think
seen him do it
he is
before.
one surfer that would be looking around going, oh, hang on a minute here. Yeah, no, I only need to get over one of you guys. And Kai's a fantastic talent, but I think that sometimes, like most surfers, I mean, I'm sure you've had moments like that, mate, where you go in the head rather than the gut.
Oh, for
and
sure.
know, and you just start looking around going, oh, hang on a minute.
Yeah, don't go with the head.
Nah.
It's all over the shop.
Yeah, it's one of those cases. But like we've been
that
speaking
was the
about,
hard bit. Getting over the head noise.
Oh, is that what I'm like? Yeah, no, it's definitely the battle, and I know that Huey there spoke a lot about the work that Joel's been doing, you know, obviously with his surfing and in the gym and that, but I know he's been paying a lot of attention to sort of, you know, to the headspace. He talked a lot about trying to stay present in his heats up at Cabarita, and obviously it's a buzzword at the moment. It seems to be the theme of the day, but it is very important, and it's a hard one. It's a lifelong thing that you got to work on, and it's good to see these young fellas starting to create some awareness for themselves about that, as we see a pretty premium looking wave here for Kai Warner.
See what he's
up
got.
And riding. Fortunately, sort of stretched out, but look, like I said, knowing Kai like I do, I'm stoked to see him having a look at a few waves, and I know one of those waves will eventuate shortly. Maybe he can get creative now with third priority. So,
well, such a good start for him.
Yep.
I think the head noise thing is the hardest thing to get over in sport. Like a lot of the confidence and the getting the negativity out of your brain.
Definitely,
it's the hardest thing you can do, I think, and getting psyched for when the waves are like this and getting like upbeat instead of going, oh, the waves are terrible. I got to get out there. This is crap. You just got to go. No, come on, let's go. Let's
find the challenge in it. Yeah, yep.
Get it on, and
definitely
you got to surf in all sorts of conditions. So
definitely
be frothing to do it instead of just being bummed about it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, it's one of those things you don't have to be here.
No,
you know, there's plenty of other things you could be doing with your time. So unless you really enjoy it and you can see the challenge, it's a lot of effort to go into something that you're not truly passionate about. So
better than digging holes, though, isn't it?
Oh, 100%. These guys are living the dream. So they can continue to live the dream if they make heats. They'll find themselves hopefully within that top 9 going to the end of the year. These three boys, they'd all need a huge result here to make that happen. But the cutoff line, it might be achievable just with one big result here. Obviously, 5,000 points online for the win.
It's a weird number, top 9.
It is. So top 9 plus 1.
Oh, so the wild card.
One region wild card.
Should be top 10 plus 1 to make it 11.
It does. It doesn't quite roll off the tongue, does it? The women's is 7 plus 1.
Oh, just make it 8 plus 1.
yeah, give us one more. I mean, I will say, again, probably pretty biased here, but we have a good, strong region.
Yeah,
you know, so
what are the? Does it say on here what the other regions get?
I think the other regions get a fairly similar allocation.
Okay. Oh, here, 9 plus 1 and da. Yeah, okay.
I will say that Australasia and the Oceania region have done a fantastic job at creating these events for the surfers. I have a few friends, as I'm sure you do too, Hoyo, in Japan, that competed recently. They only had one event, and there was a few upsets there.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, what surfing's like.
Can they come here and compete?
No. Not in these events. So it's a good question you raise, because in this event we have Leonardo and Frederico, for instance, competing in this event. One Italian and one Portuguese a national surfer. Now, they can compete in this event, but they will not get points to any kind of tally.
Yeah.
Now,
but they're taking people out.
They are taking people out. So this is this is where it gets interesting. Yeah, hopefully not. Hopefully the local boys and girls smash them if they find themselves against some internationals, as Tian gets a nice wave there. But on the point of internationals in this event, for instance, Australia, we obviously have a lot of opportunities here for people to come and study and work.
Yep.
So there's a couple of surfers like Dylan Groen
here.
I
saw that.
He's actually surfing under the German flag, but he can get points in this event if he sort of nominates Australasia as his region.
Okay.
He can't ping-pong between the two.
Okay.
So it's a bit of a mouthful there, but we do have surfers from other regions in this region, and it's because they live and work and study, and they are a part of, you know, the community, and it's, you know, one of those things. But for a surfer
they have to choose one to qualify.
Exactly. They can't go back then to Europe and say, oh, no, I didn't make it here, I want to go over there. They have to pick a lane and kind of stay in it. So, which is cool. Like, it's nice that they're able to do that, right? Like, you know, surfing's a international sport. We
I
can't,
think they should be able to go anywhere and do all of it.
Yeah, well, then I guess it goes back to why we've created this shorter sort of time and that it can be a bit more condensed.
Yeah.
And there is less sort of going out and around. So, yeah, I guess there's always going to be open to change and little updates. But I think at the moment it's a nice clear path to the top. You know, do well at home, do well on the international QS, the challenges, and then you're on the tour, rather than like a 12-month QS season.
For sure.
So,
Makes it way easier,
it's
for sure.
makes it a bit more simple. For people like Aaron Kelly on screen here getting ready, I know he's been working up on the Sunshine Coast, drove down here in his van with his mate Quinn Bruce, so they've been giving each other foot massages every night. And, they're ready to roll.
Either end of the van. That's right. Head to toe.
Head, couple of tip and tails. We've got Tian Cronje bettered his situation there with a 3.77. He's up again riding here. He's got a big, strong backhand hook. His board's looking strong under his feet. And there's 8 minutes and
how good's that, though? I like
remaining.
the camaraderie's come back into Australian surfing. Like,
Definitely.
I think the Brazilians showed everyone what it's about.
Yep.
Even the Americans and, you know, all the other people around the world have all brought themselves back into a regional thing. Going, come on, boys.
Yeah.
You know, they're doing that. Let's step up and we should do it too.
100%.
Good to see, I reckon.
Yeah, and it was good. It happened, you know, it had to go through its phases, like Australian surfing in particular. A lot of people travelling with, you know, a coach or whatever. And you know, that, like what Mitchie Ross was saying earlier, like that might work for you.
Yeah.
But it's okay if it doesn't. I feel like a lot of kids at the moment, they probably see someone with a coach or whatever and,
I have
should
to do
take
that.
it. You don't, like, I mean, selling myself out of a job here, you don't necessarily need one.
No.
Like, you need to refine your craft. No reason why you can't spend a day or two with someone at home before, you know, you travel, or, you know, you might put a little preparation campaign together, but you don't. You know, the best surfers, they kind of figure it out for themselves, and they just get little tune-ups here and there. So, you're more than welcome to do it on their own, as I'm sure you did, mate. There wouldn't have been, like, you know, thousands. Every surfer here basically has a coach these days. So it's
crazy,
it is pretty wild.
We just had the boys, pretty much.
Yeah.
It was good, though. We had the camaraderie. We also had to travel together in one car with all our boards on the roof and get everywhere. And if someone won, they'd give it, everyone would pay for the next event. And that was sort of the camaraderie we had. But I had Simon Law as pretty much was my coach, not my coach. But I just travelled with him, and
he was a part of that.
He
sort of just before you, or the same sort of time.
Yeah, just before me and during.
Yeah.
But he was pretty much the one that helped me the most out of, and Luke Egan, I suppose. He got me on tour and helped me out a lot too. But yeah, Law was the one in my corner every time. Cool. Give me the confidence, and I'd just take him out all night and do nothing for his confidence.
Tell him how hard he was ripping over a few beers. I see the Law up on the Goldie from time to time.
Yeah, he loves it. Gets
I think his daughters are into the footy,
yeah,
sort of like your boy.
Yeah, she plays for the Knights too, Bobby Law.
Does she?
Yeah.
Classic. Yeah,
so
awesome. Yeah.
Had to just finish the women's NRL women's comp. They didn't do that well, but they played good, and it's good. Good. She goes really good, Bobby.
A couple of nice turns there from
that's a good looking
Benny
wave.
Spence.
You're right. Kai's just gone into his shell, mate. He's been out there for 20 minutes. He got that first wave in the first minute.
He's one of my favourite surfers to watch, and so I'd just like to.
That was a good turn.
Simply just see more of that, more surfing from the man in red. But here we are in blue.
This is the best wave of the heat.
That was some great surfing.
2 big turns on that tiny wave.
It's a really good small wave technique. How hard is it to sort of turn your shoulders in a situation like that?
Mate, impossible for me. Like, I couldn't even get speed out there. I'd just go straight on waves like today. Just to go fast. I couldn't. That was good.
There we go. 5.33.
There you go. That's the best wave of the day, I think.
Yeah, it's right up there.
I think there's not many more. That's like an 8 today.
For sure. Yeah, I think you're right. I think we've had a 5.3. A surfer earlier, I think Taji Stokes got a 5.9, but right up there with one of the better scores of the day.
Like you said, he got I don't know where he got the speed. We didn't with hardly any speed.
Yeah.
Through some big turns. It was good. Good to see.
So we see Kai Warner here being very selective, only needing a 2.4 to get through this heat. And
got that wave 20 minutes ago.
He is sitting to the southern end of this little patch of sand here, which... you know, like you mentioned earlier, Hoy, there's a good bit of sand that runs across the whole way. I watched a few of the free surfers this morning. Look, going left from that position could be a bit daunting. Sort of goes into that hole a little bit, but it looks like we've got a couple of fun rights here peeking up in front of our surfer in red. As we see Connor Lee from Redhead getting ready to go down for his heat. He was the star of his club at the ABB, the Australian Board Riders Battle, earlier in the year up at up Newcastle Main Beach there. And I reckon he'd be taking a little bit of confidence out of that. Nothing like surfing in front of your team, putting a few scores on the board.
Well, we were saying that with Ronnie. It's a huge confidence booster, the club thing. Whoa. Let's see the start of that one. I went out and had a look at the waves before. There's actually some rights. There's a right rip bowl up that end, but there's some rights down towards Merriweather that they're inconsistent when a set comes.
Yep.
They're probably the best waves out there, but I don't know if you'd have... It's a big call to sit out and wait for them.
It's scary, isn't it? Yeah. I did see red to the left of our frame paddling out. I don't know if that was red for the next heat or red in our heat. No, there it is. Kyle Warner, a 3.27. So that bumps Tian Cronje down into third. Tian now chasing a 4.01. Tian's last ride, the ride prior, with the one nice turn, scored a 2.7. So he's got the skills. He's got obviously got the skills. He just needs to find a wave with a couple of sections.
He needs to get ones like Ben got.
Yeah, Ben had a really nice wave there. It's getting down to that stressful time now. We're sort of 3 minutes on the clock. These gents have really got to stake their claim. I mean, Ben Spence, he can put this heat to bed on his next wave. He's got priority. He's got the single highest score of the heat. He can certainly manage the heat from here and kind of take the next best wave off one of his competitors. That would be the ideal scenario, and then hopefully better his score at the same time.
You'd go and sit on him. Sorry to be...
No, I love it.
You got to. So in this day and age,
you have to.
Oh, any day and age. It used to be way worse back in my day than people used to not get waves.
Right?
Oh,
yeah, just on top of you.
In 4-man heats, no priority, but then in man-on-man heats, people just sit on you for 10 minutes.
So there was
a heat ruthless.
Cabarita where I saw a young fella, I think it was Arch Whiteman. He went and sat on Tully Wiley, and he had fourth priority, so he couldn't do anything about it. But I loved it. You know, there's 2 minutes to go. Like, you're no real chance at another wave.
No.
So I'd be doing anything I could to ruffle them up,
100%.
you know, because you know what? Once you get onto that next level, that Challenger Series, they get the boys again. They're doing it to you there.
Exactly.
There's absolutely no friends there.
Yeah.
You know,
get used to it.
A lot of good friends from Europe, plenty of great surfers from there, but they are tactically some of the gnarliest surfers. You know, fantastic people on land, very hospitable, but in the water.
Next level.
Next level. Next level. And it's all part of it, you know. The rules are there for a reason. You should get your chance at a wave.
Yeah.
But
I love
don't
the
make it too easy.
In 4-man heats. I reckon it takes a lot of just the hassling and... I mean, you can sit on the guy now. It's perfect. But with priority and just when the waves are on, and I think it just takes a lot of the hassling that no one gets a wave.
Definitely, yeah.
No one gets the chance. Because you can fake someone out of priority.
Yep.
If you're good at it.
For sure.
Paddle for a wave and then...
So speaking of which, Tian here, what's he got to do?
Well, he's just got to try and fake him out. If a wave comes, try and say, I'm going to go, and like fake him into going another wave or paddling for another wave.
Yep.
It blew into going one. But it's so hard to do in waves like this.
Definitely.
It's got to be a bit more... Here we go.
Just poke the nose
got
over.
It.
Got to.
Oh, see, you should have... It mightn't have looked that good, that wave, anyway. So
got red off the end here. Kai's found a little double down.
Here
He's
he
got
goes
some
again.
good speed down the line.
Board looks good under his feet. Brady Warner.
Jeez, he's kind of cut from your ilk, Hoyo. No deck pad.
No,
I
well,
know you got a deck grip company, mate, but I've seen plenty of your boards without them.
Back in the day, for sure.
Yeah. I've been running a few of your pads actually, mate. They're going good. Yeah,
they're good.
I had you gave Mikey February about.
And he gave him back
about 10. No, got to wherever we were going. Did you bring those deck grips? Oh, they're in the boot of the car. Oh, in the Stace collection.
Oh yeah, perfect.
Yeah,
they work good.
Sorry, MFeb, they'll get to you at some point.
he's barred us, so it's all good.
Okay, all right. Well,
never getting them back.
They ended up in the right hands.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. So we got 10 seconds to go here. Tian Cronje, he's chasing a score.
I'll have to get Kai a deck pad.
He might. He's so polite. He'll take it off you, but I don't know if he'll put it on his board. As we have the end of the heat there, a very tight one. It'd be Ben Spence in first, Kai Warner in second, Tian Cronje unfortunately eliminated from competition here. We're going to take a very short break and be back with another absolute banger. Heat number 8 coming up very soon.
An outdoor gallery everywhere you turn. We're just scratching the surfaced.
When you deal with the Burton family,
You're dealing with local people.
Who support the Newcastle, Hunter and Port Stephens regions.
Thanks to Burton Automotive for being our youth development partner.
Thanks to Burton Automotive, helping keep kids active in Merriweather Surfboard Club.
Surfest is a big part of Newcastle, and Burton Automotive is a big part of Surfest.
giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
Welcome back to the City of Newcastle Pro. We've got another banger here for you at Merriweather Beach. It's Jamie Thompson in the red, Kai Tanley in the blue, Connor Lee from Redhead in the white, and Aaron Kelly from the Sunshine Coast in the green. It's a very tight fought battle, that last one, Hoyo, with only 3 servers in the water. You'd have to think the gents in this heat are just going to have to lift the level slightly if they want to progress through this one, with obviously all 4 surfers showing up for this heat.
Definitely. I don't know what happened to old mate in the green in the last heat. Just didn't show up. Studying, you said, maybe.
Yeah, not too sure.
Or
what he might have been
the
up to.
dreaded.
Yeah, exactly. He could have been
Last
in. He
week,
could have
yeah.
been in Newcastle last night. I mean, anything's
Oh,
possible.
true. Monday night in Newcastle. Anything could happen.
Anything's possible.
Yeah, they'll have to step it up in this heat. Looks like the waves. There was a lot of waves in that last heat. A couple of good quality waves. So hopefully it's improving. You see those squalls out the back.
Yeah.
It's on. It's coming in for sure. The rain's coming.
Hopefully they
doesn't stop.
They just skim past us.
That's not skimming. That's coming straight in.
It just seems to be the new way of these weather patterns at the moment. You know, unfortunately, Northern Rivers are back up towards my way, just copping it again, and it's just so unfortunate because these systems they're just hovering. So yeah, my thoughts and you know, from everyone here, thinking of everyone up that way, and hope you're doing okay. And a lot of the crew up there just only getting their heads around the clean up from last time. So. I heard the rain is easing up that way, so good signs. But hopefully that's it for a little while, and we can get back into a bit more of a sort of a typically, you know, westerly wind, dry winter kind of thing, rather than these onshores that seem very, very moist.
Well, yeah, just the lows have moved down so far south. Is what's happened. It's like they're cyclones, but they're not, you know, above in the tropic.
Totally. So you see Aaron Kelly getting a quick ride there, in and out, just a 2-3-3. I know Aaron Kelly and Connor Lee both possess expert level of aerial manoeuvres above the lip, so we'll see how they go in this heat. Kai Tanler, he kind of comes from the other side of the spectrum, a beautiful style, a big, strong, powerful surfer. We'll try and get you a angle of his ride there in a moment, but I know...
Missed that voice.
I know Kai, he'd be pretty happy to get his teeth into a couple of those right-hand walls.
Oh, there's a little right down further. See the ones to the right of the screen there? That's where I've been when I
You reckon a few more of them will start popping up with that tide going out
Definitely,
a bit?
definitely. It's just the end of the bank, but it's you wouldn't want to sit there. It's a bit risky.
Yeah. Talking about equipment, mate, you made the call earlier. You'd just be sticking to your guns, channel bottom, swallowtail.
Yeah.
On that note, I'd love to ask you, are you surprised that you don't see more people on the world tour getting on the channel bottoms?
100%. I don't know. I'd look at some people surfing and go, mate, you should have a go on a channel bottom.
Who comes to mind?
Oh, there's a few of them. like that to do airs on a channel bottom that's out. But when the waves are good, like say you go into Bells
or something,
or Margaret's or J Bay, or there's so many places that you could ride them. And I think there's I don't know, I could name half the tour that I reckon you got to get a good one though. It's hard to get a real good one
for sure,
because some track and some want to go straight. But if you get a good one off the right people, I think there's a few guys that would benefit from it for sure. In good waves. Not in ways like today. Couldn't do a turn today on it. I'd be going dead straight. Would not work at all today.
Here we go, up and riding. Jamie Thompson.
Oh, floating.
Bit of a float boat. I wonder if this young fella's ever had a channel bottom. Ben Spence, are you on the line, mate?
Yes, I am.
You ever ridden a channel bottom, mate?
No, I haven't. I haven't had the luxury of getting too many boards in my time because I've had a bit of a budget my whole life. But no, I haven't. But they look good.
Are you from the West?
Yeah, I am, yeah.
Mate, they go pretty mental in the tube, I reckon. I reckon you might have to chuck one in your next budget, mate. Yeah. But talk us through it. How stoked are you to be able to do these events? Obviously, budgeting for year-long QS campaigns can be pretty daunting, but you've got these events right here, all back-to-back. Obviously, you've got to come across to the East Coast to do them, but you must be pretty stoked to get these events all in a line.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, it saves a lot of money, and it's smart, so... Yeah, it's good to help out the young blokes that don't have much coin with sponsors and stuff. So yeah, it's a good idea.
Yeah, awesome, mate. Stoked to hear that. And you had an awesome wave in your heat there. Talk to us about how important good technique is in small waves.
Yeah, it's pretty important. It keeps you from bogging, and it's good to be light on my. I felt sluggish in that heat, but yeah, it's very important to just keep light feet and it just stops you from bogging. When you've got like little mishaps in your style, kind of just leads to just the loss of like flow. Everything's got to be in sync to keep flow. But I'm still not that good in small waves. But it just seems like you have to have everything in sync and in flow to keep speed.
You were pretty in flow on that one wave. There were a couple of huge turns you did. What boards are you riding?
Al Bean, it's a local shaper from WA. I've been with him for a while, and he's always helped me out, even though I haven't got many results in my time. But hopefully they're coming now. But he's always stuck with me. So.
Oh yeah, I know Al. He's a legend, mate. Good on him. He shapes sick channel bottoms too, actually.
Yeah.
So when you get home, mate, not for here on the East Coast, but maybe when you're home for sure.
Yeah. Well, he's kind of retired. He's living off the grid now, but
down
I still
south.
Keep in touch. Yeah,
sick.
In Bremer, I think, mate.
So he wouldn't even be able to hear us anyway.
No, I don't think so. I think he'd be fishing or something.
Legend, Al's a legend, mate. Good on him. Good on him for looking after you.
That's classic. You'll have to go and take one of those boards that Jezza Forrest has been riding off him. He's been getting a couple of bangers off him as well.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, he got on him after everybody's just started getting on him down WA because he shapes his boards really. They're all good shape. I don't know. He knows how to shape a board real well. So, most WA servers you'll see on Albeans now.
Yeah, there's a couple of good single fins floating around Cabarita actually that are Albeans from 30, 40 years ago. So,
Santosha days.
Yeah. But no, Benny, great to chat with you, mate. Great to learn a bit more about you. Well done there, and hopefully we can have a few more chats throughout the week, mate. Well done.
Yeah, hopefully. Cheers, mate.
Good luck, mate.
Good on you.
Cheers.
See you, mate. Mate, I'll be honest. There's plenty of names in this draw that I have no idea where they come from, what they do, who they're about, and this is so cool. You get the kids winning heats, and they're coming out here, and he's what an honest young man. He knows where he's at, he knows what he needs to do, and he's got the opportunity. Hopefully, he can do it. As we see, Aaron Kelly here, Hoyo.
Good air reverse. He's going to get a good score for that.
So you have 4, 6, 7 for the other one. I believe we still are waiting a score from Aaron. Someone who'll be noting all of this, no doubt in my mind, will be Connor Lee. He is yet to ride a wave, but he possesses a pretty lethal aerial attack himself. So he won't let Aaron Kelly have all the fun as we see Jamie Thompson there get a left up to the northern part of this sandbar. Just the one turn. Obviously, Jamie from North Narrabeen. He's
Looking
possesses
at
a
those
pretty
lefts.
deadly backhand, and
As
he'll
they
be,
do.
he'll be looking for that. But yeah, getting back to your point, mate, about the channel bottoms, I'm right there with you. I think that there's a few servers on tour. They could probably get a little more power, a little more speed out of those boards. Kai Tandler up and riding here. So Kai Tandler a 3.1 on the first wave that we didn't see, and then here getting his next wave there. So he'll look to hopefully improve his situation as Jamie gets another little wave on the way back out, which is very clever.
Busy. Oh, this is a little double up on the inside if he finishes. Oh, yeah, nice. Little, like a bit of rail in the middle there, but finished nicely.
That was a really clever pickup to
Wasn't it?
grab that wave on the way back out. He might have just surprised himself a little bit. That was a pretty quality wave with a few good scoring opportunities. I'd like to see that wave again. I think if he could.
More on the bank, that one too.
Yeah.
Yesterday, like I said, there was peaking out the back, and there was waves that you were nowhere near where you're sitting. There was sets were breaking. Here it is again. Just doubles up, doesn't he? Gets a bit of speed. Just dug the nose a little bit there, but that was still he still did well. Three pretty good turns with speed too, which is the hardest thing in waves like this. Keeping your speed.
Definitely. So we see a score there coming in for Jamie, a 3.5. So he's got himself in second position. Kai Tandler chasing a 4.4, and we're still owed a score from Kai. So that will set us up with 14 minutes to go. And Connor Lee's put himself in a...
you have to ride a wave.
I would call this like a CT-esque situation where you're yet to ride a wave. It's certainly not a bad thing. However, it's how you use this next opportunity.
Yeah. With priority,
it
too.
needs to be perfect.
Yeah.
He needs to find the best wave of the heat, and he needs to execute on that wave, which for a young man can be a bit of a daunting task. So we'll see how he performs. Knowing Connor as I do, I'm sure he would have liked to have ridden about 4 or 5 waves right now. I think if he could have Aaron Kelly's situation, regardless of position in the heat, but just wave count, I think he would take Aaron's. But this is going to be a good challenge for him. It looks like he will get an opportunity here. Committed paddle. Connor up and riding. Plenty of speed under that Chile surfboard. Nice, beautiful big carve. But unfortunately, that wave peters out as Aaron Kelly off the edge. He gets a little combo there and fixes up his shoelaces.
Stuck his leg. He looked like it was around his front foot and dragged it back. Yeah, he waited a long time kind of for that wave just for one turn. I think in waves like in today's conditions, I think you got to keep busy, stay away from your other competitor.
Totally.
Because there's waves everywhere out there. So with priority, you sit. If you haven't got priority, move.
And he's charging back out the back here. I really liked how Jamie Thompson seemed to sort of just take his time to get back out the back.
Well, he got one on the inside
and
too.
He got that wave on the inside, which, like I said, I think Jamie's a quality surfer. And if he had his time again, I reckon he probably could have extracted more than 3.5 points out of that ride. But at least he knows those waves are there now. Whereas Connor's just sat out the back for, 10 plus minutes, and he's pretty well straight back out there again.
Yep.
I'd be very careful of sitting too far out on a day like today. I think that there's some fun little waves that are going to, show themselves on the inside there, particularly for the surfers that can do those one single explosive manoeuvres.
Yeah, for sure.
Bit more lip on the inside, as you see Jamie Thompson here, just on a bit of a closeout. So,
well, as I said, the ones that were doing that yesterday, the sets are breaking a long way out, but the good in double ups was like another 20 metres in from where you were.
Yep. Yep.
And it's the same today. I think that's where Jamie got his last wave.
Yep.
And like you said, I don't think he expected to be that good of a wave, and it was.
Yeah. It was probably wave scoring opportunity, one of the better waves we've seen today. Definitely opportunity to get sort of 2 really strong turns in there, but just where you put them in obviously looks critical, and you just kind of obviously poke the nose a little bit, which is obviously going to keep the score down. But nevertheless, he finds himself in a good position. He's got the 3rd highest scoring ride of the heat, so I'm sure he'll look to build on that. Kai Tandler is in 3rd position chasing Jamie. Kai needs a 3.81, and Connor Lee just with that one single turn. It was a nice turn, but the wave unfortunately flattened out. It just got a 3.07. So, look, not the worst start for Connor. It just took him a little while to get going.
It took him 12 minutes to get more, 13 minutes.
So he's chasing a 4.4.
With priority too, because they got waves early too, so he had priority for that whole time.
Yeah.
Sometimes priority's a curse in waves like today.
I think for your Kai Tandlers, your Kai Warners and your Connor Lees, these types of young fellas, they like to ride waves, and I don't blame them. Why wouldn't you on a day like today? It looks fun. As we see, he might get a little double up here. No, it will be a quick in and out, which can't really see the purpose of that ride. Second priority there, handed away. So Aaron Kelly, in hindsight, this should be Connor Lee on this wave, but it's not. Aaron Kelly up and riding. A nice, strong first carve. He's looking really sharp. And a big layback hammer there. That was a fantastic
flat sort of wave,
ride.
but he did some good turns.
Yeah, from the sunny coast. He knows how to extract the power.
Looks a bit like the sunny coast.
Yeah, it does. We'll get a replay here. Hoyo, what'd you like about it?
Yeah, the first turn, nice turn there, and the second turn's good. It looks real flat this wave, and then just that one little section, and he whacked it. Layback hack on it.
It's impeccable timing, isn't it?
And just that one, it just popped up 1 millisecond, and then he hit it perfectly. But I don't know, it's hard. It's a hard wave to score like that because he's not really riding out with speed or flowing together. You know what I mean?
And
But it was
first
sick.
turn was sort of just a bit more of a setup work.
Yeah.
I think the judges have just dropped that one in there. They brought it in below his 2 airs.
Yeah.
So his earlier rides were pretty nice airs, and this last wave, although it had probably one of the better single turns of the day, it was just sort of like you said, into that dead water there for that 3.93. So
It's a hard wave to score, isn't it?
Yeah.
2 good turns, but just not the wave's not moving with you.
Yep.
Just
Yeah, it's almost, there's nothing you can really do about that either. You can't ride the wave any longer.
Nah.
Yeah.
Then that section just popped up for him.
Yep.
He surfed it really well, but it was just the wave wasn't there to help him out after the turn.
You see Connor Lee here. He seems to have found something.
See, it peaks. See, you can see it there. It's peaking, especially when the tide drops more. It's going to peak out. There's an out, it's not even a bank out there, but it just makes the waves peak up and then just back off till the bank.
Yep.
It's
Can leave you playing a bit of cat and mouse with the sandbar, can't it?
Yeah. Don't know where it's going to go.
Totally. I like these style of waves, just slightly smaller, but on the inside. We'll see what this one does. It's hopefully going to give Jamie a big, strong end section. It does, but unfortunately he gets a mouthful of surfboard. And Aaron Kelly manages to get some flow going as well on his wave. So there is just 8 minutes remaining there. Jamie looks to be okay as he makes his way back out the back.
That's dangerous, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, it is. You ever had any face-altering surfboard collisions?
Yeah, I got like my tooth out.
Yeah.
I've had a few, actually.
Your glassy board's pretty heavy, don't you?
Yeah. No, the nose hit me straight in the tooth.
Yeah.
We named the spot Tooth Fairies after that.
Any money on the beach for you? Wait.
No, just the boys on the beach laughing at me.
Yeah.
Oh, that was dangerous. There it was again.
Yeah, Aaron Kelly here, you can tell he wants to boost.
This is a good wave. 2 nice turns there. Just he got that little ending. Wow, I wonder if that's going to go. Yeah, it did go. It's still a good score. The other boys would take that score.
I was going to say 4.6. Every other surfer in that
Needed it.
heat would take it.
Yeah.
Kai Tandler, he'd certainly take that score at this point in the heat. He'd be a little disappointed that he wasn't on that wave. He has been waiting for a long time.
That was a good-looking wave. It wedged up for him. Bit foamy, but a couple of good turns on it.
Yeah, there's certain characters, I think, like Priority. Kai Tandler's one of them. Let's see how he executes here. This wave running off down the line. He'd be eager to get out into the green face, and not the case for Kai.
Had no green face, that one.
No, it was a bit too fired up there. Connor Lee now behind. Geez, plenty of entry speed. Beautiful big
that was sick.
turning, carving manoeuvre.
Here we go.
This is could be one of the better waves of the day so far if he gets a finish here. That first turn was a serious carving manoeuvre, and the air on the inside.
Wow.
That's the
wave of the day for me.
That's one of the better rides you will see. We saw the great single opening manoeuvre there from Connor on his first wave. You could see he had the equipment was looking sharp, the body's looking good, but now he's found a wave with a few sections, Hoyo.
Yeah, good first turn here. Just carves it back. Nice snap there through the tail. Just a speed trim here, and then just gets a good end section and throws a little air reverse at the end. Boom.
Wow.
Perfect.
How you like
Best
it.
wave of the day. What are they going to get? This is...
Yeah.
Only needed a 4.43. I just got that easily.
I'd be surprised if he doesn't go all the way to the lead after that wave.
Definitely.
It's a very, very strong ride.
I think that's the strongest wave we've seen surf today.
Yeah, I think so too. Just that...
just the flow.
You don't have to surf small in small waves. You can still surf big,
Yeah.
and he certainly did that.
For sure.
A surfer who'll be looking to do that in his next heat is young Jarvis Earl. He's got all the tricks in the book, but it's just going to be a matter if this young man can find the right formula for today's conditions. He's a great young fellow.
Goofy footer?
A young goofy footer from Cronulla.
Yeah.
I think Louis helps him out
Yeah,
a little bit down
yeah.
there.
He's been up here a few times. Yeah.
No, he's
good kid.
Good kid. Got a big variety of tricks. Nothing wrong with that. But as a young fella, I think you've got to learn how to channel it, when to pull out what trick. And
there it is.
And he's certainly learning about it as we have a situation change. 4th to 1st, 6-6-7 for Connor Lee. He'll be thrilled about that. I would say that he certainly would have preferred to get that ride a lot earlier in his heat, but he's pulled it out at the right time.
But he didn't hold back on that wave at all. He could have surfed that wave soft and just not gone for the air reverse at the end, just finished it. But he went for everything he had to do, and they scored him well. Perfect.
Even the first turn, he could have done. He could have done 10 other turns than that would have been way safer.
Yeah.
But to draw a long, big arcing rail turn on a day like today, I would say, that's going to be, maybe not that particular turn, but turns like that, they're going to be equally as hard to do in air because there's so many different shapes to the wave face that to hold your rail through that whole turn is extremely difficult. And for him to combo that up with the snap straight after, that just straight up would have felt good.
Yeah, it would have felt good. The whole wave would have felt pretty good in these conditions for sure.
Definitely.
And he didn't, falter. He didn't, wasn't nervous on the wave at all. Showed no nerves. After he waited so long for his first wave, he's got all these waves in 10 minutes, really.
No, he's done very well there. He'd be dying to hear this situation. Tell me where I'm at. What do I need to do? The good news is for Connor, he's in the lead with the lowest scoring ride of the exchange. He's got the first best score and the 8th best score of all the 8 counting waves. So that's a great position to be in if you're looking to obviously extend your total there. He's only got a better, a 3.07. Kai Tandler there on screen. He's in second priority, so he should get his chance, you'd think, with 3.5 remaining. A few little lumps approaching. He needs a 5.87, and mate, Kai's one of those surfers. He could do that in his sleep. He just needs the opportunity. Jamie Thompson into third. He needs a 5.07. And Aaron Kelly is in second place, so he's safe for the time being, but he needs a score if he wants to take back the lead. Kai Tandler up and riding.
Oh, it's a hard way to surf that one.
You can tell he's trying to potentially do it in 2.
Yeah.
5.87, he might be looking at that going, you know what, the boys have only got 10 points. I reckon I can get 10 points in 3 minutes here. But you're going to need to be completing your rides.
That was a hard way to surf that one. As soon as it doubled up, it went foamy.
Yeah.
Hard.
Yeah, not much you can do
hard.
about that. Not even Channels is going to save you in that situation.
That'd make it go even more backwards on those foamy ones like that.
I get a few boards off Dale Wilson up there on the Gold Coast, and got Malia Manuel's partner, a couple, and he's a very good surfer on the North Shore of Hawaii. He said he's been loving them. So he was a good test for me. 'cause you know what it's like. You get these boards and you want to share them, but you don't want to be too overbearing. Yeah. But I said, oh mate, just give one of these a go.
Yeah.
And he got a few clips of him recently in some tubes. So I think if you've got a curiosity to give Channels a go, hit up Hoy. You'll make a couple.
Yeah, I won't make them. I'll get someone else to make them. I'll get Steele to make them.
Yeah.
Well, there's a few good ones out there, don't worry.
There is. As we see, Aaron Kelly here. In and out.
Well, he had the 4th priority anyway, so he might as well have gone that.
Yeah, little check in and out there.
See, Jamie Thompson's in the box seat here with priority needed, but a 5.07. That's going to be his highest score. So it's that's a big score today.
It is. Yeah, it really is.
Hard work.
It's one of those things where you would need at least two turns put together with no downtime. It can't be a smaller insider one. It'll have to be.
Here
As
he
you get an
goes.
opportunity here. Jamie Thompson up and riding. This is a good looking wave. Nice little check turn out of the left there. He'll need more though. A nice carve through the inside.
Finish good here.
Oh wow, it's a good finish.
What do you reckon?
It's
going to be
close.
really close. That's
It's
probably
close.
his best wave.
I think you're right. So what's his
He got
best?
a
A 4.5.
Wow.
Look, it's
That's
really
gonna go
close.
down to the wire, isn't it?
Yeah.
Here we
we'll
go again.
see.
Got a bit stuck there. Nice turn there. And then this great ending.
Oh, it's a good finish. If
Yeah.
there's one turn you want to
Karate
leave
chop
with the
ending.
judges, it's that turn.
Yeah, true.
So he did well there to do that, but I'm with you there on the start, just a little bit sticky.
Yeah, both of the turns, really, eh?
Yeah, it's a great finish, though, and it certainly give the judges something to think about. We did see two pretty dynamic airs from Aaron Kelly, the 4.67 and the 4.9, so he will need to score above that.
Yeah,
which
true.
is, I think, going to be tricky.
The 4.9 was that good air reverse.
Yeah,
clean.
Bigger section.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see.
Yeah, there it is. They're not doing it. They barred him.
4.03. So it was his second best, but not enough to turn the heat and not enough to lower the requirement either. So sometimes that can be a bit of a kick in the guts when that happens. they were liking you, but not enough to turn the heat. So a very, very well fought battle there at the end for Jamie Thompson. Just falling short. It was Connor Lee in the lead, Aaron Kelly in second. Unfortunately, eliminated from competition was Jamie Thompson and Kai Tandler. We're going to take a short break and be right back with heat number 9 of the round of 96. It's going to be a cracker. Don't go anywhere.
Surfest is a big part of Newcastle, and Burton Automotive is a big part of Surfest. Burton Automotive, always ready to help our community.
Hatted Chef Restaurant. We're just scratching the surface.
Welcome back to Surfest 2022, and we're here for the City of Newcastle Pro. This is the last regional qualifier. Each of these surfers with big dreams of cracking the Challenger Series, and you can feel it because they know it's their last opportunity. Great heat here. Jarvis Earl will be in the red. Ryan Slattery will be in the blue. Nathan Hedge, the hog, out there in the white, and Geordie Liakman in the green. Should be a fun one. Ronnie Blakey with Mitch Ross. Rossi, this is one of those heats that we've been talking about where you get those, those guys that have been to the top end. They've challenged for championship tour wins, and this regional qualifying series is kind of giving them the opportunity to still test themselves against this next generation, and with a couple of big results, who knows, maybe get themselves on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, absolutely. The hog, he lives for this sort of stuff. And, judging, watching the last few webcasts, it's like he's in that little sort of wolf pack with Jagger Bartholomew, Caius King, bit of a young sort of crew. So feeling super youthful at the moment, the hog. So really excited to see him. And you mentioned a couple of other guys. Geordie, of course, he's a bit of a local surfer from Frenchman's down the coast, about 25, 30 minutes down the coast. Jarvis Earl from Cronulla. Actually had a surf with him yesterday down at Dudley, another sort of spot around the corner. And as you can see, he's in plenty of form at the moment, little goofy footer.
He's super accomplished at a junior amateur level. He's done a whole lot and won plenty of big events, but this is where he's really keen to make his mark here at the City of Newcastle Pro QS 5000. And this is Ryan Slattery.
Power. I watched him at Cabarita last week, and you can, who he reminded me of? You go, no, he a lot of Ross Williams. Have a think about it after you watch him get a couple of waves. As you see, this is the replay of Jarvis Earl. As I said, had a little paddle with him yesterday and Jackson Baker, and I was actually asking Jackson thoughts on Jarvis Earl, and he said he's probably, arguably, one of the best surfers coming up. He sort of said he's definitely the top 1, 2, 3. He ticks a lot of the boxes. He charges, he surfs small waves well, and he can do really big airs.
Yeah, you need all those things if you're going to make it, for sure. But, that progressive approach is key. But we saw then he kept his board in the water and he flowed through a number of turns, mixed it up slightly on that backhand for a 5.43 opener. That's as good a start as we've seen today. and maybe the best that we've seen all day as far as your first ride goes. Ryan Slattery opened up pretty well, 4.5. But yeah, it's interesting because some of these early round heats have come to a close, and some surfers that are pretty well situated on the rankings have fallen out of the mix. As we see, Red up again. Jarvis Earl loading up. Can't ride out of that one. But yeah, you just forget sometimes in the earlier rounds at this final stop just how much is on the line for these competitors. And, you know, I felt the disappointment that the faces of some of the competitors that I've lost out here this morning, you know, have been really sad. And, you know, the good thing for them is, you know, it's not this long drawn-out process of trying to figure out what you're going to do next. Now you can focus on sharpening your surfing up, getting to some different locations. We know that, you know, creating content and appeasing your sponsors is a huge part of the game as well. But, yeah, it is tough watching some of those losses. Here we go. Here goes Geordie. Nice section. And unloads, puts it on the back foot. One of the probably the highest quality single turns we've seen all day.
Absolutely. Yeah, big layback snap there from Geordie. As I mentioned before, he's from Frenchman's. A great little spot. Not, you know, I can't imagine too many people outside of the Newcastle area know too much about Frenchman's, but it's a nice little bay beach. It's got a couple of good peaks, a little left-hander in the corner. Plenty of, nice turn there from Ryan Slattery. But yeah, plenty of, you know, similar sort of type waves to in town here for Geordie, and looking really strong on that last ride. As Ron mentioned, one of the biggest turns we've seen of the day, and I'm sure for one manoeuvre, the judges will reward that one.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting one. You know, typically the judges, for big individual turns, you're more likely going to turn in a score at the upper end of the scale if you do go to the air. But sometimes for me, it's so refreshing when you see a big individual turn that's not in the air. So I hope he's well rewarded for it. Nathan Hedge, super patient. He's about to get his first taste of it, but here it is again.
And ticks so many boxes. He saw that thing and just, you know, it was clear that it was a one-turn wave.
They feel so good too. I haven't done one, but I'd imagine that it would feel fantastic. 18 minutes to go. Let's check in now with Connor Lee before we get caught up on what's unfolding out here in the lineup. How are you, Connor?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. Yourself?
Mate, we're feeling it in the booth, that last big chance in these regional qualifiers to get a huge result. Are you feeling the pressure, mate? It didn't look like you were.
No, I was pretty nervous. Hey, I was stressing. I was kind of like blowing up out there for a second, and then I was like, I missed a good one, and then I was just lucky there was like one behind it. So,
mate, explain the feeling once you know, the loudspeaker says you get a 6.67. You know, obviously, as soon as you hear it, it's one of the biggest scores of the day. Does it put you in a real comfortable position?
Yeah, I guess you kind of just like let go of that, like them nerves and that pressure that's building up, them butterflies kind of thing. I kind of was pretty worried, and I got that wave, and it definitely made my legs loosen up a little, I think.
Mate, you were touching on it, just the nerves that you're feeling. Is there that kind of energy and atmosphere down there in the competitors area? Or is everyone kind of going, wow, this is our last shot to climb those rankings and maybe try and crack those Challenger Series events?
Yeah, everyone's pretty hungry. It's pretty like dog eat dog, I guess, this contest. Like everyone wants it, so it's kind of, I guess, who wants it the most and who's surfing the best. But everyone's always pretty cool when they're having free surfs and chilling around the comp area. But definitely that pre-heat warm-up, everyone's pretty gnarly.
Dog eat dog, I like that. Who's the scariest dog in the pack? Who's the alpha?
I don't know. Maybe
Huey Vaughan?
Yeah, Huey's pretty hectic. he might take you down by the legs, I reckon. But I don't know, maybe like Zaffis or something. He's pretty hectic. I'm always like pretty scared when he's in the water. He's gonna mow me down.
Hey mate, have you got much of an idea of what it takes to, you know, jump into that top 9?
I guess I kind of have a rough idea, but I'm kind of trying to work on more parts myself and just film a bit. But I kind of thought I'd give like the last like Evoker and this one a crack just to kind of get a feeling if I wanted it or not. But it's pretty hard work. It's you can't be lazy, that's for sure, unless you're gonna, like, if you want it, you want it. If you don't want it, you're not gonna get it, kind of thing, I feel like.
But one thing must encourage you a little bit, the fact that the judges reward, you know, big single manoeuvres nowadays. It's a little bit different to what we saw, 5-10 years ago. But, someone like yourself, you could go out there and potentially do 2 turns an entire heat and get a couple of excellent scores.
Yeah, for sure. It's kind of sick now that judges, you can go out there and you can tag one huge full rotor and they're going to give you a 9 or something like that. So that's kind of sick. It kind of takes that concept out of it's kind of more free surfing, I reckon, and it's sick to kind of be able to get scores doing that, if that kind of makes sense.
Yep, mate, we've really noticed, I know this is a regional event, so it might be a little bit different. It's not Australia taking on the world. Australia may be taking on a couple of Kiwis in this contest, but who's the pack that you're running with, and who are you cheering on through the event as well as yourself?
Me and Zachy McMahon are pretty close, and me and Micah and Blake Neck are Micah Margus, and Micah's one of my best mates, but I think he's got COVID, so he couldn't come down, but that's usually the kind of the crew. But yeah, definitely I'd like to see Zachy McMahon go well, because he hasn't done a contest in this year, so it'd be sick to see him kind of tag a few rounds, I reckon.
Mate, you mentioned a moment ago that you work on a lot of sort of free surfing stuff. I know you've produced some clips with Zachy Heath and stuff. You working on anything particular at the moment?
Yeah, kind of. I'm just kind of trying to focus on where I can head somewhere different to kind of film for the year and hopefully put out a clip. I don't know. I look up Noah and Craig a lot, so it'd be sick to kind of surf some joints that they have surfed and do some similar stuff to them and just find some big air sections, get barreled. I guess that's kind of what I'm pretty frothing to do. Take my old boy along with me. I want to put out a clip with my dad and all my mates, so I want to see them get some big barrels.
So who would feature in that one? Would it be Byron Howarth, Jakey Sylvester, Justin Lee? Who else we got? Peter McCabe, maybe a bit of a cameo.
I reckon McCabe could make the cut for sure. He actually shaped me a real nice single fin a few months ago, so I'm pretty frothing on that one.
Awesome.
But yeah, definitely Jakey. He's the man.
Oh, beauty. Well, we look forward to seeing that one, Connor. But more importantly, mate, we look forward to seeing you in the next round on a good run here at the moment. Keep it going.
Yeah, thank you. Cheers heaps, boys. Have a nice day.
Thanks, mate. We will. Just under 14 minutes remaining, and plenty of waves being ridden during the interview there. And, well, let's break it down. Out in front at the moment, Geordie's got a pretty decent lead, 5.67. Also paired it up with a 3.77. Pretty nice. Jarvis Earl been pushed in the second spot. Doesn't need a whole lot to get into the lead, just a 4.02. Ryan Slattery in third. Just missed out on finishing off his last ride, which might have just given him the points he needed to get back into second. But he does need a 4.67 to jump up into the top 2. Nathan Hedge, a patient start to the heat so far. He's got priority. He's chosen this one. Sees an opportunity here. Digs in on that first turn. Gets the finish. Clean combination. Looks up at the panel.
He means business. Good wave there from Hedgie as we see Geordie going to the air. Tries a big air reverse, but all attention was with Nathan Hedge then. 2 solid turns. Of course, here's the replay. First manoeuvre was a big gouge on that backhand, and he got strong into the lip on another second powerful manoeuvre.
Don't know if he's looking at his camp or maybe looking up at the panel, but mate, if looks could kill, everyone would be gone. He's just so intense when he gets into competition mode. I did see him before he paddled out, and on the beach, he's just so mellow these days. And how you been? And really enjoying his time. He actually did a little post not long ago on Instagram just about this regional qualifying series and how much he's been enjoying it. Loving the opportunity to, help mentor some of this upcoming talent. And we've got some of the upcoming heats getting ready to hit the lineup.
Do you know what inspires him to do this? Is he trying to get back on tour? Is he just doing it for fun? Or
I think it keeps him young and alive. He's probably fitter than he's ever been. Nathan Hedge, that big sort of, I guess, physical evolution in the athlete happened sort of just after he finished his championship tour career or was bumped off the tour. And so, he's at peak physical condition. He does have a kind of traditional approach, and you see it here in full flare. He just strings his turns together so beautifully, rail to rail. It's a little different to what some of this next generation likes to do. they're capable of doing it, but they tend to ride high on that wave, look for that one big section to launch something in surf like this. So it's a really fun contrast to watch. And at the moment, the judges are, I think, eating it up. He's about to drop a pretty good score here.
Yeah, he's looking for a 6 at the moment, and the judges have said a 5.9, so close. But we just saw him catch another wave, that last right-hander, only looking for a 3.26 on that one. So mate, if you're a betting man, you'd say he's going to get the score. So he might even go up into the lead.
I just love that what Nathan Hedge brings to this heat draw. Like, I think, just by probably the judging trends and the criteria the way it is now, you are going to see a lot of the same kind of surfing when you get to one of these events. Then there's those traditionalists like Nathan Hedge. You put them in the mix and you're going to get something different. If you are an air guy, you better stick some of those moves, because when it comes to rail surfing, someone like Hedgie is going to consistently put up pretty decent scores, and he's got himself into the lead now. So his patience has paid off. He knows what waves he's looking for out there. Almost a 6, and it backed it up with a mid-range 4, and the other boys are playing catch-up now. Turn this heat on its head.
And there it is. There's the wave that actually turned the heat on the head. It was a 4.27 for Hedgie. And even if you think about Nathan, watching his whole journey from even back in the QS days through to the CT, he was one of those guys that always went out the back and threw the anchor down. He would always, depend on catching the best waves of the heat, and he's still doing it, 25 years later down here in Newcastle.
What's your favourite Nathan Hedge career highlight moment?
Oh, maybe the one that comes to mind straight away is when he, remember he rode those boards with a big hog?
Yeah, the big hog sticker, the
yeah,
logo.
Yeah, I thought that was a pretty, pretty sort of relevant moment in Hog's career. I liked him at J-Bay a lot. I like when he...
He finalled at J-Bay. Had a second to Andy, I think.
Yeah.
Incredible flowing backhand surfer. Always kind of loved to get on a slightly bigger board, and it just made his surfing look so smooth. And I remember him coming on once he was off tour surfing through the trials in Tahiti and getting a 10-point ride in the main event.
Yep.
That for me was an unbelievable moment.
Isn't that funny? That was when he was off tour trying to get back in, and that would have been about 10 years ago.
Yeah.
and he's still, having fun and, keeping up with the young kids. Pretty inspiring, the man in white, Nathan Hedge. So just a little over 8 minutes remaining. We've ripped through 9 heats today already, Ron. It's been a great one.
It has. Yeah. I just also, while we've touched on his surfing and just how it differs to sort of the modern day approach, For some of those Groms, being in the heat with Nathan Hedge, there you go. There's a window into how intense it's going to be if you do get through into the Challenger Series and potentially onto the CT one day. You're going to be sitting next to a guy who you don't want to lock eyes with in the lineup. He'll stare straight through you. There's an intensity there. He's got presence. You'll feel him in your space in this lineup.
Look at him now. He's sitting on the top of... Geordie Lickerman right now, just hovering around them. Yeah,
I'm keen to see how Jarvis Earl handles this situation, because you'd say he's probably got as good an opportunity as anyone in this event to claim a really big result, charge up those ratings, but he's got to get through these early round heats, that's for sure, and he's out there with priority at the moment. Nathan Hedge just helping him make that decision to get into that wave.
There he is, Jarvis Earl, a little snap off the top there, looking for a bit of a power section, and he found it. He'd be doing good if he can finish this. Yeah, great surfing there from the man in red, Jarvis Earl, looking for a 4.02.
I just think it's, that was a really disjointed, bumpy wave. So trying to, string together moves and find any kind of flow was going to be difficult. As you mentioned, just a 4.02, the requirement. I mean, generally speaking, if you get 3 reasonable sections and you can do okay turns, you're going to get that score. But it might be 50-50 in this situation when you weren't able to sort of flow one turn into the other. But we'll see. See where the judges go with it.
Yeah, I feel like he'll get it. I think he, as you said, 3 turns, 3 pretty decent turns. So utilising, I think it was second priority at the time, was Jarvis Earl, the goofy footer. And the judges have said yes. It was a 4.53, and here he goes again.
Oh.
Goes for a little air reverse for just slipping off. And there's his hog up and riding once again. Nice big snap there from the man in number 1 position right now, Nathan Hedge from North Narrabeen.
So Nathan, he hasn't had that many fantastic results on the qualifying series this season. The best of them was a 9th, and that was in a QS 1000. But the most points he's collected was actually at the Tweed Coast Pro, 400 points. So, he's definitely going to be adding to that total in this QS 5000. But basically, he'll need to crack the final, you'd think, to have a shot at getting himself into that top 9.
Yeah, I'd nearly say as far as maybe a final. I don't think even a semi would cut it. So.
Oh no, for sure. Yeah, the last heat of the event.
Yeah.
Possibly will need a win. So there is some long shots in this earlier round. But the opportunity for surfers as we move into the seeded round and see some of those real performers that have got some good results next to their name already will it'll become really clear as we move through the contest, and we'll update you with a live ladder as we approach the end of this contest, because there's going to be as always in the final event of a qualifying series campaign, there's always a lot of movement in that final contest. And as we see Geordie up once again, does well to get the rotation this time, trying to get rid of a 3.77, but ultimately he wants a 4.29 to get himself into a position to qualify. Jarvis Earl up.
Yeah, nice section here for Jarv, and just kicks the tail around and completes the manoeuvre. So nice little back and forth there between Jarvis and Geordie, both looking at, they're both eyeing the number 2 or number 1 spot to push through into the next round. With only a little over 4 minutes remaining, it is becoming a crucial part of the heat.
Mate, looking at this heat draw, obviously really stacked with the addition of some Championship Tour surfers. I love the opportunity to see new names or people that are kind of having their first real run at a qualifying series campaign. But who are you really looking forward to watching in this contest?
Oh, it's hard to sort of scroll over the big names. Obviously Ryan Callanan, Jackson Baker. I'm pumped to see where Julian Wilson's at. He lives probably 250 metres up the road. So, we all know he's been living here for quite a few years now. I just want to see, what motivates him for this one. If he wants to win it, is he going to serve hard? I think he will, because it's a part of their DNA, these, world-class athletes. But, yeah, I'd say Julian's one of the main ones.
He's always been a give it your all kind of guy. If he commits to something, he's all in. So, yeah, I think he'll give it a good nudge for sure. But, yeah, I'm with you. I think it'll be really interesting to watch where he's at. And then, I think, we saw Ethan Ewing compete at the Tweed Coast Pro, and chatting to Stace earlier, I was saying it's so unique. You want to get in these events to try and get some heats under your belt before the Australian leg. You lose out to guys that aren't even on the Challenger Series yet. They're not even on the Championship Tour. That can carry some mental scars for you. So, while you want the practice, you've got to be able to let go of results if they don't go your way as well.
Oh, absolutely. And, speaking about Ethan, I think it was his second round heat up at Cabra, he did come second in the heat. So, yeah, what does that do to the psyche of some of these guys? It might be water off a duck's back for some, but others it might, be very heavy.
Yeah, loving his surfing at the moment, though. Looking unbelievable. Here we go.
Looks like that was Geordie having a look, and score in for Geordie's last ride. It didn't factor in. It was a 3.13, so still looking for a 4.33 to get the nod, as we see the man in blue, Ryan Slattery, up and riding on a bit of a chip in.
Yeah, needs a 5.5 out of this one. Just flowing through the start of this ride. Bit of patience there before attacking the end section, and just got a little hung up. And so he's hasn't got a whole lot of time. Just 1 minute and 40 seconds to go to try and turn this thing around. His run might be over, as we see Nathan Hedge out there with priority in control.
Isn't it funny? Like you mentioned, it might be over for Ryan. He's a big boy. I'm sure he loves big waves. You really got to feel for him not getting the conditions that who's hoping for coming here to Newey. As we see a bit of a paddle battle here, it looks like Jarvis is utilising his priority over the man in green. Smart or silly decision there to block him on that one, Ron?
Oh, I just think, with Geordie only needing a 4.33 and, numbers going that high for Geordie already in this heat based on a single manoeuvre, Jarvis kind of had to have a go, but he's going to try and turn it, this wave, into a score. Wow, doing really well to hang on to it. Not sure if he got clear of that whitewater on that final move as Nathan Hedge looks to shut this one down. Looking pretty happy with himself. He's going to bring it in. 40 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so a nice little sort of battle between Jarvis and Nathan on that last exchange. That air reverse that Jarv did was pretty good. I don't know if he did write it out. There was that annoying backwash in front of him.
So annoying.
So we'll have to see what the judges thought. With 20 seconds remaining, all eyes are now on the man in green as he's looking for a score. Out the back there. He has got priority.
Nathan Hedge just in full celebration mode as he made his way in there. But yeah, time ticking down. And Geordie just desperate to try and get into this wave. Can he get to his feet before the hooter? Doesn't look like he will. And he was after a 4.33. He showed us that he has the kind of turns that can fetch the big numbers, but just didn't find another solid section.
And there's that man that
well,
is he happy?
That is a completely different Nathan Hedge, as we said, in the lineup. Super intense on the beach, very relaxed and happy to get the victory there. A couple of solid scores from him. He's powering through to the next round along with Jarvis Earl. We'll take a quick break. More to come in just a moment.
Cultural icons in the heart of the city. We're just scratching the Surfest.
Welcome back to the show. This is Surfest 2022. Great to be back in Newcastle and great to have the support of the City of Newcastle for this contest once again. One of the foundation backers of this event, which has been running since 1985 and taking over as the naming rights sponsor with the help of presenting sponsors, Burton Automotive, also huge long-term major sponsors of Surfest and supplier of Surfest official cars.
Mate, you drive around in a Toyota? I got one too.
Oh, mate.
Brilliant.
Great stuff.
Yeah, if you ever need a car, go see the crew over at Maitland, Kim Burton and the boys. I'll look after you.
No doubt. Another big heat out in the lineup at the moment. Out there in the white is Quinn Bruce. Nathan Cook is in the red. Brett Bircher is in the blue. And Blake Necker is in the green.
Yeah, another interesting heat here. Of course, Quinn Bruce from up here on the Gold Coast has already locked in a 4.33, so a nice spot to start. As we see the goofy footer, that's Nathan Cook. Pretty exciting, and he's one of those classic goofy footies. He's got a real vertical swing on him on that backhand. So he's going to be hard to beat for the boys, and, it comes with a lot of sort of spice, and I don't think he's had too many good results thus far. So he's ready for it. He's it's about time.
Maybe primed for a bit of an upset here. We'll see what he can do. But it's a wonderful. There's always been great goofy-footed surfers for surfers of screwfoots to look up to. But now more than ever with so many goofy-footed world champs, Italo and obviously Gabriel Medina, but also like challengers, contenders, Ryan Callanan. There's just so many masterful goofy-footed surfers to sort of really eyeball and pick apart for inspiration. But you know, I think backhand surfing has just evolved so quickly over the last few years, just based on the fact for a long time the tour was dominated by regular footers, and there was much more right-handers on the schedule than lefts, and the Goofies just found a way to win. They changed their approach. They got more powerful. They got more variety, more vertical. Yeah, I think we're going to see another big wave of strong goofy-footed talent just based on the fact that, you know, you're seeing winning at the top end.
And I think it's brilliant from the WSL to identify somewhere that's actually got a left and a right to crown a world champion over at Lower Trestles. I think it's pretty cool because, you know, a lot of these events, you know, obviously if it's a left, the natural footers are going to complain somewhat, or, you know, but over at Trestles, it's very open. There's a left there, there's a right there, go for it.
Yeah, that was just a battle for the ages. Toledo and Medina at Trestles last year.
Oh, brilliant.
I mean, Felipe going right, Medina sort of looking at both the left and the right for scoring potential, but yeah, man, that was all time. Hopefully they get as good a conditions for the surf off this year.
Excited to get the tour going again in a few weeks.
Yeah,
10th,
well,
10th of April, back at Bells. You going down?
I'll be down there, mate. I'll be down there. Portugal, was it good fun over there?
Yeah, it was good. It's cold, really cold, and really quick. But as they say, quick event's a good event. Plenty of swell.
Yeah.
But yeah, the event hasn't been there at that time of year for a while, so we've been lucky enough to go there when it's a little bit warmer. But this year it was really cold. It was probably colder than what we're going to see at Bells. And as you saw from afar, the level of surfing was up there. Impressive from Griffin, Colin Pinto to win, and of course Tatiana Weston Webb. But yeah, for Griffin to get that maiden victory, that was pretty cool to watch.
Yeah, the race to the not only the cut, but that top five, the final five is going to be really interesting this year. And we'll see if some Aussies can elevate their position and get themselves in the mix.
Absolutely. So as I mentioned before, score in for Quinn Bruce, 4.33. Still yet to see Brett Bircher, who's a big wave madman from the South Coast. Unreal to see Birch down here in Newcastle, but hasn't he chalked up some of the biggest tube rides over the last decade or so?
Yeah, unbelievable surfer, and a few of there's a lot of surfers. You mentioned it earlier, who we saw plenty of as junior competitors, and you know the way life pans out, and maybe missing the cut, and not really doing what you wanted to do on the old qualifying series format, kind of forced them into semi-retirement, and now with this regional qualifying series, you know, there is an opportunity to put the jersey on again and maybe test yourself against this next generation. And who knows, if you get a string of results together, you might just find yourself on the Challenger Series having a crack at a championship tour spot.
Absolutely. As we see Quinn Bruce there, just a pretty average left, a couple of foam climbs, but I don't think by the end of the heat that will be in his top two.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of Quinn surfing over the years. You know, I'm sure he's eyeballing the rights here at the moment. Found himself on a left there, but really sharp forehand attack, good variation in his surfing, and at the moment leading this heat. But nothing substantial on the board for our competitors at the moment. We're yet to see the man in blue and green put a number on the board. With just under 18 minutes to go, there's still plenty of time.
And a moment ago, we saw on the screen Xavier Huxtable getting geared up for his up-and-coming heat. And now we're watching the goofy footer, Nathan Cook, flying down the line, one last section, and there it is, a critical manoeuvre there, having to navigate through a fair bit of backwash, only maybe half a metre of depth there. Good surfing there from the goofy footer. Already has, a throwaway score on the board, looking to build right now.
Yeah, I like the timing on that final manoeuvre. You know, there's a couple of things that happen when the conditions get junky like this, Mitch. Obviously, finding a wave is is difficult, a wave that's going to give you some scoring potential. But then with that onshore flow, it's going to make those lips a little harder to pick when you go to put that board up into the lip. And, he did it well then. He didn't just place that board there. He kind of whipped it into the pocket. And I think he'll get well rewarded for it. The numbers just come through, 4.5. So on the board in second spot now. As we see, it looks like Brett Bircher taking his first ride. Loading up. And there's the section, drifts that tail. Climbs up over the foam once again.
Yeah, nice little combo there for the man in blue. I don't know if that score will be quite as good as the last wave of Cook's, but it is his first ride. So Brett Bircher, he's started this heat with 16 minutes remaining. Another big heat coming up next will be heat 11. So Katana, Matty Job, Kobe Johnson and Adrian Kovacic. Plenty of big heats. Unearthing stars down here at Newcastle as we see a solid looking wave here for Blake Necker. And rolling in. It's like a nice opening turn there for the man in green. Second manoeuvre nice and strong. Looking for a solid closeout jam. And there it is. Pretty good ride there for Blake.
Yeah, really solid. Nice flow. Just kept that same speed, that same momentum as he hammered down the line.
And I believe he is staying with a previous heat winner, Connor Lee, down there at Redhead for this event. So I'm sure they're having a good old time, keeping each other on the dial.
Yeah, a couple of heat drills and whatnot. That's one of the glorious things about this region is, there's no shortage of waves to hit between heats. Newcastle alone has a number of beaches that you can tap into, as we see Nathan Cook in second place and just looking for a good score to go with that 4.5. And, he was after a 3.16 just to get into the lead.
And he's powering on the way back out. You can see there's a couple of spots up for grabs for a third priority at the moment. So you can see Blake and Nathan battling for that spot as we've got 14 and a half minutes remaining in these 25-minute heats today. This is round one of the men's. The plan today is to hammer this round and go into the women's, where we will finish half of the round, I want to say. So it's a big one, Ron.
Sure is.
Because we are getting geared up for a massive change in swell, which will come to town Wednesday afternoon. Big southerly. And we are anticipating waves up around the 10-foot mark.
Wow. Nice turn there from Nathan Cook. This is the wave he's been searching for, and he just pushed it a little hard. I mean, you want to give it your all, but just pushed his fins to the point of release there and couldn't keep that board under his feet. But that would have been a healthy number. He still might get well rewarded for that first turn.
Yeah, it was big. And you saw all three of his fins disengage. The judges generally like that type of surfing. It was really powerful, a lot of spray. And as you mentioned, Ron, he's definitely looking rejuvenated after a pretty average result up at Cabba.
Mitch working with some of the Championship Tour surfers, mainly Carissa Moore, winning world titles, winning gold medals. Is it still fun to come back to these qualifying series events for you and get a little look into what's coming our way in the next few years?
Yeah, it's different. I haven't sort of found the time to come to too many of these events over the last few years, but I watch them online and I get a real kick out of them, and it's always exciting to see who's up and coming. But they're a lot different, the CT from a 5,000 whatever. You just sort of, as I mentioned before, it's like these events nearly unearth talent as well as the other end where these guys are trying to qualify. But it's really there's a huge broad sort of gap, and it is really exciting.
Yeah, one thing I've been noticing is just how remarkable the jump is as the surfers go through the different levels. I mean, last year we watched Callum Robson, for example, Jackson Baker go through this same regional qualifying series run. They got themselves then into the Challenger Series events. They stepped it up. they got the big results, and then they got themselves onto the CT. And to be honest, like from the end of 2020 or midway through 2021, the jump in their performance is actually remarkable. It's next level. What you're seeing those guys do now at the championship tour level is crazy. And each of the surfers that are in this draw will get that same experience as they move through these different levels. The qualifying series, you're forced to step it up if you're going to make that cut again each time you progress through these big events. So, you know, I think the potential is there, and as you graduate through each of the tours, you inevitably will improve.
I actually had to interview Callum Robson the other day for a WSL piece, and so interesting listening to like where it came from. Like, of course, he always had that fire to qualify and stuff, but that wasn't until this time last year where he won that event down in Avoca. Oh, was it Cabarita?
Cabarita.
And it wasn't until then that he actually realised that he's got a real good chance at making this thing a full-time sort of gig. So you could easily, you know, put a sort of a tick against some of these guys that could do the exact same thing, you know. It could be just around the corner, an opportunity to be the next Callum Robson or someone.
Yeah, definitely. Here goes Brett Birchup. Drives up into that first section. He'll need more out of this ride. He's in third spot, looking for a 4.24. Clean finish there. Did he get enough done on the outside to turn in the required score? Quinn Bruce still out in front. Nathan Cook with priority, hanging on to second spot at the moment with numbers on the way. But yeah, you're right. I think it's, you know, probably while you're in this position, looking at the qualifying series, you know, your main goal is just the next level. You're not thinking championship tour just yet. Obviously, it's probably a dream in the back of your mind, but got to get through these tough heats here at the City of Newcastle Pro. Get yourself in those challenger events. And that's a great looking schedule as well. Just 8 events on the Challenger Series this year. Just kicking off with a bang up there at Snapper Rocks.
And that's one event that I think, you know, like it's such a reward for these guys that are coming up the ranks. They've always looked at the Quicksilver Pro and said, what do I do to surf in that thing? You know, I'm talking when there's good sand there, it's 4 foot, you know, those Taj Burrow, you know, Dane Reynolds, Mick Fanning, showcase events that those guys have put on. And, you know, these guys have got an opportunity to make an event like that their own. It's pretty cool. Really cool. And then, of course, 2 events in Australia for the Challenger Series, then down to Manly. And then South Africa, there'll be an event at Bolita. That's had incredible waves in years gone by. The US Open, one of the trickier events performance-wise, but really one of the more prestigious contests on the Challenger Series. It's definitely that one event that, you know, the powers that be, they just say, you know what, this is one event. It's difficult, but get out there and, you know, get the job done. It's really cool that it ain't going anywhere, that event. No, it's just got the history. It's got the honour roll. It's a bit like Newcastle, only this place has potential for really high quality waves, which we saw in the CT event here last year. But other stops on the Challenger Series, Ericeira, Portugal, France, they'll be heading to Brazil, Saquarema, where there'll also be a championship tour event later in the year. And then the final event is Haleiwa, and you know what a great place to round it out because, you know, it's always been there. It's a great test, and so often, you know, we see people thinking that they've stitched up their place on the championship tour, and then you come to that final event in Hawaii, and the conditions serve up something unexpected, and some real powerhouses always make a jump from way down the back end of the ratings to qualify. Yep. Now, a lot of events in comparison to last year. It's only 4 last year. Yeah. Yeah. So, do the surfers look at that and say, awesome, you know, I've got more opportunities if I do drop the ball, or would they rather only 4 opportunities, I wonder? Well, depends on how well you go in the first 4 events. Course, yeah. But, yeah, it's I think it's great. You know, it's Well, it's good
it
for
gives
the
you an
consumer.
opportunity to have, it just gives you an opportunity to turn things around if you don't have a fantastic start. Every year people fall by the wayside who have the potential to do great things on the CT, and just having a few more events should ensure over time that, those big performers do get their opportunity to win events.
Other than, you'd probably say Manly and the US Open, those other locations, they're CT level.
Oh, yeah.
Waves get as good as anywhere at those spots. So it's going to be an insane back half of the year as we see Blake Necker, who's currently holding the number 3 spot, looking for a 3.87 on that last. He will not get it as he fell off the reverse. But Quinn Bruce out in front at the moment with a 5.23 and a 4.33. Nathan Cook is in second, looking for a low 5 to move up into the lead. And as I mentioned, Blake looking for around about a 4, as is Brett Bircher.
Well, 6 minutes to go. And, the top 9 at the moment on this regional QS rankings is a really impressive one. I feel like all those surfers have the potential to really do some big things on the Challenger Series. Jacob Wilcox, he's missed out on qualifying before by 1 spot. Stu Kennedy's been on the CT before. Great to see Kiwi Butler up there, the Kiwi. But those top 4 positions, they've been held at the moment by the event winners. No surprises there. Only 6 events on the schedule. And we've just coming off the back of a couple of big ones, as we see now. Quinn Bruce up again, trying to get rid of a 4.33 here. Just desperate times, trying to fit the turns in wherever he can.
As we see another set rolling on through, it looks like Brett Bircher will get held off this wave from the man in red with priority. And I think it was a good idea here for Cook. He has to go big on this last section. Unfortunately, he went a little too big and dug the nose. But as you were saying, Ron, that top 9 list at the moment, who's actually surprising you the most to be a part of that sort of qualification bit at the moment?
When I look at the event winners this year, I'm not too surprised. Joel Vaughan, he's just come on in a huge way. Towards the end of last year, you could see it. That the talent's there, but competitively, he just seems to have come into his own. So, not surprised to see Joel sitting out in front on the ratings. Again, Kai's King, you kind of expect someone of his calibre with the clips that he's dropping to start dropping some big results. Mikey Madonna, another unbelievable surfer, and Kalani Ball. I think those 4 surfers, it's not a surprise to see them sitting where they are. When I go down the list a little further, Oscar Berry's a big one for me.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
A big jump. And, he's a guy whose surfing I've seen a little bit of over the last sort of 6 months. Around that Angari area, he surfs down that way. Rides Dalbergs, he comes down and surfs down there, and mate, he's good. Skateboarding background. But yeah, he's probably the big surprise for me.
Yeah, I totally agree. He's, the way he's putting heats together is really impressive nowadays. So we will see Oscar Barry tomorrow, and we're now watching the current heat leader of this one. A couple of solid turns there from Quinn Bruce. Pretty decent.
Yeah, expect him to extend his lead there. He's going to get rid of that 4.67, and Quinn's kind of been in control from the outset. Nathan Cook is hanging on to that second spot, and if he loses it, he'll be kicking himself because he's had a couple of waves that could have helped push the requirement a little higher for 3rd and 4th, but hasn't completed. So he's got to make sure that when he throws that board vert that he's able to reel it back in under his feet.
Yeah, like if you look at the surfers in 3 and 4 right now, you could pretty much say they've had average heats. They're only they're holding on to scores in the 3-point range. And at this level, it more than likely won't get the job done. So with 2.5 minutes remaining, both Blake and Brett are looking for mid-range 4s to move up into a qualifying position and push through into the next round.
You know what the interesting thing is about that top 9? Just outside that, it's unbelievable how stacked it is, and it'll be scary for those guys sitting in those top positions. as we move through this contest, because when you see those big names, those seeded surfers enter the water, names like Sheldon Simkus, Cooper Chapman, Reef Hazelwood, it's going to be daunting trying to hold them off, stave them off, because they are so capable of doing exceptional things. Just under 2 minutes to go as we see Green up trying to get himself out of third position. You can see the frustration there. Got to constantly remind myself just how much is on the line for each of these competitors when you get to this stage of the heat, Mitch. A lot of pressure on Blake and also Brett at the moment. They want to stay alive in the mix here, and it's the last regional qualifier. So, if you're not in those Challenger Series events, it's a long wait before you get another crack at it.
So we're looking at what, like a 10-month sort of break for these guys. So yeah, it's a massive occasion, particularly when you look up at the scoreboard and you're in third or fourth and there's a minute to go. So yeah, a lot of pressure on blue and green right now. They want to stay alive. They want to keep their hopes alive for making the Challenger Series, as we see a bit of a set coming on through. So 1 minute remaining, a pivotal sort of stage of this heat. It looks like the surfer in blue is trying to get himself into a position here. Unfortunately, Brett Bircher cannot find anything on that occasion. 40 seconds remaining.
Well, those guys sitting in third and fourth at the moment, they were long shots. So, it might be a little bit easier for them to recover from these early round losses, but we have seen some big upsets already today. Jagger Bartholomew, he was in striking distance of that top 9. He fell out of the mix, so that'd be heartbreaking for him. But we'll see more of it as we roll through this contest. 15 seconds remaining here. Quinn Bruce, well, he's gotten the job done and done very well. But here we go. Blake having one last shot at it. Nice roundhouse to get started. Drives up into the pocket. Solid hit there. He's on his way here to the number he needs. 3.87, even though he didn't get a big finish at the end of that ride. It was a nice combo on the outside.
Absolutely. And you know what? Like, all you want is a chance. All you want is an opportunity with the last, couple of seconds remaining. So he got that. I just don't know how that roundhouse cutback will get scored. I don't know if they're going to the judges will look at it and say it was a major manoeuvre or it was simply a set-up roundhouse. The second turn was big. Was it big enough?
Mate, I thought it was a really clean combination, but yeah, there it is. 4.5. And Blake makes the jump and pushes Nathan Cook out of that second position. And we said he might just be ruining some of those falls at the end of the heat, and that was the case. So well done to Blake. Last minute heroics. He's powering through to the next round. And Quinn Bruce with the victory. We'll take a quick break. When we come back to the City of Newcastle Pro, Stace will join us for the call.
Family.
You're dealing with local people
who support the Newcastle, Hunter and Port Stephens regions.
Thanks to Burton Automotive for being our youth development partner.
Thanks to Burton Automotive, helping keep kids active in Merriweather Surfboard Club.
Surfest is a big part of Newcastle, and Burton Automotive is a big part of Surfest.
Giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
Welcome back to the City of Newcastle Pro, presented by Burton Automotive. I'm absolutely thrilled to be back in the booth alongside Mitchy Ross. Mitch in red, we've got Hanada Azawa, Matty Job in the blue, Adrian Kovacic in the white, and Kobe Johnson in the green. Mate, First time back on the tools for you in a while.
Yeah.
How's it been going for you? You loving it?
Oh, enjoying it.
Full-time deal coming up?
Oh, absolutely. Nah, it's a lot of fun. You guys make it easy for me. So I'll just sit here, observe, and spit out some...
pearls.
Yeah, there you go.
Some pearls.
I was going to say crap, but yeah. Thanks, mate.
Absolute pearls. No, I actually don't spend a whole lot of time in the booth myself. I sort of cut my chops in the outside world. But, yeah, having a lot of time in the chair watching the TV, it's a nice environment in here as we have young Kobe Johnson up and riding. One of the better haircuts I've seen on this QS campaign so far. And a good way to start his heat there for the young fella. I'm digging his spray. Looks like he's got a bit of Batman or something going on there.
I was going to say, does he surf like a Zach McMahon or something like that? But then it occurred to me, is it just because they got long hair?
And kind of similar artwork on the boards.
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of punky, sketchy.
I don't think they surf like each other at all.
Yeah.
So Brett Bircher from that last heat, I want to say, and there's Nathan Cook, unfortunately, going down the buzz. Did you see that one? That was brutal.
Yeah, that was gnarly. Against a fellow Cabarita local there. Nathan sort of spends time around that zone now, lives in Palmy. But, yeah, to losing to Blake Necker. So he'll be, talk us through it, Rossi. Would you rather lose to one of your mates or someone you don't know? What do they both say?
I hate to say it, but I'd probably rather lose to a stranger.
Yeah, because you don't really see him after that.
I hate to be brutal, but Nathan Cook, he had so many opportunities.
I did see
He must have fallen off 4 times. And he comes across as a guy to me that is super consistent.
Yes.
You obviously, you do a lot of work with him and stuff over the last sort of 5-10 years, but am I right? A lot of those goofy footers that have that one vertical turn, they're generally consistent.
Yes.
That last heat he wasn't.
I did see that. I was over getting a little coffee to get me through the mid-morning sort of caffeine low to try to turn that back into a high, and I was seeing a lot of Nathan's board tombstoning, which is not a good look, as we see. The congratulations there, good sports. Blake Necker will be stoked to get through. He had a pretty good heat up at Cabarita, but just had a couple of surfers, I forget who was in his exact heat, but they were on fire. He had a heat with his good mate, Micah Marguson, and they both lost, unfortunately, so there wasn't any Cabarita, anything too much to speak about in that one, but he'll be stoked now. He's very chuffed with himself, as he should be.
It doesn't matter how bad a heat you have, as long as you get through at this level.
Yes.
You can just see the emotion, how happy they are.
Yeah.
Look, if you put the camera on him 6 minutes ago, he would have been so angry. Nothing was going right.
Nah. And how it can all change. I didn't see his buzzer beater there. Was it a no-brainer, or was it kind of right there?
It was probably a no-brainer the more I think about it. But at the start, I was like, you know what? The judges are judges. They've got their own personal view, so it could have gone anywhere. But he didn't need much of a score, and he did 2 pretty decent turns. So, yeah, it was really good surfing. It was the best surfing he actually did in the heat.
Yep.
He didn't have a great heat either. So, what's a guy like Blake Necker surfing in this event for? Is his dream of getting on the CT, you would think? Or?
It's a really good question. I don't know. I know Blake loves filming free surf parts. He's pretty creative on his Instagram. They're always shooting clips around home. So he kind of strikes me as someone who probably would play one off against the other. But I don't know if he would be fully committed to a year on the QS. So, I'd have to ask him, Rossi. I don't know for certain where his head is at. I know he's just come off the back of, I think, a full knee reconstruction. So it almost might be something for him of just testing himself, seeing where he's at.
Surfing? Did he do it?
I think he did it surfing. Yeah, not like you. So you seem to do it in all the other fun stuff, right?
I've done it twice. Basketball,
right?
Yeah. Yep.
No such thing as going out and just taking it easy.
You know what? Not I really want to tell stories about myself, but I also I did a partial tear of the ACL when I was about 20 years old at the harbour, surfing the harbour. Haven't surfed it since.
No way, never to return.
No, I haven't bothered.
Yeah.
It's funny, the tube at the harbour, and I don't know if you saw socials over the last month or so, there's been quite a bit of footage there, but what it does, the barrel kind of bends out to sea when you're in it, and if you don't kind of, identify that, you can get the lip on your head.
Yep.
It's funny, it actually consistently does it. Like, you're in the barrel and it sort of spins out towards sea a little bit. Kind of tricky way to navigate.
It kind of looks like a brown Cloud 9. You just get him behind it, and
it's a pretty big compliment you're giving it.
Yep.
I think on the right swell, which doesn't happen It kind of did that last swell.
Yeah.
What we're seeing at the moment, the swell that's coming, I don't know if that's the premium swell for it because it's a big south. I think you want some east in it too, so it does sort of bend a little bit.
Yeah.
But on its good day, the comparison's probably smart. But I don't know if we'll see it this Friday and Saturday. But I think a lot of people would argue you'd rather surf a pretty average day there than what we might have out the front.
Totally.
At Merewether.
I love your call about the swell though coming, and if it's not as big as what they predict, which quite can happen with these souths, that hopefully just could be roping out the back. What's the wind situation looking like from your perspective?
We're lucky here at Merewether. Obviously, a westerly is dead offshore. With a southerly, which is the wind that we're going to meet tomorrow afternoon, you get protected here. You get a lot of protection from the headlands around Merewether to Dudley, Leggy thus far. So I'll have some protection, but it still will be onshore. And it's looking big. It's going to be it's going to be pretty ugly. But at the same time, if it was dead east, that's what you don't want. The southerly tinge to it, it's not too bad. As we saw a quick wave there for a goofy footer in red.
Young Hanada. This is a funny one talking about, not wanting to lose to your mates, Rossi. Out of all the surfers in this draw, the two Burley boys, Hanada Azawa and Matty Job, have found themselves in the first round together. So I know they'd be looking forward to going 1-2, but they've got a big battle on their hands as we see Matty Job up and riding. He certainly looks inspired on this wave. It's just sort of splitting up. He's going to have to keep his board moving across that dead water, which he does pretty well, and he gets the finish there. So
born and bred at Burley?
Yeah. I know Hanada lives in Palmy. This is Adrian Kovacic here. Oh, nice turn in the pocket, but I'm not too sure how much he'll get after this. I think Adrian will just be stoked to ride some waves here. He's the heat that he lost up at Cabarita, he just had to sit and wait, just the way priority worked and the timing of the ocean. And I don't think he rode 2 waves in his heat, so he'll be stoked to get up here and hopefully get a few more waves on the board as we see Kobe now looking to get his second ride.
Yeah, bouncing through a bit of a dead section, looking for a closeout snap and tries to kick the tail out. Complete manoeuvre. Not going to be a massive score, but I think it will be better than his first. So approaching the 15-minute mark of this heat, ripping through the heats. We're at heat 11 right now. Some good action today. A couple of big scores.
Yeah.
Connor Lee, 6.67. That was one of the biggest ones.
Yeah, it was an interesting heat for Connor. I was in the booth calling that one, and I think, knowing Connor, as we all do, he seems to be a surfer that would want to ride a lot of waves, and he found himself out there with 10 minutes not having stood up. Went a shit one. Went another shit one, even worse. Another one, and I'm starting to think, okay, the wheels are all but off this car. But it was a good position to see him in, to see if he could sort of mongrel up and realise that, hey, everyone's only got a couple of 4s. You drop a 6 on the board, you could go all the way to the lead, And he, to his credit, he pulled it off, which is something that I wouldn't say that that's his specialty. Ice manning it out like an Ethan or a Ryan Callanan or something like that. He likes to get busy. So for him to put that heat win on the board there, I think he'll take a bit of confidence out of that. Yep. It certainly wasn't strategically his best effort, but if he's any crack at having a competitive career down the track, you've got to certainly learn how to win from behind, don't you?
Well, I want to say he owns the highest scoring wave of the day. It'd have to be right around there.
I think so, yeah.
So, it gives him a lot of confidence to come back for day number 2 tomorrow, where he'll be amongst the top seeds.
Yep.
Going to be exciting to see some of the big boys. Who are you looking forward to seeing the most?
I kind of am looking forward to seeing a few of the underdogs, seeing if they can keep that roll going. I think Oscar Berry's one that comes to my mind. As you see Hanada Azawa here having a look.
That was aggressive.
There we go. Couple two-turn, nice little two-turn combo there. His Axod surfboard looking alive under his feet there, as he'll look to potentially put one of the better scores on the heat, on the board. But as far as the real top dogs, really curious to see how Julian Wilson's looking. I know that the time off can work wonders for some people, so we'll see how Jules is looking coming into this event. I would like to think that if we see him in the bigger waves as they come towards the end of the week, it'll be a good litmus test for him to see where he's at and what kind of competitive nature we can see out of him for the rest of the year. I'm not too sure. Have you heard, is he keen to do a few challenges. I heard whispers of maybe a CT wildcard. I'm not too sure where his head's at, but I guess we'll find out maybe if we get him on a posted interview.
Yeah, I haven't actually seen him for a while. Obviously, he does live in the area, but over the last sort of 4 months, he moved back to the Sunshine Coast. So no, I haven't seen him for a while, and I've also heard those sort of rumours of this and that. But yeah, he's pretty cagey fella. So yeah, who knows? And it might be as I'm not saying this event is. It could be a pivotal moment.
It really could be.
If he comes down and gets a couple of 8s, back-to-back heats or something, I'm sure that would sort of
for sure
start going. Okay,
I definitely think Jules is a character that would like to test where he's at, and he seems to be, as he's gotten a bit older, pretty frank with his performances. He knows if he's going to be the flavour or not, and if he comes down here like you said and puts a couple scores up against, maybe a Leo or someone like that, and you go, oh, hang on, young fella, maybe the old dog's still got a few more years left in him, which I'd like to say so. I mean, he's certainly the most exciting surfer, I think, out of, my generation coming up. Obviously, he was in all the films and had all the tricks in the bag. He's as mad as a cut snake. He swings when it's big, and obviously a pipe master, and so he's got world title capabilities. I don't want it to be over.
And looking at the draw, it looks like if Ryan and Julian were lucky enough to win their heats, they'd have a bit of a match-up early on.
Cool.
Yeah, which would be cool.
Yeah, that would be cool.
They've shared a final out here a few years ago.
Yeah. Tied, nonetheless.
Oof.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
You got to give it to the Merriweather boy, don't you? Just 'cause?
Yeah.
Can you do that?
Well, they kind of gave it to another Merriweather boy.
They did. They gave it to Merriweather's newest son. Yeah.
Welcome.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, have a beautiful big trophy and a first place finish. But no, it was an exciting final, that one. You've seen a few highlights in the ad packages here, and I mean, they pretty much split the town. Maybe not in half, 80-20.
Yeah.
But it was an exciting battle nonetheless.
A couple of scores have popped up on the computer. It looks like that goofy footer in the red is out in front. 3.6 for that two-turn combo.
Nice. I think Matty Job has another wave to come in too. Probably one of the more dynamic waves of the heat so far. I don't think it will be a massive number, but it just looked to get a little bit more release out of his fins there on that closeout manoeuvre. He certainly wasn't looking to generate any speed. He had plenty of speed from the takeoff, and there it is, a 4.13. So that'll see Matty Job in the lead, Hanada Azawa in second place, but only narrowly. Adrian Kovacic was chasing a score, but it was just a 2.93, so he was still chasing a 3.21. And Kobe Johnson, the young fella in the green, he is chasing a 3.9, and there's just about 10 minutes to go. So, yeah, but I think for everyone, not only Julian and these World Tour surfers, it's a test for everyone to see how they go against them, because they're kind of coming out from the other angle, right? Like whether it's a Blake Necker or a Connor Lee or a Matty Job, like if they've got dreams of progressing through this thing and going on to the big leagues, like what better chance than to surf against them now? Really see where you're at.
Absolutely. And there's so much at stake at this event. In your mind, how many people could still make that top 9? Could you go back to like 25, like a Reef Hazelwood, for example, who's had a horrible start? If he was to final here, would you say he's a chance?
I would definitely think so.
Yeah,
it's one of those things where
it's super open.
Definitely, if we compare this to say Sunset Beach and the end of the regular, WQS season of a few years ago, or even last year, everyone is more or less dropping a number that is somewhat high, 1,500 points, 2,000 points. They might have got a quarterfinal at the US Open that they don't need, and there's a result or whatever it may be. Here, everyone's coming in with basically a 0 to throw away or replace, or a very low number. So that makes this event so exciting. I think I haven't done the numbers on it just yet. I probably would wait for a round to go before we really started knuckling down, but I believe you could come from pretty much anywhere to put yourself inside that top 9 if a few of these top seeds were to fall away and they weren't improving their totals. It's certainly going to be interesting, and even more so with the women, because there's no landmines in the women. So there's no Julian Wilson who Julian Wilson could actually use the points. Let me use another example. Leonardo, Frederico, Ryan or Jacko, all the points that they secure here are pointless. Whereas in the women, everyone's live, everyone's still a chance, and no one's really run away with it except for perhaps Dimity and Sophie McCulloch, that you could probably say they're a lock. But everyone below them, it's game on.
A good example would be Nearly Caius at that last event.
Yep.
Not to say he was out of the 20, but he was pretty far down the ratings.
Definitely.
And then all of a sudden, and everyone, he's got a bad back. He can't put a score on the board. Then all of a sudden he wins an event, and what's he go to the top 3, top 2?
Yeah, I think he is number 2.
Yeah, so and just like that, so it is really interesting when you go down the ratings and sort of that one particular guy that you think might be out of the running, he's not. If he just gets on a bit of a roll, he could book himself a spot up at the Gold Coast in the Challenger Series. As we see 3 solid turns there from the man currently holding down the 2nd position. Pretty good surfing.
That was pretty well put together. Good speed towards the end of that ride. I think that's going to be the point of difference today, is if you can sort of harness speed rather than generate it. I think that's something that's going to be easy for the judges to for them to let go of those 5s, which are a big score today. It's not beat around the bush here. If you can get a couple of 5s, you're doing pretty well. So I'm not too sure if that one will get that high, but I think it'll go definitely Hanada's best wave. And it'll look to sort of solidify his position there on second. The surfers in white and green have had a few opportunities to chase him down, and they haven't really looked up to the same level as Hanada and Maddie. So for Hanada now to go into the lead, he'd be feeling very confident about that.
Absolutely. So still waiting for that score to get locked on in. As we've got 6.5 minutes remaining, and as we look forward into the next heat, there's one of those guys we've been talking about, Xavier Huxtable.
Yep.
He's coming 20th, which is pretty average. But if he gets in a roll, he'll get 5,000 points for a win.
Easy.
And he'll be in. So, but they're the type of guys I was talking about, particularly with some swell coming. If he can sort of get through these first few days.
Yeah. Well, we saw him at the ABB. It was, sort of guys like him and George Pittar and kids in that age group and that sort of ability. You can definitely tell they've got the bones to be... World Tour level talent, no doubt in my mind. But they've got to get through days like this. It's just, and that hasn't changed. Whether you're Bruce Irons or Jack Robbo, it doesn't matter how good you are or touted to be, you need to learn how to get through this stuff. And I think for Xavier, that's where he's still figuring out some things. He's done fairly well through this leg. He hasn't had a breakthrough result, but he's chipped away with a couple of heat wins here and a couple of heat wins there. But he would be looking for that breakthrough now, and that's what he would need. He would need something, not just another 9th. He would need, he'd need a much bigger result.
How old would he be now?
It's a funny one. I feel like he's been 17 for 5 years.
And you still think he's 17?
I think he might be at 19.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. There's kids like that, eh? That just,
absolutely. That's why, because a part of me feels like he's 13, but at the same time, if you told me he was 21, I believe you.
Yeah. He's like pretty strong looking young man now. Yeah, he's sort of he's definitely thick set. But he's
built on power.
He is. He's just got that. Similar to you, Rossi, mate. I don't know how you are so light on your feet in between manoeuvres, but then just sink the absolute boot in between turns. I think it's a great hallmark of a fantastic surfer when they can weight and unweight their boards so easily. I know you don't like talking about yourself, so I'll do it for you, mate. I think it's one of the hardest things in the world to do, and I think Xavier does that well when he's sharp. If he's reading the wave well, I think he's obviously from a part of the world where he's used to just standing up and the wave sort of gives him the speed he wants to unload, whereas here he's going to have to be clever where he puts his board, clever where he paddles in, all those little details that can be very frustrating, but you need to get them right, as we see the young fella riding down there.
So it looks like he's going to ride a sharp eye. They're obviously a bit of a Ferrari these days.
They are a Ferrari, but I'm going to go right out on a limb and probably get my head chopped off and say that they don't really have this condition absolutely dialed. You see Felipe Toledo, Kanoa Igarashi, Rio Waida absolutely doing the best face surfing I think I've ever seen, But it's always in a wave that gives them something back. And so this is where I think that the challenge will be. They've obviously got that model, the Inferno 72, which is a fantastic board. But Xavier opting not to ride it here. So I'm going to be very curious to see how this board moves in some soft water. and see what can make out of that, because no doubt they've got the formula on the world tour.
Mhm.
Absolutely. And they had 5 of the top 10 guys and women going for titles last year in the who were riding the equipment. So like they've got it absolutely nailed. But I am going to keep a close eye on this next heat just to see how things go. Rossi, you've spent a bit of time on the world tour this year. You got any themes that you want to bring home for the Australian kids of sort of what they should be paying attention to?
It's only early, but
It is.
I did go to Portugal, and I didn't go to Hawaii. But have a quick look at the man in red. This is the current heat leader. That was better.
It's better from
and this
Hanada.
wave is just...
There we go. He'll be stoked with that.
How happy are you when a wave like that comes through in conditions like this?
Oh my God! You just deep breaths. You just got to get to the end of this thing, which he did. He did wonderfully there. Particularly in a situation like this, where this heat is a full dogfight. Everyone's trading 4s and 3s. For him to be able to hopefully break into that 5 range now. Good set wave, couple of nice turns. You'd have to think it's going to go up around that 5 range. He's actually going to make the job pretty difficult for everyone else, because he's going to have the 2 best scores of the heat. So, comparatively to what's on offer out there, if, he leaves Matty Job and the rest of his competitors needing 6+ to overtake him, I'd say he's going to be in a really, really strong position.
And just touching back a moment ago, what you said about themes, even if we, because I don't know how much comparing Portugal to this would help, but mate, what I saw at Cabarita was like a cheat code was to do airs. Like, sometimes airs don't get scored.
No, they don't.
Super high, but at Cabarita, they got scored out of sight. So if I was someone that could do any type of air, like this fella, that's what I'd be doing today.
Yep.
It could be a little cheat code.
Yep.
6.33 for 2 big turns. They loved it. That's one of the biggest scores of the day.
Yep.
Wow. Hanada just, as you mentioned, you get a 6 or something right now. He's pretty much shut down the heat.
Yeah, that's he'd be feeling pretty happy about that exchange there. But no, like you said, I agree. Sometimes the judges they don't get hyped up on the airs, and particularly if they see the same one from the same surfer, over and over and over again. I remember a guy like Michael Rodriguez would come on the QS and he'd just be 10s. Everywhere around the world. Then the next year he was getting 9s, and then the next year he was getting 8s, and then all of a sudden he's not on the tour. So yeah, you've got to pick and choose your battles, and you got to read the play sometimes. But I agree with what you're saying. I think an easy win today would be for the surfers to find a ramp, which I think there are a few more of those waves underneath than perhaps what people are utilising. I mean, I saw Jarvis Earl get a wave pretty much 30 metres off the beach. A turn into an air reverse that he didn't make it, but if he did, there's your 5.
Yeah.
And if you've got something like that on lock, I mean, why wouldn't you be giving that a crack? So there's just 20 seconds remaining here in this heat. It's the surfers in white and green who've pretty much been on the back foot since that opening exchange. They need a 4.73 for Adrian and a 5.43 for Kobe. As it looks like Adrian might get a little look here, Rossi. It's a pretty good-looking wave. It might get him a few sections. We will stick with the surfer in red. This is the heat leader. That's a little victory lap there for Hanada. We'll try and get you a replay of Adrian's wave. It certainly looked like he was building up to something there.
Yeah, he found that wave. He did have priority, so yeah, well earned from Adrian. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see what happened on that wave. The surfer in red on screen right now. He nailed that heat, 11 point total. So one of the best totals of the day thus far. And we are awaiting a score for the man in white. So yeah, really coming down on the line there. So let's see what happened.
So some smaller range scores coming in there. It's just a 3.17 for Adrian. It will not be enough. We're going to take a short break here at the City of Newcastle Pro, presented by Burton Automotive, and we'll be back with heat number 12 of the round of 96.
An outdoor gallery everywhere you turn. We're just scratching the surfest.
When you deal with with the Burton family.
You're dealing with local people
who support the Newcastle, Hunter and Port Stephens regions.
Thanks to Burton Automotive for being our youth development partner.
Thanks to Burton Automotive, helping keep kids active in Merriweather Surfboard Club.
Surfest is a big part of Newcastle, and Burton Automotive is a big part of Surfest.
Giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
Welcome back to the City of Newcastle Pro, presented by Burton Automotive. Stacey Galbraith here with you, joined by none other than Matt Hoy. Hoyo, mate, you just had a little break then. What did you get up to in your hometown?
Just walked around in the rain. I actually caught up with Nathan Hedge out there. It was classic.
He had a big flock of people around him.
Yeah.
The buzz is around the hog.
Well, he said that the boys have been all sticking together, and he said, I'm sure he's trying to mentor him a little bit, but
definitely
all hanging together. And he said, if it's no use me talking about it on the beach if I'm not getting out there and doing it.
Yeah.
So he's been surfing heats and
100%.
going good by the sound of it.
No, he did great. In his heat, he got the really class. He got the two best waves.
Yep.
And he did what needed to be done on both of them. And here we go.
That's all you need to do, right?
He actually, I think Jarvis Earl got second, and almost like the tale of two different styles there.
Yeah.
And not only on the wave face, but how you want to approach a heat. Jarvis obviously catching anything that moves. Hoggy sitting and waiting for the two best waves, and it was cool to see him, both get the 1 and 2 there.
Yeah, sick, perfect.
Yeah, but the old boy getting the nod though.
Yeah.
Took
great. Yeah, well, that's good. That's
Yeah.
what he said. If I'm not, I can't talk about it on the beach.
Yeah.
Just get out there and do it.
Yeah.
Show the boys.
For
And he
sure.
said everyone's been sticking together and they've done
Yeah.
a full little tour together. It's been little leg.
Yeah, he was up on the Tweed Coast there. Obviously, Caius King's got his full-time coach, Adam Duffner. But, there in the background, just a few last words of encouragement before he's paddling out for his heats. And look, it all goes a long way. If you got people around you that are pumping you up, making you feel good,
Mate,
you take it. It helps.
Pumped up and you're feeling good.
Yeah, that's all you need.
Exactly. Yeah, he said there's a full gang of them, so it's unreal to see.
No, it is.
Yeah,
it's cool to see.
It's good to go beyond that too. When they're on the Challenger Series and the CT, if they make it, they all stick together like that and keep the momentum going.
Definitely, and the boys did that last year through the Challenger.
Yeah,
and
that's
the
what he
women
said.
too.
Yeah.
No, it was cool. It was cool to see, and I think, like we mentioned earlier, everyone's different, and it was cool to see this kind of come back around in time. Because like we saw the Brazilians doing it, but if you're at a time in your career where you did want some personalised help or someone was giving you the shits or whatever, sure, go and do it on your own. But I think the timing's been really organic.
Yeah.
Everyone's sort of like, contracts aren't like they used to. Not everyone can bring an individualised coach or filmer. So they're really banding together. And it's so cool to see.
It is.
And
we'll get back.
Yeah, and the top crew that we have in the cut at the moment look phenomenal. Good mix of Aussies and Kiwis.
Yeah.
And heaps of people just right outside that cut line, like Xavier Huxtable. He's in 20th. A big result here could see him, shoot right up the ratings, and it looks like he's going to get a pretty good chance here to progress through this heat just by the numbers. With one less surfer being in this heat, it's just a 3-person heat with Will Harbison, a no-show at this point. So it's Harry Phillips in the white. He's off to an early lead with a 3 and a small score. Connor Lyons in blue, and Xavier in red.
They still have beach starts like they used to have. So
You've got a rashy for you? What size are you?
Thinking about it.
Yeah. Ock ran down at Cabba.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Xavier.
And surfed a heat?
Surfed a heat.
No way.
Yep, surfed
what
a heat.
Freak.
Yeah, I know. He actually, he's super fit at the moment, the Ock. He's looking really good. He didn't really get the chance to open the shoulders in his heat, which I'm sure he would have liked to. But, all the same, mate.
Good to see
the frost's still there.
Yeah, it would have been epic for people to see so froth to get out there.
Definitely. Yeah, 4 people out, fun Cabba. It was like... just looked beautiful, little blue running little waves. It was sick. But we've got a decent, what I could say, opening ride there for Xavier. He had a 0.5 on the board, and then that wave just there. Which before he jumped in the hot seat there, Hoyo, I was, I wasn't overly critical of Xavier's equipment or the Sharp Eye stuff, but I was just sort of gave Sharp Eye a bit of a backhanded compliment in saying they are looking like some of the best boards in the world in that shorter, steeper, pockety, transitional type waves. But I'm still sort of waiting for this, the Sharp Eye Groveler and this kind of stuff to really set the world on fire, because I feel like it's sort of it's sort of the one board that I think all the top tier shapers, whether it's a DH or a JS, they probably
Got
pay the
down.
least attention to
Yep.
because, you know, they're working on world tour equipment,
Yep.
not necessarily QS equipment. But I think that, yeah, after watching Xavier's first ride there, his board looked like it did him pretty well to get across some
Is he on
dead
the sharp
water.
eyes,
He's on the
obviously?
sharp eyes,
Yeah.
yeah. And, you know, obviously phenomenal. I did some filming with Xavier up on the Gold Coast at 3 to 4 foot off the wall D-bar, and, you know, his boards are holding him brilliantly. He's got plenty of power.
Surf's good. I've seen
Surf's
him surf
great.
down
Yeah.
in Victoria a few times.
Yeah. So-
On a single fin too. He actually won the single fin
Oh,
event down there,
right.
and he was really
Yeah.
ripping it apart. And you could tell he had that good, powerful style just
Yeah.
from riding the single fin.
Definitely.
But he rips. I've seen some mad clips of him.
Yeah, he's kind of got all the tricks too.
Yeah.
Big, powerful turns, big airs. So yeah, it's a funny one. And on the note of equipment, you know, Darren Hanley had a phenomenal run up at Cabarita. He had both winners, a host of surfers in the
It's been
semi-final.
30 years of that.
in the waves,
yeah.
Comparatively, I
Yeah.
wouldn't say that. I
Yeah.
think it's across the board for who's kind of got the handle on the absolute micro groveler.
Yeah.
I think Mayhem does a pretty good job of making a
Yeah.
board for this stuff.
Well, California.
Yeah,
Being
exactly.
in California helps.
100%. So yeah, of course, at the top level, I mean, DH, how many world titles has he got?
Yeah, crazy,
Yeah.
eh?
So no, it's good to see, and it's good to see them still so keen. Darren Hanley was down there every day watching all of his crew and loving it more than ever. So yeah, it's awesome to see.
I think there should be more. DH is probably the most hands-on one of the lot.
Oh.
For such a long time, too. I
Harry
reckon.
Phillips talking about good small wave equipment. That looks like a JS epoxy under his feet, looking alive. But you're right. I think Darren definitely takes the cake for being the most hands-on.
I reckon for sure. He's
Yep.
everywhere.
He is.
And
Yep.
he's been doing it for, like I said, 30 years.
Yeah.
maybe?
And it's kind of like similar to what Hoggy was saying, just getting around the crew.
Yeah.
You know, it don't have to go down there and be saying anything that's sort of, you know, over the top. It's more just a presence. Oh,
Yeah.
there's my shaper. He's got my back.
Yeah, that's
you
right.
know,
Been down there,
Been
backing
down
up
there
for sure.
So no, it's good to see.
He probably doesn't even say much to the surfers.
Yeah.
Right? Just being there helps.
For a three-man heat, just judging off Harry Phillips's ride there and then knowing how well these other two guys surf, this heat's game on. Harry Phillips just got an absolute nugget and showed his power. I'll be interested to see where the score comes in for that. And then Connor Lyons is from the sunny coast, who's kind of similar to Aaron Kelly, who we saw in an earlier heat, really clever above the lip. You know, he can boost massive airs left and right. So he's got a good point of difference there if he chooses to use it. And then obviously we've been speaking about Xavier. He's got plenty of talent.
And he's been up the Gold Coast for a while, though.
Yeah,
Xavier.
he
I've
just
seen
a
him.
few trips. I think that you know, he's starting to realise that you know, that's where he gets his boards from.
Yep.
That's where there are a lot of waves, like we mentioned earlier, that are kind of similar to the QS. That's where he's at in his career. He's had a few wild cards into bells or opportunities to surf in the trials, which is, it's almost like the carrot dangling there that you sometimes need to take that for what it is and realise that, you know, you'll get there one day, but
Yeah.
at the moment, this is his focus. You
Yeah.
know, and
Fair enough.
And he's had a couple of Kira teams and other events. There was another team event up there, the Usher Cup. So, yeah, spending a good bit of time on the Goldie.
And the number of good surfers on the Gold Coast compared to, not writing Torquay off at all, but, you know, the competitiveness and the number of world-class surfers on the Goldie.
The number of poor surfers who are competitive,
Yeah,
is
well,
what
and
makes
another
it.
thing,
Is
yeah.
what makes it so competitive.
And the number of, like, top-level surfers
That
up
too,
there.
yeah. I mean, you paddle out D-Bar and you've got the three musketeers that are all retired, Dean, Joel and Mick, surfing better than ever.
Yeah.
And they're, you know, getting, you know, more waves than anyone and surfing better than anyone. Like, that'd have to fire most kids up, as we see a replay here of Connor Hoyer.
Yeah, it just gets a little stuck. Hard wave to surf, this one, all foamy and least. No power in those sort of waves. A bit flat and... Just the waves with foam on them, they don't look as nice anyway.
No.
Even if they are a bit more sucky or whatever, but they just don't look as nice, do they?
Nah,
Just in
nah.
a green
And
open
they don't
face or-
feel as good. And
Nah.
there's nothing
Your
about
board
them
just
that's good.
bogging down and
Yep.
going slow.
There we see a big score there. Oh, there's a recognisable face. Young Solly Bailey. He's looking very, very relaxed. I think he just had a big win down here over the weekend.
Yep.
At the Indigenous event down here. So well done to Sol there. I saw him getting his trophy off Russ Maloney, which
I saw him in the surf yesterday. He actually said he wasn't even surfing this event.
No,
till he won
I
the
didn't think he
Indigenous
was.
Classic.
Yeah.
And then they gave him a spot in. He went, well, I'm here. I might as well go in it.
Yeah. And I think Sol too is at a point in his career where he's surfing for potentially a bit bigger purpose other than, just himself. So, he might have some kids that he was, potentially mentoring in that event. They'd be stoked to see him in this event,
Exactly.
So get out there and have a crack. And, have a crack he will. A relaxed Solly Bailey is going to be a dangerous Solly Bailey because he's just going to go out there and have some fun.
Waves coming too. Get through a couple of heats. That's what Hegarty was saying. He was like, waves are coming. I've just got to get through a few heats. And then
he can
it's looking like Saturday's going to be offshore.
Wow.
10 foot.
Wow.
So out the front here is sort of set up good out the back.
That'd be so
for a solid swell. I know they're talking about the harbour and all sorts of other places.
Yeah.
But it'd be so sick to see all these guys in 10-foot waves.
We kind of have that at home on the Gold Coast with Kira. Anytime there's an event at D-Bar, it's going to be big. We're going to Kira.
Yeah.
It's like, what? Yeah, but what about everyone just mongrelling up and tackling 6 to 10 foot sunset-looking D-Bar? Like, as you see Connor Lyons here projecting out into the flats. If he makes this, I'll be gobsmacked. That was sick. The fact that he managed to pull that back in, he was going for all money. He must have been riding on, 1/16 of an inch of surfboard there, right up the nose.
That's why they waxed him to the nose.
Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't. What about you?
No chance.
No, I've got 2 feet on the tail pad. No chance. But Harry Phillips said he rode a wave a few moments ago. That's a 5.5, as we expected to be a good score. So, like I mentioned, I didn't know too much about Harry, but just knowing the score he was going to get and how the other 2 boys surf, I knew this was going to be hotly contested as Xavier just elects to let that one go potentially a bit too deep. He's going to let Harry get around the section here. Big turn. Xavier's looking at that spray going, that should have been me. And then a big finish there. I must recorrect myself. It does look like a Super brand surfboard. So apologies there to anyone who had a hand in making that one. But it looks electric under his feet, Hoyo. 2
good turns there. Threw a lot of spray on that first turn and kept his speed for the next turn, which is always a hard thing to do. Projected down the line, but threw a lot of spray. You got a good score for that. Hopefully. Well, who would know?
Yeah, I think we could say he's going to get a big score. I mean, psychologically, if you're Xavier Huxtable and you see this, Hoyo, how does that feel?
Not good.
Not good. Look at
good
this.
section. Man, that was a good turn. And this one finishes it really well. 2 good turns there. In these conditions, that's a good score for sure. That first turn was sick. He kept his speed through it too, which is really hard to do in these sort of waves.
Sometimes you need a little bit of luck in surfing. Sometimes you need a lot. I'd say just then he got very lucky with where the foam entered the wave. He got to do that snap, like you said, in the green water. But that's completely outside his control. You know, you're 110% going that wave. You have to. It just had that nice shape to it. But he got very fortunate there that he was able to get that turn in where he did, because it allowed the spray to just go up to the heavens, and he got to showcase his full power, as we see there. 5.83. So a very, very crucial wave, not only for Harry, but also for our surfer in red, young Xavier, who... he sort of deemed himself to be a little too deep on that wave, which...
Wasn't he? Just behind the peak there.
It was an interesting one. And who knows, if Xavier had gone that wave, like we said, the foam, by the time Xavier might have got there, it could have been in the face, So
sure.
it could have been the right call from where Xavier was, but from where Harry was...
I think he would have made it from where Xavier was.
He was pretty deep. Well, he was on that next little... it was a tough situation, but...
Harry's had a couple of good waves in this set. I missed that first one.
Yeah, he just had 2 frontside snaps that were... it was almost like a similar version of that wave, but the wave was just slightly smaller.
Yeah.
As we see Solly Bailey getting ready there for his heat.
We should ask the next couple of guys on the post-heat interviews what equipment they are riding, because Solly looks like he's got a round tail down there.
You know what? Darren has been making a lot of crew the round tails as well. And he's sort of saying that, you might be able to shed a bit more light on this yourself, but just adding that same sort of width through the tail, but just pulling in at the ends just to add for that responsiveness and a bit less drag. Because it's not like that classic round almost pin. It's a bit more like the thumb sort of tail. So, I don't know. Have you been jumping on any of them? No. Stupid question. Swallowtail, 6 channel. But amongst the top pros, particularly here in Newcastle, I noticed it last year.
Yeah, a lot of them, mate.
A lot of the women as well.
That too,
So,
sure.
I mean...
Thumbtails. I think it's the Pizel thing too, right? That's where it all started.
For sure. Yep.
No,
they'll all tell you that they started it, but I think we can agree it was the Pizel.
Well, everyone wants to do what they're doing. But
Yeah,
I think
exactly.
it's just that shape. It, like you said, a bit wider and then narrow the tail behind the fin.
Yep. So
it's a different one because usually back in our day, on these sort of conditions, you'd be riding a big fat square tail.
Yeah. Well, you know
to
who
keep
had
your
a
speed.
proper square that he used as his backup board, but it was Connor Lee who had a chili.
Oh yeah.
It was a straight square. I
Yeah,
hadn't
right.
seen one of them in ages.
Chisel tail.
Full chisel. Yeah.
Like a bin pig. Oh,
and it was like it was an epoxy too, so it was like full collab of old and new mashed together.
Right.
Yeah. No, it was cool.
I shaped a couple of those and just cut the tail straight off.
Yep.
Like
yep.
Just off Dane's
dumpster diver.
Yeah,
thing.
dumpster diver. That's called it the bin pig, but had it a bit longer, but just cut the tail off a 6.3.
Yeah, cool.
And mate, a couple of them went really good. A couple of them really bad. But
Yeah,
a couple of them went
yeah.
Really fast. And,
Yeah.
and they didn't turn that well. That was the only problem.
Yeah. Oh, that's so funny. I think I overheard a conversation with Dane and Snake one day at a Quickie Pro on the Gold Coast. That's exactly what he said about that particular board. The waves were really small. And Snake's like, yeah, Dane, what are you going to ride? And Dane's like, wild card, kind of same sort of nonchalant, cared but didn't really care. And was like, I've got this board that turns but won't go fast, and then I've got this board that goes extremely fast but doesn't turn. And Snake was like, the board that goes fast but doesn't turn, and just try and make it happen. Yeah. Didn't happen, got beaten by... I'm not too sure. I think he had Mick in round 2 or something because, Mick lost to Banting or something like that, and it was just game over. But it's a funny theory, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, what do you go with? What do you lean on?
Well, it feels better to go fast than not turn.
Yep.
So you ride the board that's going to be more fun, I reckon.
Yeah, exactly. And who knows, you might get lucky with a section that you can go near the lip and throw a bit of pizza.
Exactly.
And, who knows?
Exactly.
But no,
cheat.
I mean, ultimately, you want a board that does both. But that's the magic board, and they don't always come up.
They're really hard to get.
Yeah, geez, this board's looking pretty magic.
His board looks really good out here.
Yeah, and he looks like a pretty thick set lad. He's definitely locked in there. He's not moving his feet around too much. He's really glued in, as opposed to surfers say like Jarvis Earl in an earlier heat, or even Dane Reynolds, moving their feet a lot on their equipment. It's. Yeah, well, you'd be in the other side of the spectrum there, eh, Hoy?
No moving your feet. My feet are stuck.
Locked in.
Yeah.
Have you been surfing much yourself, mate, at the moment?
Maybe shuffle forward a bit.
A little shuffle for the tube.
I don't even do that anymore.
I think I saw some visions of you getting barrels around the corner maybe at the start of the year.
Oh, a long time ago. I forgot. I watched. I could get it on Instagram on my tube time now. Just watch everyone else's footage.
I know,
You go, that felt really good.
Yeah, Makala Jones or someone.
Yeah.
Just
going, thank you.
Yeah.
It's the only tube time I get.
Yeah. All right, we've got a very interesting heat at play here. Xavier Huxtable currently rated 20th on the Australasia ratings. I'm sure all the crew around home are watching this heat. I'm going to say nervously. There is 5.5 minutes on the clock. Xavier is only chasing a 4.92. He's just having a little look in there to check his positioning, as he does have first priority, but it was some time ago that he was just a little too deep for Harry Phillips' 5.83, and I think as time goes on, Hoyo, I'd have to imagine that's eating away at his soul a little bit.
Oh, for sure it would be. He'd be spewing about it. And like you said, he would have seen the spray come off the back of that wave.
It's only just come down.
Yeah. What have I done?
Yeah, so it's going to be a good challenge here for Zave. He's no doubt got the talent to execute kind of any type of score he wants. He just needs to put himself on the best piece of ocean he can find, as he lets Connor Lyons here go this wave inside him. Another strong turn there.
He's missed another good wave there.
And it's a game of feet.
Whoa. Xavier had priority then, right?
I think that...
yeah, look, still now. He must have.
He's... needed to be on that wave.
Wow.
Simply put. Connor was no doubt in a better position to ride that wave, but you can't let him get any further out in front of you there, I don't feel. And Xavier, a surfer of his talent, he probably would have been a little too wide for that first section if he had ridden that wave, but he's so talented, he could have faded or manufactured some steepness from that wave. No doubt Connor Lyons was in the spot, but Xavier wasn't that much wider. Would have liked to see him on that wave.
He would have got 2 turns in.
Exactly,
at least,
and he's only chasing a 4.92, and better yet, Connor wouldn't improve his 3.17, which is what he's definitely going to do. Connor might even get his best score of the heat.
Yeah, I reckon it's not far. Here's a
What
replay.
do you reckon?
Look.
Xavier was on that shoulder.
Yeah. He would have got that turn in, Xavier. He would have got the same amount of turns from where he was, probably.
Yeah. Maybe not as much speed in the first turn, but still the same amount of turns, for sure. Wow, so the young fella, he might just be in two minds. That earlier indecision might be wreaking havoc, unfortunately.
Here he goes.
He looks like he'll get an opportunity here. And he's going to have a look at this wave. Up and riding, the man in red, Xavier Huxtable, Victoria's next great hope. A nice carving first manoeuvre, a better version there. He'd be praying for some steepness on the inside. You can see the technique on this young man. It's quality. You can tell he's a good surfer, but that wave was unfortunately pretty flat.
It was very flat. It's going to obviously better his 0.93, but it's even going to better his 3.43, I reckon.
It needs to. It absolutely needs to. Otherwise, he's going to be cactus. He needs a 7, which is a big score for today in third priority, which is what he'll have now. What do you reckon, Hoyo?
Yeah, that was a nice first turn. Then it just goes a bit flat, this wave, and then turns foamy. So it's really... Oh, that was a good turn there too, and finishes it. Well, it's not too bad, really, looking back at it.
Yeah, and I think I'd like to say that his equipment was looking good under his feet. It's looking well connected there. It didn't catch anything through those flatter sort of carving manoeuvres. He will better his situation. It is only just, but hey, everything matters today. A 3.87. So he needs a 6.5, which, again, he's easily capable of doing that. He's got himself some space here. If I'm Connor and Harry, knowing the talent of Xavier, I am not giving a kid like that much room. But Xavier's probably got about 45 seconds here to get a wave before they hear that score being read out and they adjust their positions, as you can see here. Maybe not even 45 seconds, maybe 15. So Xavier really needs a wave to come now, otherwise he's going to have to try and climb that priority order.
And the scoring has changed in this heat, I reckon. The judging's changed a little bit. They're just judging on speed and 2 big manoeuvres.
Yep.
Because in the earlier heats, that wave would have scored more than a 3.87. I think they've stepped up a little bit with their scoring and rewarding them a bit more for the speed and 2 big turns.
I think, like you said, the tide going out, just offering a bit more steeper section, and with Harry and Connor's top scoring rides, the waves they're just presented more. And the boys dealt with it. So Xavier's done his job here. He's trying to climb the order here of priority with a sick first turn from Connor Lyons. And a nice wrapping turn there to bring it back to the suds. He's going to have to finish with something huge, and he does. That was sick.
And he held Xavier off that wave
This
too.
is the kind of details you need to pay attention to as a young competitor. That's
He's out
plenty
of
of time
there.
to
He's
get back out the heat, back out the back, young man.
Yeah, I reckon
because he could have priority back over
That's
Xavier
right.
if Xavier's making these mistakes. So, look, I would not leave any surfer in any event out themselves. There's more than enough time to get back out the back there. But he will. I think he could better his situation. But now he's kind of left it in the hands of...
well, he turned that wave into something, didn't he? It looked like nothing at the start.
Great.
It looked like nothing at the start and then hit the bank and doubled up and did some good turns on the inside. And kept Xavier off it too, so it's another good thing. He's had one of those heats where he's just in the wrong spot the whole time.
2 feet.
Guy, 2 foot on the side of the feet.
I'm claiming the next one was only 1 foot.
Yeah.
He was...
Yeah, true.
As we have 25 seconds remaining, Harry Phillips paying Xavier a lot of, I guess you could say, respect and letting him do whatever he needs to do. Xavier hunting here needs a 7.46, and he would need to do something very special on this rare left-hander as he brings it through to the inside. The body language kind of tells the story there. Unfortunately, the young man, I don't believe, will do enough to turn the heat there. And he will now redirect his attention to potentially a trials run down there at the Rip Curl CT at Bells Beach. But we're going to take a quick break here at heat number 12. It's just wrapped up. We'll be back with heat 13 in a moment.
Surfest is a big part of Newcastle, and Burton Automotive is a big part of Surfest. Burton Automotive, always ready to help our community.
Hatted Chef Restaurant. We're just scratching the surface.
Welcome back to the show. We're ploughing through the round of 96. Heat 13 getting underway now. Out there in the red will be Coda Killon. In the blue, Aidan Lewin Parsons. Fraser Martin will be surfing in the white, and Solly Bailey, the big name in this one. He'll be out there in the green. Ronnie Blakey with none other than Matt Hoy. Hoyo, having a good morning, mate?
Yeah, great morning.
Good day. We're moving into the afternoon.
Yeah, the surfing's been really good compared to for the wave quality. Been pretty good, I reckon.
Most definitely. You're looking like you're relaxed, enjoying the vibe down here at Newey.
It's home, mate. So I've got to be relaxed.
Exactly.
Why wouldn't I be?
For me, I've been feeling a little mournful.
Mournful?
I just feel so bad for some of these guys that were in that striking position.
Yeah.
And obviously very challenging conditions for them today. Yeah, exactly. Kicking right back. But, mate, really tough. The results that have panned out for some of those guys that were sort of in the teams just outside that top 10 picture. And we're going to see a little bit more heartbreak before the end of this event for sure.
Well, we're going to know everything that's going on too, who's there and who's not going to be there. And it is heartbreaking. You put all the effort in and in waves of, I know it's, a contest, you've got to ride whatever's out there, but it's hard work.
Well,
and it's disappointing if you put all that effort in and then you don't get your opportunity to do it in subpar waves. It's a bit torturous.
Well, there's an official term for conditions like this, and it's,
shit house.
I was going to say that. I was like,
it's actually all right.
I was going to say contestable is that's the go-to. That's when you hear commentators say that.
Yeah, it's not that good.
You know that Hoyo's kind of got the AKA to that one, but
it's not that bad though. When I went out and had a look, and it looks a lot harder on here than actually. It is contestable.
Yeah. Well, the big thing is there's opportunity. No one's getting to the end of these heats without a few rides under their belt.
Yeah, that's right. There's actually waves, so it's not going dead flat in between waves. So
I have seen that in really high quality conditions with a long interval. Guys sitting out there, they're going to get one wave.
And it's pumping.
Pumping.
The waves are perfect. I mean, not pumping, obviously.
So we'll see what unfolds here. But this will be a big heat. Solly Bailey having a good run at this QS 5000, the City of Newcastle Pro. But he's out there at the moment waiting for his first opportunity.
Oh, he's not even in the top heat.
Yeah, well, there he is.
He's out there, definitely.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on with that.
Where's the respect? Just at least give him a colour on the screen. 21 minutes remaining here.
Us.
And Coda, 2.5 on his opening ride. Aidan Lewin Parsons, he's bagged just a 2-point ride. But there has been some close heats. And as much as, it's sad to see some of those campaign runs come to a close here on day one of competition, there's plenty of people still with that dream of cracking the top 9 and giving themselves an opportunity going into these Challenger Series events.
Well, we're going to know way more, right, after this round, and then when the seeds come in, that's when it all starts to pan out, who's going to be in and out, and can really know, right? Because Xavier was 20th, so he had to go pretty well in this event to get into the top 9.
Yeah, you've got to look at the point score total for the Surfers sitting in 9th position at the moment. On the men's side, that's Billy Stammen. And he's got over 4,000 points already. Yeah. So he's going to already add to that because this is a QS 5000. Yep. There's only been one other of those. That was the last venue. And then he's collecting results from 1000s, a QS 3000 as well at Avoca. So, he's upping his scores all the time.
Yep.
And there's a few guys in that top 9 picture who will be doing the same thing. So the requirement might end up being more than 5,000 points, but we don't know that just yet. So someone like Solly at this stage might still have a chance if he can win this contest.
Yeah, that's the hard bit, right?
Exactly. But that'll become clearer as we move
round
through
one
the rounds.
especially.
But here goes Fraser Martin from the Gold Coast. Big, powerful, goofy footer. Checking out his Instagram and, you know, in some of his freeze frames, he sort of almost looks like Owen Wright. He gets himself in similar positions with his the placement of his limbs and whatnot. But definitely seems to have plenty of power, a pretty solid backhand approach. Looking to get that swinging out there at the moment.
Have to, coming from the Gold Coast. You got not much choice up there if you haven't got a good backhand.
Mate, he gets any left he wants on the Gold Coast.
All the goofy footers do.
19 minutes remaining here and waiting on those scores to come through. But it's been a big morning getting through this round of 96. Still a couple more heats to come, and then we'll be getting into the women's event, and that's going to be a lot of fun to watch unfold. The AAP Consulting Pro, and the battle for those big finishes. They're not just happening on the men's
Yeah,
CT.
the women are the same, eh? They've only got 7.
Yeah, 7 spots, and then there's one wildcard position for Australasia as well.
Do they give that to the next spot, or do they give that to someone who they think deserving of it?
I think it depends. Obviously, at this point in time, you know, certain circumstances will see you forced out of an event.
Yeah, okay.
Not necessarily with an injury,
Yeah,
but just with the protocols in place. You know, you might find yourself missing contests at different stages. So there'll be a conversation to be had, I think, at the end of it all. But have a look at the replay there of Fraser Martin. Really just moving some big fans of water.
Yeah, big fans. Bit flat, but still moving some water there. A couple of big backhand hacks. But look, they kept the scoring down all day. That last hit was the highest scoring hit of the day, I think. They only scored 11 each.
There you go.
Which is, you know, I suppose with the conditions, but yeah, they're keeping it on the down low, that's for sure. Which is good. They keep saying that Stay said it, that they don't want to amp it up to get them on the next level, going, oh, I should be getting that, I should be getting this. Look at this set of waves. Here's Solly. And the one on the outside looked like it was a bomb.
I think in this draw, it would be dangerous in the first round to start throwing big numbers
for sure.
and almost, you know, maybe fool the competitors somewhat into what they're expecting to see, at least at this stage.
Later in the event,
exactly.
even here, right?
Well, in this heat in particular, you've got a former CT surfer, Solly Bailey, out there, so capable, above the lip, also has big rail turns he can go to, but just a sort of a different level that he can go to. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see just a little bit of restraint early on in this heat, just given the fact that you've got a CT caliber surfer out there in the lineup as we see Red in the next heat gearing up. And, well, I know for you, he's probably got one of the coolest names in the draw, Axel Rose. Kuroda.
What's that? I didn't even notice that. Wow. Dad must be obviously a Guns N' Roses fan.
Or Mum.
Or Mum. Oh, yeah, or both.
Here's Aidan Lewin Parsons just finishing one off on the inside. The lanky regular footer. And here is Coda Killon. And the 18-year-old just didn't quite get the finish there.
In there too now. See, with that lower tide, the backwash is playing havoc with a couple of these waves now. It's a big gap between the outside bank and the shore break. Just keeps all the water, so much water moving out there. Even on a small day like today, there's a lot of water moving.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely seems like conditions are improving. That's reflected in some of the scores we're seeing drop. As we see Ulladulla's Aidan Lewin Parsons bringing this one through to the inside. That was a nice hit. Not too bad at all.
Yeah, it comes with the squalls, I think. The condition, it's dead still out there right now. And then a squall comes through and the wind picks up. But in between the squalls, it's not too bad at all. It's actually really humid too outside, obviously, with the rain.
Exactly. Solly Bailey up again. Had a 5.8 through in his last wave. Oh, there's a nice hack. Draws it right through to the pocket.
I like how low he gets after his turns. Like, his bottom turns, even on a small wave like that, he's down so low and pushes out of it. You can notice it after that first hack, he gets down so low. Watch this, after this first turn, or the next turn, this one he does the hack, and look how low he gets here. Look, he's on his haunches there. Good few turns there. That's going to be a good score as well.
Yeah,
like you said.
Coiling up.
Yeah, like coiling up. Like he was so low. Good to see. On a small wave like that, it's hard to do.
It's been some incredible Indigenous surfers over the years. Robbie Page, one of the first. Morris Cole as well. But, you know, just an incredible talent level. Solly's a former Indigenous champ.
He won on the weekend here too.
Yeah, really connected with his Indigenous heritage when he made the championship tour and repped the Aboriginal flag on his shoulder, which was fantastic to see. Let's hope he can get back on the CT ranks because, just an awesome, influential figure for the Indigenous community.
Joey Hadden got second to Solly on the weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, so good.
Yeah, he's gone around a couple of times now, Solly, with those big wins. But yeah, he's a super talented surfer. Probably my favourite Solly Bailey result was the huge win that he had over at the Vulcan Pipe Pro back in 2017. He actually, overcame such a stacked field. You know, that event is.
Oh,
it was like the second Pipe Masters.
Yeah, well,
really.
it is for sure.
And he got a big victory there. So that was, the one that really put him on the map.
Yeah, that's a huge win. Like you said, it's a second Pipe Masters for sure. I don't know what you call it, underground Pipe Masters.
Yeah, sort of. And there's the shootout as well. But those events attract the biggest names, the pipe specialist,
and they're probably running the gnarliest pipe, except for like this year at Pipe. Those years before that, because you'd have the Pipe Masters in December, and sometimes it was ridden in 2-foot waves.
Yeah.
But then those events would come on, and it was maxing pipe, and you're out there, boys. Get it. No holding back.
Yeah, they're little short on surfers reps to protest the decision.
No surfers.
We've only got 5 days. You're out.
Like that, yeah.
Go.
It's on.
So till 12 minutes, 20 seconds remaining here. Solly Bailey, no surprise, it's the same sitting on top of the leaderboard at the moment. Fraser Martin's in second spot with those smooth backhand turns for the big goofy footer. Coda Killorn in third spot at this stage. The youngster from Maroubra, he's looking for a 5.16. And the Ulladulla surfer, Aidan Lewin Parsons, he's back in fourth place, looking for a 4.8 to make that jump. We were talking earlier with Mitch Ross, Hoy, about just the history of this event. It's been around for so long, since you were a little grom. Take us back in time and turning up as a spectator and, getting eyes on some of your surfing heroes for the first time. How was that?
I competed in the first ever one here.
No way.
Yeah, in the trials, yeah. I had Robbie Page in my head, actually. We were talking about Robbie before. Got an interference with Robbie Page.
No way. How old were you?
14.
Wow.
Yeah, 85 or 86.
Was
so 14 and 15. But
was that anyone can kind of enter scenario?
Yeah, it was the trials back in the day.
Yep.
So you could just get in, just pay your money and get in. So, yeah.
So you suffered the interference?
I suffered the interference.
Oh,
Pagey got me on an interference.
Got you.
Just to teach me a lesson, which is all right. You get that from the old boys. But, yeah, just having the world's best surfers come here and compete. And it was a huge event then. It was the biggest event in the world. So, yeah, to have all your heroes come to Newcastle and hang out and just watch the event. And it was live on television, live on NBN all weekend. So it was amazing, mate. You get 100,000 people at Newcastle Beach.
Oh, it was
It was
huge.
mayhem. And it was just epic. Just, it was like these superstars back in the day. I mean, they still are now, but back in the day, I think they were a bit more approachable. Not approachable, because they weren't approachable at all.
Well, there was no competitors area.
Well, that's right.
So they were just mingling in the crowd.
That's right. There was none of that. That's what I mean. They were in the public eye and out and about, and you could see them everywhere they were. So, it was a mental few years.
And as much as things have changed, for example, now we've got drones at some events, capturing that bird's eye perspective. Back in the day, you used to just drive a crane down onto the rocks at Main Beach and give you that bird's eye view of the lineup. As we see Solly throwing the air reverse, it was a high impact landing and he wasn't quite able to ride out. But I think that's what you can expect to see unfold in these last few heats of the round of 96. But yeah, it's, as I said, as much as things have changed and evolved, that connection for local groms to world-class surfing and getting eyes on it and seeing that it's a path that they may want to take.
Well, we all did it.
It's very tangible.
See how many people come out of Newcastle and Merewether just watching that come through and watching MR and then watching, Simon Laws and Nicky Woods and Luke Eads before us going, well, we can maybe do this.
Yeah, I've been listening to quite a few of the WSL's podcast offerings, and they had one recently where Rosie Hodge was interviewing Jessie Miley-Dyer, and they were talking about India Robinson, who's a grom from down the Torquay area.
Yeah.
A few years ago, she was just one of the volunteer caddies.
Yeah, right.
Running Steph Gilmore's board down to the beach, down the stairs. Now she's on the CT, and this year she'll be competing at Bells Beach as a rookie. So,
she's going to have one of those girls doing it.
Oh, yeah.
Caddies.
For sure. She might even get Steph to do it. Return the favour.
Oh, she should.
But, no, it's definitely...
it's something
the proof is
to
there.
Aspire to.
The proof is there.
Yeah, for sure. Something to aspire to and go, oh, well, they're in our hometown surfing our home waves, and you get to see them surf and how good they are. You think you're ripping at your home break, and then they come to show everyone up and go, oh, wow. Maybe we've got to step up our game here.
Yeah, and full credit to Warren Smith and his team, the City of Newcastle for, again, getting behind this event. They were there in the beginning, back in 85, and Burton Automotive, huge supporters of this contest as well, and helping keep it alive and bringing that inspiration to these beaches. As we see now, Fraser Martin up again, this time on the forehand, threading this one together pretty nicely at the moment. He's got a good amount of speed, just looking to max out the points now, looking for a little finish, and his back foot just slipped off at the end there.
Had a good looking wave there. He actually went left on one, which is, they looked like they'd bend out the sea a little bit more. A nice little right here, double up. He's going to get a few moves in here. It's doubling up on the inside.
Oh, Boompa missed the finish. But
missing the finish on the end there.
It's starting to feel like maybe it's getting closer to the conditions that we had on hand here yesterday. Maybe a little bit smaller, but just it's cleaning up a little bit. There's a bit more length to these rides, and as a result, the opportunity to flow some turns together rather than that sort of desperate race between turns.
It's definitely cleaned up, hasn't it? The wind's dropped right off at the moment. Drops from yesterday. This is that left. This is a good turn here on this next turn. On the flats, look, throws the tail. That was hard work there. And then just foot slips off. He had it into that way, it would have been a good score.
Yeah, just butchered the finish.
Butchered it.
But he is going to be hanging on to second place, you'd think, still. Solly Bailey made nothing of that wave, but you just, from what you've seen, you get the feeling that he's potentially going to drop a big number at some point here. 6.5 minutes to go. He looks sharp.
I said that to Stace yesterday. He wasn't even going to surf this event till he won the Indigenous event on the weekend. And then they said, oh, you got a spot? He went, oh, yeah, all right. No worries. Yeah. He was headed home.
I love that story, Solly's story. But, again, you've got to just fully look at the surfers before him that kind of paved the way. I was a huge fan of Kenny Dan when I was at Gromit.
Oh, Kenny Dan, what a legend.
He was awesome.
Yeah.
And then Ferg.
Yeah.
Down Coffs Harbour area. He was a massive inspiration to all the local grommets down there. But, yeah, just so many talented surfers. Dale Richards. Used to watch him compete through the trials up there on the Gold Coast. And he was one that kind of slipped out of the spotlight, unfortunately, because I think he had CT potential. He was so
definitely
talented.
His Instagram's hilarious too. He's so good.
He's a classic. Well, Solly Bailey looking to really stamp his authority on this heat by dropping a 4.93. He's had a couple of goes at it and fallen short. As a result of that, the door's still open for his rivals here. Fraser Martin hanging on to that second spot.
And looking to solidify. You can get into the lead with a 6.53. There's a good
Oh,
combination.
that was good combo. 3 huge backhand turned on a small inside wave, but stood up for him, didn't it?
Sure did. And right behind him will be the Surfer in red. And Coda gets some release in the tail there. Just a little too much, though.
Hard for Coda on that wave there because White's last wave was so dynamic on that small little insider. He had to do exactly the same, if not more, to make it look good.
Yeah, for
the
sure.
Judges look at going, they compare it. They all obviously compare every wave, but they shouldn't. But they do.
Yeah, well, they have to. It's a game of comparisons
Yeah.
from the moment they drop that first score. But I know what you're saying, that the spotlight was, you got to steal it back.
Yeah, it's 100%. You definitely have to steal it back. After Fraser's wave, you got to make your wave twice as good.
Yep.
To get the score.
Yeah, especially.
And it went a bit flat, didn't it? Wasn't it? Same sort of wave.
Yeah, expecting Fraser's going to drop a big one here. 5.43. It doesn't take him into the lead, but it makes the job that much harder for Aiden. Lewin Parsons in third spot needs a 6.06. Coda's now after a 6.59.
Yeah, blue and red are in trouble here, I reckon.
Well, using his priority on this one. Nice section standing up. Just transitions out of that first snap and again just kind of keeps that down the line flow. He'll need a big finish and just the nose going down. You could see that.
Bit of frustration on the end there. Got a bit flat in those turns though when he just whipping it up. Didn't really stand up for him that wave. It looked like he was going to and then just didn't do it till right on the end.
Were you you know, it's like you're caught between doing multiple manoeuvres and getting that one sort of big solid hit in.
Well, two heats ago, they were judging on 2 big manoeuvres instead of the 3. I forget who it was. Xavier Huspel. He got a wave and did 4 sort of half manoeuvres, but the other guys were doing 2 big ones and they were getting the scores. So I think they should have had a look at that and don't fit them in. Just do 2 huge turns.
Were you a competitor that liked to watch heats before you paddled out and get an idea of the judging trends?
Nah. I never watched heats hardly at all. I'd come down from the heat and then leave.
Yeah.
Hour before, maybe. 2 heats before and then out of there.
Yeah.
I never sat at the beach, ever.
Well, why would you when Luke Egan's doing all the homework for you?
He wasn't doing it. I don't know. I just watched the heat before.
What was it, do you think? Do you think it was you weren't as fascinated by it, or you weren't as concerned, or do you think it made you nervous?
Bit of everything,
I
reckon. It made me nervous. So I'd sat down there all day. I'd get nervous, more nervous than I would if I just turned up. And I wasn't that interested either. Which is bad. I was, but I wasn't. And then I don't know. I wasn't one of those guys that sat at the beach all day and watched heats, ever.
Yeah.
So it was just part of what I did. So I had better things to do.
Well, you're making up for it now, watching a few heats.
It's good though. This is way better. I get to talk about it.
A minute and a half remaining here, and Solly's still out in front. Fraser's, he's done well. He had a couple of falls. He missed some opportunities to kind of shut out third and fourth place there, but he made the most of that last ride. 5.43.
Well, he's built on his heat, hasn't he? Started pretty well, and then he's finished really strongly.
And Solly, we mentioned that he was warming towards a big number. He was on his way then, but feels like everyone's trying to figure out this changing sandbar now. We've seen a lot of nosedives.
Well, it's gotten a lot shallower. You can see how shallow it is in there with how small the waves. It's probably only waist deep on the inside there. And it's sort of flat out the back and then sucks up quick at the end. So, it's hard to surf.
Aiden.
Obviously.
Aiden going for the reverse there. It's funny, like that was a 6.03, the requirement. And it's a dynamic turn, but that's one move that the judges have really, tightened their strings on. They don't throw you big numbers now for just a mediocre version of that manoeuvre.
Yeah, because it's like a bottom turn these days, really.
Oh, it's so common.
Yeah. Reverses it.
I think if you, you see someone attack an end section and not go into an air rotation, sometimes when they just do a big layback jam, that's
just as good, right?
well, and it's unpredictable.
Yeah.
Because you see that air reverse so often now when someone actually goes for something different, kind of like wakes you up a little bit. But Fraser Martin hanging on to that second position there. Solid stuff from him. But it was Solly Bailey taking the victory and powering on through to the next round. Stay with us. Just around the corner, another big heat. Heat 14 of the round of 96.
Cultural icons in the heart of the city. We're just scratching the Surfest.
Welcome back to the show. Loving our time here in Newcastle already. Well, you've been loving it your entire life, Hoy, but I've been making a couple of trips up here lately.
51
and
years of it.
It is such a fun town. Even last night I was out in the town.
Were you?
No, I went out to dinner last night.
Monday night
it was
special in
pumping.
Newey. Yeah.
Pumping. Went to unbelievable restaurant, Light Years. New one someone told me to go check out. Food was best food I've had in ages.
Really? What was it called?
Light Years.
Where's that?
Snazzy place down near another great restaurant that I've used to shovel food into my face. Meat down there.
Oh, yeah, okay, I know where it
just
is.
down the end of Derby Street.
Yeah.
Just a fantastic setup. But yeah, there is plenty to check out here. I had a ball last year. I wasn't actually surfing last year. I was kind of coming off the back of having a broken leg.
Yeah.
So when I got here, I was just cruising. Went mountain bike riding and walking.
Beautiful.
But yeah, it's got it all, mate.
It has.
You're a lucky boy.
I know. You don't have to tell Nova Cashians how good Newcastle is, because we already know.
Preaching to the converted.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, don't tell anyone.
Just telling the world over here. 22 and a half minutes remaining in what will be Heat 14, the round of 96. Archer Curtis is out there in the green, already taking the early lead. Axel Rose, Carota, is out there in the red.
Where is Axel Rose from?
Axel Rose is from North Stain on the Northern Beaches. And he's got fond memories of competing up here in Newcastle. It's actually where he broke through for his first big win as a cadet at Surfest. I believe he won the Cadet Cup here at Dixon Park in 2017. So
right. Here he is.
It's one of his favourite places on earth. Beautiful turn there to get started. Drives up into the lip. Another good hit. Working this one over. And that's what you want, you know. He might be capable of more, but you want to finish that first ride on your feet, string together a couple of turns, and just put the torch right under your competitors.
Just like Axel used to do. Finish your songs.
Oh, yeah. Love the Gunners.
Yeah, me too.
But also out in the lineup, Arch Whiteman, young surfer from Avalon Beach, him and his twin Van.
I was going to say not from Cronulla.
Yeah, his dad Dean's from Cronulla.
Yeah, so
lives in Avalon now. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Avcat now, gone from Cronulla to an Avcat.
Oh yeah, Dino's. Yeah.
What a classic.
He's a shark through and through.
Oh, isn't he?
Here we go.
I grew up with Dean. Just classic. That's what I was going to ask. That was my next question.
Oh, great surfers.
Yeah.
And twins, but one regular, one goofy, splitting peaks and
taking over the Avcats. Classic.
Funnily enough, both of them kind of go to the backhand pretty often. So Arch sticks to the rights with his backhand. Really strong backhand approach. Van's like just super solid. But yeah, both great surfers. And Jay Brown's out there in the white. So this will be a fun one to watch.
Archer Curtis, couple of solid hits there.
Couple of snaps there on an average wave, good turns. Yeah, right. That was my question. Is it Dean Whiteman's son? I was going to say Cronulla. Yeah, it is. What a classic. Next generations. There's a few next generations coming through. I love to see it. It's good. It's good that they kept it surfing in the family.
Yeah, Dino's the most intimidating nice guy you've ever met in your life. His face just suggests he's going to, rip you apart, and it's just a lovely bloke.
Yeah, classic.
Well, he goes Arch now, just looking to find some speed on the inside. There's a big jam, but can't pull that board back in under his feet. And Axel Rose also getting one there. I'm just going to stick with Axel Rose, I think.
Yeah. I like it.
Don't want to disrespect him by dropping his other name, Carota there, but it's just got a good ring to it.
Yeah, hadn't it? It's rock and roll. If I've ever heard it. I've got a son named Axel too, so it's pretty good. I didn't put the Rose in there though.
Bummer. Have another one.
Thank you.
19 and a half minutes to go here. And it must be really cool for you, Hoy, to see that the second generation competitors kind of coming through. We saw Jay Okalupo and Jagger Bartholomew in a heat earlier on, and you're kind of coming across surnames that you go, hang on a sec.
Yeah, I know
these.
Yeah, exactly. There's been a few.
I used to beat Dean when I was a kid.
Well, he used to beat us, actually. Yeah.
Bit older?
Yeah, a bit older. I used to actually stay, I think we used to stay at his house. We were at the Pringles house down at Cronulla, which I think they were just a few doors up. But Dean was a fierce competitor, really good surfer too.
Yeah, plenty of...
Good, like you said, like the gnarliest, nicest bloke you've ever met.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, it's good though. That's what I was saying. I love seeing it, the next generation of surfers coming through. Even if they weren't like world tour competitors, you just know Aussie, Cronulla boy and... like that, he did the APSA for years, Dean. He might have even won one year, the whole title actually, if I'm thinking rightly. Aussie title, I forget all the history of.
Oh, he's probably watching this, so we'll give it to him.
Went to the schoolboys with him. We had heaps of good times.
No doubt. Well, here we go. Red in second spot, looking for a 4.17 out of this ride. Not going to get it there. 18 minutes remaining, and we've just been talking about the next generation. Really enjoyed watching Sierra Kerr compete so far on the qualifying series, and she broke through for a big junior win at the Tweed Coast Pro last weekend. She's unbelievable. She's since she set her focus mainly on surfing, because she was sort of splitting her talent across so many different sports. Her
Which is
surfing's
good
gone
too,
to
that's
the next
good
level.
for surfing.
Oh,
right?
yeah. Also, just to be able to escape surfing when you want. But, incredible skateboarder, golfer, played rugby sevens.
Oh, really?
And, there's not really anything that she can't do.
Yeah, right.
She's one of them. And Josh was much the same, but, I think you'll continue to see it.
Wow, rugby sevens. That's a big difference from surfing and skating. That's good though. It keeps the competitive edge and toughens you up, I'm sure.
Yeah, maybe makes those wipeouts a little less daunting.
Who did she play rugby sevens?
She was playing in the States when they were living over in California.
Okay.
But definitely focusing big time on her surfing now, and that's paying off in a huge way.
Is she competing on all these tours? Or how old is she?
She is a grom. She's a junior still.
Yeah. Okay.
I think she's around 15.
Yeah, okay. So she's not even trying to do this stuff
14,
yet, really.
15. But yeah, I've just been really enjoying watching her surf, and it's going to be fun to watch her career play out, because it's only going one way.
Yeah, up.
She's heading for the CT at some point.
Yeah. And with all the new skills too, right?
Oh, that whole generation of young female surfers, will get a glimpse of it when we get the AAP Consulting Pro underway later this afternoon. But here we go. Man in red has been busy from the outset. He's had a number of rides. He's trying to back up his 4. Axel Rose, Carota, bringing that one right through to the inside, just chipping away. I think he sort of surrendered that priority down to the other guys, and he's just really building on those numbers.
I was saying that to Stacey. If you haven't got priority on a day like today, you stay away from the person with priority because there's so many other peaks to be ridden. It's no use being anywhere near that person.
It's not really what you'd call a sort of predominant sandbar either, isn't it? It's kind of like peaking up here and there.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see these guys are definitely kind of sitting on that southern end of the sandbar as those waves kind of refract into that deeper water. But
and you see the water moving on the inside. The rip, there's so much water moving. You don't even see it when they're sitting out there. But it's like out the back's going right, and then all on the shore breaks ripping back out at Merriweather there. There's a full current to the going left to right out the back, and then right to left on the inside, and then back out again. It's going every which way. You don't really see it on the telly, on the screen.
Hoy, your surf forecasting skills, how are they?
Shit house.
Do you, are you like me? Do you typically just get up in the morning and whatever?
I look, but
meander down.
I'm hopeless at. I look at all the forecasts, and then I go, "Oh, the wave's going to be good here," and I go there, and it's terrible.
But from what you've seen, even with your shabby skills forecasting, from what you've seen, what kind of swell do you think we're going to be expecting this week?
Oh, the swell looks huge on Friday, Saturday, but the winds look like on Saturday going to be offshore. What I'm looking at, west southwest. So that's not good for the harbour. Friday looks good for the harbour, and then Saturday looks good for out here. Like huge, like it's saying 5.6 metres with 13-second period. That's massive.
I mean, talk about a test.
I don't know how big that is.
We've already been talking about the pressure of coming into this final event, chasing a spot on the Challenger Series. You throw 10-foot waves at the competitors as well. It just adds a whole nother stress level to the whole situation.
Well, it's funny. Some of the people in these early rounds who are getting through will be going, "Oh, whoa, this is going to be gnarly at the end of the week." And some of the guys say, like Solly Bailey, if he gets through to then, it's going to be hard to beat. Hedgie, those guys are experienced guys who know how to charge in big waves. Some of these guys probably haven't even surfed waves like that. Not saying they haven't, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, there is a chance. Yeah, it's
so for those guys to get through these early rounds, it's a big chance later in the week to really put a show on.
Yeah, we say that in any event. You know, you got to slay your Dragon Day to get to the Princess Days.
Yeah,
and you know,
well, I don't know if they're going to be
get
Princess Days. It's going to be like I don't know what you call
Princess
them,
Fiona. But yeah, it's going to be a big test, that's for sure. And you know what? I like it. We're going to see a few seasons in this 1 week of competition. You know, it's going to be extreme. We've got extreme levels of sort of,
and it could be like every day is going to be different too.
Yep.
Which is, and you know what? Merriweather and Newcastle is always renowned for that. You get every day is different.
Yeah, well, you're going to earn your place. Most definitely in those
and
top
these boys
spots.
are earning their places now, right? And the girls, like it's pretty hard work today, but yeah, it's going to be real interesting over the weekend. Thursday looks pretty ugly too, but Friday maybe at the harbour, then 10-foot Merriweather on Saturday.
Well, we know we're
going
to wrap it
on Sunday.
We know we're going to wrap it on Sunday,
Yeah,
so
you got no
it is
choice.
going down.
Yeah.
Jay Brown finally getting on the board with that last ride. He's waited more than half the heat for that wave, so he's hoping he can make it count. Arch Whiteman, great flow at the moment, bringing this one through, gets that board up over the foam, manages to bring it back down. A little caught up there, but he's in that third position. Only needed a 3.48 to climb up in a second, but that requirement's about to grow because the man in red's about to drop his best number.
And Jay Brown took a long time to get his first wave. You can't wait that long in these conditions, I don't reckon. You've got to keep busy, especially without priority. Just keep busy and just move away. And there's, like you said before, there's random peaks everywhere. You don't want to chase your tail too in ways like this, I don't reckon. You're better off just sitting.
I guess the bonus for him is that no one's really put up anything substantial just yet.
Yeah.
So with a 3.13, even though he would have liked to have converted a little higher than that, he still can get himself into the top two with just a 5-point ride.
Yeah.
But
Not much, is it?
Axel,
5-point ride in the day with the judging today is a good score.
Exactly. Axel's just dropped a 5.33, so he's up into the lead, and it's kind of almost
it's still anyone's at this stage, but it's getting to the point where they're fighting it out for that second position. So we'll see what unfolds here. 10 and a half minutes to go. Still plenty of time.
Plenty of time, yeah.
When did you start to just wig out and just get inside your own head in the heat when you're back in fourth spot chasing a number?
All the whole time. I was wigged out even when I was winning.
Yeah, I mean, for you and I, this 10 minutes is probably going to go pretty
quick.
long.
Oh, it's the worst.
For us, it's going to feel pretty long. But
all right,
the surfers outside that top two, they're probably feeling like time's moving pretty quick at the moment.
And then Axel and Curtis are probably thinking it's going. Axel and Archer are thinking it's going real slow because they want it to go real quick. It's the complete opposite when you're trying to get a score than when you're sitting in the lead. You want time to fly when you're in the lead, and you want time to go slow when you need the score.
When you get to the end of it all, Hoy, and look back and you get some perspective, I know in the moment it feels like everything, but would you feel like you'd compete without the pressure in your own head differently now? Do you think you'd like to
do it all again?
Just get back in your. Not saying you're not in your prime now, but you're not. Go back and put your head into your younger self.
I would have done exactly the same as what I did then, I reckon.
You had too much fun.
Yeah, 100%. I wouldn't have changed anything. No chance.
There you go, kid.
I'd be worse.
That's how you want to look back on your career.
I wouldn't be. I'd be worse now, I reckon, putting this head on a young me. Terrible.
Oh, great stuff.
I know more now than I knew then.
Just on 9 minutes remaining here. And Axel's built nicely through this heat. He kicked it off with a big one. Got the best score on the opening exchange of all his competitors, a 4. And he's got the best last ride too. So that sets him up pretty nicely here. And
he's been pretty patient too.
Yeah, he'll probably be even more patient in these final stages now. Once he gets that priority, he'll be able to really choose carefully what he wants out of this lineup. But Arch Whiteman, Jay Brown, they can't really afford to wait in line for that priority. They need to make a move soon.
Yeah, get away from him. That's what I'd be doing straight away. Get away from Green straight away. Put some distance between you and him, because even like second priority and third priority, if you got fourth priority, get away from him.
Well, Arch Whiteman having to just give this right up because Axel did have priority over him.
That's a weird one.
There was a nice turn from Jay Brown. Wonder if he got anything else done on the outside then. That was solid. He's been super quiet in this heat. He's got a couple of threes.
It's a weird one for Axel to go to. He had second priority. You don't go on a wave like that if you're not going to better your score.
Yeah, maybe just with the numbers that are on the board. He is feeling like a little vulnerable in that first position.
Yeah. He's using his priority, I suppose, too.
But Arch is right where he wants to be at the moment. He's in second priority. Archer Curtis is sitting a long way away, so won't play into his choice of ride. And even though we said before there hasn't really sort of been a predominant part to this sandbar, it feels like maybe the bigger sets are coming at the southern end.
Yeah, for sure. But it'd be a hard waiting game to sit down there and do it. You'd want to have some patience because it's only the sets that break down on that part of the bank. All the other sets are hitting up a bit further.
Yeah, those smaller, medium-sized waves.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying. 6 minutes and 40 seconds
like I said
to go
about
here.
The water move, you can see it on the inside there. It's moving so quick, and it's not even big. Like, wait till the swell comes. There's going to be a lot of water moving.
Big channel there. Some big heats to finish off this round of 96. Up next, we'll see Marlon Harrison, Logan Steinweed, Darcy Littlechild and Jai Cook hit the lineup. And then to round things out, Heat 16, the round of 96, Mike Clayton Brown, Nick Vasicek, Bodie Williams and Ty Richardson. Good heat, that one, to finish things off.
Good heat.
Yep.
Stacked.
Super stacked. And then, looking a little further forward, the round of 64, that's when the big names enter the mix. We've got a collection of championship tour surfers here, just looking to, find their groove before Bells Beach kicks off. So they'll be entering the mix, and then the real performers so far on the qualifying series will hit the lineup as well. And for those guys, it's
going to be about hanging on to your position for some of them in the top 9 and holding off guys like this. Axel just on another ride there, still hanging on the first spot, but you know, there's going to be a lot on the line, or a lot to lose for those surfers in the next round.
Oh, definitely. We'll have to get, when the next round starts, who is in the top 9 and who's there, and get a couple of,
Oh, yeah. Well, we've got the list. We've got the ratings.
Oh, yeah.
You can check out that WSL app. But, yeah, Joel Vaughan sitting in the number 1 position at the moment. He's been a real consistent performer this year.
And his younger brother had a hell heat this morning.
Yeah, he got through. Yeah, that was a big win.
Ended up winning the heat. What a classic interview too.
Such a grom.
Yeah, such a grom. His thing looked like a baggy T-shirt.
Yeah, exactly. Like a parachute.
And just a full, this the way he spoke, and that was classic.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see how long he can keep this run alive as he comes up against more experienced heads and some big power surfers in those later rounds. But he goes Axel again. This is wave number 8, so leaving nothing to chance and just taking taking a gamble on maybe a section standing up where he can throw down that one big individual turn, as opposed to getting in that weight in the queue for priority.
Yeah, I suppose if it's not, I don't know, but he's just got to sit out there and better a 4 is what he's looking for, and those little waves he's riding aren't going to better a 4. That's what he's got to look at.
So 4 minutes to go here, and Jay Brown and Arch Whiteman are so within striking distance.
Yep.
They're not out of this one at all, and we'll see what they can do. Jay's had some moments, some little flashes in a
just hadn't had the waves
in a heat where he hasn't even put a decent score on the board. He's done a couple of turns where I've thought it's pretty solid.
That's a good wave. Yeah, he's on here. Here comes a set. See, Axel's still going for these little waves. I wouldn't be letting these guys in with a sniff. Get all over them. See, you can see how on that outside wave there, just sort of fizzled out the back. Didn't really even go top to bottom. Looked like it was going to go top to bottom, and then just sort of wound off on the inside. But it's that tide dropping, it's weird bank.
Yeah, priority is, such an interesting addition to competitive surfing. Obviously, it came in a long, long time ago, but back when you were a Grom surfing your first event here at Surfest, the first event, you had, you're 14 years old surfing against Robbie Page, and he's up your inside and pushing you around the lineup.
Absolutely ruthless. They were absolutely ruthless. They did not care. I had a heat in Japan once, and Derek Hine was my coach, well, sort of my coach when I was with Rip Curl. And I got out of the water because I was getting hassled by Liam McNamara. He got me out of the water. I walked onto the beach and he told me, all right, go sit next to the Japanese guy. So this Liam can't really hassle both of you. He can just get confused with the hassling. And it worked perfectly because I got through there and he didn't. But it was just bizarre how it just changed everything. I think the priority in 4-man heats is a great idea. It just stops that. I mean, you can sit on people at the end, but that's part of having priority. But just the first actual initial hassling at the start, people used to paddle you to past Dixon Park to get a wave. Here's Axel. This is what he wanted to do. Way better wave selection there. He's going to better a score. He's going to better that 4. That's what he should have been looking for. And he did it.
Yeah, most
but
definitely.
Mate, they'd paddle you.
Oh, yeah, and you know what? That still happens as we see Arch Whiteman here at the moment, just trying to find a wave that's going to serve him up a couple of sections to drop a 4.4 or better.
It still happens now, but different, right?
It does, yeah. Well, you've got that neutral priority in the opening stages of a heat, so places like J-Bay, people will really push it, get really deep when they want to fight for that inside. But, yeah, once that first wave's ridden and priority comes into play, you've got to learn how to use it to your advantage. And surfers these days, as we see Axel finishing off another nice ride there, they're pretty familiar with the system by the time they get into these qualifying events, because they've been competing, using it for a long time.
And these events help that, like you're saying.
Yeah.
Here it is right there, use of priority. Oh, here's a wave
Oh,
here.
there's a nice turn from Archer Curtis. He's trying to consolidate second spot, maybe even get himself into the lead. And he should do it with that wave. 4.51 is what he needs to jump into first. Axel does have a wave on the way that's going to improve his lead. But the requirement just a 5.28 now for Curtis.
Did White have priority? Did Jay have priority to let him go that wave then? Or did it just swap as soon as he stood up? I
think it might have just swapped
Yeah,
as we
okay.
see Arch just desperately trying to manufacture something on the inside there. Unable to do it on that occasion. And you can see the frustration. But we're waiting on the numbers to come through for last of green. But I think we know who our surfers will be that progress through to the next round. Axel Rose, solid performance from him. And he's looking pretty happy with himself and expecting that Archer Curtis is going to drop another good score as well and make his way through that heat. We'll take a quick break, and when we return, we've got more action coming your way, the last couple of heats of the round of 96.
When you deal with the Burton family,
You're dealing with local people.
Who support the Newcastle, Hunter and Port Stephens regions.
Thanks to Burton Automotive for being our youth development partner.
Thanks to Burton Automotive, helping keep kids active in Merriweather Surfboard Club.
Surfest is a big part of Newcastle, and Burton Automotive is a big part of Surfest.
giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
Welcome back to the City of Newcastle Pro, presented by Burton Automotive. Another cracker heat in the lineup. It's just non-stop action today. The conditions are getting looking a little bit more fun out there, Rossi. We just had lunch up on the balcony there at the Surfy, and I'd be out there if it wasn't for us watching the best Australians in the lineup having a good honest crack.
Yep, the wind backed off a little. As you can see, nice and silky faces. 4 more surfers out at the moment. Marlon Harrison, Gold Coast Ripper, had a big win a few weeks ago in the Junior Series.
He did.
You'd see him quite a bit up there, living on the Gold Coast.
I do. Yep. He's pretty cheeky down the coast too. He knows how to find a little rip bowl and get some good waves to himself just south of the border.
How good is he?
He's good. I think that though it's one of those things where Marlon at home, and this is probably being, pretty frank, but he's probably a big fish in a small pond. As much as the Gold Coast is a massive surfing community, I think what these youngsters need to do now, as obviously Marlon's shaping up to be one of the better juniors in our country, needs to start looking at himself globally. And I think globally he's very strong when the waves get solid. He's got a beautiful rail game, but I'd love to see over the next couple of years Marlon start to elevate that aerial game, particularly going left. I think around the world, we used to have a joke on the QS, Rossi, that no matter where you went in the world, it would turn into a left rip bowl. So that being the case, I think you need to be so solid both left and right, and particularly above the lip in this modern era, which I think Marlon's working on. It's good to see, and I'd like to see him keep working on that, particularly going left, as we see, I think, a second ride there for Logan, who has absolutely dropped the hammer on his first wave. We'll try and get you some vision of that. A 7.5. Which, we've had a couple of hits off, mate, but that's the biggest score I've seen of today.
And I actually missed it because we're calling the webcast in front of us, and I couldn't see what's happening out there in the lineup. So hopefully there is a replay that we might get to share with you guys. But yeah, a massive score, as Stay says. And let's see, this looks like it is the 7.5. Massive projection turned into a second blast. That was huge from Man in Blue. Yeah, no surprises there. Sort of getting close to an excellent score. Fantastic two-turn combination there from the Man in Blue, Logan Stainweed.
He's off to a fly. I mean, even just the little three there as the backup is starting to put some immediate pressure on his competitors. Obviously, we spoke about Marlon Harrison briefly there. Plenty of talent with this young man, particularly with the conditions how they are. He's got a beautiful, beautiful frontside rail game, and I think these little rights are going to suit him to a T. They've got Darcy Littlechild from North End Board Riders and Jai Cook, who's from the North Coast of New South Wales there, formerly of Avoca, and his brother had a heat early this morning. Unfortunately, couldn't get through that one, but we'll have a look at this replay here, Rossi.
It was like a protection floater, sort of kinked out. Just to line out that last section, it was...
Kinked out, great word.
That was pretty much perfect surfing for, such a tricky little right-hander.
Definitely.
As we see Marlon trying to answer, it's maybe something around a 3-point ride. But, yeah, incredible surfing there from the Man in Blue. Don't know too much about Logan. How about you, Stace?
He was doing the juniors a lot when I was judging them, and I was always very impressed with how powerful the young man is. And certainly hasn't lost any of that as he's gotten a bit older. Some kids, they kind of short, stocky nuggets, and then they get tall and they kind of lose that power. Logan, as he's growing up into a young man, he hasn't lost any of that power, as you see there on that 7.5.
How good is it when you start a heat, that strong, and all of a sudden the ocean just opens up for you? The three other competitors, they don't worry about you too much either, because they're, deep down they're thinking, well, he's on his own quest. He's probably going to win. So we're battling for second.
Yep, and it's so true, which shouldn't be the case necessarily, but I'm right there with you. You start to see the surfers almost program themselves into fighting for threes and fours, when realistically they're all just as talented as one another, and they can get that score. They just need to find that wave and be open to that. It is a funny one though. You definitely start to see surfers go, well, we got one spot left out of three. What's the best possible way I can get into second? And sometimes, it ends up sort of driving the level down rather than up. So we'll see how that goes with, still plenty of time on the clock. But yeah, like we said, no doubt, that is one of the biggest scores of the event so far, if not the biggest single highest wave. So we'll see how we go. Marlon Harrison's first ride there. I'm sure if he had his time over again, he might have executed slightly differently, but nevertheless, he's on the board with a 3.4. And Darcy Littlechild and Jai Cook both had family relatives, actually. Darcy had his cousin, Sam, earlier, unfortunately eliminated, and Jai had his older brother, Nathan, eliminated. So they're looking to, hopefully for the family, bring home a big, strong result here. And Marlon Harrison looks to complete another ride. Unfortunately, comes unstuck, but I like what Marlon's doing. He's kind of trying to turn some waves into some scores. I think, with this amount of time on the clock, he could look to try and put a bit of pressure on Darcy and Jai, and hopefully, later in the heat, move them into a position where they've got to make a call. Do I get going, or do I just have to sit and wait for this, wave to come to me, which we saw a few surfers have to do that earlier in the day, but I don't know about you, mate. On a day like today, I'd like to be trying to create some opportunities.
Yeah, I think that's the goal, particularly in the first sort of, first half of the heat or something. Get super busy and, chance your arm a little bit, maybe paddle up away from your other competitors. What you can't see on screen right now, the conditions are really similar for maybe a couple of 100 metres. It's just a classic open beach, and there's peaks everywhere. You'd be scratching to find two similar waves on the same bank. It's a classic peak situation, isn't it?
Yep.
So as you can see, the surfer in blue, he's way up the beach right now, and I think he's trying to do exactly what we were talking about. Maybe chance his arm a little bit. He's already started with the 7.5, so yeah, he's got a lovely start.
And, it doesn't look like a lot of space on the screen, maybe only 30, 40 metres, if that. But today, with the wind sort of swell and the ground swell mixed up together, it's a game of inches. We saw Xavier Huxtable, unfortunately, eliminated from competition earlier today. And he sort of elected not to go two waves, and, somewhat rightly so, because he was just sort of 1 foot either too deep or on the shoulder. So having that separation, it doesn't doesn't have to be right on top of one another. You can definitely get further apart because there are so many different random little peaks available, as we see. A couple of dolphins coming through the lineup there. It's
in the dark water.
Don't know what it is about them. Dolphins. Not for me.
We've got 16 and a half remaining. This is heat 15, ploughing through the round. And the thoughts, the ideas, the schedule today, it is to finish this round and go into the women's. A couple of the heavy hitters are here. We've seen a few of the girls around town having some free surfs. Big event for them, just like it is for the men's. This is the last event you can qualify for the Challenger Series. So a lot up for grabs.
And like we mentioned earlier in the day, the women's draw, it doesn't feature anyone that's sort of just here for a warm-up. Everyone in the women's draw is fighting for a spot, whereas we have, 4 CT surfers and 1 surfer sort of just coming out of semi-retirement to almost just check the level and see where they're at and get some heat practice. They could obviously take out some competitors that are live and still looking to get into that top 9. So there's a couple of landmines there. If you're dodging them, you're stoked. Or if you're beating them, you're even happier. But if they're beating you, you'd be furious.
As we see the current heat leader, have a look at this right-hander up the beach here at Merriweather Beach. Good-looking right-hander rolling into it, utilising third priority, going for a big turn. He doesn't know first or second gear.
No.
Goes straight to the 5th.
It's 5th and potentially 6th on that one. That was.
Where's he from?
You know what? I should know, but I don't. I think I'd like to take a guess. New South Wales. But exactly where about in New South Wales, I would have to double check. But yeah, he's definitely been around for a little while, and it's good to see him get off to a strong start here. I don't think he had a good run up at Cabarita, so he'll be looking to put on a bit stronger of a performance here. I think he might only be 1 or 2 years out of the pro junior limit, so still a young lad. And I know he's pretty happy to get his sink his chops into a few events after what was a couple of years off for most Aussies. They didn't get too much heat time, as we've got Marlon Harrison here stroking into a pretty decent set wave, a nice little foam climb fin drift there, but that wave will close out, unfortunately. And Jai Cook coming through the inside, just getting a little finish here. I'm not too sure if he had anything to start that ride. We'll try and track that down. But, it's an interesting first wave there for Jai. I'd like to hope there's going to be a bit more on that first turn, because if not, I can't see the score going too high. As we have a replay here, Rossi.
Yeah, casual, sort of goofy foot, a nice carve there. Nothing too exciting, as Stacey alluded to. And looking for a last section here on the inside. Nice surfing, but I don't think it's going to be a big score.
No, it's certainly a nice way to start your campaign for maybe a leisurely surf out the front of your house. But in an event with 13 and a half minutes to go, I think Jai would be pretty stoked to get back out the back and leave that one in the bank and hopefully replace it by a lot as this heat counts down. Only at 2.6 there for Jai. And we have Logan here up and riding. He'll be in and out of that one. He sort of hasn't looked like being able to click anywhere near that 7.5 since that ride. So he'd be feeling pretty fired up to do that. And Marlon here up and riding. Oh, geez, nice projection foam climb out of the top there.
He's solid.
And a good finish.
He looks like just that classic competitor that he'll just kick and scream all the way. So much power.
Yeah.
Little nugget. He's in that little sort of that pack of the Jarvis Earls. He's a kid from the South Coast.
Lennox Smith.
Lennox Smith.
Yep.
It's that little school, isn't it?
Yeah, I think he might even be maybe a year older.
Okay.
I'd have to double check that, but certainly a part of that pack for sure, as we see Darcy Littlechild here up and riding. 2 lovely turns. Little check there. He'll be looking to put a good finish on that wave. Board looking connected under his feet there, so he'll be stoked with that.
It took him 13 minutes to find that wave, and I'd just about say it was worth it.
I would say he did well there. Out of the 2 gents that looked like they'd dropped their anchors in the shipping lane, I'd say that Darcy certainly got the better of that exchange between himself and Jai. They were 2 surfers who took a while to get going, and I'd say pretty clearly that could be the second best wave of the heat. Oh, excuse me, we are still waiting for a score from Marlon Harrison. That wave will probably be the second best wave of the heat. So we'll see how they come in. But yeah, you're right. Marlon, a part of that pack, who are certainly looking like to be the next few kids that we're looking to watch coming out of Australia. And yeah, like I said, Marlon's super solid and got a screw loose. Like absolutely charges. Seen some clips of him out Big Sunset and having a good crack over there in Hawaii. So certainly got all the tricks as Logan looks to better his situation here.
Well, now they are officially fighting for second.
Yes.
Because that's a big score.
That's going to be...
That's going to be 5-ish, whatever it is. Yeah, perfect perfect sort of foundations laid from the man in blue. Opened with a 7.5 and he's backed up with a decent score there. It's going to replace the 3-point ride that's sitting in his top two at the moment. And now he will sort of sneak well ahead of second, third and fourth as we check out the replay. Found a nice steep section on this second turn.
Yeah, nice setup carve. It sort of positioned him perfectly to get his board up there in the steeper water. And the second, that was probably a turn where, I mean, he kind of got unlucky with the connection in the lip there. I thought he did everything pretty well with that third turn, but he just kind of got stuck underneath it, so he couldn't quite expose the power there. And usually you'd probably see a big plume of spray go up, but not on that occasion. But like you said, Rossi, that's going to be a strong ride. And it certainly will be enough to solidify his position, but the judges weren't really loving it as much as we were. It's only a 4.43, so that's good news for our other surfers in this heat, Marlon Harrison and Darcy Littlechild. Marlon's locked in a 6.1, so he's well and truly in this hunt for the lead now, as well as Darcy. Darcy locking in a 5.17. So those two surfers well and truly throwing their names in the mix. So this next exchange is going to be super important. This is probably one of the higher scoring heats across a few surfers of what we've seen. You know, there's been a lot of heats where surfers have battled it out in the 10 point range or even lower, I should
8
say.
to 9.
But this one is looking like everyone could go into the double digits. Pending this next exchange.
Yeah, good score there for the man in white. As you can see him paddle to the left. Interesting to note that the board he was riding, it nearly looked like a, I don't want to say it, but nearly a step up. It looked like a big board.
Yeah.
It was the opposite of what I thought a lot of these guys would be riding today. Like you'd expect, fat little sort of...
stumpy.
Absolutely. Is that what the flavour is today, or surfers still like to ride just a normal standard shortboard?
I think I'd say it's pretty hard to go past your normal standard shorty. I think today there's still probably enough power in the waves on the inside to do that. A few surfers obviously opting for the epoxies, but there was one surfer on the World Tour last year that told me he was riding a board 1 inch longer than his normal board when the conditions looked like this, and he did pretty well out here. That was Miguel Pupo.
Really?
He said he's always done it. When the waves got a bit smaller, he just rode a bit of extra length, and I kind of get it, As long as the board can carry that trajectory down the line, and particularly in the waves, even if they're small, but if they've got a little bit of push in them like they do today, I feel like having a bit longer a board can sort of help round out your turns, because there's nothing better than in small waves when someone does a nice long rounded out carve. And if your epoxy might be a bit skatey or goes really fast but doesn't turn that well and hold in, which some can, I understand where Miggy's head was at, and I think Darcy here on that wave, he sort of showed that a nice like you said, good combination of open arcing turns. It's just as appealing as something perhaps a bit sort of risky in the lip or something like that.
Well,
if it's done properly.
We always get taught that riding a bigger board, sends more spray. Whether or not it's every craft, that's bigger, but that's always what we were taught. So that, with the fact that it can get more drive out of a bigger board, yeah, I understand the theory.
I'm surprised not to see more people do it. I think we're going to check out a quick recap here, Rossi. We've certainly had a good couple of rides in this heat. This is Logan's first wave, mate.
Yeah, opened up with a big old bang, a 7.5, two-turn combo, as easy to like. That thing was just, that was massive. And this was the man in white, 5.17. The crux of the score came from those two opening manoeuvres, and then, finished it quite well, navigating his way through the backwash. This was Marlon Harrison. Nice combo there. I love that. I just like his projection. It's like he gets that sort of that speed up into the lip.
Yep.
Looks like he's got his boards perfectly dialed.
Yep.
And we're now looking at Cook, who's after a big score. A near 7 he's chasing. 2 opening turns are pretty good. Catching a little bit of... It just looks like he's second-guessing himself a little.
You're right. He never really looked settled in that wave, which was a bummer because it's...
that was a wave.
It had the shape. You certainly can tell he's got the skills there, but perhaps just looking to sit into his turns a little more. And unfortunately, he got kind of caught out. Isn't that a funny thought, though? Like, kind of the harder you push, the safer it is for you of making the turn. You know, drawing your turn short, sometimes you can end up in the wrong part of the wave where you do kind of uncharacteristically poke your nose.
Yep.
It's like, if you sat in the tail a little bit longer and up the top of the wave, you'd end up being able to pull your nose up rather than push it down. And unfortunately, Jai there, coming unstuck.
The minute that you tell your psyche to sort of go easy a little bit, you're open. Yeah, you just leave yourself open.
Yeah, just kick out.
Yeah,
it's a curse. A 3.43 there for Jai. Definitely left a little bit of meat on the bone.
A 3.43. The judges liked him on that one. He actually, he sort of buried maybe.
So talk to us about that. How can you turn that into a positive if you are Jai paddling back out?
Well, he did 2.5 turns, right? So his first turn he even caught a little bit of rail. His second turn he caught a little bit of rail. His third turn he caught too much trail and fell off, and he still got a 3.5, which is a pretty decent score today. So the judges are basically saying, mate, you get it right, you dial in those, first 2, then finish off that third, you're probably getting a 6.
Yep.
And he'd be back in the heat. He only needed a mid-range sort of 6 at the time. There it is there. He just caught some rail, and if he's going to get square there again and go vert, he actually probably had the 6. And that... I never saw that coming at the beginning of this heat. But Jai Cook obviously got a lot of talent, as we see the current heat leader having a look at that one. Mate, the swells build up a little bit.
It looks super fun. Darcy Littlechild. That was a nice wrap there. Got the head right around. Another setup turn. He's looking for a 4.34. I'd say he's going to need a big finish if he wants to do that on the inside here. He's got good speed through the inside and another jam. This wave just keeps on giving.
You just found a point break right-hander.
Yeah. Marlon there, like you said, looking really strong on his equipment. A good turn out of the top. And, he's moving through some dead water there pretty easily. Unfortunately, it just comes unglued. But, I definitely like what you're saying about Jai's ride. He definitely had the potential there to go onto a much bigger score. It will cost him. He's still probably looking to essentially start his heat because, a surfer like Marlon Harrison, he's going to get rid of that 3.4 at some stage, as we have up and riding now. Cookie in and out. And score still to come for Darcy Littlechild, a 4.34. It wasn't enough for Darcy. It was only a 3.2 as we have a replay here of
he had
his last
the wave.
ride.
This was it. I think this was it, but unfortunately a little bit lateral there in that roundhouse cutback and maybe a little bit too much downtime here. Nice turn there. Then I think this is incomplete, this last one. Oh, no, it's not. Sorry. That bit there. So, look... If he sort of committed a little bit earlier on a couple of those sections, 4.34 was the requirement.
Yep. It's not out of reach at all.
Well, Marlon just locked in a 5, so it's a big score for Marlon. Not sure if it was that last one that we had on screen or it was a wave before, but either way, he's looking pretty good now.
He is, definitely.
Yeah, blue and red sort of starting to separate themselves a little bit from... the white and green with just under 3 minutes remaining. A nice shot there of Merida. As you can see, the pullback shot sort of showcasing this lovely spot down here at Merriweather Beach.
So if you're in the lineup, Ross, and you're looking in like that, what have you kind of got as markers? Because there's a lot of similar looking buildings there without giving away too many secrets. I know you can charge for that these days.
No, it's funny, isn't it? That it's just those little nooks and crannies that I couldn't probably show you from the lineup, like it's that little brick there in the corner. But the beauty of what we're seeing right now, it's just peaks everywhere, and Marlon Harrison proving he can just patrol the lineup and get lucky and find a little peak, as he did on that occasion. And pretty good air reverse. I don't know how quick the rotation was, so we'll see what the judges think about that. But look, I mentioned it earlier in the piece. I think judges will like airs today. We haven't seen too many, so let's see what they say with this one.
Yeah, that was cool. I like how he was able to ride out of it with plenty of control. As we have Darcy here, still chasing. His numbers going up now, and he's a 5. Oh, that's better. 5.94 is a requirement. He won't get it on that one as he goes incomplete. The powerhouse Logan Steinwade in and out of that one as well. We'll try and get an update of what he got done at the start of that wave. But yeah, I'm with you. I kind of think, yeah, it's one of those days where all these kids, they've got good instincts. They've grown up surfing. They all know, like so many of these kids, particularly from the East Coast, they would have surfed so many days like this before and after school. They know how to read the ocean. And it's more about that, isn't it? Reading the sandbar, reading the intervals of the sets, reading the tide, rather than that typical, got to line up with these set of stairs.
Absolutely. Unless they're at a J-Bay or a, point break location or a G-land or something. Yeah, completely different. As we see it, a bit of a replay from the current heat leader. Two big turns there. He's got so much aggro. He must have had a couple of big cups of coffee before this one.
I think he might still have some flair left in the tank from maybe a poor result up at Tweed. He's looking fired up here. As the conditions certainly on the improve. Got a big heat coming up next. Couple of grommets in the old boy. We've got Mikey Clayton-Brown, Nick Vasicek, Bodie Williams, and young Ty Richardson. This heat's just flown by. There's only 30 seconds left. There's pretty much everyone having a look at this wave. First priority is with neither of those surfers. This is red. Marlon Harrison up and riding. Lovely turn out of the top there.
This is where he goes into the lead, I think.
I agree. You could think about it. Oh, just the wave was pretty hard to surf. Only needed a 5.84, but from memory, that the 5 was just the one turn with the little check and potentially a fall. I didn't think he rode out of that third turn unless it was a different wave. So we'll wait and see what we get there from Marlon. That was 3 nice turns, and yeah, agree with what you said, Rossi. His equipment's looking so nice under his feet. Super connected.
Yeah, impressive heat strategy there from Marlon Harrison. From the start at the end, surfed exceptionally well. And, of course, Logan in the blue, he also surfed a great heat. So, big scores on the way.
Yeah, we don't see those positions changing too much at the top. At first and second, and we'll just confirm that results in the next heat. But it looks like Logan Steinwade and Marlon Harrison rolling through. We're going to take a short break here at the City of Newcastle Pro and be back with, I believe, the last heat of the round, Heat 16, the round of 96.
An outdoor gallery everywhere you turn. We're just scratching the Surfest.
When you deal with the Burton family,
You're dealing with local people.
Who support the Newcastle, Hunter and Port Stephens regions.
Thanks to Burton Automotive for being our youth development partner.
Thanks to Burton Automotive, helping keep kids active in Merriweather Surfboard Club.
Surfest is a big part of Newcastle, and Burton Automotive is a big part of Surfest.
giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
Welcome back to the City of Newcastle Pro, presented by Burton Automotive. We've been long-standing partners. Rossi, must be amazing to have that support, through not only surfing, but as we've seen there, a host of other, sports and charities around the town.
Absolutely. Kim Burton, a massive sort of driver of that sponsorship. He's, been supporting everything to do with surfing over the last couple of decades. He's, of course, behind the Merriweather Ball Club as well a lot. He's behind a lot of individuals. He sponsors guys like Jackson Baker, Philip Anderson. He still gives cars to your Matt Hoyes, your Warren Smiths. Like he's
seen Pete McCabe in a good-looking RAV4 the other month.
Yep, they're actually best mates. Pete McCabe and Kim Burton. I actually did a bit of I did a solid recently for Kim Burton when I was over there for the World Titles in Lower Trestles. Pete McCabe actually texted me and said, "Hey, there's a board." As we see a quick wave here for the man in white. Well, that was big. Bodie Williams, 3 turns of that one. Wow, that was solid. He actually asked me to bring back a board that he got Jerry Lopez to shape for his mate Kim Burton, and I got
awesome.
the job with bringing it back as a
Yeah.
7.2 black with a lightning bolt on it.
Oh, awesome.
It was unreal.
Did
yeah.
it make it all the way to its rightful owner, or did it go missing in transit? That's what a beautiful looking board.
I was just paranoid that it was going to get dinged on the way home.
Yeah.
But,
Or
yeah.
one of those ones that, that one didn't make it on the plane, it'll come tomorrow, or one of those ones.
Now, one thing about Kim Burton, massive fan of surfing and one of the biggest collectors of old school boards. I think he's got a really solid collection.
Yeah. Yeah, nice to have.
4.67 for that wave of the white.
He'll take that, young Bodie. I think he's from around the 13th Beach area in Victoria. I could be wrong, but yeah, red hot young surfer. And I don't know what it is about the Vicos, but they all seem to charge. Get over to Hawaii in board shorts, and they just go loony bin. I've seen a couple of clips of young Bodie having a red hot crack over there at Pipeline in some sort of in between swells. You know, doing what you have to do, getting out there when it's not perfect, and having a good crack. So. Yeah, and he can definitely mix it up in the small stuff too, as we see young Ty Richardson here up and riding.
Yeah, coming from deep on this one. Nice opening snap. Unfortunately, couldn't, attack that second section the way he would have liked. For up around the Gold Coast, good young surfer.
Yep, from the Palm Beach area. Obviously, Father Mark Richardson, well versed in competition. I think he's got 975 Australian titles to his name, Richo. And
I think you're undercooking him.
He's a competitive mastermind. He's helped everyone from Courtney Conolog to Liam O'Brien and a host of other surfers in between. So yeah, definitely knows his way around a heat, young Richo, and his performances have been stepping up a lot lately as well, as he looks to, you can just see hunting around on the way back out. Very clever to be thinking about getting a score under priority there. And the young fella you were speaking highly of earlier, Mikey Clayton Brown, Rossi, he sits out there with priority. What's MCB like to do, mate? Is he someone to drop anchor and wait for that one jam, or is he going to have a little sniff around and get this thing going?
Mate, I'm just, I observe with Mikey as much as you guys. So I've never actually had much to do with him in the way of sort of working with him. I've been a part of teams at Merrow the Ball Club with him, but he's basically that guy that you give him a plan and he'll go out and do it. I don't know what he's been told today, but I guarantee you he'll make it work.
Yep.
And I think he's one of those guys that if the conditions are changing, he might have to change that idea that he had leading up into the heat. He's happy to. He always thinks on his feet, and that first turn was nice. Now the snap, he's just so consistent. What a roundhouse there in that sort of dead water there. Yeah. Really similar to where he grows up, these sort of waves.
Yep.
Barooby, you've been there quite a few years for that event. Yeah, this is real typical sort of Barooby stuff.
Yep.
Really sort of slopey waves. And,
we had a kid up there at Tweed that did quite well, Josh Stretton. I'd never seen him surf before, and he made a couple of heats up there. And, yeah, he was one of those kids, sort of dark horse. I hadn't seen much of him before. And
yeah, sparring partner
absolutely
of Mikey.
ripping. So I think that, it's good to have those two trading off against one another. You need that, don't you? You can't do it by yourself. You need those sparring partners, whether they're travelling with you or not. And I definitely think,
I thought he was really impressive, Josh.
He was, yeah.
The heat that he lost, he was one of those guys that lost with maybe 11 points or something.
Yep.
Yeah, I thought he was really impressive up there.
Yep.
Yeah, real powerful sort of nuggety natural footer.
Yeah, but look, didn't look out of place in the smaller waves. Like, he knew where to put his power, and I definitely think that he'd be licking his chops at the conditions like this today. It looks like he might have got a start in a seeded round, because I don't think we've seen him today. As we see Bodie Williams having another look here on the inside, he brings it through. Another completion there, so he'll be pretty happy to get a couple of scores on the board. Mikey Clayton Brown's second ride here, looking like he might try to ramp up. He elects for the easy finish, and so now he'll have two completions on the board as well. And it leaves me with absolutely no surprise to see Nick Vasicek not waiting at the back with priority. I believe he has not managed to make it down for his heat by the look of it, because unless he's paddled for a wave and missed it, he should have priority right now. So I'm assuming we have another three-man heat. However, what I was going to say is it wouldn't surprise me to see Nick post up with first priority and wait for that one wave, which he's so renowned for doing up at Snapper Rocks on the Gold Coast.
Did he surf the Cabra event?
I think he did. I don't believe I called his heat, but I don't think he did too well. And he's definitely enter an event and look at a forecast kind of guy. which sort of surprises me to say that he didn't make it down for this one, because the forecast looks pretty good towards the back half of the week. But as we see away from Mikey here, Rossi.
Yeah, 2 nice turns. Then we saw this one before in live vision, and he finished it strong. 3 turns there for Mikey Clayton Brown. He's another member of the Burton Toyota family, drives around in Kim's cars. He's got a younger sister who's also a professional surfer. He does really well as just like a big bro. 17.5 minutes remaining.
There we go. Like you said, super consistent. A 5, 6, 7. He definitely did the right thing there, just finishing that right. We didn't see that first turn on live vision, but you know, like you said, Rossi, that the plan was laid. A couple big turns and a finish on that one, and he's stoked. We see him having another look here.
Yeah, he gets busy, and you know what he's thinking down the line here. As he finds a section, does it.
Oh, sick.
Nice air reverse. It looks like he sat down for a second there.
He did, and we know the judges are very keen on observing those little sit-down moments this day and age. I think we had one either at the end of last season, or was it in Portugal? I can't. It was a backside air, probably Italo, because he loves a bit of controversy. Just sat down on his board and pushed himself up with his hand, as we see.
My memory is blurry, but I know what you're talking about.
I can't remember either. But yes, you got to make them clean. And I think, you know, if you're going for these high-risk manoeuvres, that's why you can get such high scores, but they can't be half-cooked. They need to be executed perfectly. And yeah, if you can manage that, you will get a high score. So Mikey Clayton Brown there getting a decent score for that little fin throw, a 4.23. And it is looking like confirmed. This is a 3-man heat, so still 2 will still progress through. We saw another heat like this earlier in the day that featured Kai Warner, and he made every parent around the country pretty nervous with his ability to seemingly not catch too many waves. We're in a situation that I think a lot of surfers would find themselves in, starting to look around the lineup and go, well, hang on a minute. I've only got to beat one of these blokes.
Explain that psyche. It's something you must be thrilled at when you paddle out for your heat and you figure there's only another 2.
I just feel like it could almost just be, you know, it's a double-edged sword. The moment you start thinking like that, the other 2 guys, they're just going to surf rings around you. So I still think you've still got to be head down, stick to the plan you had. Potentially look, you know, maybe a little more interested in a few waves, just because you're going to get a few more opportunities with priority. But other than that, I wouldn't be changing too much. You've still got to surf. You've still got to perform, as we see a strong opening combination there from Ty Richardson. And again, similar to Mikey Clayton Brown, he had the 2 turns. He knew he could probably just click the finish and get a decent score. And he did need to put a foundation score on the board here.
Is that the best wave of the heat?
I'm not too sure. I like the turns individually. I probably would like to see that transition speed just lifted a little bit there. It seemed like the turns were a little bit, here's one turn, here's another turn. I think to be up there around the best wave of the heat, you know, I could be wrong. I was wrong about 40,000 times up at Cabarita, but I think to get a really high score today, you would need to put those turns as close together as possible. So we'll see how the judges interpret that one. A great wave, no doubt. And sort of, yeah, as I suspected there, a strong score, but just under best wave of the heat. So a 5.5. I'm getting my confidence back, Rossi.
No.
Finally got one right.
Good call, mate.
Thank you, mate. But it's, you know, it's game on. Like, if you look at these guys in their first column there, 5, 6, 7, 5, 5, 4, 6, 7, you would like to think, or you would certainly hope that by the end of this heat, that column number 2, all those scores will be replaced. So if we just look at one score here, only 1 point separating first and second on their first, second and third, only separating them by, you know, bugger all. So it's going to be an entertaining last 13 minutes for us.
And of course, this is the final heat of the opening round of the men. We're going to welcome the girls into the lineup in that next heat. It's exciting. We're going to finish with the girls today, then come back tomorrow and finish that round. So a whole lot of action. And one of your favourites in the red will be out there in the first heat of the day.
Young Soph from the sunny coast. She's probably was the form surfer of the event up there on that most recent QS 5000. She was averaging 14 points just about every heat, which, you know, that was a massive achievement. Consistently dropping 7s and 8s. and she was beaten in the final by obviously Dimity Stoyle, who was sick of getting runner-up and sick of getting third and sick of getting fifth, and Shimmy Disco just activated and got the win there over Sophie. But Sophie will take a lot of confidence out of that going into this next one. I thought she might have been second on the rankings, but we'll have to check that. Up and riding here.
This is Ty Richo. He's already had a 5.5, looking to get a second solid score on the books, and there it is. Well done there from the natural footer, got nice and low. It'll be another decent score. Not sure if it'll be up around that 5.5, maybe a little under. I tell you what it will do, put pressure on the man in white.
Is it the 4.41 he needs to go to the lead?
I think it's right there.
It's right there, isn't it? And it's a big score in the context of this heat, because paddling back out with 12 minutes to go and obviously being in first position, that'd be a pretty nice way to start putting the squeeze on your competitors. If he does stay in second, it sort of changes the strategy a little bit there. You still got the foot down, still got your foot on the gas, looking to obviously chase down that ride, which can just kind of elevate the heart rate a little bit. There's not a little buffer there between you and an elimination. As we see White now up and riding Bodie Williams, a nice opening first turn, but as Hoyo was alluding to earlier, the waves with foam on them are hard to surf, and I cannot tell you if that was a little board stomp of appreciation or frustration, Rossi.
Yeah, hard to put your finger on that one. He did do a couple of good turns, but as you said, a little bit of white sort of water on that wave. Hard to really attack it and stick into the face of the wave. We'll see what the judges thought.
Pretty
He's looking for a
important
big score.
exchange, obviously. If Ty doesn't better by too much, then Bodie could easily get the score there. But I think Ty will at least improve on the 2.83, you'd have to imagine. But we don't know if he'll get the 4.41 to go to the lead.
Yeah, just under 11 minutes remaining. A moment ago on the screen, you saw a nice pulled back shot of Bar Beach down in the Dixon Park. A couple of great beaches down there. There it is there. That headland at the end is Strzelecki. You can go for a nice big old walk along there, and the waves in front of there it's Susan Gilmore and Bar Beach. If you keep
Susie Gilmore's.
Yep.
That's the best name for a wave ever.
Yep.
I forgot about that one.
Yeah, Susan Gilmore. It's a little bit of a wedgie sort of left in there. And as you come back towards Merriweather, you're going through Bar Beach, then you're going through Cliff, then it's Dixon Park and Poggos, and we're obviously surfing Merriweather Beach. Yeah.
You know that little wave off to the right there at Bolito is, I think, Bolgos. It's classic.
It's been a while since I've been there.
Classic surf break names.
Yeah, just as wild as Poggos. Here we go. It's the current heat leader. He recently got pushed into second, but
he didn't want a bar of that.
Mikey Clayton Brown trying to edge himself back into that number one spot. So, of course, what happened was Ty Richardson locked in a 4.5. So he needed a 4.4, and he got a 4.5.
As you alluded to, Rossi, it was right around that number. So yeah, he'll be stoked with that. It doesn't really matter if you're looking to chase down the lead, whether you get it by a lot. Obviously, you'd love to blow the requirement out of the water, but even if it's just enough, particularly in a three-man heat like this, it just creates a little bit of a buffer there for you. And now tied with first priority and first position. We're still pending a score from Mike Clayton Brown, but at the moment, Ty will be feeling really comfortable about his position. However, Mikey Clayton Brown has just taken back the lead, but Ty can sit out there now with priority and hopefully look to take it back on this next exchange. They're really splitting hairs there between first and second. Bodie Williams, unfortunately, his last ride, must have been a stomp of frustration because it was only a 3.77. He'll look to go left here and potentially throw a bit of caution to the wind. A little blowtail, but unfortunately cannot ride out of that one with control. He'll look to get back to the drawing board and get back out the back there. But getting that lineup shot there of all the breaks and all the headlands and that, it reminded me of a podcast I just listened to with your good mate Daniel Johns, and he describes the area in great detail about where he used to go and observe the world.
Yeah,
and I think that headland was a pretty good spot for him, as we have up and riding here.
Yeah, this is Ty Richo.
There we go.
Turns. That was good, solid surfing from the 16-year-old?
Gromit, 15, 16, young man. Yep, he's a young fella and he's surfing like an absolute pro.
And how come he's embarking on this journey so early. What's he seeing at QS? He's obviously got the big turns. Like, this thing was solid as, and he knew exactly what he had to do on that wave as soon as he got up. It just reeked of a two-turner, and he hammered it. So 15 or 16 years old, a lot of surfers are, doing the juniors.
And which Ty is obviously doing the juniors, and he's still got, a few things to, I guess, showcase there in that sort of 20 and under bracket, as we have a really good-looking wave here. Mikey Clayton-Brown, beautiful first turn. Talk about longer equipment. That board looks fantastic under his feet. Don't mind if I do so myself. I love a longer board. And that was a confident kick out. I was no doubt in my mind he was happy with that one. But, getting back to Ty just quickly, I think that... Look, he's done so much in that 16 in under world. I don't know he can do a whole lot more. So I think this would be about a challenge for him. If he makes a couple of heats, he's probably stoked. And if he gets whipped by a few of the older boys, well, hey, I had a red hot crack, and I can take it. I can take that into the juniors. So I see it as just really good development for him, actually. And I think he's able to digest these events with his dad and break them down from a competitive sense rather than it being the be-all and end-all at this point in his career. There will come a point where this does mean the world to him, but I think at the moment, obviously, he's still juggling school and other commitments. I think this is probably more just about time in the Rashi and, hopefully learning, if he takes one thing out of every event, by the time he's, 18, 19, he's obviously going to be pretty dynamite, as we see a replay here from Mikey Clayton-Brown.
Well, momentarily, Ty's gone back into the lead. We're waiting for this score to come in, and... Mike is looking for a score 4.73. I don't think he'll get it on that one. Looks like it's a 4.23. So, the young surfer in the green is the current heat leader. And Mikey in second, Bodie in third. As we approach low tide, the waves have definitely sort of got better as that tide's gone out. Still contestable this morning, but I think what we're seeing now is waves stand up a little bit more in this peaky sort of bank. Plenty of opportunities for these surfers. Over the last few heats, I've seen all surfers have 5 or 6 chances. As we see a quick wave there for the man in red.
That's all you can really ask for, isn't it? Is everyone getting fair and equal opportunity, which no doubt today they're getting that. Do you ever see that much on the World Tour, Mitch, where you kind of roll up to a beach and just think that person got absolutely stooged, or more or less they're getting their chances?
Yeah. I think when you think, you go to there's a nice snap there. You go to a Chopu and you get a horrible, inconsistent heat. They've been difficult to watch.
Yep.
A lot of those reef breaks, they have those moments at dead low tide or a dead high, and you see some of those heats that'll sort of off-wrap 2 or 3 waves. But, just even if you go off recent memory, if you think about Portugal the other week, beach breaks, everyone's getting plenty of chances. So... yeah, beach breaks and stuff like that, there's usually optimal chances. But, when it comes to some reef breaks, or even like your Jeffreys Bay, we all know about some of those slow heats we've had there before. Remember a super slow one a few years ago with Ryan Cullen and Gabriel Medina. Came down to, maybe a 3rd or 4th wave.
I remember that one.
Yeah.
That's all I can say about that one.
Yeah.
I think
a lot of people remember that one.
That was a tough one. Gabby win the title that year? I think Italo won that year.
I can't remember.
I remember watching that heat going, this is where he's going to go and win the title. That heat was it, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know if he won the title that year, but he certainly went on a pretty good run if he didn't.
Because I think he was going pretty bad before.
He was going terrible.
Yeah.
And he beat Italo in the final. And they were looking like the 2 best guys. I think Gabby coming into Chopes. I think he went back-to-back wins. And I'm sure Ryan probably still thinks about that heat.
Oh, of course. Yeah, that'll kill him.
As we see a nice air attempt there from Bodie. There we go. There you chin up, son. If you're gonna show the judges what you got, really look at him. As we see Ty Richo here, unfortunately going incomplete. Excuse me.
That could be an interesting score. Of course, it's interesting, but I'm saying it could even go into that 5.41.
It was a decent section for the day.
It was, and he hucked it. He landed into the flats. It was difficult.
Yep.
But let's see what the judges are seeing. Like, I don't know. It wasn't that high, but it was super difficult, and he obviously liked it.
Yeah, he's had some interesting body language this heat. I'm backing it. I'm all about it. If you're feeling it, you're feeling it. As we see, like you said, Mitch, a decent section. And he did get it out there, and he spun around in the flats. We can see MCB, Mikey Clayton Brown, paying good attention to it out the back there. He knows full well.
I'd say it's not it, but I think it's
going to be super close. There it is, a 5.37. So now it wasn't enough, but he now only needs a 4.71. Sorry, I got a bit excited there because I actually did. Originally, I forgot what he required, and I thought it was enough, but it's just fallen short. But nevertheless, it's game on. But, well, you know what? It was 5.41 he needed, ain't he, for 5.37. So this is where Mikey's got to be very clever. He's happy to let Bodie go this wave. Bodie only requiring now a 4.71. He's not going to get it on that ride.
Interesting energy on that one. That was a huge call taken that wave. I know the paddle out's going to take him 30 seconds, so I'm probably being a little bit overcritical.
I know what you mean. It does
but
matter.
He stood up.
Matters.
He didn't look like he wouldn't be on the wave.
You don't need. No one's telling you to go the wave. I know just because the surfer in red didn't go, you kind of think, oh, well, I might as well. But you don't know there wasn't a 2-wave set behind that you could have sold or potentially got a wave. Obviously, the main card to go without priority is get away from your competitor. But with short little interval swells like this, I wouldn't mind someone just paddling back to their lineup of where they want to sit. And, I feel like it's going to turn over pretty quickly. Sooner or later, there will be a 1 or 2 or 3 wave set that you will get your chance. You're not going to get the first chance. But if you can be there to put a bit of pressure on your guy, that was a sick turn. He just needs a second section. He's not really going to get it.
If he had another section there.
Oh, that was a good first turn.
It was big.
But yeah, just getting back to, you know what I mean? Like, so many people try to go away, and I just don't see the point of paddling to a spot where there's really not that premium wave going to come through.
Well, especially what you said, in this short interval, there are so many waves in the span of a few minutes.
Yeah.
And at that point, I think there was about 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
So, it could have been some...
And now he's out the back. Mikey hasn't had any pressure put on him because he hasn't had to make a decision because he knows that, Bodie hasn't betted. So it's one of those things where, if Mikey had a bit of pressure on him, everyone's human.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone makes mistakes. You've got to get up there and, I don't know, you've got to make him make one. As it looks like he might get a free look here at this wave. So he can, and what I mean by that is he can either elect to go and try to better his score, or he can simply just let it go.
And it looks like he will utilise that priority and try to go into the lead. Here he is, 13 seconds remaining. Nice opening turn there for Mikey. Trying to get a bit of speed into that final section. Pretty good. I don't know if it's going to be a 4.7 to get him into the lead. As we hear that hooter in the background.
He's sort of looking out the back nervously. I don't know if there's another ride to come. Oh, White was up and riding. Yeah, just not too sure if that was before or after the hooter. Mike is almost looking at him like, hey, what do you reckon? I'll have to wait and see. That it looks like they put that one through, so it must have been after the buzzer, but a tight heat there. A really fun battle to call. We're going to take a quick break and be back with the AAP Consulting Women's Pro. It's a cracker first heat. Don't go anywhere.
Surfest is a big part of Newcastle, and Burton Automotive is a big part of Surfest. Burton Automotive, always ready to help our community.
Hatted Chef Restaurant. We're just scratching the surface.
The show, the AAP Consulting Women's Pro, now getting underway as part of Surfest 2022. The first round of the men's is in the bag, and sadly we had to say goodbye to some people who were still in the hunt for a top 9 finish on the qualifying series regional ratings. But we're going to switch our attention now to the women, and it is a big first heat with one of the form surfers on the qualifying series out there in the red, Sophie McCulloch. The Sunshine Coast has been on a tear. She's cracked the finals of every event that she's surfed in so far, so really has some keeper results. Looking fantastic. Also out there at the moment, we've got Gabby Spake in the blue, and she's from Collaroy on Sydney's northern beaches. And then Marie Moana Troja, she's going to be surfing out there in the white jersey. And she's been in Australia a long time now, but originally has French Tahitian heritage. Grew up surfing in Reunion Island, but now calling Australia home and looking to now make the grade and collect some points for the Challenger Series. Looking forward to seeing what she can bring, the surfer who resides up there on the Gold Coast. Ronnie Blakey with Mitchell Ross. And Mitch, this is going to be good, but yeah, I mentioned it, Sophie on fire so far this season. I mean, you've been following closely. Solid results.
Absolutely. And the girls have been, they've been gifted some good conditions this afternoon, much better than what we saw early in the day. Now we're seeing some, left and right peaks, not too much wind. And hopefully Sophie can continue that role she's on. She won Phillip Island, collected 1,000 points there. Then the Central Coast Pro, she picked up a third. Then, of course, last week we saw her come second to Dimity Stoyle. I think she was the form surfer in that event. But Dimmy stole the chocolates in the end, as we see first wave of the white. Big old snap there. But yeah, I thought she was the best surfer at the event last week, if I want to be honest. But yeah, Dimity did strike when it was all up for grabs.
She sure did. Yeah, Sophie was impressive last year too on the qualifying series. It was kind of a surprise to me that she didn't get the job done on the Challenger Series. Obviously, it's very hard to break into the women's ranks. There's just obviously a lot less spots up for grabs in that top 17 on the Women's Championship Tour. But she's right there, isn't she? I mean, she's got what it takes to do well on the CT. Working with Jay Thompson. And yeah, as we mentioned, just seems to have a really good head on her shoulders when it comes to competition.
Absolutely. I first started becoming aware of her at the ABB, the local,
the board riders battle, the final, yeah.
Yeah, she was so big for her club. I saw back-to-back years. She was the one that would always sort of drag her club through into the next round. She did it so many times, and that's when I saw who she actually was, and I was really impressed. And then, yeah, next minute, she's knocking on the door for a qualification spot.
When you're talking about individuals like Sophie, earlier in the day today in the men's side, we had Samson Coulter out there. People who are achieving things outside of competitive surfing, they probably want us to focus just on their surfing during these heats, but I can't not mention it. She has graduated with a Bachelor of Biomedical Science and Marketing. So she's finished her uni degree, and she's actually got that behind her now. So she was splitting her focus between study and competitive surfing, and now she can really zero in on her aspirations, on her goals to make the championship tour. I love her chances, I really do. So interesting to see how she fares. But, in these situations, she's not the only one out there with a big dream, and she's going to have to overcome some tough rivals here.
And this is one of them coming hard off the bottom here for a second turn. The goofy footer, a third turn. Nothing super critical for that wave. The current heat leaders locked in a 2.17 and looking to build on a 1.3 throwaway. But I think she'll want a little bit better than that, Ron.
Yeah, Marie, she rode her first waves over in Reunion. Actually, big competitive surf and dreams. Obviously, some issues there with shark attacks and whatnot. So she actually opted to get out of Reunion Island to chase that dream. Ended up on the Gold Coast. Worked with Gary Cruikshank for a while at the Palm Beach High School, I believe, and then was introduced to Jay Phillips, who said, come and join the Snapper Rocks Board Riders Club. And she's really made that place home. and now, looking to represent Australia and get on that Challenger Series.
And how's she coming along at the moment? Do we know where she's rated at the minute?
At the moment, she's got some work to do.
Yeah.
But I think anyone that you've seen compete in that Snapper Rocks Board Riders Club is generally getting more reps than maybe some of their rivals in coming up against, obviously big name surfers and even just surfing Snapper Rocks week to week. You're rubbing shoulders with people who are on the championship tour or have been there. So, the standard is all around you. The bar's set and you can see clearly where it is as we see Sophie up on her first wave.
Yeah, aggressive first snap there from Soph. Looking for a second turn. Just speeding through this small, tricky little wave. And a nice opener there. Not a big wave. But once you get to, she's been out there for 7.5 minutes or so. I think once you look at your clock, you go, okay, maybe I should get things going. And I think she saw a little bit of opportunity in that wave and did 2 nice snaps. And I'm sure that score will come through. Maybe even the best wave of the heat thus far.
Yeah, I guess there's a real advantage in just finding yourself in a heat with only 3 people, one less person to worry about. If you don't get off to a fantastic start, you can play it a little more defensive. Not too defensive, but you can start to just get in a bit of a head-to-head heat with the other surfer that might be battling you for that second position if someone, runs away with it. So that's somewhat of an advantage for these 3 competitors, you'd think. Just there's a bit more opportunity out there for them. They're not having to pass up a couple of waves, in different stages of the heat due to priority and a 4th surfer having their turn.
So a 4.83 there for Soph. Good score for, as I said, it wasn't the best wave of the heat. It was just it was a small sort of inside wave, but proving the difference between, an entry-level surfer and a veteran as she is, and kicking out of that one. Great score for a pretty average wave there from the current heat leader.
16 minutes remaining here, and been watching conditions improve slightly throughout the day, which is a good thing. High tide was really tricky, although what we're seeing right now is challenging for the competitors too. You've got that deep inside sort of gutter before the shore break, and with the wave sort of lapping the edge of the sandbar, there's a bit of reverb, bit of backwash that the surfers are going to have to negotiate when finishing off these waves. We'll see how they fare, but there is some big heats coming up, and with the women's event, we're diving straight into heats that have those top surfers in them. So there's huge opportunities for upsets and for surfers to stall the points grab, if you like, of the competitors like Sophie and rack up some numbers themselves. As we see now, McCulloch up, a couple of nice hits, just loses the fins there and unable to regain control.
And now we're seeing the surfer in white. That was a better turn from Marie, and a second turn before going down. And as you mentioned, top seeds are hitting the water this afternoon, Ron. Up next, Ellie Harrison, 5th seed right now.
Yeah.
She'll take on Paige Harrop, a real OG veteran there. Of course, surfed for many, many years on the elite level, the championship tour. It's going to be great to see Paige down here. And Oceana Rogers will be out there, as well as Phoebe Kane. So a couple of great heats on the agenda this afternoon, Ronnie.
It's going to be awesome to watch. Yeah, some as you mentioned, some veterans, but some real form surfers too. Ellie Harrison's kind of been on a bit of a run like Sophie. She's a bit younger, but she's had a national Grom Search final in 2021, a victory there. And this year she's actually collected some pretty decent results. So she's going to have a good chance, if she can lock in a big finish here, of potentially getting herself to the top end of the rankings.
Well, right now she's sitting in that bracket. Like she's where she wants to finish, right? Just has to hold on.
Mm. Yeah, I think, for those competitors coming into a 5,000, for those competitors that are sitting in that upper echelon, up in the top end of the ratings, not having a huge result could prove to be pretty dangerous. You cannot trip up. Like, there's just so many surfers within reach with the big points on offer here that you could find yourself pushed way out of that top 7 pitcher at the end of it all.
Current heat leader, just perfect form in that carve there, just rebounding and finishing that wave perfectly. Great form.
Mitch, 13 and a half minutes to go. You've been working with Carissa Moore, who's just proven to be so dominant over the last few years. Her surfing obviously continues to evolve as well, but, when you're working with Carissa, is she picking up that this next generation of young women are hot on her heels, that they're evolving and progressing even faster?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's one that, it's one that sort of, at some point, it's kind of difficult to talk about because, you kind of respect, the greatest of all time's thoughts and, if they actually threatened a little bit. But look, someone like Carissa, she can definitely appreciate the girls that are coming up, and she's more than aware, from Betty Lou to, if we're talking just the CT at the moment, even though Sophie, I'm sure she will be there at some point. But yeah, that crop that's come on recently, particularly what they did in Hawaii, they sort of came back to reality a little bit in Portugal. But those opening 2 events in Hawaii, like Gabrielle Bryan, Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, India Robinson was solid. It definitely a new wave. But it was also pretty cool to see, Steph Gilmore and Carissa and those girls, even Tatiana Weston-Webb sort of, throw the stake in the ground in Portugal and say, no, we're not going anywhere at the moment. We do really appreciate you guys, but I don't think I still think they
hold the edge.
They hold the edge, yeah.
I agree with that. I wholeheartedly agree, but it's, that they're the reason for this next generation surging up really quickly. But it's awesome to see. Just the level is so high, and even below surfers like Ellie Harrison, who's going to come up in the next heat, who's one of the real up and comers in Australia. Below her, there's a wave of even younger surfers that technically are maybe more advanced. So it's going to be a really fun sort of era of professional surfing on the women's side. I think we're going to see it come along in leaps and bounds. It's going to be fun.
Still awaiting the next, the first sort of Felipe Toledo girl version. We saw Silvana Lima. She began to get it. I'm still really scared of what's around the corner for, there's going to be some sort of freak coming out of there soon enough that's going to come with, all the bells and whistles, the airs, just like Gabrielle. That's the one that I'm sort of anticipating the most.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a mix of it. Like Gabby Bryan, for example, she's got the power.
Mm-hmm.
But, I think someone like Erin Brooks potentially could have a very well-rounded approach, high make rate with her airs. Sierra Kerr, what she did in that Pro Junior last weekend, that should have some championship tour surfers a little concerned because her strike rate is really high with her airs, and that's maybe the one thing that's been missing from the progressive approach of the surfers on the current crop of championship tour surfers is they don't have the confidence because the strike rate's not high enough to go for those moves frequently in heats.
Great point, Ron.
Just under 10 minutes to go here, and the women look like they're going to get the best of the conditions here today. Certainly cleaned up, a bit more length in these rides. We've seen Sophie string together a couple of waves already, 4.83 on her opener, 6.33 for that second ride. In second position at the moment is Gabby, looking for a 7.83. So, it's become one of those battles that we were touching on earlier on, might turn into a battle for second spot because Sophie, she's got such an upper hand already, and she's likely going to drop that 4.83 at some stage and replace it with something higher. So, Gabby and Marie here might start really focusing on each other and what happens with priority just between the two of them.
Yeah, I think for them, Sophie will start to become a little bit more invisible. They're sort of narrowing focus on Gabby's looking at Marie, Marie's looking at Gabby, thinking they want to get this second spot because, slowly but surely, Sophie's running away with this one.
You can't win the event in the first round, but you can lose it. And
Exactly.
no one wants that. Marie's looking for her opportunities here.
I know we touched on it before, but the conditions have got so much better this afternoon. That wind's definitely slowed up. We are anticipating a southerly change tomorrow, so this is maybe the calm before the storm. This is the beginning, sort of, as we see in the Surfer in blue. That's a nice snap, just the one manoeuvre, but definitely threw her body into that section. Yeah, the wind was a lot stronger this morning, bit of a nor'easter, but as I said, it's really slowed up right now, and it might even be a light southerly out there at the minute, as we are anticipating strong southerly winds in the morning, and that swell will come to town maybe tomorrow afternoon or overnight.
I think we're already starting to see the swell start to even push up a little bit because it's changed in a big way from this morning. Those rights are starting to reel a little bit longer across the sandbar. So we see competitors just taking it all in, loving the show here on day one of the event window. The AAP Consulting Women's Pro unfolding, the last chance for these surfers campaigning on the qualifying series to get themselves a big finish, crack one of those top 7 spots, and get into those 8 Challenger Series events. I mean, it really is all about setting up the rest of your year. For those that don't make the grade, it's kind of back to the drawing board, working on your surfing, maybe chasing clips, getting some experience at locations that you could potentially be competing at one day.
Yeah, got a long time to think about your preparation for this tour next year because, as we know, you'll have about 10 months off to just get better at surfing. As we see a nice looking set rolling on through here, it looks like the current heat leader has found the corner of it. This is the current heat leader. Just a quick one, in and out, 6.5 minutes remaining.
She just looked down the line there and went, you know what, not even a 4.83, I'll just get out of it. But it's just looking really easy for Sophie out there at the moment. The challenge is not being really put to her by the 2 other competitors, and they'll likely be fighting it out. She's kind of given them some space too, Sophie. She's happy to just try and keep upping the requirement for her rivals. 6 minutes to go here, and Gabby's holding on to that second spot on screen at the moment. 3.8 for that last ride. Seen a bit of her surfing. There was a video competition during the COVID period where surfers were uploading clips in a state titles event. And Gabby had some really impressive edits that she put together. She's going to bring those to competition, hopefully.
And she's clearly got a lot of skill. She just hasn't found the wave that will sort of work with her. She got that last score, which is the 3.8, was for one manoeuvre. So if doesn't take a rocket science to figure out if she did 2 of those turns, she'd get a really solid score. So that's the goal right now for Spake in the blue.
Mate, talk to me a little bit about just the broadcast these days. Most events, major events, obviously, but some minor events are also being broadcast. Such a big tool for coaches working with individuals like these 3.
Absolutely. Like a great example is a Ross Williams. He might not even go to all the events these days, but he's still coaching a plethora of young surfers from John through to Betty Lou. You can navigate everything pretty much in this screen in front of you. So super thankful for the webcast. You can identify where the waves are breaking, what the judges are looking for. You can basically do your job sitting at home. As we see a big turn there, that's what we're looking for.
That was huge.
One manoeuvre, going to be a 4, 5, something like that.
Really impressive there.
Was looking for a 3.93. I think that's going to that'll be a bit over that, won't it?
That was a high-risk manoeuvre and just completely in control of it throughout the turn. Drifted the tail. Marie, she needed a score. She was back in 3rd spot. And as you said, needed a 3.93 out of this. There it is again in slow-mo. Solid stuff.
They're the type of turns that look really big out the back too. So I wonder if Gabby Spike was looking at that one because she would have, disengaged the 3 fins.
Were you a competitor back in the day on the qualifying series yourself that liked to look in and watch to see what someone was doing to get a gauge of what you might need, or was it just, was it like looking at the sun, it just burnt your eyes?
Your Martin Duns, the coaches back then, they'd always say, do not look.
Whatever you do.
You always took a little peek, right?
Yeah.
You always peeked.
Yeah, it's like looking under your bed when you're having a nightmare about a monster being out. Don't do it. But, yeah, that would have been pretty dynamic from out the back. She would have seen fins pop out. The wave was really well rewarded, just one turn, but a 4.77. And that's changed up the order a little bit here. And Gabby's now back in 3rd spot, looking for a 4.18.
It's a bit of a requirement, a 4.18 with 3 to go. As we look at the surfer in the blue, has got second priority right now. And as you can see, paddling left and right, in these type of conditions, it is generally best to sort of, I call it a little bit like a Gabriel Medina approach. You see him, he's just paddling up and down and up and down and up and down. I think that would be, the best tactic today.
Yeah, he doesn't wait for the opportunity. He goes and finds it, and he hunts down corners and just gets himself well positioned. Even if it's a closeout, he'll put himself where he needs to be on that closeout section to get that one big turn done. And here we go with just over 2 minutes to go. Gabby trying to get herself back into second position. Nice hook off the top there. Can really max this score out by finishing the wave off, and she does it.
Wow, so a 4.18 is the requirement. 2 turns. The second carve was nice and drawn out. She completed it. Tick the boxes. It's going to be really tight as we see the replay.
Yeah, it's going to be about the comparison to the big dynamic turn there from Marie, which was a 4.77. Sometimes the quantity of manoeuvres doesn't necessarily mean you're going to turn in a bigger number than the individual who goes for that one big turn.
The judges have spoken. They said that is the score. So, wow, 4.43. She got lucky on that one.
She did. She's back in the second spot now. So, look, Marie knows what she's got to do. And she had a 4.77 for one big single turn. It's easy from here. They've given her an idea of what they want to see. Yeah. 2 turns, of that size, you're probably looking at an excellent score.
Yeah, but right now she only needs another 1-turn wave. Like, she's only looking for a 3.46. So realistically, she can simplify the need right now and just look for a closeout, square off the bottom, big snap. She'll book a spot in the next round.
So Marie's in 3rd spot, and you can see she's going to... she's out there. Gabby, on the other hand, is looks like she's trying to put some space between herself and her rival.
As we come down to the last 30 seconds in this heat, it's been an exciting one. You'd have to say Sophie's ran away with it, but a real battle going on between Gabby and Marie. Is there going to be another chance for the goofy footer, who's in second priority right now, looking for a 3.46. As Ronnie has alluded to many, many times in this heat, this is it. The opportunity is just about over for these girls.
Yeah, it's scary, and this one's probably not going to go into the top 2 for Gabby, so not sure there's going to be an opportunity for Marie on the outside. Well, there was. We'll see in a moment whether she got the turn in that she needed. Making her way in, kind of kicking the water a little bit. The body language suggesting to me that maybe she didn't get that big move in that she needed, but we'll see. So she's making her way in, and we're being told that she didn't get the number that she needed. So unfortunately there for Marie, she's going to be bundled out of the event, but congratulations to Gabby and Sophie charging through to the next round. Heat 2 just around the corner. It's a big one. Don't go anywhere.
Cultural icons in the heart of the city. We're just scratching the Surfest.
It's all happening now at the AAP Consulting Women's Pro, part of Surfest 2022. And this is the last regional qualifier. We just saw a very informed Sophie McCulloch absolutely dominate the first heat, the round of 64. And it was a close battle between her rivals for that second position. But Gabby Spate getting the jump on Maria Moana Troja and moving on through to the next round. Right now, though, another packed heat. We've got Ellie Harrison out there. She'll be in the red. We've got Paige Harrop, a former CT surfer, a veteran in the women's competitive realm, up against Oceana Rogers, who'll be surfing in the white, and Phoebe Kane, who'll be in the green. But this is going to be fun because Ellie, she's one of those surfers that has definitely had the highlighter put over their name. You just see her going on to great things. Already had some solid results this year and wants to maintain her place at the top end of the ratings if she can, sitting in 9th position. She wants to get a couple more spots up, but she's got a good foundation of solid result numbers next to her name. So,
turn it on to help.
A really important contest. But here we go, Paige Harrop on the replay, Hoy, and this has got to be a daunting prospect for any rising star coming up against a former CT competitor and someone as accomplished as Paige.
Oh, for sure. But it's good because you want to beat these people. They're the seasoned competitors, and you're an up and coming person. So you know that's the challenge ahead. That's what you need to do. Step up and beat these people. You're going to have to do it for the next how many years? So game on. Good start right here. This is an important event though. She's on the cusp, eh?
Oh yeah, and having been there, there's the real desire to get back to where you once belonged, and Paige is going to have to prove it against these young guns, as we see now. Ellie Harrison had a big Pro Junior win down at Lake Mac just recently. Got the jump on Sierra Kerr there, so she's in that kind of conversation, that group of talent that's charging up the ratings at the moment. And here we go, Phoebe Kane on the backhand, just can't get a board up there quite quick enough.
I'd be looking at, if I was on your forehand, I'd be looking at those right-handers. The left looks a bit hard to surf. Geez, the conditions have even improved since this morning. The wind's dropped off. Oh, that's a good wave from Paige just then. 2 quick snaps. So it had a good start with a 4 point. What is that?
Yeah, 4.5.
I can't read that. How bad with glasses on?
I need some binoculars in here for you. But yeah, Paige is, she's a super fierce competitor, one of New Zealand's greats, and she, kept the flag waving on the CT for a long time for New Zealand.
What happened? Did she fall off the tour, or she just had a break? Or
she fell off the tour,
yeah.
But she's one of those surfers that had real big heat wins and magic moments. One of my favourite performances from Paige was actually in a specialty event in the Goats Pool, the surf ranch.
Oh, yeah.
Her backhand tube riding just went to the next level. She was like, ploughing water, using her body, dragging herself in the face of the wave and getting as pitted as anyone. And she helped Team World, I think, claim a victory in that event.
Contest,
yeah, it was unbelievable. It was it was a big patriotic battle.
Yeah, that's right. I remember that.
It's like Sophie McCulloch there, breaking things down.
Yeah, it's a pity we can't get the post-heat interviews, but the next few
We'll
days we'll be back on.
Well, we'll be
loving to tune in and having a chat, opening the skulls of these individuals and having a good peek inside and see what they're thinking.
Exactly. We don't really know them, so it's good to get a bit of their personality out as well.
Well, there's that, but there's just so much on the line at this event. And just chatting to a few of the competitors in the early heats of the round of 96 for the men, you know, like you were feeling just the relief in surviving another heat in what will be the last qualifying series event of the year for this region. But, yeah, a lot on the line.
Good use of priority here.
Oh.
Great snap and finish it. Yeah. Looks young, eh?
Yeah, that's Oceana Rogers. That was really clean, that first hit. Perfectly timed.
Used the priority perfectly too, so.
Yeah, there's just a certain turn that draws a reaction.
Yeah.
And sometimes that reaction's audible. Both you and I, oh, God, look at that. That was a really clean first turn. So Oceana Rogers, I'm guessing she's going to get a pretty reasonable number for just that single turn.
And finish it well too.
Yeah, it'll have her in the heat. Paige Harrop's kind of snuck away quickly. Just veteran move. First two waves, 4.5, 5.33. Kind of like right in the mix for some of the better heat score totals of the day, really.
Yeah,
so,
definitely.
You know, she's putting the pressure on early.
First turn. Wow, that was perfectly timed. And finishes it pretty well. So he looks young too, eh?
Oh, just imagine Simon Robbo sitting up at the
Yeah.
pub watching that unfold, just going, oh, I like this approach. They're kind of,
Arkman.
the Arkman. And, you know, feet relatively close together, bit knock-kneed, but still not losing anything in the power stakes because the timing is so spot on.
Yeah, she commanded with a lot of speed too. That was perfectly done on that wave. And like I said, used the priority perfectly. Like like we're talking about the conditions. Look how glassy it's got this afternoon. You don't see the water like I said it all day. There's so much water moving around the bank and on the inside there, and a bit of backwash now. But the conditions have improved out of sight. Looks like there's a bit of swell coming up too. So a little bit bigger than this morning, just a lot cleaner.
Yeah, that's right. Number dropping in there for Oceana, 4.93, and she jumps up into second spot. Very deserving of that score. But she's still got a bit of work to do to catch Paige Harrop at the moment. A 4.91 is the requirement to get the first. Ellie Harrison and Phoebe Kane holding on to a couple of low-scoring rides at the moment. But it's one of those situations where no one's out of it. And honestly, we haven't seen a combo all day. We've seen a couple of surfers put some big scores up.
Yep.
But, you know, that big mind-blowing performance,
Hasn't been
we
one.
can still look forward to it.
Yeah.
We've seen really good small wave surfing, but I thought we were going to see a few more airs today.
Yeah, I was surprised actually. We haven't seen that many at all.
I think what we're finding, though, is the waves are kind of holding their shape right through to the inside section, and then they're tapered. They're too tapered off to do a huge air.
Yep.
So they're just a little flat still on that outer bank. As we see again, Rogers up. Again, gets that first turn in.
Too. What a good style.
Yeah, just pop the fins free on that last turn. But yeah,
Would have been good
you
for
like
him
it.
to make that. Good speed. The board looks like it's flying.
You're just efficient though, isn't it? Because it's like just speed is on tap. It's like the perfect placement in the highest part of that wall.
Well, that got her the
to
speed,
generate
right?
the speed.
For sure. That first wave, she got so much speed coming off the top. Looks good. She's got a good style too.
Phoebe Kane up, just trying to finish this one off. Can't really connect with the end section.
Like you said, the Arkman would be proud.
Yeah, just nice and low, but sort of coiled up. Almost Oceana Rogers looking a little bit like a young Caroline Marks with that low centre of gravity. But fun to watch.
Carolina is still young.
Caroline's still a grom. Yeah, looking forward to her making her big competitive return over at
what
Bells
happened
Beach.
to
Don't know. She's just been obviously battling some ongoing injuries.
Yeah. Just had a break.
Yeah, obviously physically kind of needed one, but really just loved watching her big push as a rookie on the championship tour. Had her pegged to do big things, and her sophomore year proved a little more difficult. Her second year on the CT, but just such a, A1 talent.
Oh, for sure.
Here we go, some movement. And using priority is Ellie Harrison, current national Grom Search champion. And as we mentioned, sitting inside the top 10 in 9th position. So, this for her is a heat where at this stage she's got a lot to lose just based on her position and this opportunity that she's gifted herself with a couple of strong finishes.
Yep.
Whereas someone like Phoebe Kane, just a bit of a long shot to get to that top 7. She can really go on the attack, and Oceana Rogers as well. She's looking a little scary at this point.
Oh, for sure. Just the speed she's got out of those turns. She's flying along. And the style. I like the style.
So, Hoy, when you were coming up, the structure for qualifying for CT events was a little different. There was trials before each event, and basically you went around kind of chasing those trial contests, right?
Yep, first 30 contests there was the first year. 31 contests I think I did first year on tour.
How many did you make the main event in?
I did all right first year. I finished 35th, which is a pretty good first year back in the day. And there was 3 rounds of trials, and just straight in the main event. Top 30, then top 30, back 16, and then top 16.
So then, did you maintain your place at the top end when they changed it to qualifying and championship tour?
Yeah.
So you never had to battle away on the QS?
Oh, I did 1 year in the QS, but I never qualified for the QS. So
was that just basically doing the circuit to see what the socialising was like?
I already knew that. I'd known that for years, what the socialising was like. But 1 year I was on the cusp of making the CT, and I went to Brazil for the first time. I didn't really follow the QS at all. I didn't do it for ages, and then like I said, and then I ended up qualifying through the CT anyway at the last comp, so it didn't really matter. But it was good. I actually did well in Brazil 1 year, won a QS and got second in the QS and finished way up there in the QS. I didn't even do any all year except for in Brazil, so had a good run and had a good time doing it.
Yeah, wow. Well, that's a big commitment though. That old format to chase trials around the world.
Oh, the first couple of years, we were away for 6 months more, 8 months of the year. Non-stop. Here she is again. What a style.
Yeah, Oceana Rogers.
Complete.
Oh, she almost had that third manoeuvre. And what she's got to watch out for is Ellie Harrison, because Ellie's thrown down a big turn already, and she makes sure, even in that tricky backwash, that she gets that finish. And she only needed 5.5 to get ahead of Oceana Rogers, who was on her way, I think, to really pairing up something big with the 4.93.
Oh, for sure. That was going to be higher, I reckon. This is it again. Just a beautiful style. Nice turn to start there. Big snap there. Just sort of gets... Oh! Whoa, we've just lost everything in the commentary booth as well. We're too excited. Everything's just falling apart.
Well, 11 minutes to go, and we have the numbers rolling on through here, but expecting some pretty decent scores for Oceana Rogers. Even though she did fall in that final manoeuvre, she still strung together a couple of decent carving turns. And expecting that she'll improve on the 3.9, even just marginally, but Ellie Harrison, she got one big jam in on that last ride. And I think she might take second spot here in a moment. Waiting on the numbers to come through still, but it's all happening out in the lineup and here in the booth.
We got that excited.
Get me excited. I do have that nervous energy at the moment. Just I've had it all day, just thinking about all these surfers and the big opportunity that's up for grabs here. Here's a replay of Ellie's ride. Love that first move.
Great first turn. Just a little stuck on this one, but completes it pretty well with a nice turn at the end and deals with the backwash. And it's just another one. It's just the same wave.
This is
another one.
No, Oceana's last ride.
Okay, so it's just that last manoeuvre gets a little stuck at the end. So they're pretty even, those waves.
Yeah,
I reckon.
I think Ellie's going to get a big reward for that first turn.
Yeah.
I mean, it had a bit more clout. Oceana's just flowing so beautifully. I think there's no denying that. Just that clean combination of turns will work well for her, but just, I don't know, almost, you're not necessarily penalised for what you didn't get done on the wave, but you missed that opportunity. A 3-turn combination as clean as she was flowing then is going to be a pretty hefty number, and it's going to hurt her a bit on the scoreline, that fall.
I reckon you're right. There it is. A point's difference.
Yeah, 5.2.
And a 6.23 for Ellie. So, yeah, that was it, right?
Yeah,
Just
exactly.
says it all. Even though she didn't get that middle manoeuvre, she finished well.
Yeah, I think Ellie did really well to kind of recapture her flow on that ride.
Yeah.
Because she did have the hiccup. She kind of bottomed out on the speed hump.
Yeah.
And then she somehow generated enough speed to get a clean finishing turn. But, you know, I'd say 80% of the points on that ride came from that first manoeuvre.
Oh, for sure.
8.5 minutes to go. But have a look at the standings now, though. Oceana Rogers, she's out in front.
Gone to the lead with that score.
She has just absolutely styled her way into the lead here. We're loving the approach. Paige Harrow back into second position. So the strong start now from Paige. She maybe just got a little complacent there for a moment.
I think so, for sure.
And she hasn't been that busy. She hasn't tried to max out that score just yet. And Ellie Harrison, she's well within striking distance, not just the second place, but of the lead, because she's hanging on to that single highest score, the 6.23.
For sure, she's in the box seat here, no doubt. And then Paige, yeah, like you said, Paige got those first two waves in the first 5 minutes. Less than 5 minutes, I think. So, yeah, she's just sat out there and hasn't done much else since then. And the other girls have slowly pegged away and got some good little running waves.
Yeah, Phoebe Kane's the one that's got to really get a wriggle on here. She's got priority, and when she makes a move for a ride, she's got to make the next one count, just to give herself, narrow the requirement and give herself a chance in the final stages here. But, you know, it's not out of reach for her just yet, but time's becoming a bit of an issue.
Yeah, 7.5 minutes, just under. So she's got to get a good wave on the next one, especially with priority. Here you go, Paige. Oh, hard wave to ride here.
Yeah, almost sold that one. She wasn't sure if she wanted it. So, you know, crafty work from the youngster to get a bit of a competitive edge over a rival there.
Yeah, that was huge. It's a wonder, like, especially Paige on that wave. She went that wave. She knows what she needs. She needs a better 4.5. That certainly wasn't it.
Priority. Some people are just incredible salesmen or women.
Yeah.
Who was able to sell you just
Everyone.
an absolute?
That was the worst.
Someone looked at it. You were just going, it's got to be good.
One.
You've got too much faith in people, Matt. You're too trusting. It's always been your problem.
Oh no, it still is.
Oh mate, no, it's such a brutal game, and the game has gotten harder because of, you know, that the big individual turn factor.
Yeah.
And huge airs being given.
Well, that's right.
Well, gifted.
Yeah.
Nines and excellent scores. It just means you used to look at a wave and go,
you can have it.
There's only room for one turn.
Yeah.
And with priority, you'd never really take a chance on it.
No way. No, you're exactly right. The one-turn maneuver, the one-turn wave with a huge score has changed everything about priority, because you can't give them anything, because they'll get that score these days. Back in the day, you'd let people go and go, there's no chance you're getting it on this.
Well, Phoebe using her priority, she has to make this wave count. Doing well so far. A couple of turns on the outside. This will be her best. And this should get her back in the heat. Narrow the requirement and give her a chance with just over 5 minutes to go to potentially sneak into one of these top two spots.
She did the right thing. She waited for that wave, and that was definitely her best wave, so it's good.
Executed, too.
I've lost a few heats letting people go waves, so don't worry.
Oh, man. You watch the absolute just head noise that competitors go through surfing against Felipe, Italo, and Gabriel Medina. You know, there's really nothing you can do. You're damned if you do them, you're damned if you don't. They're likely going to turn in something big, whether you take that one manoeuvre wave off them or leave them out the back to get a priority on the next one. It's just like,
You've got no hope.
Why don't you just go, mate? Because
Yeah.
we know what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's right. Don't even bother with the priority thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be I don't know what I'd do these days.
Cry.
Yeah, I used to cry a lot then, but now it'd be even worse.
Here we go. Ellie Harrison fighting to try and get herself up into that top 2 spot.
She only had to better her 3.33. And Paige didn't better her 4.5 in that other wave. So
No.
I reckon she's got it here.
Let's have a closer look at it.
Nice first snap
yeah.
there. It goes a little flat here the wave, but she finishes well. She just little hop through the middle and then finishes. That's better than the 3.33. Needed a 3.6.
Honestly, that was a hard little section to surf. She did well to jam that turn in the pocket.
She needed 3.6 that I didn't realise, but yeah.
Yeah, 3.6 is what she's after.
She's going to get a 4. How's that?
Flat 4?
Yeah, flat 4.
Oh, they're thinking about it. First judge is saying, yeah, just. They're still logging those numbers as Paige Harrop takes off. Big section standing up. Solid hit. She's going to like the feel of it. Styles her way out of that exit.
Still not bettering a 4.5.
Oh, you're on the money today, Matt. 4.03. And that is enough to see Ellie not just jump into second spot, but take the lead. It's a close one here at the moment. Oceana Rogers, vulnerable perhaps, with a number to come through for Paige Harrop. One big turn. Let's see what's in it. She needs a 4.8 out of this one.
Yeah, it's not. Well, it's a great turn, but I don't think it's enough. Here it is again. Watching it, it was pretty sick.
It's sick. Just forgetting what the number is for a moment, I don't think she got on top of the section.
Yeah.
It was sort of under the lip. Still powerful, very strong, but will it be a 4.8? I'm not sure. We've seen some pretty decent combos with turns similar to that.
Yeah.
So
it's not it.
My feeling is it's going to be a little under. Was it as good as Ellie Harrison's 2-turn combo?
No. I don't think it was.
We're going to find out in a moment.
Aren't we?
I think it might get into the 4s that turn.
Yeah, it was a great turn. She just needed a couple, and she's gone a couple of bad waves after the first 2 waves. The wave selection has been pretty ordinary.
I'm telling you now, though, Oceana Rogers could be in front. She could have a 5 and a 6.
Yeah.
Mid-range 5, mid-range 6.
If she ended those waves, finished those waves properly.
I think she's been a little uncommitted to her final manoeuvre.
Yeah.
Just it's sort of halfway between drift and the tail and a proper hit.
Phoebe on a good wave there too. That's probably her best wave as well.
Well, Phoebe had a 2.9 on her previous ride, so 3 turns, but because they were all sort of medium in size, she didn't get a big number. But yeah, you're right. I don't know. I think it's going to be the 7.23 she needs.
No, that's impossible in these waves today with the judging and what goes on.
So 5.07.
What?
They love Paige's turn. They love the power in it.
Wow, that's
the
a
punch.
huge score for one turn.
5.07 sees Paige make the jump into first. Ellie Harrison pushed into second. She's got priority. And Oceana Rogers, we mentioned before, she could have a couple more points in the bag if it wasn't for a couple of falls.
For sure.
But she needs a 5.07. I really think that she's showing the form to get the job done. But
just those,
there's
the final
there's something else working
yeah.
against her now, and that's pressure.
Yeah.
That's going to be hard to chase down in the final stages here.
With a minute to go. Young girl would feel it too, for sure.
Here she goes.
What, she's got a...
Oh, it's got a bit of a kink in it, but the first couple of sections stand up nicely. She lets go pretty decent turns.
Finish it.
Hasn't had the speed that she had on her earlier rides, but she has juiced this wave for all the points on offer. I don't think she could have done much more with it, but is it going to be a 5.07? Didn't have the big exclamation like kapow that Paige Harrop threw at us on her previous ride.
Or the ending again, really.
It's just been missing for a little bit, the end of these rides, but just loving where she's just got the arms placed and how she...
Got great style.
She loads up into those turns, but the numbers coming through, I don't think she's going to get there, Hoy.
No, I don't think so either.
And Phoebe Kane, she had her best wave on her last ride, but it wasn't enough to see her into the top 2. And it was a decent score for Oceana, but unfortunately just a 3.77 didn't go into her top 2. And it is going to be Ellie Harrison progressing through in second spot, and the veteran Paige Harrop powering through in first. We'll take a quick break. More heats to come from the AAP Consulting Women's Pro right after this.
When you deal with the Burton family,
You're dealing with local people.
Who support the Newcastle, Hunter and Port Stephens regions.
Thanks to Burton Automotive for being our youth development partner.
Thanks to Burton Automotive, helping keep kids active in Merriweather Surfboard Club.
Surfest is a big part of Newcastle, and Burton Automotive is a big part of Surfest.
giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
Welcome back to the AAP Consulting Women's Pro here at the beautiful Merriweather. Hoyo, I haven't seen you in a couple of heats, mate, but it's awesome to be back in the booth with you.
Oh,
you called it. Conditions have got better all day. The wind is looking amazing, although starting to look a little threatening out the back there, but nevertheless, we'll take it. It's been a beautiful couple of hours of surf, and all the men getting plenty of opportunity, and now we're flipped over to the women's side.
And there's heaps of waves getting ridden. That's the best thing.
Yeah.
You know, everyone's getting an opportunity. There's nothing worse when you're surfing heats and you're out there, no waves break for the whole heat. At least everyone's getting to go and everyone's getting 4 or 5 waves, which is perfect.
Yeah, exactly. You definitely take that. I mean, Rossi and I think we were talking. Can't even remember if it was on air, off air. So much talking today. But we're just talking about events at Tahiti, as beautiful as it can be.
Yeah.
You can get so iced out on some of those reef breaks. So at least here, everyone, like you said, is getting their chances. Keely Andrew grimacing at her back there, I think. I hope.
Oh.
I hope not. Sorry. I hope it was just more of a rashy kind of correction. But it did look like she was in a little
paddling
bit
pretty
of a
slow
pain,
too, eh?
which we'll see.
Oh, that's not a rashy thing. That looks like she's gonna.
That looked. I could
injured
feel that
back.
through the screen. I mean, as a surfer, I feel like
paddling pretty slow too.
you can get through niggles, maybe an ankle, maybe a knee. You might have a shoulder that's a bit stiff. You hit the bottom or something like that. But a sore back, you
Not
can't. You can't really do much for that mid heat. It's really tricky to manage that one. I hope she's okay, and I hope it's nothing serious. She could be in a position where she might have got in a little injured and just needed to get some points. Seen plenty of surfers do that over the years, as we see Sophie Fletcher here up and riding. A couple of beautiful open face snaps.
Yeah, the waves have come right on for the girls this afternoon. It's very contestable.
It looks super fun.
As we say.
very cliche, but it's awfully
true.
It is.
Mate, just throw 'em out there. I think that wind's actually gone southerly. Did you have a look when you were out there? This could be the start of it.
Well, you know what? We were looking at the forecast and we were kind of thinking, oh, it doesn't actually look too bad, until we realised that the contest director had it on for Kingscliff.
It doesn't look too bad for there.
And then, we changed it back to Newcastle. And yes, we will be getting a big southerly buster at some point in the next... Look, I'd like to say hopefully 24 hours.
Yeah.
Like later, tomorrow Arvo maybe.
Yeah.
Or even it might even go out at another couple of hours maybe, we'll see.
Well, it's usually a few hours different.
Tomorrow still looks fun, right?
Yeah, I reckon.
Yeah.
I reckon it's going to move to like Merriweather down the beach to the south of this where they are today.
Yep.
There's actually a really good rip bowl bank from the rocks to the ladies. It's been the other day. It looked so fun.
Awesome. Yeah,
so
good
it's
to
going to
see.
be interesting the next couple of days. I reckon even the next day at the right tides, it could be really fun.
That'd be cool. I'd be pumped to see that. I know there's a lot of talk of moving around town, and obviously everyone loves getting barreled. But as far as like showcasing surfers' ability, I'd love to see them on a big open face right hander. This is a surfer who would love that as well. This is young Mia Huppets. She is originally from the Torquay area. great young surfer across the reefs there at Bells and Winky Pop. However, recently relocating with her family up to the Gold Coast and lovely young lady to surf. I think also too. Could have been just a change of scenery. I don't know exactly why, but all the girls in the family, they all surf. So I think it could have been just one of those things. I think particularly people in Victoria. I'm not too sure of their personal situation, but they did spend a lot of time indoors those last couple of years. So maybe just chasing a bit more scenery up on the Gold Coast.
Didn't they?
Not that I would say we would have spent any more time or less time indoors than other than just straight luck up where we were from. We just managed to, obviously, wasn't luck when the borders were shut, but early days we seemed to not have the same effect as some of the bigger cities did. So it did attract a lot of people.
Here too.
Yeah. You would have had the exodus from Sydney, right? People moving up.
Yeah. Just a lot of people just came up. Just to get out of there.
Yeah, stay for the weekend and they stay for 2 years.
Exactly.
Yeah, but plenty of talent there. Young Mia got a beautiful surfing style, and I'd be stoked to see her hopefully find a few more opportunities in this heat, as I know she will. And then, young Sophie Fletcher to round out this one in the blue. She's taken an early lead. She's got a 4.33 for that first wave. You saw a couple of really nice carving manoeuvres.
That's a good start.
Mia here having a look at that wave. Potentially the Grom and her getting a bit excited. That wave didn't look like it had too much on offer as we see the rain coming down here. Matthew, we're in a very fortunate situation. We're in the beautiful aircon.
Yeah, exactly. Air-conditioned box in here.
Multiple TVs, screens everywhere. We've got... Ronnie Blakey, our personal assistant, bringing us food and drinks.
Coffees,
it's amazing.
Still hasn't brought them. Been asking all day.
I reckon he's out there having a chat.
Oh, 100% he is. He loves a chat. It's good. That's what he does.
He does it well. It's so cool to work an event with him. Although I haven't seen him since the first heat of the day, he definitely lifts the level.
True that. Well, you do you're the hosts. We're just the blow-ins.
No. Well, yeah, me and Ronnie are the blow-ins. You and Rossi are there. Not only the colour, but the passport stampers at the gates every morning. As we see Keely Andrew here, I am very curious to see how this ride looks. I hope she is 100%. She looks good on this wave.
Oh,
that was a good turn out of the top.
Turn.
Fantastic turn there.
Come on, finish it.
And if that's Keely surfing with a sore back, you'll take that.
Oh, she just looks a bit
looks
stiff
ginger, doesn't she?
You know when you're on a wave, you don't really feel your injuries, no matter what. Once you paddle on, that was a great first turn. It's a bit stuck on the second one, but that first turn, that was going to get a huge score for that. And she finishes pretty well. But you know when you're on a wave, you don't really feel any injuries at all. Once you're on the wave, that all just gets blocked out. So then she flicked out. It looked like she had a bit of a wince when she flicked out. But that first turn, she was flying.
Yeah.
She'll get a huge score for that.
Spray flying off either rail. There we go, a 6.17, which is a fantastic start if you are surfing your heat sort of with a bit of we suspect potentially an injury for young Keely. We don't know the extent of it. We'll try and get Ronnie out in the field to do some reporting, but at this point she's doing amazingly to manage that if that is the case. A 6.17, that bumps Sophie Fletcher down into second with her best ride being a 4.33, and she looks to get her second ride here. Also originally from Victoria. I'd have to get an exact location of where she's from. My gut is saying Phillip Island, but I could be completely wrong. But she is also relocated. She lives up on the north coast now, New South Wales, and doing some work around the Byron Bay area, and I think living around Pottsville with India Robinson last time I checked. So
a bit of a flat turn at the start. Hard way to surf this one. Bit smaller wave, didn't really hit the bank properly.
Yeah, you've been calling it since the start of the day. The waves with the foam on it, always tricky.
They don't look as good, and they're harder to surf.
Yeah.
Just don't get any speed.
I wouldn't know because we're nice and toasty in here, but by the looks of our cameraman, it is bucketing down here at Merriweather.
This is the first proper rain squall. We've had a couple of small ones.
Yeah.
But it's
a few ones that have gone out to sea, that haven't managed to come in. But, surfing in the rain, that's difficult.
It is.
It hurts.
It does. It's piercing, isn't it? In your eyeballs.
Yep.
And you get wet.
Yeah. Hopefully visibility here for our judges. I don't believe an issue at this point. The storm seems to sort of be a bit further away. But
just looking to it. It looked like the wind was going suddenly. Now with this squall, it's gone howling back to the northeast. So it's all over the shop here at Merriweather. It's that sort of weather, isn't it?
When the ships disappear like that, you kind of know we're in for a bit of strife.
Yeah. Oh, the wind too. The waves just changed. 5 minutes.
Yeah, everyone's got a plan until you get punched in the face, right? It's just surfing's version of getting punched in the face, as the great Mike Tyson once said. I think that a lot of these surfers now would be thinking, well, this is where I wanted to sit. This is what the wave I thought would be like when I caught it, but the rain, it definitely wreaks havoc on the swell.
It does wreak havoc. It flattens it too, usually. It's weird.
Yep.
So a rain squall comes through and the waves just get, like, flatten out. It actually cleans it up a bit too, though, I reckon. But it just, I think, all the time when you're out in the surf and the rain hits, you're like, well,
you're stoked if you're in the next heat.
Yeah.
This heat's going to clean it up, and then hopefully by the time your heat paddles out, it's sort of...
the squall's done and the wind's gone.
Off.
And it was so glassy just the heat before. And it got hot too, don't you reckon? You were out there with the sun sort of...
I went and got shades and the hat, and it was... it's gone full 4 seasons in one day. I think the two Victorians...
They'll be right at home.
They'll be right at home. I don't know about you, but I can't handle that kind of weather.
Oh, mate.
It rattles me.
How's going to Bells? It's every time.
Yeah.
You go there in the morning, it's freezing cold. Then by lunchtime, you're in boardies and a T-shirt. Shorts and a T-shirt, and then by the harbour it's ice cold again.
I am a cupcake. I'm not afraid to admit it. Those men and women down there, they do it well, especially the Grommies training in the middle of winter.
Oh, you've got to be hardened.
Yeah, I think that's why they're all pretty well such chargers, you know.
Yeah.
They go to these spots in Indonesia and, spots, in Hawaii, and they don't have any fear.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm in board shorts or I'm in a bikini. I can do whatever I want, No 5'4", no 4'3" in sight.
Loose.
Yeah, they are. They're loose. We did see the young surfer there, Mia Huppets. I believe she's only 16 and sort of just showing her inexperience there, paddling for a wave with first priority a few moments ago. I wasn't too sure how harsh the judges were going to be, but I feel like it was the right call. She did have a pretty good look at the wave, just to our right of screen there. And so now she has gone back down the priority order to number 3, which is, not where you want to be with 30 minutes to go, but she'll look to try and correct that mistake as quick as possible. She's sitting a lot further in than the other competitors. I'm not sure if that's something she intended to do or she's just trying to play underneath them now with third priority. But she will have a look at this wave. She's going to need to get going. I think that was a pretty good leave. She'll look to get back out the back. And
she's sort of having a bit of a freak out mid-heat here.
Yeah, I'd like to see you just paddle out maybe 2 or 3 strokes and just glide into the wave rather than try and take off underneath it, as we see Sophie Fletcher up.
Well, look at that. That wind, the wind squall and the rain squall looks like it's pretty much stopped in the water again now. It's on land, but it's pretty much over and it's just glassed off again. So I think the next end of this heat, the next heat are going to score.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
You can see those outside waves are just a bit soft. They're just really crumbly.
Yep.
And then those inside double-ups are the ones that everyone should be looking for.
And what about how hard it is when you're out there in a situation like this, Matt, when the colour of the ocean, the colour of the sky...
I can't see.
They're kind of all the same.
Yeah.
It's really hard to tell.
Tell if there's waves coming on.
Yeah.
I'm the worst at that.
Yeah, and it's easy for me to sit in here and say Mia should be out 2 or 3 paddles because I can see the different colours in the lineup and where the sandbar is. But when you're actually out there, like you said...
It's all grey.
It all looks the same.
Yeah.
So you could be 5 paddles too far in and you would never know.
Yeah, and can't see the sets, and then it looked like a set's coming. And
yep.
Keely Andrews on a nice looking wave here, little insider. Was she on the CT for a bit?
Yeah, she had a good couple of years on the CT, a couple of really, really strong performances, couple of finals.
Yep.
A second at Trestles.
Yeah, right.
From memory, and she's had another second somewhere else. Well, I'd have to be forgiven though because I can't remember. I believe it was at Kira when the waves went down to Kira.
That's right.
I think she beat Sally in the semi, and then Lakey ended up beating her in the final. But
that's right.
I think that's right. But yeah, she's definitely had 2 seconds, maybe a third. But yeah, super strong on the tour when the waves are sort of particularly cupped out sort of right-handers. She's had some sort of quarterfinal finishes there at Snapper and a few other strong results. So yeah, definitely world tour quality. Similar to Macy Callahan, I kind of believe they should be on tour. Not kinda.
Yeah.
I believe those two. They should be on the tour. So we'll see how they go through this regional leg. I know Macy's had a good run at it, and Keely made a couple of heats up there at Tweed. So that might be why she's surfing with the sore back here. She knows a few more heats are gonna be crucial to her campaign. A few more heat victories, I should say. So,
So
you know,
what happened to it dropping off the tour? Did we just
look, I
drop
just
it
think
off?
that the quality is so strong.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I think she might have finished in 12th or 13th. I think Bronte McCauley was in that same kind of
Yeah,
zone.
right. So
the
that says it
surfer
all.
who fell off the tour by one spot was actually Malia Manuel.
Yeah, right.
But she was given the wild card because there wasn't another injury, so she was the next off in line. So
Okay.
same kind of the pairs. Nikki Van Dyke didn't re-qualify either, so it just goes to show how strong the tour
Yeah.
is. Like when Malia Manuel's the one you're
Coco
trying to
Ho, she's
go over. Yeah,
another
exactly.
example,
Coco,
yeah.
like it is nuts how strong the tour is, and particularly
And there's
for
not
the
that
women.
many either. I just keep forgetting there's not as many.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
women.
which it starts to beg the question. Like, it's only a matter of time before they do open up the
I think
women's
they
draw.
should.
Yeah,
It's-
it's getting right there where there are no look in previous years maybe a few easier heats, but that's not the case anymore. Beautiful, nice turn there out of the top from young Mia. She would look to regroup here.
This is what she wanted. That was
Yeah,
what
that's
she
a
was
better
looking
bounce
for
back from the
before, yeah.
Grom. She'll be stoked with that. You know, I know that she's a very harsh critic of her own surfing, as a lot of these youngsters are, but I think the best part about that ride is that she's finished on her feet and she's paddling back out, and now she can kind of start to build from here, as we see. I think the judges are pretty quick with that one. I could be wrong, but is that the 4.4 or has
Oh,
that,
that was really quick.
Has that been sitting there for a while? I'm not too sure.
Yeah, no, that wasn't it. This is a replay of not the 4.4. It's been there for a bit.
Gotcha. It's a nice turn there.
Although, did we see her ride that other little wave? I don't know. That's a good question. It
remember.
can't have been that quick.
No, that would be the fastest.
No, we're
score
still
ever
waiting for a
dropped.
score.
Yeah, yeah.
6.9 with the scores to come in. So her last two waves are going to be her best two waves. Which
Yeah.
is, that's a good way to build a heat.
Definitely on a bit of a roll. Sophie Fletcher, after that good start, has been pretty quiet. And obviously Keely Andrew looks like she's surfing it, look, if I'm honest, about 60% of what she's capable of. It's still very high level because is such a talent, but she definitely looks like she might be nursing a bit of an injury there. So, you know, Keely's total might not change unless, you know, she gets that. She needs a certain type of wave at the moment, it looks like. I don't think you'll see Keely move through to the inside and start to sniff around.
No.
She's going to wait for a set wave that's, you know, easier to surf. But no, you're right, Hoyo. That's a score to come in, and there it is, a 4.5 for Mia. So she does take over second position, which is a good little bounce back there. The rhythm was definitely going against her, and she's built a couple of scores here, which is put a bit of pressure on
further
the...
to the south too on that.
Yeah.
When the sets do come, there is better waves there. They run off a bit better because the bank's sort of going out to sea there.
Yeah, it's a very fine line, isn't it? Like if you were, you know, if she's 10, 15 too south, it's not going to get that run. But if she's got a good line up there and she's got confidence in that spot, which it looks like she does, definitely some good quality waves there.
It's like the end of the bank for the from the north,
Yep.
but the start of the bank from the south.
Yes. Yep.
Does that make any sense at all?
It makes
Not when
perfect
you're looking
sense.
at it like this. It'd be good to see a couple of like wide views and you can see the beach and where everything is.
Here we go. The cameraman's listening to you.
Yeah,
mate.
they can hear
Modern
us,
world
that's
we
good.
live in. So yeah, thanks down there, lads. It might be young Mitch Ingraman from South Oz, fantastic camera operator. So if that's the case, cheers, mate. It's a good bit of sand we've been blessed to have here for day one. And look, what are you thinking? I'm sort of expecting similar conditions for tomorrow, mate.
Yeah, I reckon the swell slowly comes up tomorrow. I think I don't know if it comes up. Well, who knows? Because they're saying there's an east coast low, but they're saying a massive swell from the south. So
Totally,
it's
yeah.
like a combo. So I don't know if it comes up tomorrow but the wind definitely goes south tomorrow, which will make it a little bit smoother because it's not too bad on the southerly out here. And yeah, I reckon the inside at Merriweather could be really good. It's like the other day it looked like Haleiwa.
Sick.
Not as
cool.
You know, not as dynamic.
Nah,
but
sure, talk
there
it
was
up,
just
why
like
not?
and it's so shallow that there was some real good doubling up rights and it's like a rip bowl, but yeah, it could be good in the next couple of days on the right tide.
You did pretty well yourself at Bells Beach over the years. Talk to us about the similarities between Merriweather on that third reef section and Bells Beach.
Oh, Merriweather's just a small version of Bells.
Yep.
Sucks up on the outside, runs for a bit, and then goes a bit fat, and then closes out on the inside. It's pretty much what Bells does, and Merriweather's pretty much just a tight version of that.
Yep.
So yeah, it's pretty easy to go down there, and the same when the wind was from the southwest down there. It's the same as the southeaster here. So
Yeah.
same sort of conditions and same sort of wave, and Yeah, it's pretty easy to adapt to down there for us.
Right at home.
Yeah, right.
I think
right. It's like same sort of wave.
All
really.
expecting no pressure, but expecting big things from Jacko Baker.
Well, I said to him the other day, this is your, mate, this is your chance. You know what I mean? He's on the cusp of not having to, not making the, he's right there.
He's right there. Yep.
Have not pressure, but I said, mate, if you're going to do it, Bells is your spot to do it.
Definitely. And for these young women in this heat, if they were to make the tour, and any of the young men that are listening out there, have you got any easy tips for them on how to get around that wave?
Yeah. Well, this is the wave she's looking for.
She knows how to surf, Bells.
Wow.
She'd love to get back there. Keely, Andrew,
Well,
that was a good wave for her, all things considered, like I said.
She might have loosened to back up.
I think a few waves, a bit of adrenaline. Yeah. It's just one of those ones. How it's going to feel tomorrow once that rashy goes off. I really hope that it's nothing too serious. If that's the case at all, which I think it might be. Young Mia there, unfortunately, just couldn't quite get into that ride.
Bells, I think you need someone down there to help you a little bit.
Yeah, gotcha.
Just to tell you where, we never had anyone, but I just think you need to know your lineups down there.
It's a big expansive ocean,
and it changes every day with the swell direction. Sometimes you can sink deep.
I've been on record as saying, what conditions do you want to see down there for your athletes that you're coaching? And I've said, straight up the easiest ones. I don't want hard bells, because if we're sending a surfer out there, I'll be honest, I'm not the most experienced coach down there by far.
Well, it changes so much with the tides too,
and size. Small, uneven bells.
Yeah.
Woo, tricky. That's where your Adam Robbos and your Cale Bell Warrens and Maurice Cole and plenty of people down there, plenty of good help. So, they're all available. Hit them up.
Yeah, I had Paul Hart in my corner down there, which helped a lot.
Yeah,
he's a local boy down there, Rips, and
I think
he helped
son Dylan. I think.
Yeah.
I think I've met Dylan before. I think Micah Marguson is good friends with him. And
Yeah.
They got a classic spot right there in the bushes on the way out to the Bells.
They were living at Janjak when I was there. So
yeah, gotcha. Yeah, I think it's
on the way out.
On the way out, yeah.
But he helped me out a lot when I was down there. So it was good to have the local knowledge.
Oh, for sure. We're going to check out a quick recap here, Hoy. Couple of standout rides, particularly from Keely Andrew. We're still waiting for a score from her.
Yep, on that last wave.
We'll get to that in a moment. So hopefully going to check out a few of these waves. Here we go, mate. Keely Andrew's first ride.
Oh, that was a great turn, that turn. Finishes pretty well too. Blue's first wave too, Sophie's first wave. She did some nice turns. She's got a 4.33 in that one. Yeah, this is her best wave. I think this is her last wave, 4.5. Yeah,
right.
There's your best wave of each surfer in this heat. Good little recap, boys.
Yeah,
Like it.
Well done. The lads are on fire. It's good to be on a roll with all these events. All the staff and all the surfers. We can kind of get in a good routine. It's not just the surfers, all
for
the
sure.
staff too.
It makes it run.
Everyone's pretty sharp.
Yeah.
Last event of the leg. So no, it's good.
You'd want to be after that.
Yeah, that's right. I'm actually just warming up. I only did tweed, so I'm still tripping over my tongue here at Newcastle. But it's a good little leg for all the competitors. And there was a few QS 1000s to get this regional event series underway. But this is where you make your mark, Hoyo. Tweed into Newey. I've been calling it the Haleiwa into Sunset leg. It's all important. It's same pressure. It's the same sort of thing on the line. They're talking about the next stage of your career, and you need to perform here.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's not a bad thing, but you'll be having about 8 months off.
Yeah, that's what Mitchie was saying to her. Yeah. It's more, isn't it? 10 months.
It's
this
a long
happens
time.
Again.
Yeah.
A year away. Really?
It's a long time to go and either improve your surfing or go dig some holes.
Yeah, well, exactly.
As we see Red having a look here. Beautiful glide into that wave. Sort of paused at the takeoff there. Get that speed down the line, and that's the kind of turn that is definitely going to be difficult if you are nursing a bit of an injury, which we suspect. Nothing confirmed at this point, but just the way Keely Andrew's moving around the lineup, we're wondering if she is not at full strength.
She looks full strength on the waves.
She does.
Just the
Even just then getting back on her board though, just it's a little ginger. I'd hate to be talking about an injury that's not there, so I might just shut up. But certainly she's doing well. Yeah, I'm not injured. I was ripping. No doubt she is ripping, and a surfer who I believe should well be back on the world tour.
Yeah, that's why I was
this
surprised.
Is the way she does
that's why I asked. I knew she was. I was just surprised not to see there. And like you said, just the level of how good everyone is these days. That there's people like her that aren't on tour. That should be, maybe should be there.
We're going to owe the donation box a carton of Steel Cities there, Hoyo. We missed the countdown. That heat is done. We're having too much fun.
Done that before.
Yeah. It's,
An outdoor gallery everywhere you turn. We're just scratching the surfest.
When you deal with the Burton family,
You're dealing with local people.
Who support the Newcastle, Hunter and Port Stephens regions.
Thanks to Burton Automotive for being our youth development partner.
Thanks to Burton Automotive, helping keep kids active in Merriweather Surfboard Club.
Surfest is a big part of Newcastle, and Burton Automotive is a big part of Surfest.
giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.
Welcome back to the AAP Consulting Women's Pro here at Merriweather. We are into the next round of women's competition. Next heat. This is still the round of 64. This is heat number 5. This looks like Coco Cans up and riding. She impressed me up at Cabarita Hoya. I hadn't heard a lot about her, hadn't heard anything about her actually until I watched her at that event, and had a couple of really nice rides. I just think it's awesome to see when a surfer chucks the rashy on, if they can sort of maintain that composed style.
Yep.
And it looks, after doing a bit of a digging around, she is from Noosa, so obviously she's got that beautiful point break style. And I think in some of the smaller, kind of weaker conditions at Cabarita, that still shone through, which I think is a hallmark of good surfing.
Yeah,
you don't really
doubt.
change your style for your conditions. You still kind of look the same and execute good turns. So we'll see how she translates that today. She's got a pretty stacked heat. She's got the current ratings leader, Dimity Stoyle, and a bit of a dark horse from the Gold Coast, Jade Wheatley. Definitely not one of the biggest names in the draw, but I see Jade surfing around home a lot, and she's packs a punch. If Jade can find a wave that gives her some open face, she will go and do some damage. As we see Shimmy Disco just one turn and out there.
Good first turn though. All Gold Coast, all Sunshine Coast, Gold Coast girls, so they wouldn't be used to these scrubbly little waves because
maybe
especially in
the
the last couple of months.
Sunny Coast crew, though, they know how to find a dodgy looking wave. And isn't it crazy how they breed like so many good surfers up there?
Yeah.
You know,
it's a big area though.
It
too.
really is.
Yeah.
And I didn't really notice that until we started going up that way for school events and whatever. And we would go as our school, and it would have all the boys, Jack and Cruzy and whoever, and then we get up there and be like, what do you guys do on your lunch break or whatever? And they're like, oh no, he goes to school like an hour away from us. And we're like, we're lucky, we get to hang all day every day, whereas they only would see each other on the weekends or at events or whatever. So it is a massive coastline.
Yeah. And it's hard to get around up there, don't you reckon? It's crazy.
I still don't know the order of suburbs.
I have no clue either.
And I've probably been up there, 10 times a year since I was 15, and I'm like, we'll go to bloody Watala or Ann Street or wherever, and it's like, that's the other direction, mate.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, So, fun waves, and they definitely breed a plenty of good talent. Wade Goodall comes to mind from sort of my era, and obviously Julian Wilson, Mitch Colburn.
Darren McGee, mate, from my era. Fletch,
right.
All the old boys. So many good surfers. They were mad too, don't worry.
One of those lads own a restaurant or something. I think he's always good. Fletch, maybe? No.
Yeah, Fletch, I think.
Yeah.
Darren Fletcher.
Hear me, Sam?
Coco Cans.
Say yes.
Yeah, so is Coco from the sunny coast?
Yeah, I think Coco's from Noosa. She looks in here for a bit of a lineup check. Like you said, places around the world like Bells Beach You definitely need them. And I would say today couldn't hurt, although I think it's probably more a in and out game rather than a left to right game.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if your thoughts on that, Matt.
Yeah, for sure. It's just, like, I don't know, for me, if I had people go there, I'd be like, whoa, I'd get confused.
Totally, yep.
I'd rather just go out and do. You've
Yep.
been watching it, you know what you got to do. Maybe get the advice on the way out, but once
Yep.
you're out there, I reckon
Yep.
you're on your own.
Yeah.
You don't want to be looking in too much, going, what do I do here? Because you're going to
Totally.
miss waves, or I think anyway.
No, I'm with you, and I think there's some spots around the world where, Bells is a tricky one.
Yeah. Well, just to go the third wave in the set.
Yeah.
3 whistles or J-Bay or...
If you are too wide at Bells, you'll miss the first turn.
Yeah.
And that's going to be crucial to your
Yeah.
score. So a little orange, Snake's always famous for the flag or
Yeah.
whatever. Some people like doing it, some people don't. I was personally, whenever I had athletes to work with on the World Tour, never a big whistler. But
Yeah,
I was
right.
at Karamis once and I was working with Malia, and same thing there. If you miss this first section, you're going to miss your score.
Oh, yeah, for
and
sure.
she was just a little wide. Oh, sorry, she was a little deep because Karamis can have that reverse rip on the
Yeah,
right
yeah,
tide.
yeah.
I just sort of was like, you just need to that way. And I really didn't want to get her attention, but she was pretty much 20 feet away from me. And I was like, just that way a little bit. And it in that instance, it did work.
Yeah.
But I agree with you in that more often than not, you've kind of got to go and win your own battle once you enter the water.
I think so.
Yeah.
But I'd just get confused if people whistle at me. I'm going, what do I
How was
do?
Philippe's dad when they first came on the tour? Next
There's
level.
a few. I was like, whoa.
Oh, yeah. It was, they had their own, Morse code
Yeah.
language with the whistling. It was definitely taking strategy to the next level.
Next level, all right.
But
on a day like today, you can't really be going, you can't really tell that the third wave in the set's going to be the one.
Totally, yeah, exactly. And how furious would you be if you kind of had that, listening to that,
Oh,
and it didn't go your way?
Mate, you'd be freaking out.
Your gut's always going to lead you in the right direction, I feel, if you're listening to it. And, these surfers are talented enough and surf these conditions enough, whether it's here or somewhere else around the world. They know.
They know, exactly.
Yeah,
they wouldn't be here if they didn't.
Exactly. And I think, like we mentioned earlier, they're more looking for shape of wave rather than size. I don't really think there's much difference in the scoring potential today between, say, a 1-footer and a 3-footer.
No, well, you
as
saw
far
that.
As risk.
No, for sure.
Let's be honest, even the set waves today, there's not a whole lot of risk.
No.
It's more the shape. And if they can belt a critical section or get a carve away in a tight pocket, that's where the bulk of your score is going to come from. So we have even seen some of the bigger waves be harder to surf and not really offer much scoring opportunity. Very
Definitely
crumbly with the texture of the wave. And
I reckon the biggest scores today have been off the smaller inside runners.
Yep.
Not even the set waves.
Yeah, if we think back to Connor Lee's wave,
Yep.
or I think Logan Steinway got an awesome just 2-turn combo, but the turns were dynamic, they were fast. So spot on there on what waves to ride. But we'll see the women hopefully get underway soon with some better scoring potential as a few waves start to trickle in just on
that wind looks
injuries
like
and
it's
whatnot.
come up.
Oh,
It's
it looks
howling.
like a tough wind.
I
Is that
know.
just straight south here, mate? Is that
Well,
what
that looks like
Has
it's.
that got a
Look,
bit
to
of
me,
east
it's
in
like
it?
east, dead east.
Yeah. It
Maybe
does
even
actually,
east
yeah.
northeast. Just looking out the window there, but just straight east.
Yeah, right.
Which is the worst wind. It
Yeah.
can't be more onshore on the east coast of Australia.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm kind of spoiled at home.
Maybe east northeast.
D-bar with its direction and everything is like, that's true north and this is true east.
Yeah.
And then I get down here to a coastline like Merewether and it's on a bit of an angle and it just kind of throws me.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
takes me a few days to recalibrate.
Well, Merewether faces a bit more southeast. That's why we
Gotcha.
get all those big south swells.
course.
Like you could see it when it's somewhere else on the coast, and Merewether's 6 foot and it's 3 foot everywhere else.
Yeah.
But just that, I don't know the angle or what direction it actually faces. But
yeah, I'll have to get out there with the
yeah,
compass
well,
after
that's what
this.
we could do it with our phones. Just go, oh yeah, which way is it?
Keely, Andrew, are you liking this drivel that we're going on with at the moment? Are you enjoying the directions of the swells and whatnot?
Yeah, you guys have got some good chat.
Yeah, you're going to take some notes off Hoyo. He's got some absolute gold positioning out there.
Please don't.
Keely, I've got to get straight to the chase. Are you okay?
Sort of. I'm just nursing a back injury from Avoca, so I'm trying to manage it, but it's really flared up for the heat. So, yeah, kind of just doing what I can to get through heats at the moment.
You did amazingly on the 617. You must have been stoked with that effort.
Yeah, I mean, after scoring a cap, I'm not really sure where that was going to go, so I'm pretty happy with the 6 for sure. I was actually quite surprised, but yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, you looked like you had a bit of a back injury on that after the waves, but when you're on the waves, it looked fine.
Yeah. The first one, I kind of felt really stiff and I couldn't even do a turn. And then I kind of found, if I kind of pumped a little bit, it kind of loosened up and then I could do a turn. So I think I'm just going to have to make a few adjustments on each wave before I start doing turns.
I know a good acupuncturist if you need it for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Real good.
I might have to get a number.
Yeah, Fong acupuncturist. He can fit you in, I'm sure.
Hey, Keely, show Hoyo those fins.
Oh, yeah, you want to see the fins?
Oh, Hoyo wants to see him, I know it. I've seen enough, but Hoyo, he's going to love this. Check that.
Wow. How good's that? Does it feel any different than your normal, like what you used to ride? I'm sure, used to riding?
Yeah, absolutely. It's just so much more drive and hold and speed, and yeah, I love it. I can't get off them, but you know, traveling's a bit tricky, of course, but being able to drive, yeah, I've got the opportunity to ride these boards.
Wow, good. I just got a new board and I've got glassings in it too, so I'm frothing to see that.
Yeah, it's so good.
Yeah, epic. I think a lot of people are changing back to it.
Yeah, it's becoming more popular. I think I saw, I got the idea from Billy Kemper riding them at Sunset one year. I saw it and I was like, gee, that's a pretty good idea because it takes the guesswork out of picking which fins to use. So,
Well,
yeah.
You can't confuse yourself then either. They're already in there.
Well done, Keely.
Well done.
I hope you can, we'll let you get out and go and get warm and maybe even go and see Hoyo's.
Yeah, let me know,
magic,
seriously, if you need it.
Acupuncturist, and we'll get you sorted. And yeah, we'd love to see you go through a deep run in this event. We definitely would love to see you back on the tour.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'll go and have an ice bath or something.
have a sauna. Don't get cold.
Yeah, put some heat on it.
Do what you
Let
got to
me
do.
know though, Keely, if you need to see him. I can probably get you in tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I will for sure. Thank you.
So classic. I'm a big fan of an ice bath.
Oh,
you ever jumped in an ice bath, Hoyo?
Never.
Oh, let's get you.
No,
you
you.
didn't strike me as an ice bath character, but I think that a sore back.
So you called it.
Yeah, well, I'm glad because I didn't want to be calling it and it didn't happen. But
exactly.
It's probably not the compliment, or even if it is, it's certainly not a compliment, not what you want to hear about your surfing, if that wasn't the case. So, yeah, I didn't want to hear that was true, but it certainly did look like it. Like you said, on the waves, she looked fine. But just jumping back on her board and kicking out looked a little stiff. And if that's Keely Andrew with a sore back, imagine if she can get that sorted going into these next couple of rounds. But yeah, how classic is the fin setup there? I think,
that's so good.
Yeah, got some intel from the lads at the factory. It's a Rod Dahlberg fin template.
Oh,
so yeah, a couple classics.
Wow,
yeah.
That says it all.
Yeah, so she's been running that board. She used that on the tour for most of the events that I noticed, and then back here with a new set of equipment, but same fixed in fins.
There's been no travelling for the last 2 years either, so you didn't need to take your fins in and out for some.
Nothing says you can't have that in your two favourites. Chuck them in your board bag and then just load the rest.
We used to travel with them everywhere.
Exactly.
They're actually easier to fix if your fin gets ripped out than the fin boxes.
Good point.
Way easier.
Yeah. Would you make some sort of jimmied up protection or just bang them in there?
No, we all had big bits of foam we used to put in between and then just stack them with wetsuits and towels and whatever else. But most of us had big blocks of foam, the soft in between. So they used to make them.
Down to
I think
Clark
Creatures
Rubber.
of Legend.
Oh,
yeah.
true.
Yeah, or go to Clark Rubber and just do that.
Cut a couple of
holes
cut
a couple out.
No, it's classic. All right, we're back to this heat in the water. Everyone's kind of got a few scores on the board here. Nothing of major consequence just yet. That win from out of the east quadrant wreaking a little bit of havoc, but it's Dimity Stoyle in the lead. Coco Cairns in second. She has first priority. Jade Wheatley in third. She only requires a very small score. She actually just needs a second ride, and that'll most likely challenge for second. Coco would definitely be looking to improve her situation. Speaking of injuries, I know that unfortunately you can see Jade Wheatley's front knee there. Her left knee is heavily strapped and got a brace on it because I believe she has done a bit of an injury through this contest leg as well. So similar story to Keely. I think she'll try and find the better waves and ride them as well as she can. I don't think you'll see her on 100 waves in this heat.
No, well, they've got to pick their waves, especially with an injury. But you never ride off the injured surfer. No. Always beware the injured surfer because they might look a bit sheepish in between waves, but when on the waves like Keely did, like you couldn't falter.
And it almost makes the process a little more clear cut for them.
Oh, for sure.
I can't risk hurting myself
on a crap wave.
Yeah.
What's this guy doing?
He needs to
get out of the road,
evacuate. Yeah, champ.
Oh, man.
I think you just got to read the play sometimes there, lad. As we got Coco Cans up and riding. Nice turn out of the lip. There's this good execution of first priority and a nice big finish there.
That was sick.
I said on the Cabra event, she kind of kicks out of the waves like Uncle Mike Ho. What do you reckon? Same kind of crouch, sort of like.
Just flicks out hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mick, if you're watching, what a legend.
Yeah. How's some of the tubes? He's still
my God, what a freak.
Word.
What a legend of a human.
How was your belting that did the round on social media there the other week? The foamy one at Pipe.
Oh, my God.
Wow. Your ear's still ringing from that one?
Yeah. It was heavy.
That was a gnarly one.
Not a good feeling at all.
No. He's stoked to come up in one piece after
Come
that.
up alive.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, we got...
He's old, mate. Get out of there, mate.
Oh, mate, hit the road.
Oh, no,
Don't do that.
Where's Tez telling him to get out of there?
No, where's Reece Smith on the scale?
Oh, he's got it. Maybe Coco just had to yell at him.
Hey, don't let Shimmy Disco go anywhere near him. She'll give him a mouthful. He'll never surf again. And rightly so. We've got we've got the license to surf here. You know, these women, they deserve free reign. Plenty of good waves all up and down the coast, even 100 metres to our left. So,
that's right.
Yeah, it's absolutely plenty of waves to go around here today. No need to be,
annoying.
Yeah, annoying. Good word. Kobe Enright ran over someone at Cabarita the other week, and it was cost her some points. But she got through the heat, but it was one of those ones, could have injured.
Both of them.
Both of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't too worried about the other bloke. I was more worried about her. But, it's just one of those things. Yeah, you got to be checking out what's going on around you.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
They should know better than,
Bit of situational awareness. Never hurt. But as we have, 8.5 minutes on the clock. Coco Cans. Look, I'm going to say she was in a sort of dangerous position there with a couple of low scores and first priority. It's almost like the pressure was really on her on that next wave to set up this back third of the heat for her. And she absolutely nailed it. 4.67, best wave of the heat so far.
2 good turns. The second turn was really nice.
It was, wasn't it? And now she's got a bit of freedom. She can control the lineup with third prio, but being in first position, she knows she can sort of hopefully look to extend her lead rather than sort of just protect second.
Yep.
And
without the birding of priority too.
Exactly.
Here she goes. On the left, I think.
Oh, did well with the backwash. Good timing there. She'll map this through the inside. Believe she's riding a Campbell Design surfboard there. Father of Ryan Campbell. It sort of was.
Oh yeah, I know Ryan.
A little bit older than me,
yeah.
And he was a fantastic surfer out of Australia during the junior series, and obviously on the QS and World Juniors and whatnot. He was he's a phenomenal talent from the sunny coast. They breed him up there. And her board looked amazing.
It's a blast from the past too, right?
Yeah,
classic.
I saw her a regional event at home the other day. I think it was a good friend of mine, Murray Scott, Dean Brady, and Ryan Campbell in the final with I think Trevor Tripkini.
Yeah,
and it was such a throwback. Classic final there.
I saw the Noosa boys and girls won the Kira teams too.
Yeah,
that's pretty sick.
Super cool.
Yeah, had a few equal seconds. I saw Rhodes' actually Instagram just before, just last night.
Yep.
And he said that.
Yeah. No,
how good's that?
Cool,
that's a good thing,
cool
mate. That's
club.
a huge event for
Australian
clubs.
I remember you paddled back from North Burleigh one year into the lineup at Kira.
Oh, that was torture. That was the only year we won that year.
Awesome. It was that paddle back that did it.
Yeah, I'll claim that. Surfed terrible in the heat, but did a good paddle.
One of the only times I can recall the Kira teams in recent memory being at Kira. And it's a great wave to go for a free surf at, but it'd be an absolute bastard of a wave to surf in a heat, especially a short heat like that, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
You'd be lucky to get 2 waves.
And the rip was just powering.
Oh, I think the wind kind of came up like this.
Yeah, that was the next day.
Yeah,
it was like 8 foot and just
8 foot and onshore.
Yeah,
it's so crazy how that wave just still barrels, regardless of the wind. It just gets heavier and heavier.
Way more gnarly.
It does, yeah.
That was good. That was the last time I put a singlet on, actually.
Really?
Yeah, that was it. I went out a winner. The boys asked me to go up this year. I was like, nah, I'm done, boys.
Nah, mate, 100%. Speaking of going out a winner, Mick Fanning back at Bells Beach. Just got the wild card announced.
Oh.
Yep. So,
wow.
There was whispers about it. I wasn't brave enough to break any kind of news until it was set in stone. But yes, Mick Fanning will be your Bells Beach wildcard for 2022. And look, in all fairness, I think he was offered the wildcard last year for Bells, but then obviously the event couldn't run there, so they took the Narrabeen option.
Yeah.
And I think, Mick's heart obviously lives at Bells.
Yeah,
He's got a
for
fantastic
sure.
record there. He's sponsors from there. Spent a lot of time there as a junior. So I am wondering, maybe I'm not too sure how many of those wild cards he'll take. Obviously,
I reckon this will be it.
I got a feeling it might be.
Yeah.
I know he wants to surf a few heats, for his family in front of his beautiful partner and young boy, but I don't know if. Family life looks like it really suits him. He's enjoying his time at home, and I don't know how many more he'll take. As we see, Shimmy Disco up and riding.
Good looking wave here. Good first turn. The board looks
How
lively,
good does
doesn't
that
it?
board look? There we go.
Oh, this is a good wave. Oh, yeah, good. I like, a lot of people say you should finish the wave. I like the flick out like that.
Yeah.
That's given confidence that I've done enough on this wave.
Definitely, yeah. You can have your piddly, grindy, whatever. I'm done.
Yeah.
No, I'm with you. Although I will say Kai Warner this morning, aired off the back of a wave.
That's a bit different.
That was slightly too much speed to kick out of for my liking. But Shimmy Disco there, Dimity Stoyle.
That's going to be the best wave of the heat for sure.
She had the best day of her life up at Cabarita, won the event, straight into a wedding, straight into a rave that she headline DJ'd at. So I think if you could script a day for her, that was it. That was
perfect.
The best day
How
ever.
good's that?
So good. So, and she doesn't look like she's showing sort of any kind of, quote unquote hangover from that event. You see so many surfers do that, right?
Oh, for sure.
Get a big win.
Yeah.
And they come down the next one, kind of relax.
Get
whatever,
last.
It's all good. Get a last.
Yeah.
Not looking like the case here for Dimity Stoyle. She looked fired up on that wave. And I'm interested to see where the judges go with that score.
I'm sure she's fired up to qualify, right?
For sure. Yeah. You want to go into that Challenger Series with the highest seed you can.
Yep.
Obviously, you're going to come up against the rest of the world now on that Challenger Series. 8 events listed. You get through the top 6 there for the women. Once you get through to the Challenger, you will then find yourself on the World Tour, which Dimity knows all
top
too
6.
I think for that one, it's 6 plus a wild card from the World Tour.
Yeah,
right. And that's what Malia Man will end up with this year. So they do hold a few spots for the tour and any injuries and stuff like that. So out of this regional leg, it's 7 plus 1 wild card. But on the next one up, it's 6. So tight. It's tight.
It's getting harder and harder as you move forward.
And the hard thing for the women over the last couple of years is so many of those World Tour athletes would come back and do double time on the QS and just
too hard.
There were never any new rookies. Whereas this year, this is the most amount of rookies that have ever qualified on the World Tour. So it's cool to see. And the women are crushing it.
Yeah.
You've got names like Sally Fitzgibbons and Steph Gilmore outside the top 10 after 3 events. It is unbelievable. So Bells Beach is going to be huge, which is the next stop for the men and women, April 10th. Just around the corner, really.
That's always a hard one for the rookies too, Bells.
Yeah, I said that about
men and women.
I said that about Sunset, and they absolutely blasted it. So I'm just going to keep my mouth shut there. Coco Cans up and riding. Good execution of Prada there. A nice carving slash. He's found the power of the wave. And a nice finish. A 5.17 for the lead, and I think
she get
going to go close. She got a 4.67 for the other one.
Yeah.
So it's right around that ballpark.
Yeah, I reckon.
But more importantly, I'm not
Maybe
too sure
4
where
or
Jade
5.
Wheatley was on that exchange. She probably needed to be on that wave. The other girls now starting to lock in a few more scores, which is making Jade's task a little more difficult.
It's a little stuck in the first one. But the second, she finishes both of those waves. She's finished so well. I reckon it's a 4.5, just a little bit under her.
Oh, look at you go. First scoring is a 4. Second score is a 4.7. And the final one, a 4.8, which averages a 4.5.
I'm on fire today. I'm never, ever good at this, ever.
You are on fire today.
Just real average.
Yeah, well, average judging. That's all it takes. No, that's
I've got a couple right.
Well
which is
played.
good.
I
never get 'em
actually
right.
didn't mind that one. I thought it could have gone over, but I'm glad I didn't. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't say anything because it would have been wrong.
I think
again.
she had more flow that first turn. She lost a bit of speed. The other
Yeah.
one, she flowed through them a bit
Definitely,
better.
yeah. And sometimes I think the judges on the World Tour they don't mind that a bit of I know you'd appreciate that too. Sometimes just dirtying it up a little bit.
Yeah.
And so I feel like some of those scores they sometimes can go out either way.
Either way, yeah.
Yeah, I think I think Tyler Wright is really good at that, mixing up good flow with just a bit of anger.
Yeah. She throws
So,
it right in, doesn't she?
So I think that can go both ways. You've obviously got a surfer like Stephanie Gilmore who's just straight flow.
That's nearly impossible.
I think she's obviously sets the benchmark there for everyone.
Yeah.
And
men and women.
I agree. Yeah, surfing she does is absolutely next level. But yeah, it's cool to see some of this younger generation starting to just mix it up a bit. Again, having too much fun. Second countdown in a row we've missed. But no, it was a great heat. It was an unfortunate one for Jade Wheatley. I know she's carrying a bit of an injury, but I can understand her strategy there. She was probably waiting for just a no-brainer 8, and it didn't quite come through for her. So unfortunately eliminated from competition there. We're going to take a short break and be back with another cracker, local girl, Philippa Anderson, coming up next at the AAP Consulting Women's Pro.
Surfest is a big part of Newcastle, and Burton Automotive is a big part of Surfest. Burton Automotive, always ready to help our community.
Hatted Chef Restaurant. We're just scratching the surface.
Welcome back to the show as we move through the opening round of the AAP Consulting Women's Pro here at Surfest 2022. And we've got one of the hometown heroes, a former winner here at Surfest, out there in the lineup. Philippa Anderson will be in the red jersey. Charlotte Mulley will be in the blue. And Shay Lewendell will be out there in the white. Ronnie Blakey with Mitchell Ross. Mitch, big one for Philippa Anderson. We know that she's come so close to making the grade on the championship tour before, sitting in 6th position at the moment. She needs to hang on to this spot. She needs to get through this heat.
Yeah, absolutely. And she started with a cracking 5.33, so it's a good start for Philippa. But yeah, you touched on a couple of agonising finishes over the last few years as we see that 5.33. Came straight out of the gates with this one, and good surfing. Pretty solid there from Phil. Concentrating on just 2 major manoeuvres, and job well done. But yeah, a couple of tough ones over the years. Just, you mentioned it, a couple of spots short. She deserves a spot on tour. I'd love to see her have a go.
We've seen her compete in a few championship tour events. One last year here at Newcastle when we had the event as a CT venue. But this was a strong start from Shay as well, finishing that one off nicely.
That's Connor Lee's girlfriend, and started strong, as you said. Second turn was big. A lot of spray, bit of bead derbage about that one.
Yeah, nice little shift up on the tail of the board. Moved a bit of water here, bang.
That was massive, that second turn there. As we wait for scores to get locked in. The good news about this round of the girls, we're seeing the top seeds hit the water straight off the bat. So all the talent are hitting Mirror of the Beach this afternoon as we see Blue a little bit late on this one. Just a one manoeuvre. I think that will be a throwaway from Charlotte Mulley.
She got time though. And Charlotte's going to head back out. 2.33, so the lowest score of the 3 opening rides. Shay, 4.17, really strong from Philippa there.
Yeah, Philippa, I think she really believes in her ability. That's why she hasn't given up on this championship tour dream. At the moment, though, it's about maintaining your place in that top 7, getting a shot at the Challenger Series, and chasing down a big result there. But it's a full campaign that you can really commit yourself to once you make the grade and get into those Challenger Series events. Your year's planned from there on.
It gets really busy, actually. It's planned, but it's a busy planned year. You'd be going from this one to the Gold Coast to surf 8 events.
I'm not in a position where I'm sponsoring riders, but I imagine that, with this new format, when you've got surfers competing regionally and they get a chance on the Challenger Series, it's a pretty cool thing to be able to take out to potential sponsors and say, hey, I'm about to tackle these 8 events. It's a big campaign story. Would you like to get behind me in my quest for qualifying for the championship tour? You don't need a whole lot of financial backing to attack this regional qualifying series. So I kind of like the way it's structured now, and I do feel like you could shop that potential around once you make those Challenger Series events. So I'm sure it'll be something that these competitors are chasing down.
Yeah, and I think Philippa Anderson, she's definitely one of those surfers that adopts that tactic. I know she has a lot of local sponsorships. Even like little stores down the road and stuff. The general way for a pro surfer to earn their living is, get a sponsor from one of the big 4 or 5 companies, and a board sponsor, fin sponsor, accessories, sunglass. But as you said, you can do it a different way too, a local sort of way. And yeah, I do know for a fact that that's the formula that has worked for Philippa thus far.
Yeah, we've even seen some competitors in recent times, getting into some sort of crowdfunding to help fund their travel, to help assist with the costs of chasing down these events. As we see Shay up once again, 4.17 was the opener. Just trying to find a bit of room to move out there at the moment. Doesn't find that second manoeuvre. But sitting in second spot at this stage, Philippa with the heat lead and control on the outside. But I'm always super impressed when Philippa turns up each season to give it another go. 30 years of age. She's been at it a long time. Has had big results. I mentioned the win here at Surfest back in 2009. Also has been a runner-up to a World Junior title. So it's been there. It's been sort of begging her to keep coming back and keep having a shot at it. Here she goes again.
Yeah, second turn was strong as she's looking for a nice end section and a little tail slide. Yeah, it's nearly a gift and a curse, that Ron. It just gives her enough to want to continue to chase after this dream, because every now and then she does get a big result. And as you mentioned before, she isn't even having a great year for her, and she's still a part of the qualification zone, like coming 6th. And you can see she's got a lot of pop, little snap there. Of course, the sister of Craig Anderson, another incredible surfer, who's opted to do the free surfing thing more so from the competition.
Yeah, had a really cool childhood. Born and grew up in South Africa, sort of around that Cape St Francis zone, I believe, and then made the jump over here to Oz and settled here in Newcastle. And I mean, 2 fantastic parts of the world to be a surfer. So it's been a great road to this point. There's just that one little bit of unfinished business for Philippa. That's what she's chasing down, a spot on the Challenger Series and ultimately a place on the Championship Tour. Sitting in a pretty comfortable position at this stage. The 2 high-scoring rides early on in the heat, and she is well out in front. Shay Luendo holding on to that second position. Needs a 5.73 to get into first. And Charlotte's just been a little left behind in the opening stages here, but she's got priority. She needs a 4.57 to jump up into second place, and we'll see what she can find out there in this lineup.
As 16 and a half minutes remaining, and just going on down the path of Philippa Anderson. A few years ago, it looked as though she was sort of winding things up you know, and started to create another career for herself with the surf school. So she did launch the Philippa Anderson Surf School around the corner at Nobby's Beach. And it's flying. It does really well. I know she does employ a lot of the locals here. A couple of the up-and-coming surfers, they've all got a job around the corner with Philippa's surf school. So she has definitely sort of, you know, figured out another path to have an income. But I think what it also did when she started that, it actually created a bit of a flame, and you know, she realised that she might want to, you know, chase the qualification once again.
Yeah, you'd just be mad not to these days with this domestic circuit, and the majority of it kind of unfolding within just a couple of hours of where Philippa lives. So, you know, she's made good use of her opportunity so far, and we'll see if she can finish off the year, or finish off the qualifying series, I should say, with a big result here in this QS 5000.
Another big heat just around the corner. There's Sarah Baum, a South African-born surfer, but has been living here in Australia for, I'd like to say, 5 to 10 years. Very, very good surfer. Goofy footer, a lot of power. Bit of a sparring partner for Philippa. I know she lives down towards Redhead. And she's also been very close a few times in making the tour.
Tough heat, though. Jasmine McQuarkadale is in that heat. Bodie Lee-Jones, Ellie Brooks, who's another former winner here.
Yep.
So, you know, that is a really stacked heat to finish things off here at Merewether. A location that's, you know, provided so much. This event has actually kind of moved venues over the years. You know, there's been some great finishes to the contest here at Merewether in pretty sizey conditions. I think it was the year that Neko Patarats won in pretty maxing surf over Jared Howes that they kind of made the call to make Merewether the main venue, because they had really solid conditions, some big long-running right-handers. But prior to that, it was over there at Town Beach.
Yeah, the Coliseum. It felt like a Coliseum. It was such a... Yeah, it's built so well for a surf event. But, yeah, as you mentioned, that one day, and it was like perfect Merewether, and, yeah, Neko Patarats won. I don't think Warren Smith could leave it again because it was so good. So, yeah, comes back here every year, and he has been rewarded a couple of incredible days on record over the last sort of, I think, was it 3 years ago? Those waves are just incredible at the middle here.
Amazing. Yeah, and in big conditions, we've also seen the event relocated over to the harbour, and that was exciting too. And there is a chance that could happen this week. But with 13 minutes to go, it's Philippa Anderson out in front, but we're going to take an opportunity now to chat with the winner of the last heat, sitting in the #1 position on the QS ranks, Dimity Stoyle. Well done.
Look out, #1, that's crazy. Thanks, Ronnie.
You champ. How are you, Dim? You were here in Newcastle last year. You were commentating with myself and the team, doing a fantastic job, but you always wanted to get back on the QE program and get your place in the Challenger Series.
Oh, how fun was that? Us on tour together last year was classic. 4 contests, and yeah, I swear we were having the best time. We're having more fun than the surfers, weren't we?
Always. Tell me, Dim, how was the sort of fallout after your victory up the coast? What kind of celebrations did we get into?
Oh, to be honest, after that performance, I think I'm still recovering. Yeah, no, it was so cool, like, to have a big win at Cabarita on Friday, and then I rolled straight into the Need to Freak rave, which was one of my biggest shows that I had booked in for months. So, like, yeah, it was crazy. Like, just the day, you couldn't really plan a better day to win a contest and have that already planned, and then it went off. So, yeah, I'm still buzzing. Still feel warm and fuzzy thinking about that day.
Congratulations. It was awesome to see you break through, and we kind of got the feeling after seeing some of the surfing that you put together in your film with your mates surfing, aptly named, that you were going to chase down a big result at some point. But interesting, I caught you in the car park when I first arrived here, and the back of your car looks a little different these days, because you kind of got 2 professions. What's going on there?
I got the quiver. I've got about 6 boards in there, and I've got 2 big speakers, and DJ decks as well. So, it's good. Playing music on the side, like Newcastle, there's always fun places to go. But I think I'm putting the DJ equipment, locking it up now for a while and getting the boards out. And I got some really cool new boards, so I want to just get it back on the surf program and, yeah.
Do you think after your first run on the championship tour and then kind of getting into the DJing thing and finding a focus other than just competitive surfing has kind of freed up your surfing a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it definitely gives me a lot more freedom to just, like when I'm surfing, I'm 100% surfing, and then I take my mind off it and I do the music thing, and it just like makes my life happier and more balanced. And then when I am surfing, it's just like I'm 100% at that. And then, I just think also just the time off competing a lot. Like, I got to do the surfing movie with all the girls, and they pushed me so much, and just tried to get to another level there. So it's been a good, the last couple of years has been just fun.
Hey, Dim, no one's ever sort of, you've always had the talent on the surfboard, but what was it that happened last week at Cabba that, clicked into gear and, something happened and you obviously won the event, but what was it that happened along the rounds that sort of, sparked some sort of fire deep within?
Yeah, well, I think the first thing that happened was when we dropped our surfing movie last year. I think everyone watched it and was probably a little bit surprised that I could still surf that good. I know I've been grinding away on the QS, but people don't really get to see you surf. You get a 25-minute heat in waves, which might be really, really bad. And then I kind of knew I could surf all along, but it was just hard to show it. So I think you just start doubting yourself. So when that movie came out, a lot of people just were so nice and saying how I was surfing really well, and I think that fired me up to get back on tour with the girls. Everyone in that movie was on tour, so I was I just want to get back there with everyone and have some fun. And I think the challenges last year was a good entry point. I was really fired up in those, and I just want to continue now.
And explain the reasoning behind that movie. I know you're obviously talking about the movie that Dan Scott made with you girls, and where did that come from? Because it was incredible. It was for the males out there to see an only woman movie come out. It was pretty special. Some of the surfing in that thing was next level. Some of the tubes you guys were getting were crazy.
It was basically just a COVID lockdown. We were all stuck on the Gold Coast. We weren't allowed to leave. The only thing we were allowed to do was surf. And Steph and Tyler and Nikki and myself, we haven't been home for that long of time since we were about 16 years old. We've been on the road non-stop, and all of a sudden the waves were just pumping in 2020 on the Gold Coast, and we were just surfing together every day, having so much fun. And Dan was filming us, and we were just hey, let's just make an old-fashioned hype surf movie. There's none of that in the girls. The boys have so many hype films. And we were let's do it. And that was exactly what we came out with, and we had so much fun filming it.
Oh, you nailed it, and your surfing was brilliant in the movie, and I'm glad we got to see it, and now we're seeing it with the jersey on too, Dim, and powering through another round and looking the goods to get into those Challenger Series events.
Yeah, that's the plan. I can't wait for Snapper, just the dream surfing out there. And obviously the Challengers is a really cool, the whole leg, it's like being on a mini tour. So yeah, it's going to be a fun year.
What an awesome prize to reward yourself with, getting an event where you spent most of the last couple of years surfing.
Yeah, with nobody out, can't even pay for that.
I don't think you ever see anyone out there, Dim.
You can just see exactly. Only look left.
Love it.
Just like Mick and Joel, you look up to the boys and just copy what they do.
Yeah, that's it. They've only got themselves to blame. Well, congratulations on another strong performance, moving through the rounds here.
Thank you.
Dimity Stoyle, she is really looking sharp, and great equipment too. It's obviously a big part or a big ingredient in the recipe for success. But she's moving through the rounds, and with every heat she progresses through in this last 5,000, she goes one step closer to shoring up her position, but sitting well and truly at the top end. It's going to take a lot to shift her from that top 7.
Yep.
I mean, a victory in a QS 5000 when there's only 2 on the schedule, all but ensures your place. You know, you can't rest on it. You want to finish it off strong. But yeah, she is looking fantastic.
Well, it didn't look like she's resting at all because that was a pretty good performance, that last heat. She surfed really well.
Yeah, you got to be able to like kind of get it done still when you don't have that rhythm, and she proved that there. Charlotte Mully at the moment, she's trying to get out a 3rd spot. That wave just fading away on her, but Philippa Anderson hanging on to that lead at this stage, and really, it's off the strength of those first 2 rides. There hasn't been much else to speak of since the halfway mark in this heat.
Yeah, there's a little left-hander for Philippa, but yeah, it was a 3.27. So just coming down to the 5.5 minute mark, we've got a bit of a set rolling on through. Surfer in white is Shay. Having a look at this one. Pretty deep on this wave. Comes around from, actually too deep. So bails out of that one. That was the surfer in white. Currently looking for a 5.73 to move up into the lead. And Charlotte Mully is still sitting in 3rd spot with 5 minutes remaining. This is the second last heat of the day, I want to say, Ron. Been a couple of big moments, some big scores. I think some of the best surfing might come in this last heat of the day as we get ready for it. But for you, top of your head, what's some moments that have impressed you?
I think that it's been pretty impressive to see, a push from some of the youngsters in the first half of the day, especially in the men's draw. I thought it was incredible for Huey Vaughan at 15 to overcome some of the form surfers on this qualifying series to get his place in the round of 64. He looked really strong. I think we can look forward to really big things as we move through this contest. But there were some tricky conditions this morning early on, and it's just sort of started to improve for the women. Really cleaned up nicely.
Yeah, we went through a purple patch as the wave's starting to get a little bit better. That wind backed off a little bit. Actually went around to the sort of light south a few hours ago. But it did claw around to the north again over the last heat or 2.
Yeah, I'd say even though it wasn't one of his strongest performances, to keep an eye on Solly Bailey in this contest. I mean, him grinding through waves like this, it's not his ultimate wheelhouse, these kind of conditions. But if we get some serious swell and if there's a chance to get barreled in the harbour, someone like Solly could be super deadly. But yeah, the real action is going to hit the lineup tomorrow. When we see those seated surfers, those CT competitors, like current CT competitors hit the lineup, that's when things are going to really start to flare up. As we see Charlotte up once again, just chipping away at this one, trying to just get something better than a 2.93 to at least chip away at the required number here.
Yeah, it doesn't take much of... it's a 5.51, the requirement, so just need some open green face and a couple of big bashes on that back end because it's looking powerful. Just can't find the wave.
Sometimes in the first day of a competition, you can lose surfers that still make their mark and kind of put themselves on the map. And I thought Oceana Rogers today, she showed just incredible smooth flow. I was like, wow, there's a lot of potential there. Unfortunately, she fell out of the mix in 3rd place in that heat, but I'd kind of mark her as a surfer to watch. She looked really good.
As we see the current heat leader, Philippa Anderson, local surfer, cuts her teeth every day down here at Merriweather and surf these conditions a zillion times.
Wow, it looks like it. I mean, that was a well put together ride. Really clean. Nothing like, super on edge or high risk, but she did what she had to do. It was just clean surfing, and she'll probably get rid of that 4.57.
Yeah, a big part of the community, Philippa Anderson. She trains with a good mate of mine, Adam Tripaz, with a pretty big crew of Newcastle's best up-and-coming surfers, including Ryan Callanan, Jackson Baker, James McMorland. There's a whole host of them, all the young grommets that have ambitions to be pros. They all get around to Tripaz's house. He's got a gym out the back, and they train really hard.
Yeah, she's looking fit, just motoring back out into the lineup there. Minute and 20 seconds remaining in this one. And scores starting to come through for Philippa. They look promising. 4.87. The requirement grows for her rivals. The battle for second spot is on. And Shay Lewendor is holding on to it at the moment. And Charlotte Mully needs a 5.51 to get herself up into that second position. 1 minute remaining. I mean, it's lacking a bit of that international flavour just with the heat draw the way it is compared to, say, last year with the Championship Tour event and people coming from all over the world to compete here. But I'm expecting tomorrow when those big names hit the lineup to see quite a crowd turn up to cheer them on, those local surfers, those CT guys in particular. As we see Charlotte up at the moment, just trying to connect this one through to the shore break. Can she make that connection? She can't. That one just fades away into deep water. So it's going to be hard now for her to get back to a position to tap into another ride now with just 20 seconds to go. And Shayla Wendell might have done enough here to progress in second position.
Yeah, well, the problem with Charlotte, she'll get out there and have third priority as well. And with 10 seconds remaining, I don't think she'll even make it out the back. So pretty solid victory there for Philippa. And it looks like Shay will finish in second spot. Unfortunately, Charlotte Mully goes down. Didn't really get started in that one.
Yeah, well, there's one more big heat to come, and it's got a former Surfest champion and a couple of rising stars. Don't miss it. You're watching the AAP Consulting Women's Pro.
Cultural icons in the heart of the city. We're just scratching the Surfest.
Glorious afternoon down here at Merriweather. A little bit grey, but the waves are cleaning up, and so are these aspiring young surfers. Super psyched to get themselves a big finish in this last major qualifying series event for the Australasia region. This is their last chance to bag a big result, get some big numbers, crack that top 7, and potentially get themselves onto the Challenger Series. And to finish off today, we've got another huge heat. Ellie Brooks, she's been victorious here at Surfest before. She's out there in the red jersey. Bodie Lee Jones is going to be in the blue. Jasmine McCorkadale, she'll be out there in the white. And Sarah Baum, the South African surfer, will be out there in the green. You mentioned it earlier on. We saw Sarah prepping. She's strong, great backhand, and she's up at the moment. Glides through that first turn.
She's really good. It was on the Challenger Series last year. Didn't do well. Didn't do as well as what I would have thought. I think she's a chance to qualify. I think she's that good. She has been doing it a long time. So if she's going to do it, I'd assume it has to happen sort of sooner rather than later.
I think that too a lot of the time, but that's just constantly getting blown out, isn't it? The actual use-by date for an aspiring competitive surfer. I think we'll see more and more veterans get inspired by this new format. And, because generally speaking, if you've been at it for, a decade trying to qualify, it can be hard to maintain sponsorship. However, at a regional level now, you can find the backing to put together a campaign. 6 events is not a big ask. You don't need a whole lot. Then you move into the Challenger Series. And everyone gets excited about the potential for a competitor maybe making it onto the CT. So, you know, it kind of works in a veteran's favour. You can even take a break from, you know, work to tackle these qualifying series events if you like. So I have a feeling we're going to see some more veterans come out of the shadows and get back in the spotlight.
As we see a couple of the girls coming in for that last heat, which was won by Philippa Anderson, and Shay, as you saw to the left, actually got second in that one. As we are now watching the first wave of Ellie Brooks, a nice snap there. Looks like she's riding a flat board to just fly through that inside sort of dead section of that wave. Got a lot of speed there.
Yeah, Ellie's, you know, she surfed the final event of last year's qualifying series with a knee brace. She was recovering from knee surgery. I think she had a full ACL injury, yeah. And so you've been through that knee reconstruction, Mitch.
Tough.
And it can take a while to recover and get back to your best. And, you know, it's great to see Ellie competing without that brace. I think she'll be a lot more freed up.
Yeah, well, what are we thinking? 10 months, sort of, maybe even up to a year in some cases to, you know, fully recover from a complete knee reconstruction. So, yeah, if you haven't got that brace on, I'd assume that she is feeling super comfortable now. And on that first wave, she looked free as a bird, so she must be doing pretty good. And the goofy footer is looking for a big result if she wants to climb up the ratings.
Yeah, sitting in 19th position at the moment. Has collected a couple of thousand points already, but she's looking to make a lot of ground up on those surfers, sitting in that top 7 at the moment. So she might be one of those competitors that's kind of, you know, really eyeing off a win. A runner-up finish maybe would get her there, but it's going to be fun to watch this thing play out, because we'll start to introduce a live leaderboard as we move through the contest and give you an idea about some of the possibilities and who can leapfrog who as they move through the rounds. But no major upsets just yet. The top seeds are all alive and well in this draw, and we'll see if that remains the case as we move through the second half of this round.
That's a
most
big
likely
turn
tomorrow
there.
morning.
Big turn here. Just a one-turn wave here, Ron. Just squared off, and it's as simple as that, right? We've seen that. We've seen it a few times today. If a girl's got a one-turn wave, just got to go down the bottom of the wave, square, and just attack that lip. And Ellie did that exceptionally well there, and that will be her best scoring wave, I'd imagine, sorry.
Quick wave there for Jasmine McCorkadale, and not really able to convert on that one. So a couple of throwaways for her to kick things off. But time's still on her side at this stage. Bodie Lee Jones out in front at the moment. The surfer originally from Avalon on the Northern Beaches, now residing up in the Byron Bay area. And great surfer, really accomplished. Had plenty of huge results on her junior run. But now starting to eye off these qualifying series events.
Younger sister's a good surfer too, Cedar Lee Jones. They've always pushed one another. And right now, Bodie is in second spot as we see Sarah Baum up and riding on little left-hander, getting some speed and momentum down the line. Just carves into a bit of a slide. Did skid out for a second, but she did hold that manoeuvre, and a decent score.
For me, just seeing Sarah, the way she stands on a board, it's just so planted, so strong. You know, you can tell there's some real class there. Hasn't put the big number up just yet, and it got a little bogged down on that last turn. Felt like she wanted to really release that tail. Didn't quite find that point of release, but
first turn was a bit of a check. It wasn't a major at all, and the second turn made a little bit of an error there as well. Sort of caught just a smidgen of rail, and bobbled a little bit as we see Bodie Lee Jones finish a wave as well. So a bit of a influx of waves from Bodie and Sarah, and a quick one for White with 17 minutes remaining. It is Ellie Brooks out in front with a couple of fours at the minute. Bodie holding on the second as we look at the replay. Bodie Lee Jones.
Well, she did well to finish that one off. Really just stabbed that board through the lip. But you could tell that the first turn on that ride, she didn't feel fantastic about it, but she might have saved that ride with that strong finish. Needs a 3.66 out of it to get herself back in the second spot. It's all about finishing in those top two places. Ellie Brooks out in front at this point in time. Pretty close heat across the board, though, at the moment. Jasmine McCorkadale's been a little left behind. We'll see if she can reel them in.
As we see Sarah, big snap there, just smashing the fins out the back and completes that one. I'd love to see a replay of that wave as we see the current heat leader just bouncing back. So what a great little exchange there, Ron. Two goofy footers just smashing a couple of those little right-handers.
Yeah, Ellie looked really sharp. And, you know, here's a surfer that's had solid results domestically. And now with this regional qualifying series, I think it'll work right in her favour. But have a look at the replay of this turn.
So it was just a one manoeuvre. I was interested if she got a second one at the beginning, but yeah, as you can see, the replay was just one manoeuvre. So it looks like Ella Brooks actually might have got the best of this exchange. She got 3 turns in that one. They were 3 pretty good turns. Maybe that second manoeuvre was the best.
You just sometimes you see in the start of the heat, even before the numbers, the big numbers start dropping, you just see if someone's on or not, just based on how they look on their board. Are they looking lively? Are they looking alert and ready to throw down? And Ellie's looked sharp on each of her waves so far. You know, she hasn't really tripped up. It's maybe only the quality of the conditions that are holding her back at the moment and keeping it as close as it is. She's just dropped to 5.5, so increasing her lead. But it'll be interesting to see where the number falls for Sarah Baum as well, because it was a pretty hefty backhand snap.
Yeah, I wonder if it is a 3.77. The judges, I don't know, they might have sort of cruelled her a little bit because she got caught in the lip for a second. If you want to, you know, sort of
get hypercritical.
Yeah.
Yeah, they pick that stuff apart, don't they?
Yep.
I mean, you can set the fins free and it's high risk, but if you don't kind of flow out of that turn, if you don't exit that move with speed, you might find that they just hold back the number a little bit.
Yeah, and it looks like it was a 3.77. So that was the case in that last one, and Sarah Baum remains in third spot. Bodie Lee Jones on that right-hander we saw before where she regained and went vertical in the lip. The judges liked that one and gave her a 4.7. So, yeah.
It's you see it often. You know, if there's a trip up at some point, the surfer instantly knows that they need to save that ride by putting more into the next manoeuvre. And Bodie, even though she tripped up on that rail, she got to the end and got her board vertical, and she got the payoff.
I think we just saw the best wave of the heat, Ron. In the pullback version, that was Sarah Baum just destroying that little right-hander. She did 3 nice turns, didn't bobble. I'm expecting big things on that one.
Going to have to get confirmation on it, but Sarah Baum represented South Africa last year. She competed in that region. I'm not sure if her points will go towards a place in the Challenger Series with her taking part in this event. But, you know, that's a horrible prospect for the aspiring surfers of this region that have to come up against her because, you know, she's essentially wrestling points away from them.
What's your opinion of that? Like, I know you've got Jackson Baker, Leonardo for Avente, a couple of these, you know, the CT guys. What's your opinion? Do you think...
You know, I used to think just get out of the way and let them, the youngsters, have their go because you're automatically, being a championship tour surfer, even if you fall out of the top 22 by the mid-year cut, you're already automatically in those Challenger Series events. So, you know, you essentially can play a huge part in determining someone else's outcome toward making the Challenger Series. And, you know, it doesn't seem fair in some respects that a CT surfer has to, a campaigner has to overcome a CT surfer when maybe their rival doesn't in one of the next heats. So in that respect, I don't like it, but I just think any time you get the opportunity to come up against someone who's of that calibre. Nixie Ryan's been on fire. Kobe Enright.
Gosh, Nixie Ryan's been on fire.
Yep, Zali Kelly as well. She's having her first serious run at a spot on the Challenger Series after finishing school. But yeah, Nixie's been ripping.
Yeah, super consistent. As we see, Ellie Brooks just flying on this board. It looks perfect, this thing. The fact that she got in 2 turns in that little section there was really impressive. Yeah, you mentioned it, Ron. She looks really confident. So much speed in this, small sort of trying conditions. Looks like she's actually riding a sort of a grovelly board. We've seen a lot of these surfers riding normal boards. Me and Stace actually had a good chat about it earlier, and some of the surfers actually look like they've been riding boards that are a little bit bigger. but I think Ellie is riding some sort of small wave board.
Looks spot on. 6.83 for that last ride.
Wow.
So really, answering the challenge that Sarah Baum is throwing down out there and getting back into the lead. And Sarah's now after a 5 to get herself in front. Probably a little more concerned about Bodie Lee Jones at this stage of the game, though. 6.97 required for Bodie to jump up in a second spot. And she's capable. But yeah, it's becoming pretty apparent that at the moment out here, Ellie Brooks and Sarah Baum, they have the rhythm.
Yeah, they found themselves on the best waves. The top scoring rides have both been right-handers in this one, and they've both consisted of 3 manoeuvres. Strong opening turn, a bit of a connecting manoeuvre through the middle of the wave. Then both surfers have finished strong with big backhand turns. So 8 minutes remaining, and the focus right now is on blue and white, both looking for big scores. I can't remember too many surfers needing a requirement of a 9-point ride today.
Yeah, you called it early when you saw the names. You expected that we'd see some of the best surfing. It's been the case. And, they're bigger requirements than we've seen throughout the earlier stages of this first round at the AAP Consulting Women's Pro. And it was the same case in the men's. There wasn't really sort of any heats where people were chasing excellent rides to turn the heat around or to get themselves into the top 2. As we see Sarah up once again, drives into the first section. Strong turn, comes out of it with plenty of speed and really hammers that second manoeuvre. Did well to reel it in too. Jasmine just trying to get herself in this heat. And she needs to better a 2.6 to chip away at the big requirement. And I think that requirement's, probably going to be a little bit larger now.
A little bit? That's going to go to the moon. I think that could...
That's got to be an excellent score.
Oh, I was thinking even 9. Is that getting too carried away? Those 2 turns were perfect.
I don't think so.
Compared to her 7, this thing's a 9 any day of the week.
Oh.
Wow. And she didn't just... Do you know when you've got one big turn and you've got another closeout manoeuvre, you might sort of go a little bit half just to make sure of it, just to lock it in. But Sarah just went way bigger on this second one and should have fallen off.
Well, a couple of judges agree with you, Mitch. But it's brought the average down to an 8.83. One judge showing an 8.5 at it. And, it's a very deserving number and the highest score we've seen all day. And Sarah Baum, impressive stuff. That's solid. That's the biggest heat score total, 16.16. Excellent heat score. And she is going to be powering through to the next round, you'd assume, because the requirement's huge for Ellie Brooks just to get into first now, 9.33. Bodie Lee Jones and Jasmine McCorkadale still can get it done by getting into second place, but they still need huge scores.
Quality over quantity there for the heat leader, Sarah Baum. Just 2 big pointy backhand vertical snaps there.
It's big surfing on a small day.
Yeah.
Not easy to do.
Yep.
Just impeccable timing and just no catching. Her equipment looks really nice, just flowing beautifully. But it's been a challenge, even throughout the first round of the men's event. You know, usually you see them launch and go to the air and find a big section to dig into. But it was it was tough for them. We didn't really see any super dynamic, big individual turns for excellent scores. And Sarah managed to string two pretty nice manoeuvres together there for, you know, what will be a pretty memorable ride for her.
Absolutely. And even talking about equipment again, it didn't look like Sarah's on a small wave board. It looks like just her standard stock shorty. And, yeah, it looked incredible. As we see Bodie, she's looking for a massive score here too. 7.63, 2 turns, good effort, but I think we need to see more. I think the judges want to see, get a nice sort of solid wave, a bit more open green face, so she can really rip in off you.
Inspired performance though, like wants it. You can see that she is actually fighting hard to keep herself in reach or even just chip away at the requirement. She got straight on her board and started motoring back to the takeoff zone. So that says something about the spirit of Bodie Lee Jones. You know, even when you're up against it, you know, until that final hooter sounds, you've still got a chance, especially if you're not chasing a 2-wave total. That last ride, not sure it's going to help chip away at the requirements. She still might need something exceptional. And we've seen that, you know, we know what the benchmark is. We know what kind of surfing needs to be done. And, you know, it needs to be said, Sarah's surfing, it's been deep off the bottom, up into the most critical section of the wave. Ellie Brooks has looked really sharp and flowing, but just a little less depth in her bottom turn, so not as vertical approach. And Bodie and Jasmine have been a little bit more desperate to kind of chip away at their rides and make it to the end of the wave. Sarah's just sort of slowing things down out there and at the same time surfing with plenty of speed.
Yeah, it's a contrast. I love what you said there because they've done completely different surfing, both really good, but Sarah's been going to the bottom of the wave, then going straight up to the top of the wave, whereas, yeah, Ellie's been sort of gaining momentum down the line and snapping, connecting the dots and finishing strong. But, yeah, Sarah's been sort of no bullcrap surfing. A lot of power.
Yeah. Yeah, Ellie's giving out entrees, and Sarah is serving up main courses. There's a lot more substance to those manoeuvres, and as a result, like much bigger numbers.
Starting to get a little bit sad, Ron. The day's just about over.
Mate, don't get sad. There's still a whole week of action coming your way here at Surfest 2022. And, of course, we want to send a big shout-out again to Burton Automotive. They've been right behind this event. Of course, the City of Newcastle, which have been foundation sponsors, and getting right behind the contest this year as naming rights sponsors of the men's event. AAP Consulting, of course, really backing the women's contest. Newcastle Herald and Hit 106.9 are the media partners. As we see Ellie just absolutely flaring on this ride. And, you know, just when you thought it was kind of out of reach, that first position, Ellie took off and absolutely blitzed that ride, moved so much water. She's going to dump the 5.5. How high is this wave going to go?
Oh, this would be in the 8s. It's not going to get a 9.33, but she nearly deserves it for the placement of these manoeuvres. Just so much spray, just gaining momentum. That was A-class surfing there from the Goofy footer. Really impressive.
I bet there's plenty of people checking out that board when she hits the beach because it just looks so sharp and fast. It hasn't been catching any rail at all. And, yeah, she just seems to have a real freedom out there at the moment. So big scores coming through for the surfer in red. Ellie Brooks chasing a 9.33, but it just feels like our two, form surfers in this heat, Ellie Brooks and Sarah Barmer, are going to easily progress through this one. I think they're going to put it out of reach for Bodie Lee Jones and Jasmine McCorkadale once these last scores come through. Super impressive.
Yeah, with 30 seconds on the clock, judges starting to punch in scores for last of red, Ellie Brooks. 3 gouging turns on that right-hander.
Yeah, well, 2 of the best performances I've seen all day.
Oh, easy, hands down.
Just really complete, start to finish. I mean, you look at the numbers that Ellie has dropped. Started with a 4.33, then a 4.97, 5.5, then a 6.83. Has just been building so nicely, and she's just capped it off with a 7.07. It could have potentially gone a bit higher than that. You felt it could have gone into the 8s, but it doesn't really matter. You know, it was probably always going to be second place, but she'll settle for that. Great performance from Ellie. And Sarah Baum, she just looked super impressive, and she's going to power through in first.
Yeah, just a little victory lap there for the last heat of the day. An exceptional performance there from Sarah Baum.
Yeah, what a magic way to finish off a big opening day of competition here. We saw great stuff in the City of Newcastle Pro for the men. Some decent performances. I think just based on what we saw in this last heat of the women's, you know, there's a new benchmark. As far as the scores go, that is, Mitch. People need to reach a new level as we move into these next rounds, but we've still got to finish off the first round for the women, and big names will hit the lineup.
Yeah, a couple of massive heats in the morning. But I'm sure that a lot of the girls actually will take note of that performance there from Sarah and Ellie, because those girls were, they were incredible. Compared to the scores we saw throughout the whole day, I mean, you were doing really well to get 6s or, you know, maybe a 7. But, between those two, it was, 8s, 7s, 6s all day long.
High scoring affair and a great way to finish up a huge first day of competition here at Surfest 2022. Thanks for your company on behalf of the whole broadcast team. Make sure you tune in bright and early, and we will leave you with today's highlights. Enjoy.
Family. You're dealing with local people
who support the Newcastle, Hunter and Port Stephens regions.
Thanks to Burton Automotive for being our youth development partner.
Thanks to Burton Automotive, helping keep kids active in Merriweather Surfboard Club.
Surfest is a big part of Newcastle, and Burton Automotive is a big part of Surfest.
Giving back to the community through events, sports and charities.